Chapter 1. Inheriting the Martial Arts School through Transmigration. With a resounding bang, a powerful fist struck Huang Wen's head, rendering him unconscious. Time seemed to blur, and when Huang Wen finally regained consciousness, he opened his eyes groggily, immediately assaulted by a sharp pain in his head. Just then, two streams of memory surged into his mind. One was his original memory, wherein he witnessed his own body lying on the ground from a different perspective, being carried away on a stretcher. No matter how he struggled, Huang Wen could not return to his own body. He could only watch helplessly as he was pronounced dead, before a sudden pull caused him to lose consciousness once more. The other memory belonged to someone else who shared his name. This Huang Wen lived in the Chinatown of America, the son of Huang Hong, a martial arts school owner, while his mother had passed away in his early years. 10 days prior, for reasons unknown, Huang Hong had engaged in a duel with a foreigner and signed a death contract. Although he emerged victorious in the ring, he refrained from delivering a fatal blow, halting his final strike. Ecstatic, he prepared to return to the martial arts school, hoping to promote his establishment after defeating a 4th-degree black belt in karate, intending to attract new students to his somewhat desolate school. However, before he could reach the school, an unexpected bullet took his life. In a daze, Huang Wen managed to handle the funeral arrangements and inherited his father's legacy, both the martial arts school and a sum of money. Yet, consumed by thoughts of vengeance, he neglected to eat or drink, and ultimately, the strain on his heart snapped, leading to brain death as his consciousness faded away. So, I have transmigrated? Huang Wen pondered, staring blankly at his hands. I'm still called Huang Wen? Have I become a Chinese in America? Alas, welcome to the land of the free, where gunfights occur daily. Before my consciousness dissipated, I left behind a wish for revenge and a desire to revive the martial arts school. But I don't even know who your enemy is. You spent your days neglecting food and water without finding any clues, only suspecting that it might be that foreigner from the ring, yet lacking evidence. Furthermore, I am unfamiliar with the martial arts of this school. Speaking of which, wasn't this body supposed to have perished from starvation? Why do I not feel weak? Slowly, Huang Wen stood up, furrowing his brow as he attuned himself to his body, testing his strength through punches and kicks. After a moment, he paused. This body possessed exceptional qualities, befitting the son of a martial arts master. Compared to the body of the former Huang Wen, it was significantly stronger, and crucially, it bore a resemblance to his own height and appearance. In his previous life, Huang Wen was a fitness enthusiast, aged 25 with 7 years of training experience, feeling restless if he missed even a day of exercise. By a stroke of fate, he had been introduced to an underground world by a coach from his gym, a realm rumored to be a haven for underground boxing. Upon first encountering the thrilling world of underground fighting, Huang Wen felt a surge of adrenaline that compelled him to join the fray and sign up for a competition. Initially, leveraging his years of fitness training and exceptional physical prowess, Huang Wen experienced a string of minor victories. However, whether due to incurring the ire of the organizers or simply a streak of bad luck, he soon faced a true master and expert in traditional martial arts who had diligently practiced Xingyi Quan for a remarkable 15 years. Although Huang Wen possessed some sparring techniques and had dabbled in various traditional martial arts, including a bit of Xingyi Quan through online tutorials, his skills paled in comparison to those of a seasoned practitioner of lethal techniques. As the saying goes, 10 years of Tai Chi without stepping outside, while a year of Xingyi can take a life. The terrifying power of a person who had trained in Xingyi Quan for 15 years became painfully evident to Huang Wen. In merely 2 moves, he found his arms rendered powerless, only to be struck forcefully on the head, leading to his current predicament. Wing Chun, Huang Wen murmured, reflecting with a sense of nostalgia. Indeed, the martial arts taught at his family's dojo were none other than Wing Chun, the very style associated with Ip Man. Is this fate? He pondered, unable to suppress a whisper. He and Ip Man shared the same surname, and if placed in a humorous video on a certain online platform, he could easily be seen alongside Ip Man, Hong Wen, Luo Wen, and others. Descending the staircase, Huang Wen entered the dojo, which spanned 2 floors. The upper level housed 4 bedrooms, a kitchen, a living room, a dining area, and bathrooms for each bedroom. The ground floor boasted a spacious training room of 200 square meters, equipped with numerous wooden dummies and various fitness apparatuses. For a Chinese American in the heart of Chinatown, this was considered quite prosperous, especially following the recent surge of interest in martial arts in the United States, which had allowed Huang Hong to profit handsomely. However, as the fervor for martial arts waned, the dojo had become increasingly desolate. The fitness equipment in the training room had been added by Huang Hong himself, aimed at attracting more students. Even those uninterested in martial arts could utilize the space as a gym, a testament to his adaptability in the face of adversity. After all, one must eat. Regrettably, this transformation had yet to yield any financial returns for Huang Hong before he met with misfortune. Huang Wen surveyed the familiar fitness equipment and quickly began his workout. As he had just experienced, the former Huang Wen had lifted a mere 50 kilograms with dumbbells, yet now he found a 65-kilogram weights to be effortless. Even more astonishing was his bench press strength, which astonishingly reached an impressive 300 kilograms. To put this in context, the world record in Huang Wen's previous life was around 455 kilograms. Goodness, how is this even possible? Is Wing Chun truly this formidable? After completing his routine and assessing his newfound strength, Huang Wen was left in a state of disbelief. In his memory, Wing Chun was not a style characterized by raw power. After searching through the entire fitness community in my past life, I doubt there exists anyone as formidable as this. Even those fervent fitness enthusiasts clad in their tight superhero costumes could not achieve such feats. Perhaps only that coach, known for his unparalleled strength, possesses such capabilities. The coach Huang Wen referred to was the head trainer of the gym in his previous life, a man whose arms were as thick as an ordinary person's thighs. Huang Wen had once witnessed him effortlessly lift a 60-kilogram barbell with a single hand. Indeed, it was a barbell, not a dumbbell. From that moment on, in Huang Wen's mind, that head coach became akin to the legendary character of Lin Daiyu, though it would be more accurate to liken him to the heroic figure of Lu Jishan. With a resounding crash, just as Huang Wen was assessing his remarkable physical prowess, the door to the martial arts hall was forcefully kicked open. A burly foreigner, towering at nearly 2 meters, strode in, towering over Huang Wen's height of 1 meter 81. The moment he entered, Huang Wen recognized him as Benson, the foreigner who had been defeated by Huang Hong in the ring. Chapter 2. The Grand Lottery of Domestic Cinema. Instinctively, a surge of fury welled up within Huang Wen, a sentiment inherited from the original owner of this body. In Huang Wen's view, Benson was the very perpetrator responsible for his father Huang Hong's demise. Kid, I've heard you're investigating the cause of your monkey of a father's death. Benson sneered at Huang Wen, a mocking smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. You, so recklessly ignorant, are just like your monkey of a father, provoking those you ought not to. As Benson advanced towards Huang Wen, his fists clenched, his expression twisted into a more menacing grimace. Just when Huang Wen braced himself, relying on muscle memory to assume a defensive stance, he noticed a flicker of fear in Benson's eyes. It seemed he recalled his defeat at the hands of Huang Hong in the ring, a moment that had nearly cost him his life. Kid, if you wish to uncover the truth behind your monkey of a father's demise, come to this address. Ultimately, Benson refrained from violence, tossing a piece of paper at Huang Wen before turning to leave. Huang Wen's arm twitched, catching the paper midair. Upon unfolding it, he discovered an address one that corresponded to the location of Huang Hong's previous match. The flames of fury reignited within Huang Wen, compelling him to clench his fists tightly. Ding! Binding the Grand Lottery of Domestic Cinema. Ding! Binding of the Grand Lottery of Domestic Cinema successful. The system's voice brought a wave of joy to Huang Wen's heart. The quintessential system of a transmigrator had finally arrived, validating his journey through worlds. Since fate had brought him to this realm, and with the past life behind him, why not embark on a new journey? Especially with a body so robust and nearly 2 decades of Wing Chun training behind him. Though Huang Wen had yet to master the techniques of Wing Chun in this new form, the muscle memory remained intact. With gradual practice, he would surely recover his skills. However, once the sound of successful binding faded, the system fell silent, leaving Huang Wen momentarily stunned. Why had it ceased to speak? System? Huang Wen instinctively called out, yet received no auditory response. Suddenly, a page materialized before him, containing a plethora of information. Domestic Film and Television Grand Lottery. Host, Huang Wen. Vitality, physical qualities, 15 points. The pinnacle of an average person is 10 points, while the human limit is 20 points. Chi, inner strength, or magic, 0 points. Spirit, soul, or divine essence, 1 point not activated. Skill, master of Wing Chun, not activated. Evaluation. As a seasoned martial artist, once you harness your own strength and skills, your prowess will far exceed that of ordinary individuals. Is that all the system provides? Huang Wen furrowed his brow, murmuring instinctively. Nevertheless, the strength of this body surpassed his expectations. The term pinnacle of an average person does not refer to an ordinary adult, but rather to an individual with exceptional physical capabilities, akin to Huang Wen in his previous life, a fitness enthusiast who would likely possess 10 points of vitality. The so-called human limit refers to the utmost capabilities of the human body, achieving levels that approach world records across various domains, thereby qualifying as the true limit of human potential. By this calculation, even Olympic champions in his previous life merely approached the human limit in specific areas. When considered holistically, they would likely possess around 12 points of vitality. Thus, Huang Wen, with his current 15 points of vitality, was already an extraordinary being. Coupled with his Wing Chun skills, he was confident that in a clandestine boxing match, no one could rival him. As Huang Wen gazed at the simplistic page before him, he suddenly noticed a small button in the bottom right corner. With a mere thought, he activated the button. Task page. Current available tasks. 1. Investigate the cause of the original host's father's death. Reward, 1 extraordinary item lottery. 2. Avenge the original host. Reward, 1 extraordinary skill lottery. 3. Promote the martial arts school. Reward, 1 extraordinary character lottery. Upon completion of the above tasks, the original host causality will be entirely resolved, and you shall become Huang Wen in this world, undetectable to anyone. Do you accept the tasks? Extraordinary? Item lottery? Skill lottery? Character lottery? Huang Wen raised an eyebrow. With another thought, he focused on the aforementioned text, and indeed, as his consciousness shifted, explanations regarding lotteries and the extraordinary appeared before him. It turned out that the domestic film and television grand lottery encompassed character, skill, and item lotteries from domestic television dramas, films, and animations. The character lottery, in particular, offered the ability to acquire all capabilities of a narrative character, including their essence, skills, and items, making it the most desirable among the 3 types of lotteries. The skill lottery allows one to completely replicate and thoroughly master the drawn skill, while the item lottery enables perfect utilization of the items. As for the extraordinary, the lottery is categorized into levels. The domestic film and television lottery comprises 6 tiers: common, extraordinary, legendary, epic, mythical, and divine. At this moment, Huang Wen's heart swelled with excitement. Initially, he believed that acquiring a body with exceptional physical attributes after his transmigration was already quite remarkable. Now, he found himself presented with the opportunity to obtain extraordinary abilities. Furthermore, the domestic film and television productions are not to be underestimated. The prowess of the characters within is formidable. Otherwise, there would not be a lottery of mythical caliber. It is worth noting that, without delving into specifics, the countless adaptations of Journey to the West over the years are simply astonishing. Extraordinary. With this thought, Huang Wen's eyes began to gleam, and he couldn't help but strategize. With my current physical condition, as long as I become proficient in the techniques of Wing Chun, dealing with that Benson should pose no challenge. The only aspect to be cautious of is firearms. This is indeed the land of the free, and firearms must be taken into account. If I were to be shot, it will be difficult to escape the fate of my father, Huang Hong. However, I can first investigate the cause of Huang Hong's demise. This should be the easiest task to accomplish. I merely need to extract some crucial information from Benson. Task accepted. After careful consideration, Huang Wen made his decision to undertake the task. With his physical prowess and experience, he estimated that within 10 days to half a month, he would be able to harness 80% of this Boda strength, making it trivial to confront one Benson. Task accepted. Huang Wen's consciousness confirmed the acceptance of the task. Task acceptance successful. Please remember to claim your novice gift pack. A small window popped up on the screen. It turned out that Huang Wen had previously overlooked a button resembling a small gift pack in the lower right corner of the task page. Now, upon accepting the task, the gift pack automatically revealed itself. Chapter 3. Character Lottery. Yuan gazed at the small package before him, feeling a surge of excitement within his heart. Being well-versed in the tropes of time travel, he understood that this little gift represented his initial capital. Taking a deep breath, Yuan refrained from any elaborate rituals. He eschewed the customary hand-washing, bathing, or incense burning. As the saying goes, the mystical does not save the uninvested, nor does it alter fate without expenditure. Yuan had never subscribed to such beliefs. He only trusted in the principle of the cushioning flow, yet regrettably, he possessed but a solitary small package, devoid of any additional gifts to bolster his fortune. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his ears, exclaiming golden legend, though it was merely a figment of his imagination. Upon opening the small package, he discovered 2 lottery wheels. The first wheel featured 6 options: common, extraordinary, legendary, epic, mythical, and divine. To Yi Wen's satisfaction, each segment of the wheel was of equal size. This resonated with his belief that any opening of a pack or card yields only 2 possibilities: a flash or no flash, success or failure, with equal probabilities for both outcomes. Only after the wheel is spun do these possibilities collapse into a singular result. The second lottery wheel was divided into 3 equal sections: character lottery, skill lottery, and item lottery. Without a hint of hesitation, Yuan decided to commence. With a swift motion, the first lottery wheel spun rapidly, rendering the pointer indecipherable to him. Time seemed to elude him, and he could not discern when the wheel finally came to a halt. However, upon witnessing the pointer land on common, disappointment washed over him. The common tier was undoubtedly the least desirable option, and he couldn't help but ponder why he had not spun the second lottery wheel first to perhaps secure a better outcome. Never mind, he thought, shaking his head as he turned his attention to the second lottery wheel. With another swift motion, the second wheel began to spin. Before long, the pointer settled on character lottery. I knew it, Yuan shrugged, affirming that his cushioning theory had indeed proven valid, albeit inadvertently securing the best result from the worst package. The novice gift package opened, revealing common tier, character lottery. Would you like to proceed? Appeared before him in 2 rows of text. Without hesitation, Yuan consented. This time, it was not merely a lottery wheel, but a genuine gift package being unveiled. With a flash, a beam of light swept before him. Congratulations, you have obtained a common tier character. Yi-1, derived from the Ip Man film series. Selected for optimal qualities across all aspects. Optimal qualities? Yuan mused, contemplating the description before him. Did it imply that he possessed not only the pinnacle of martial arts knowledge and combat experience, but also the utmost physical prowess? This could be considered an enhanced version. Perhaps. The results of this lottery are quite remarkable. At the very least, they resonate with my current identity, enabling me to acquire a more formidable Wing Chun proficiency. Furthermore, this will significantly aid me in fulfilling my third task of elevating the martial arts school to greater heights. After all, the prowess of Master Yip Man certainly surpasses that of the original Huang Wen. When the time comes, a draw for extraordinary characters will undoubtedly yield even more powerful figures. In this regard, it seems I share a unique connection with Yip Man. Huang Wen's gaze shifted to the name Yip Man, and in the next moment, the attributes of Yip Man appeared before him. Character, Yip Man vitality, 19 points. The peak of a normal person is 10 points. The human limit is 20 points. Chi, 1 point. Dark energy, 1 point of Chi is equivalent to 10 points of vitality. Spirit, 0 points. Skills, Master of Wing Chun. Dark energy, evaluation, possessing the highest echelon of Yip Man. He is deemed the strongest existence within the Yip Man universe. To touch upon dark energy at the mundane level is to be a true master of the generation. Do you wish to integrate the abilities of Yip Man? A true master. Dark energy? Is this not something from martial arts novels? Does it truly exist? A flicker of astonishment crossed Huang Wen's eyes as he focused on dark energy, pondering whether the ratio of spiritual power was also 1 to 10. Unfortunately, no one answered Huang Wen. Although he possessed 1 point of spiritual power, it was marked as not activated. With 19 points of vitality, he was nearing the human limit. Truly, he was an optimized version of Yip Man. Without hesitation, Huang Wen decided to integrate Yip Man's abilities. With a swift motion, a beam of white light pierced into his forehead, followed by a succession of images revealing Yip Man's entire mastery of martial arts throughout his life. In the next moment, Huang Wen's body trembled slightly as he felt an overwhelming surge of strength. His power, speed, and overall physical attributes were undergoing a comprehensive enhancement. With a crack, Huang Wen seemed to hear a shattering sound emanating from within his body. Following this rupture, he felt as invigorated as if he had consumed a ginseng fruit, with no discomfort whatsoever. After some time, Huang Wen regained his senses, feeling a power that far exceeded his expectations. Could it be that the difference between 15 points of vitality and 19 points is this vast? Instinctively, Huang Wen called upon the system once more. But the scene before him prompted him to rub his eyes, convinced he must have misread. Host, Huang Wen. Vitality, 34 points. Qi, 1 point. Spirit, 1 point, not activated. Skills, Master of Wing Chun, Dark Energy. Evaluation. After integrating the abilities of Master Yip Man, you have transcended the limits of the human body, nearly approaching double the human limit in strength. You have entered an extraordinary realm through your physical prowess. Current task, 03, incomplete, stacking? It is indeed stacking? Am I already entering the extraordinary realm? Excitement flickered in Huang Wen's eyes as he gazed at the wooden dummy beside him. In a matter of strides, he dashed towards it, striking with the precision born from his memories. Initially, his movements felt slightly awkward, but as his wrist connected with the dummy, everything became strikingly familiar and effortless. Bang, bang, bang. After a considerable time, Huang Wen finally ceased his relentless assault, the exuberance in his eyes gradually subsiding. He exhaled a long breath, casting his gaze outside the martial arts school. It was a realm both strange and familiar. Huang Wen understood that upon stepping beyond these doors, a brand new chapter of his life was destined to unfold. Without firearms, he felt invincible. Chapter 4. Tony Stark? Marvel? Huang Wen, calm and composed, stepped outside, suddenly recalling the need to repair the door. Otherwise, upon his return, the school might be stripped bare, for the gym equipment inside held considerable value. After a lengthy period, having fixed the lock, he emerged from the Wing Chun school and found himself on the bustling streets of Chinatown. How to describe it? This place was undoubtedly different from the country where Huang Wen had lived in his past life, yet it bore a striking resemblance to the Chinatown he had known. Here, ancient architecture intertwined with modern living, not entirely a preservation of traditional culture, but sufficient for the world to grasp how life once thrived in the land of Huaxia. As Huang Wen walked through the streets of Chinatown, memories surged in his mind, recollections of this very place. The original Huang Wen had scarcely ventured beyond these streets, save for his schooling. After graduating from university, he returned to Chinatown, assisting his father in teaching martial arts. Young and vigorous, Huang Wen surpassed Huang Hong in physical prowess, though perhaps not in experience. This hot pot restaurant appeared to offer delightful flavors, and he recognized familiar faces. Time had passed since his arrival in this new world, and the original Huang Wen had often gone days without food or drink. Although he did not presently feel weak, an instinctive desire to indulge in a hearty meal surged within him. Shaowen, you finally emerged. We were all worried about you. As he stepped into the Bayou Hot Pot restaurant, the owner, Zhong Bo, hurried over, glancing around before lowering his voice. I just saw that Benson seemed to have gone to your martial arts school. Rest assured, Zhong Bo, I am unharmed. Observing the concern etched on Zhong Bo's face, Huang Wen quickly embraced his role, shaking his head with a smile. Shaowen, if I may advise, you should refrain from pursuing the truth behind your father's demise any further. Zhong Bo led Huang Wen to a secluded corner to sit. Benson's karate dojo is backed by formidable forces, and it undoubtedly involves illicit activities. I understand. Shaowen, your martial talent is exceptional. Your father often praised you, claiming you had surpassed him and could elevate the Wing Chun school to new heights. However, no matter how skilled one may be, one must still fear bullets. Just as your father triumphed, he could not evade those who lurked in the shadows. Uncle Zhong, have you come across some news? Huang Wen's gaze intensified, sensing that Uncle Zhong's warning hinted at something significant. Otherwise, such words would not have been uttered. Sighing heavily, Uncle Zhong appeared somewhat resigned. The death of your father has stirred considerable anger among us neighbors. In the past, when we were extorted in Chinatown, it was your father who boldly stepped forward to assist us in dealing with those ruffians. Yet, regrettably, despite residing here for so long, we remain outsiders. Our network of connections pales in comparison to that of the locals. Huang Wen recalled dimly that Uncle Zhong and others had aided in handling the aftermath of Huang Hong's passing, even facilitating the inheritance process, which would have been much more protracted without their intervention, particularly as Huang Wen was preoccupied. Uncle Zhong, what exactly have you discovered? Huang Wen shook his head, fixing his gaze intently on Uncle Zhong's eyes. At the very least, I have the right to know the truth, do I not? At that moment, Huang Wen felt a glimmer of hope, wishing to learn the cause of Huang Hong's death directly from Uncle Zhong. This would enable him to fulfill his first task and bolster his resolve to avenge his original self. I knew you wouldn't give up, Wen. Uncle Zhong replied with a shake of his head. The karate dojo where your father practiced martial arts appears to be just that, a dojo. However, beneath it lies a shadowy world. The information I have is scant. I have only learned that it serves as the headquarters for an organization known as the Gulian Gang, with Benson being their seemingly obedient frontman. What does the Gulian Gang do? Huang Wen questioned, feeling somewhat disheartened by the unresponsive task interface before him. It offered no clues or guidance, as if he had not even brushed against the Gulian Gang in his endeavors. They dabble in various businesses, Uncle Zhong replied, glancing around to ensure no patrons were eavesdropping on their corner. Firearms, gambling, underground fighting, health supplements, and even sugar. They have their hands in all these pies. But we have yet to uncover why your father signed a death warrant and how he incurred the wrath of the Gulian Gang. I will get to the bottom of the underground fighting. Huang Wen recognized a familiar term and patted Uncle Zhong's shoulder, smiling. However, I won't act recklessly. You needn't worry. Uncle Zhong, don't be hasty. I've already contacted the Xing Gang. Perhaps they can assist us. Uncle Zhong lowered his voice. Although your father didn't have a particularly favorable relationship with them in the past, they might help us out of a sense of camaraderie. Huang Wen decisively shook his head, recalling the origins of the Xing Gang, a faction formed by a collective of martial arts schools that had arrived in this land even before Huang Hong, thus harboring a subtle disdain for him. Especially after Huang Hong took control of the entire Chinatown, the Xing Gang grew increasingly displeased with him. In a certain sense, Huang Hong had severed their financial lifeline. Had it not been for their repeated defeats during several sparring sessions, the narrative might have unfolded differently. However, as Zhongbo opened his mouth to speak, he noticed Huang Wen gesturing for silence. Zhongbo, I haven't eaten in days. Quickly, prepare the pot and bring me some beef and lamb tripe. Sigh. Very well. Zhongbo shook his head in resignation, igniting the hot pot and turning to present a plethora of ingredients to Huang Wen. Watching the pot gradually boil, Huang Wen felt his appetite awaken. Before long, he began to eat voraciously. It must be said that martial artists possess substantial appetites, and they are unperturbed by the heat of the food. Meanwhile, Zhongbo waited until the last table of patrons departed before switching on the television mounted above. The news reporter announced, in exclusive coverage, Tony Stark has developed a new type of missile known as the Jericho missile. The sound of the news caused Huang Wen to pause mid-bite. Who? Tony Stark? Surely I must have misheard. Instinctively, Huang Wen lifted his gaze to the television screen, where a familiar visage appeared. This is merely a casual creation of mine. I can conjure something even better, but there is no need, as it suffices. What was it called again? Chapter 5. The Perils and Excitement of the Marvel Universe. Huang Wen did not absorb the subsequent reports on the television. Yet he recognized that it was merely the usual banter from Tony Stark. I, Tony Stark, make friends regardless of their wealth, for they cannot match my fortune. I, Tony Stark, indulge in daily revelries. Yet even if I allocate just 1% of my time, whatever contraption I devise surpasses the efforts of all the world's brightest minds. There was no denying it. Tony Stark was indeed a wealthy genius with a flamboyant flair. At that moment, Huang Wen began to comprehend why his system classified into 6 tiers: ordinary, extraordinary, legendary, epic, mythical, and divine. It dawned on him that he was amidst the Marvel Universe. Although Huang Wen could not pinpoint which specific Marvel Universe it was highly likely to be the cinematic one, for he was all too familiar with Tony Stark's appearance. While the comic iteration of Shi Xuanhuan might resemble this as well, Huang Wen sincerely hoped it was solely the Marvel Cinematic Universe. At the very least, he could not claim to remember every detail, but he was fairly acquainted with the overarching plot. Unlike the chaotic comic world, which seemed a realm unfit for mortals, rife with constant retcons and an endless series of major events, Huang Wen had watched various videos explaining Marvel Comics. Yet, he humbly acknowledged that he was merely a spectator. When it came to articulating the specifics of the comics, he regrettably could not do so. Thus, Huang Wen aspires to belong to the Marvel Cinematic Universe, where, at least logically speaking, there are no significant issues, and safety is a mere illusion. Let us not dwell on the ultimate crisis, the snap of Thanos. Although half of all beings turned to dust eventually returned, time still passed. Half of humanity suddenly vanished for 5 years and then reappeared, profoundly affecting the social order. Furthermore, observing the entire Marvel Cinematic Universe necessitates looking beyond the immediate events captured on screen. This world encompasses far more than what is showcased within the frame. While the films may not depict numerous civilian casualties, often showcasing heroes rescuing innocents in the nick of time, what is the reality? The rampaging Hulk. The clash with Hulk's nemesis, Iron Man's battle against Whiplash, the threat of the extremist virus, the chaos of the ether particles. The New York battle in the first Avengers film, the street shootout while pursuing Nick Fury, and Ultron's Sokovia conflict, all suggest that if there were truly no civilian casualties, the Sokovia Accords would not exist, nor would there be any civil war. Therefore, within the Marvel films, the civilians are far from safe. Especially considering this is the land of the free, where gunfights and acts of terror are not uncommon. Presently, Huang Wen is merely an ordinary civilian. Despite possessing 34 points of energy and entering the realm of the extraordinary, he knows he cannot possibly contend with the formidable Captain America. As for the slightly less powerful Hawkeye and Black Widow, Huang Wen feels somewhat confident in close combat against Hawkeye, but once distance is established, his lack of ranged capabilities leaves him with little option but to evade. Regarding Black Widow, Huang Wen cannot say for certain. Yet he assumes she would not pose an insurmountable challenge. Even though she is proficient in various combat techniques, a master-level practitioner of Wing Chun is no trivial matter. Not to mention, Huang Wen's current prowess can be equated to that of two Ip Man. Nevertheless, even with this, he harbors no certainty of surviving in the Marvel world. Should he encounter firearms, artillery, or even human bomb threats, the extremist virus, alien laser weapons, or the rampaging Hulk, his fate would be sealed. Although Huang Wen has stepped into the extraordinary realm, he remains fundamentally human. Even Captain America requires the might of Thor's hammer to unleash a combination of skills in the final battle, let alone Huang Wen at this moment. Of course, thoughts of the ultimate showdown are far too distant. Although Huang Wen currently lacks strength, he is buoyed by the prospect of a domestic lottery for cinematic prizes. Believing firmly that he will indeed grow stronger, he must swiftly complete his tasks, at the very least to draw extraordinary skills or items that might afford him some measure of self-preservation in this perilous world. Yet, such a world is undeniably captivating, is it not? With this thought, Huang Wen made a decision in his heart, exhaling deeply to quell the excitement and fervor within him, and rose to his feet. Have you eaten your fill? Zhong Bo observed Huang Wen rising from his seat and casting a glance at the empty pot, then chuckled as he inquired, "Would you care for another helping?" "No, thank you," Huang Wen replied with a smile, shaking his head. "How much do I owe you? Do we really need to discuss money between us?" Zhong Bo retorted, giving Huang Wen a mock glare. "If you enjoy it, feel free to come every day." "Zhong Bo, if you say that, I might hesitate to return in the future." Huang Wen gestured around the nearly vacant hot pot restaurant. "Your business isn't thriving. If I eat for free, wouldn't that be a loss for you? Ensuring you're well-fed is no trouble at all," Zhong Bo insisted, shaking his head once more, only to see Huang Wen place a handful of cash on the table. "All right, Zhong Bo, I'm off now. You can keep the change for my next visit. Just deduct it from my bill, and remember not to contact them." Huang Wen swiftly exited the hot pot restaurant, leaving behind a lingering echo of his voice, referring, of course, to the Xing Gang. Those trained in martial arts certainly know how to flee swiftly. Zhong Bo chuckled, picking up the money from the table. He sighed, reflecting on the decline of business over the past year. "You speak so eloquently, yet your contribution hardly suffices." Despite his words, Zhong Bo bore no ill will. Instead, he began tidying up the table, busily attending to the modestly sized establishment that lacked even a single waiter. Unbeknownst to Huang Wen, the amount he had given was insufficient. He instinctively believed that spending over 100 yuan for a solo hot pot meal was reasonable. However, he had misjudged both his appetite and the local cost of living. 100 yuan barely covered a single meal. After leaving the hot pot restaurant, Huang Wen wandered aimlessly through Chinatown, contemplating his next steps. The extensive reach of the Gulian gang, with its myriad dealings in firearms and muscle, weighed heavily on his mind. Dealing with the enforcers was manageable, but firearms posed a significant challenge. Even with his current reflexes, dodging a bullet upon hearing the gunfire was futile. The timing and distance were crucial in such scenarios. Chapter 6. Self-positioning and groundwork. The ability to perceive bullets or to discern their trajectory upon hearing a gunshot was beyond someone of Huang Wen's limited capabilities. He remained acutely aware of his own limitations. Since realizing he had entered the Marvel Universe, Huang Wen refrained from uttering the term invincible unless he acquired superior items, skills, or characters. Thus, although the excitement and anxiety of being in the Marvel realm surged within him, Huang Wen swiftly regained his composure and clarified his role. The catastrophic events involving superheroes were distant. His immediate task was to fulfill the original host's mission, grow stronger, attain self-defense capabilities, and ultimately engage in altering the preordained narrative. Moreover, Huang Wen was acutely aware that the presence of the Ancient One existed in this world. Currently, he appeared unremarkable, betraying no signs of abnormality. However, if he did not hasten to complete his mission and fully embody Huang Wen in this realm, his true identity would inevitably be uncovered. Thus, whether from the perspective of personal safety or the obligation that came with inheriting Huang Wen's identity, it was incumbent upon him to sever the ties of fate. Seek vengeance for Huang Hong and elevate the martial arts school. He resolved to disguise himself and scout the vicinity of the karate dojo. After procuring a hat, sunglasses, and a mask from Chinatown, Huang Wen departed for Benson's karate dojo. Soon, he arrived near the dojo, observing it from a distance. The establishment was far more vibrant than his family's desolate Wing Chun school, with dozens engaged in practice inside, yet Benson was conspicuously absent. Although Benson was merely a figurehead pushed forward by the gang, he held a significant status within the dojo, which meant he would not casually emerge to teach. His cadre of karate instructors did not simply lounge idly. Huang Wen remained vigilant for an extended period, yet he still could not spot Benson, showing no inclination to abandon his watch or display impatience. To avoid arousing suspicion, he chose a nearby CAF, selecting a window seat to maintain a distant gaze toward the dojo, while many patrons merely pretended to work on their laptops without ordering anything. Huang Wen opted for a cup of coffee, as he had no other means to while away the time. He recalled a comedic segment from his past life about an African-American waiting in a CAF without ordering, only to be reported to the authorities, while a similarly idle white patron faced no repercussions. In such a free nation, instances of racial discrimination were not uncommon. To avert unnecessary trouble, Huang Wen dutifully sipped his coffee, despite finding its flavor inferior to his own instant brew. As night fell and the vibrant lights illuminated the surroundings, Huang Wen felt as though he had transcended into another realm, realizing he was no longer in his original world. Just as his thoughts began to drift, he observed the karate dojo, which had gradually emptied in the evening, once again bustling with patrons entering. Notably, these individuals were not only clad in tailored suits, but many also bore the unmistakable signs of affluence. They clearly did not come to practice karate in earnest. The shadowy underworld flashed through Huang Wen's mind. Gambling, underground fights, wellness schemes, and even illicit substances were luxuries beyond the reach of the impoverished. Yet, for some wealthy individuals, such pursuits served as thrilling diversions. Thus, the underground realm of the Corleone gang serves as an exquisite playground for the affluent. As night falls and the lights illuminate, throngs of individuals flock to this clandestine haven. In this circle, such knowledge is hardly a secret. For those with a discerning eye, it is common knowledge. This is precisely why even Mr. Zhong could glean information regarding the Corleone gang. Their notoriety in the vicinity is simply too pronounced. "Good evening, sir. We are about to close," a timid voice whispered in Huang Wen's ear. Turning, he beheld a freckled waitress, youthful in appearance, gazing at him. "Ah, my apologies. I was lost in thought and lost track of time," Huang Wen replied with an apologetic smile, rising from his seat. "Isn't this establishment open 24 hours? "Regrettably, we are not," the waitress replied, her demeanor slightly bashful. She reiterated that it was already 10:30 in the evening and they would soon be closing. "Understood." Huang Wen nodded, standing up and departing the CAF. Within a few steps, he vanished from the waitress's sight. Where did he go? A flicker of confusion crossed the waitress's eyes as she instinctively peered outside. A shiver ran down her spine, prompting her to hastily return to the CAF to tidy up. After leaving the CAF, Huang Wen entered a shadowy alley, gazing intently at the karate dojo in the distance. As dawn approached, he noted several weary and fatigued affluent individuals exiting. However, he still did not catch sight of Benson. Huang Wen shook his head, stifling a yawn before turning to leave, returning to the dojo to rest for the morning. In the afternoon, he ventured back to the CAF, resuming his watch over the dojo's activities. Upon spotting Huang Wen, the freckled waitress trembled slightly, recalling his sudden disappearance from the previous day. her eyes betraying a hint of fear. Yet after observing him discreetly for a while, curiosity began to flicker in her gaze. "Hello, my name is Peggy. May I inquire your name, sir?" she ventured, approaching Huang Wen once more as night enveloped them. Unable to restrain her curiosity any longer. "Peggy?" Huang Wen's lips twitched. Ever since being inundated with images of Peppa Pig, he found it hard to regard that name with seriousness. My apologies. I am Huang Wen. It seems it's time to close, isn't it?" He quickly regained his composure, offering an apologetic smile as he turned to leave the CAF. Huang Wen, a Chinese name? Peggy pondered, looking up only to discover that Huang Wen had once again vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, Huang Wen had once more slipped into the dark alley. Time trickled by, and soon the first light of dawn began to break. Just as he thought this evening would yield no results, he noticed Benson emerging from the direction of the dojo. A contrite smile plastered on his face as he escorted a portly gentleman, respectfully seeing him to his car. After the corpulent man departed, Benson wiped the perspiration from his brow, glanced around, and then made his way down the road. Chapter 7. Coercion and Truth. Huang Wen's eyes suddenly sparkled with anticipation. He had finally awaited his opportunity, rendering his 2-day vigil worthwhile, even sacrificing 2 nights of proper sleep. He surveyed his surroundings, confirming that the hour was still early and the street devoid of any passers-by, before stealthily advancing towards the direction from which Benson had just left. It must be noted that the vigor bestowed upon Huang Wen at the age of 34 granted him extraordinary physical prowess, not only in terms of strength and speed, but also in his remarkable control over his body, particularly as he was currently a master of Wing Chun. With a sprinting speed that surpassed world records, he raced towards Benson's retreating figure, yet even amidst the tranquility of the street, he made scarcely a sound. Before long, Huang Wen found himself trailing closely behind Benson. He cautiously looked around, realizing that they were still on a broad street, and it would be unwise to act. Just as he resolved to maintain his distance, the ahead Benson seemed to sense he was being followed and suddenly bolted forward, darting into a narrow alley after crossing a small street. Fearing to alert the prey, Huang Wen hastened after him, though his movements were far quieter than Benson's. Upon entering the alley, Huang Wen was taken aback to discover Benson standing there, waiting for him, a mocking smirk plastered on his face, his demeanor exuding contempt. "Who are you, kid? How dare you follow me? Who sent you?" Benson cracked his knuckles ominously, grinning malevolently. "Do you not realize that I am the head coach of the karate dojo?" Realizing he had entered a dead end, and that no one would come to his aid, Huang Wen replied coolly, removing his hat, sunglasses, and mask to reveal his true identity. Benson's pupils dilated in shock, his sinister grin faltering as memories of Huang Hong, who nearly claimed his life, surged back to him. A flicker of fear crossed Benson's eyes. What do you want?" he stammered, stepping back, attempting to feign calmness as he regarded Huang Wen. "Don't think that just because you've practiced a little martial arts, you're formidable. Remember how your monkey father met his end." "Indeed, I have come to ascertain the truth of his demise," Huang Wen nodded, assuming the initial stance of Wing Chun. "Will you divulge it willingly? Or shall I compel you to speak? I do not believe you possess the prowess of your monkey father." Benson, realizing his sole escape route was blocked by Huang Wen, gritted his teeth, a glint of malice in his eyes. Foregoing the traditional karate stance, he launched a direct punch aimed straight at Huang Wen's forehead. Smack! Huang Wen deftly deflected Benson's punch with a single hand, sending it careening outward. With a resounding thud, Benson was propelled away. The force of the blow, 34 points of energy, was far beyond his capacity to withstand. That singular strike left him sprawled on the ground, gasping for breath. Despite being the head instructor at the karate dojo, Benson's actual energy level was merely around 12, and that was an overestimation. Otherwise, he would not have been so intimidated by Wing Chun after his defeat to Huang Hong. The disparity between them was apparent. Thus, under the prowess of Huang Wen, a master of Wing Chun who had transcended ordinary limits, Benson found himself utterly defenseless, even though Huang had only unleashed a single punch, without exerting his full strength. "So, are you willing to speak?" Huang Wen approached Benson, crouching beside him, his gaze icy. At that moment, Benson, lying on the ground, suddenly lunged with one hand towards Huang Wen's eyes. With a sharp crack, a scream pierced the air as Huang Wen swiftly shattered Benson's finger, causing him to break out in a cold sweat, his senses heightened, the pain magnified exponentially. "If you refuse to comply, I shall break another finger." Huang Wen's eyes gleamed with a chilling light. "Would you care to test that?" With that, he exerted force again, and with another crack, yet another of Benson's fingers met the same fate. Benson's cries filled the air, his eyes reflecting agony and a hint of grievance, as if pleading for mercy, lamenting his compliance, yet still facing such brutal retribution. "Apologies, it's a matter of habit," Huang Wen remarked, his expression unchanging, merely observing Benson with a detached demeanor. "Now, will you disclose the cause of his demise?" Benson, gritting his teeth against the pain, nodded vigorously, hastily organizing his thoughts. He was keenly aware that any delay could result in further injury. It appears that the Jaren gang recently clashed with the Gab gang over the sugar trade, each encroaching upon the other's territory, which led to heightened tensions. The Jaren gang initiated the conflict but refrained from direct confrontation, opting instead to employ assassins to eliminate 2 mid-level members of the Gab gang. Their aim was not to escalate into full-blown warfare, but to vent some frustration. However, as the assassins were collecting the bodies, they noticed a figure passing nearby. It was Huang Hong. Rather than pursuing him, the assassins entertained the idea of extorting more from the Jaren gang, proposing to eliminate Huang Hong for a fee. Yet, the Jaren gang was not one to be trifled with. They promptly executed the assassins upon learning of Huang Hong's appearance, thus preventing any further attempts at extortion, which could have jeopardized their standing. This way, apart from Huang Hong, no outsiders would be privy to the Jaren gang's previous assassination attempt on the Gab gang. However, the sudden demise of 2 mid-level members of the Gab group naturally aroused suspicion towards the Gorin group, with whom they had recently clashed. Although they lacked concrete evidence, this did not prevent them from utilizing the situation as leverage in negotiations. Thus, the narrative unfolded. The Gorin group allegedly hired assassins to eliminate the mid-level members of the Gab group, only to subsequently dispose of the killers without incurring any costs. The Gab group, having lost 2 of its mid-level members, regardless of whether the Gorin group was to blame, chose to leverage this tragedy in negotiations. As both factions were keen to avoid an outright confrontation, Huang Hong found himself an unwitting bystander, unintentionally caught in the crossfire between the 2 factions. Such occurrences are not uncommon in America. Periodically, individuals who are entirely uninformed may find themselves targeted by a gang they have never even heard of, often facing dire consequences. Chapter 8. The Tailcoat of the Elite and the Mutants. During negotiations with the Gab group, the Gorin group dispatched Benson to provoke Huang Hong, intentionally goading him into signing a death contract. However, the Gorin group did not anticipate that Benson would prove utterly no match for Huang Hong. Moreover, a considerable audience was present to witness the event, preventing the Gorin group from taking action directly in the arena. Consequently, after Huang Hong exited the karate dojo, the Gorin group orchestrated an ambush, shooting him down. This incident attracted significant police attention due to numerous complaints from residents in Chinatown demanding swift resolution. In response, the police assigned a sheriff to handle the case, who happened to be the same man Benson had just sent away. After some negotiation, the sheriff was prepared to aid the Gorin group in resolving the matter, with the understanding that they would simply need to provide a scapegoat. In fact, the Gorin group had already contemplated designating Huang Wen as the scapegoat, planning to eliminate him discreetly and alter his appearance to create the illusion that he had been killed in a police shootout. However, it was unfortunate for them that Huang Wen had become aware of their schemes. Ding. Task 1. Determine the cause of the original host's father's death. Completed. Reward: 1 extraordinary item lottery draw. At last, Huang Wen heard the system's prompt, albeit only this single notification. With a thought, he summoned the system, revealing its interface before him. Current tasks: 02. Incomplete. 1. Avenge the original host. Reward: 1 extraordinary skill lottery draw. 2. Promote the martial arts school. Reward: 1 extraordinary character lottery draw. Completed. Task 11. Reward: 1 extraordinary item lottery draw. Would you like to draw? Draw. Huang Wen glanced at Benson, who was trembling in anticipation of his fate. With a single thought, a flash of light illuminated the scene. Ding. Congratulations. You have obtained an extraordinary item. Tailcoat. Optimized version derived from the film The Amazing Tailcoat. Wait a moment. The moment Huang Wen beheld the tailcoat, he was momentarily taken aback. Hey, system, isn't this marvelous tailcoat from an American blockbuster? How has it suddenly become a domestic creation? Isn't that infringement? Unfortunately, the system offered no response to Huang Wen's musings. Regardless of his attention, the tailcoat remained steadfast, neither disputing nor clamoring for attention. Of course, This tailcoat was not merely an article of clothing. It comprised a complete ensemble, including trousers, shoes, a bow tie, and even a watch. Noticing the system's disinclination to respond, a vague suspicion began to stir within Huang Wen. Could it be that this domestic film lottery also encompassed Sino-American collaborations? Would he then be able to witness numerous films featuring Dragon Uncle? Huang Wen himself was uncertain where the boundaries of such collaborations lay. Did the protagonist have to be of Chinese descent? Or was it sufficient for any Chinese individual to be involved? However, this was not the moment for such inquiries. Gazing at the tailcoat before him, he was unaware of whether winning this tailcoat in the lottery was fortuitous or unfortunate. Yet, he understood that this tailcoat possessed bulletproof capabilities, which was of great significance to him. As for other abilities, such as controlling the host's body to launch attacks, it bore a resemblance to the assistance Friday provided to Iron Man in battling Captain America during the Civil War, automatically opting for combat techniques. Nevertheless, Huang Wen was, after all, a master of Wing Chun, and the tailcoat's combat capabilities held limited value for him. The prompt to extract the tailcoat indicated that it could be stored within the system when not in use. Huang Wen nodded at this convenience, realizing he could don or doff it at will, rivaling Iron Man's one-click transformation. He chose to extract it. In the next moment, he found himself clad in a dapper tailcoat, standing in the shadows. It turned out to possess so many functionalities. As Huang Wen absorbed the information relayed by the watch, he recognized that this tailcoat, aside from being unable to generate firearms or ammunition and lacking the ability to allow flight, could be considered a lightweight battle armor. It not only offered bulletproof protection but also enabled him to walk on water, scale walls, become invisible, scan his surroundings, and even manipulate surveillance cameras. All of this could be accomplished simply by communicating through his consciousness with the watch in his hand. Notably, the bow tie had a feature akin to a voice modulator, capable of mimicking countless sounds. It certainly exuded an air of sophistication. Huang Wen felt a sense of satisfaction with the well-fitted tailcoat, a faint smile gracing his face. You. Benson, who had been awaiting Huang Wen's judgment, suddenly narrowed his eyes in disbelief, staring at Huang Wen. Are you a mutant? A mutant? Huang Wen was taken aback. Wait a moment. Does this world actually have mutants? What happened to the Marvel movies? How had so many formidable individuals and crises emerged all at once? Moreover, with the existence of the X-Men, wouldn't this world's timeline be on the verge of unraveling? Though the X-Men have yet to grace the screens of the Avengers, one cannot dismiss their affiliation with the Marvel Cinematic Universe. It would be more accurate to say they do not belong to Marvel Studios. Soon, Huang Wen regained his composure, thinking it hardly mattered. After all, the Marvel realm is already chaotic enough. The addition of the X-Men hardly poses a significant issue. Perhaps one might even witness Wolverine's adamantium claws scratching Captain America's shield. You monstrous being, do not approach. At this moment, Benson began to comprehend why he was no match for Huang Wen. It turns out this creature was a mutant. Do not be alarmed. Tell me, how much do you know about mutants? Huang Wen seized a sheep, intent on extracting every last fiber of wool. If you can articulate your knowledge, I might spare you. I know nothing, Benson replied, shaking his head anxiously. How could I possibly understand such monstrous beings? Are people afraid of mutants? Huang Wen pondered, rephrasing his inquiry. Naturally. Everyone fears these creatures. Benson gritted his teeth and whispered, everyone wishes to eradicate mutants. Then I still cannot discern which timeline this is. Huang Wen shrugged in exasperation. However, with the existence of the bald sorcerer, at least the possibility of altering the future is eliminated. Events of the past cannot reshape what is to come. What are you talking about? Benson paused, looking at Huang Wen with confusion. With a sudden snap, before Benson could finish his sentence, he felt a sharp pain in his neck and lost his life instantly. What to do? Huang Wen mused, gazing at the lifeless body before him. If I simply leave the corpse here, it will be discovered in no time. Chapter 9. The Potent Tailcoat. After careful contemplation, Huang Wen resolved to test the capabilities of his tailcoat. He first issued commands to modify the nearby surveillance cameras, erasing all evidence of his presence on the streets, and subsequently fabricated a false narrative. In no time, the few cameras that had captured Huang Wen were altered, creating the illusion that he had never left Chinatown, nor approached the karate dojo. As for Benson, after departing from the dojo, he did not veer into an alley but continued onward. From the sleeves of the tailcoat, a lengthy fabric emerged. Although Huang Wen was perplexed by the tailcoat's mechanics, which seemed to defy the laws of conservation of mass. A length of cloth sufficient to envelop Benson indeed materialized in his hands. Most importantly, once Huang Wen wrapped Benson in this cloth, he became virtually invisible, leaving no trace behind. Of course, this was merely visual invisibility, not true concealment. Subsequently, Huang Wen's tailcoat activated its stealth mode, the collar rising to envelop his head, yet Huang Wen could still perceive the world outside. It appeared to be remarkably effective. Huang Wen nodded in satisfaction, relieved that he did not possess any peculiar fetishes. Otherwise, this tailcoat could have been employed for extraordinary purposes. By merely owning this tailcoat, I find myself akin to certain mutants endowed with strange abilities. Reflecting on my capabilities, I realized I could withstand bullets, traverse water, scale walls, and even cloak myself in invisibility. Coupled with my inherent strength, it seemed the time had come to confront the Gorin gang. I surmised that avenging Huang Hong would entail more than simply eliminating the gunman. It would likely require the eradication of the gang's higher echelons. With this thought in mind, Huang Wen bent down, hoisted Benson's lifeless form onto his shoulder, and departed the alleyway, making his way into the bustling streets. Although people were beginning to populate the thoroughfare, none could perceive Huang Wen, let alone the corpse of Benson that he carried. Despite Benson's imposing height of nearly 6 feet and weight exceeding 200 pounds, it posed no burden to Huang Wen. Before long, he arrived at the banks of the East River, where the area was deserted. Effortlessly, he placed Benson's body into the water and withdrew the invisible cloth, watching as the current whisked it away. Huang Wen nodded in satisfaction. A question crossed his mind. Why did he feel no discomfort after taking a life? Was it the absence of gruesome sights and bloodshed, or had he merely acclimatized to the brutality and violence? Lacking an answer, he silently turned and returned to the Wing Chun martial arts school. Regrettably, the business at the school was dismal. Despite the presence of numerous fitness equipment, not a single student had enrolled, nor had anyone even come to take a look. This dire situation was precisely why Huang Hong had been so eager to implement changes. Although he had a considerable savings due to his lifestyle, sufficient to ensure that he and Huang Wen would want for nothing, Huang Hong detested living off his reserves. Alas, as Huang Wen stored away the tailcoat and surveyed the desolate studio, he began to contemplate how to elevate the school's status. Relying solely on fitness memberships would undoubtedly be inadequate. Not to mention the plethora of gyms in America, including home and street fitness options, the location of Chinatown, while decent, adjacent to Wall Street, Broadway, and the city government, offered little incentive for others to travel long distances to a seemingly informal gym. Furthermore, with the waning popularity of traditional martial arts in favor of mixed martial arts and free fighting, the mere practice of kung fu no longer satisfied the appetites of the American populace. Perhaps stoking the flames of interest could be the solution. A glimmer of contemplation flickered in Huang Wen's eyes as he formulated an informal plan in his mind before retiring upstairs to rest. At noon, Huang Wen once again visited Zhongbo's hot pot restaurant for a meal. Despite having only slept for 4 hours, the adeptly time-managed Huang Wen appeared remarkably energetic. After all, he was a man who transcended the limits of human endurance. "Xiaowen, you seem quite spirited today," Zhongbo remarked, as the Bayou hot pot establishment continued to experience a lack of business. Fortunately, both Zhongbo and Huang Hong had the foresight to purchase the property for their restaurant long ago. "The business here is still rather lackluster, isn't it?" Huang Wen said, settling into a seat towards the back, glancing at Zhongbo with a smile. "It seems I must come here more often to support your business." "Huh. As if your family's martial arts school is thriving," Zhongbo retorted, rolling his eyes. "At least I manage to open my doors every day. How long has it been since anyone walked into your place?" With that, he ignited the hot pot and shot Huang Wen a pointed look. "By the way, you seem to be in good spirits today. Something on the horizon?" Huang Wen glanced around to ensure no one was entering the restaurant before lowering his voice. "That matter with Ben's son has been resolved. I also discovered the cause of my father's death." When Huang Wen mentioned Huang Hong, he still felt a twinge of discomfort. Yet Zhongbo harbored no suspicions, interpreting Huang Wen's hesitation as merely a response to Huang Hong's absence. "What do you mean by resolve?" Zhongbo inquired, casting a wary glance at Huang Wen before hastening to close the restaurant door. He looked at Huang Wen with concern. "You weren't discovered, were you?" "Not at all," Huang Wen replied confidently, shaking his head. "I not only altered the surveillance cameras, but also remained completely incognito. No one could possibly have noticed me. Rest assured, Zhongbo, no one will discover my presence. Not even that I had left Chinatown. Zhongbo paused for a moment, then nodded. As long as you were certain. Was it truly the work of the Galleon gang? Indeed, it was them, Huang Wen confirmed with a sigh, then recounted the events that led to Huang Hong's entanglement with the Galleon gang. What an undeserved calamity, Zhongbo exclaimed, exhaling heavily, his expression one of resignation. These past 2 years have been somewhat better, but when we first arrived in Chinatown, we frequently faced ostracism and were inexplicably drawn into the conflicts of minor gangs. I hear the domestic environment is improving now. I plan to send Zhongchang back to China after he graduates to take a look. As one ages, one yearns to return to one's roots. Return to one's roots, Huang Wen mused, a flicker of curiosity in his eyes as he contemplated the mysterious land of Huaxia within this Marvel universe. Chapter 10. Brotherhood inside the hot pot restaurant. Silence enveloped the space for a moment until Zhongbo shook his head with a smile. All right, enough of that. Zhongchang still has about 2 years until he graduates. Indeed, that is still quite some time away, Huang Wen agreed with a grin. I remember Xiao Chong mentioning that he wanted to practice martial arts. How about this? Zhongbo, I could take him to train at my martial arts school, and as long as I have food, he will too. What do you think? Are you serious? With your family's meager savings, it would be a miracle if you could afford to get married and have children. Zhongbo waved his hand dismissively. Besides, he would be better off staying here with me. How can it be the same? Huang Wen pondered, seemingly struck by a thought. Uncle Zhong, after all, you are in the catering industry, while my domain belongs to cultural and sports sectors. I recall that Xiao Chong studied publicity management, didn't he? Wouldn't that be perfectly suitable for him at my place? When it's time for his internship, he can come to me, and I can provide him with a certificate. Surely, publicity management can encompass promoting my own hot pot restaurant, right? Uncle Zhong shot Huang Wen an irritated glance. Come on. Is there something you need from our Zhongchang? If so, I'll call him over to assist you. Hee. There are indeed some promotional matters I need to discuss with Xiao Chong, Huang Wen said, scratching his head awkwardly. The old fox was sharp. He hadn't anticipated that his little scheme would be so easily seen through by Uncle Zhong. I knew it. All right. Later I'll give Zhongchang a call to inform him. But don't expect him to perform exceptionally. Uncle Zhong nodded, having already prepared for the worst. Zhongchang lacks experience, so consider this an opportunity for him to practice at your place. Rest assured, Uncle Zhong, I am fully aware of that. Huang Wen quickly replied with a smile. Thank you, Uncle Zhong. When Xiao Chong returns, I'll treat him to a meal, and you too. What meal could possibly surpass the delights of my hot pot restaurant? Uncle Zhong shot Huang Wen another glare, though his expression softened soon after. Xiao Wen, how do you plan to deal with the Gulian gang? Naturally, anyone connected to my father's demise cannot be spared. A glint of murderous intent flashed in Huang Wen's eyes, influenced by the original Huang Wen's sentiments. This was precisely what he had intended to achieve. In the original plan, once he identified his father's murderer, he would exact revenge, even at the cost of his own life. However, this vengeance now had to be fulfilled by the newly transformed Huang Wen. Uncle Zhong was taken aback by the ferocity in Huang Wen's gaze, his heart racing as he took a moment to regain his composure. He shook his head helplessly, saying, You martial artists are more decisive in crises than us ordinary folks. He recalled Huang Hong mentioning that in ancient times, martial practitioners honed their lethal skills for survival, training for decades to master their craft. It appears he didn't deceive me after all. Your Wing Chun looks unassuming, yet when unleashed, it is truly fearsome. My apologies, Uncle Zhong, Huang Wen said, feeling a bit embarrassed as he scratched his head. But rest assured, I will not leave any traces. Here is the plan. Don't inform Xiao Chong just yet. Wait until I handle the Gulian gang situation, then reach out to him. How does that sound? Uncle Zhong hesitated. He understood the potential repercussions of this approach. Yet if Huang Wen truly found himself in danger, it would inevitably involve his son, placing him in peril as well. Xiao Wen, you must remember. You are the sole heir of the Huang family, and the family martial arts legacy cannot be lost. Uncle Zhong patted Huang Wen's shoulder. So, please, do not act impulsively. You must ensure you have complete confidence before taking action. Zhongbo refrained from urging Huang Wen to relinquish his hatred and avoid a confrontation with the gang. For he understood that Huang Wen was resolute in seeking vengeance against the Gulian gang. From the glimmer in Huang Wen's eyes, Zhongbo could discern his unwavering determination. Thus, Zhongbo's heart was a tapestry of concern and solace. His concern stemmed from the fear that Huang Wen might be discovered or, worse yet, perish in his quest for retribution. Conversely, He felt a sense of relief knowing that Huang Hong's vengeance had a glimmer of hope, bolstered by the presence of such a spirited son. Rest assured, Zhongbo, I am fully aware. Huang Wen confidently nodded and, with a smile, added, come now. Let us enjoy a meal together. The pot has been boiling for quite some time, and this one's on me. On you say? You haven't even paid for the last meal. Zhongbo chuckled to lighten the mood. I've been keeping track of the expenses. When you return from avenging your father, I shall tally it all up. Agreed. Once I succeed, Zhongbo, I'll ensure you receive your due from Xiaochang's salary. Huang Wen playfully patted his chest. What do you think? Am I a generous boss? Even during the internship, one still receives a stipend. Huh. In the old days, apprentices had their meals and lodging covered. How could one work without compensation? Zhongbo shot Huang Wen a teasing glare and said with a grin, now, let us eat to our heart's content. Today, I shall keep the doors closed and let you conduct your own business. The meal lasted a full hour, after which Zhongbo finally opened the door of the hot pot restaurant to bid farewell to Huang Wen. He refrained from offering further advice. Huang Wen was already aware of what Zhongbo wished to convey. Gently patting Huang Wen on the shoulder, he watched him depart. Turning back, Zhongbo returned to the restaurant and dialed a number. Beep, beep, beep. Hello? Dad, what's the matter? I'll be back this weekend. A youthful voice emerged, prompting a smile of relief and joy to grace Zhongbo's lips. Today is Thursday. Try to return by tomorrow evening. Zhongbo glanced at the calendar. Dad misses you. And how is your brother Wen? What is wrong with Wen? Zhongchang asked, momentarily taken aback. Hasn't he left the martial arts school yet? He can't stay there indefinitely, Dad. Perhaps you should consider finding a psychologist for him to help him through this. Your brother Wen has discovered the identity of the one who killed your Uncle Hong. Zhongbo sighed. He had not attempted to dissuade him, nor did he possess any justification to do so. So, come back early and see if you can meet your brother Wen. Dad, Wen is quite capable. He'll be fine. Zhongchang quickly reassured him. You know, back in high school, all those football and basketball teams were defeated by one. He'll surely be all right. In that case, Dad, I'll request a leave and head back immediately. If all goes well, I should return to Chinatown by tomorrow morning. Very well. Do come back promptly. Zhongbo nodded. Your brother Wen likely won't act hastily. At this moment, Huang Wen, the subject of Zhongbo and Zhongchang's discussion, had returned to his family's martial arts school and promptly shut the door, knowing that no students were expected that day. It made little difference whether the door was closed or open. Huang Wen sat in the center of the martial arts hall, focusing on calming his mind and spirit. It may not be as mystical as it sounds. He was merely relaxing his thoughts while also attuning himself to the power of the hidden force he had recently encountered. In the past few days, Huang Wen had experienced this concealed strength in the shadowy alleys. Though termed a hidden energy, it was simply an additional force within his body. In truth, this force was not as potent as Huang Wen's physical prowess, even if a small amount of energy equated to 10 points of vitality. He currently possessed 34 points of energy. Thus, the strength of this hidden force amounted to less than 1/3 of his overall power. Moreover, this hidden energy could not be projected outward. It could only be utilized within his own force, presenting considerable limitations. Nevertheless, Huang Wen was eager to thoroughly explore this hidden power, for he was well versed in novels where hidden energy, transformative energy, and formidable energy could be progressively enhanced. Even without the element of chance, mastering these concepts would afford him a preliminary means of self-defense in this realm. However, cultivating this hidden energy was no trivial matter. Even with Yi Wen's exceptional aptitude, it took a lifetime of dedication, coupled with systematic refinement, to condense even a modicum of this hidden force. Although Huang Wen's physical capabilities far exceeded those of Yi Wen, his understanding of martial arts and kung fu was not significantly more advanced. Additionally, Huang Wen had only recently begun mastering Wing Chun. Despite possessing the combined experiences of both himself and Yi Wen, advancing further on his own remained a daunting challenge. That evening, he intended to investigate a gang that seemed to be called the Golian Gang. With his eyes now open, he contemplated his approach. Utilizing his invisibility ability, he planned to infiltrate the underground world of the Golian Gang and strike at the opportune moment. If key figures of the gang were present, he would take decisive action to eliminate them, ensuring that their awareness of Benson's disappearance did not lead to heightened vigilance. Having made his decision, Huang Wen rose and began to warm up beside the wooden dummy. Although he might not be able to match Captain America in direct combat, he was still capable of training vigorously for an entire day, especially when his opponent was merely a wooden dummy. As night fell, Chinatown shimmered with vibrant lights, creating a lively atmosphere as visitors began to arrive. The various signs in Chinatown, including that of Huang Wen's Wing Chun martial arts hall, twinkled with an array of illuminations, brightening the entire area. It was time to set forth. Standing within the martial arts hall, Huang Wen opened his eyes, and with a mere thought, he donned a tailcoat. Making his way to the second floor, he had no intention of exiting through the front door, as there were passers-by outside, and being seen would be undesirable. Upon reaching a room on the second floor, he activated his invisibility mode, opened the window, and grasped the wall with his fingers. The suction from the tailcoat granted him the ability to scale walls with ease. Huang Wen pressed himself against the wall, skillfully closed the window behind him, leaving only a narrow gap for his return. Then Huang Wen urged his subordinates to exert themselves, and within moments, he ascended to the rooftop, surveying the entirety of Chinatown. What could be the underlying principle? Huang Wen pondered as he gazed at his fingers, scratching his head in bewilderment. It was perplexing, for there were no tails of a tuxedo on his palms, yet the tuxedo endowed his hands with remarkable adhesive power, much like that of Spider-Man. However, Spider-Man relied on his own abilities. Even clad in his attire, he could cling to walls, whereas Huang Wen depended on the technology within his garments. Without the clothing, could he still adhere to walls? How odd that sounded. The impoverished rely on mutation, while the affluent depend on technology. Does this place me in the realm of the wealthy? Huang Wen mused quietly, then turned his gaze toward the karate dojo, sprinting across the rooftop. In this way, I resemble Uncle Long's parkour style, though I am considerably swifter. A fleeting thought crossed Huang Wen's mind, and soon he arrived at the entrance of the dojo. At that moment, the karate dojo was bustling, with individuals entering one after another, yet their attire paled in comparison to Huang Wen's tuxedo, lacking the elegance of high society. Naturally, they could not see Huang Wen, nor could they perceive the tuxedo he wore. Meanwhile, in a nearby CAF, Paige surveyed the establishment with curiosity. The enigmatic Chinese man she had inquired about had vanished after she asked for his name, leaving her with a sense of regret. She still wished to learn if he possessed the skill of drywalling. Huang Wen blended into the throng as he entered the karate dojo, which bore little distinction from his own martial arts school, save for the absence of fitness equipment and wooden dummies. The dojo was divided into small rooms, allowing glimpses of the training within, while the reception area occupied the center upon entry. However, the small rooms were devoid of occupants, and a line of receptionists beamed at the affluent patrons entering, all of whom were their esteemed clientele. Subsequently, under the guidance of the receptionists, the wealthy individuals passed through a door, with Huang Wen trailing behind. After navigating a flight of stairs, Huang Wen was taken aback by the spectacle before him. To be candid, Huang Wen had previously envisioned what the underground world might resemble, having visited it in his past life. It was, in essence, a vast basement featuring a grand arena at its center, surrounded by an audience. Yet this place was entirely different. It resembled the opulence of the Royal Hotel in Macau, complete with an array of gambling options, as affluent patrons navigated toward their preferred games. Venturing further inward, he encountered another layer of this world, a venue for underground fighting. Expansive in size and reminiscent of the Roman Colosseum, where spectators eagerly observed the battles below, their fervor palpable. The arena bore the stains of blood, and the organizers showed no inclination to clean it, ensuring that these wealthy individuals experienced the raw intensity of madness. Huang Wen observed the fierce battle unfolding in the arena, shaking his head in disbelief. Two towering men, approximately 2 meters tall, were engaged in a frenzied exchange of blows, teeth flying and blood splattering everywhere. Yet neither combatant showed any signs of relenting. In such a gladiatorial contest, only one would emerge alive, the victor. Without lingering, Huang Wen pressed on, descending to the next level, which transformed into a series of small rooms echoing with the wild cries of men and women, as if they were intoxicated. He did not pause, for this was merely a venue for the Jaren gang's operations. The true upper echelons of the gang were yet to be seen. Chapter 12. Assassinating the Jaren gang as High Command. Is there no further path ahead? Huang Wen surveyed the small rooms around him, realizing that the end of the corridor was merely a door with no other routes in sight. Just then, the door at the corridor's end suddenly swung open, and two individuals emerged. From a distance, Huang Wen discerned that the interior remained brightly lit, indicating that there was indeed another level beyond, accessible only by card. Huang Wen sidled aside, utilizing the invisibility feature of his tailcoat, which rendered him undetectable not only to the naked eye, but also to thermal sensors. However, a crucial limitation of invisibility lay in the fact that one's physical form still existed. Huang Wen was neither air nor a being of another dimension. Naturally, he also had to contend with the sound of footsteps, yet as a martial practitioner, he possessed the skill to control his movements adeptly. He stealthily approached the door, extending his arm to scan the tailcoat against the screen beside the lock. Instantly, the screen displayed the words "Unlock Successful" in bold letters. Such rudimentary locking technology was trivial for the capabilities of his tailcoat. Stepping into the next level felt akin to entering an office building, surrounded by individuals engrossed in their tasks, seemingly calculating the Jiren Gang's earnings for the month and assessing each member's performance, including any instances of tardiness or early departures. Remarkably, the management style of the Jiren Gang bore a striking resemblance to capitalism. Though Huang Wen pondered how attendance was monitored, whether tardiness resulted in penalties, or if members were classified as full-time or part-time. Unfazed, Huang Wen navigated through the office area, where only a handful of individuals were present, none appearing to hold significant status. However, he faintly discerned a subtle sound emanating from the direction of the conference room. Moving closer, he found the conference room door firmly shut, and even with his extraordinary hearing, he could barely make out snippets of conversation regarding Benson's whereabouts and whether the deputy sheriff Fu had resolved the previous issue, along with who had been dispatched to address any lingering threats. Deputy Sheriff Fu? That must be the officer Benson referred to, the one who sheltered them, Huang Wen mused, a cold smile creeping across his lips. How fortuitous that they even mentioned me. It seemed clear that this was indeed the Jiren Gang's upper echelon. Given their awareness of Benson's disappearance, an investigation would surely ensue. If they were alerted prematurely, it could prove disastrous. Thus, it was time to act. Having made a decision, Huang Wen boldly opened the conference room door, deactivating the tuxedo's stealth mode, and entered with an air of confidence, locking the door behind him. Fortunately, the room had not been locked prior. Otherwise, Huang Wen would have been forced to kick it open. Who are you? We did not summon you. What brings you here? The leader of the Korean gang, seated at the head of the table, paused in surprise upon seeing Huang Wen enter amidst his subordinates' quarrels. When did our Korean gang come to host such an unruly intruder? Are all the higher-ups of the Korean gang present today? Huang Wen scanned the room, noting the presence of a dozen individuals. As it was a meeting, no enforcers were present, save for a seemingly unimposing man standing behind Korean, likely a personal bodyguard. You are not one of us, Korean remarked, eyeing Huang Wen with a mix of surprise and amusement. You possess quite the audacity to invade our territory. Yes, the higher-ups of the Korean gang are indeed here. Now, do enlighten us. Who sent you, and what is your objective? My target, naturally, is everyone present, Huang Wen replied with a grin. Today, none of you shall escape. Arrogance. The members of the Korean gang raised their firearms in unison. The ominous muzzles aimed squarely at Huang Wen, their faces twisted into menacing smiles. You truly do not understand the gravity of your situation. However, since you seek your demise, do not blame us. Wait, a man interjected, narrowing his eyes as he scrutinized Huang Wen. Aren't you the son of that Chinese man whom Benson failed to dispose of? I never anticipated you would find your way here. So it is you, the one seeking to investigate the murderer. Korean's lips curled into a mocking smirk. What a coincidence. We were just contemplating how to eliminate you and frame you as the perpetrator of your father's murder. Little did we know you would deliver yourself to us. Your skills in dismantling are hardly impressive. If they were, your father would not have perished by our gunfire. You seek vengeance, do you? A man with a scarred face rose, grinning maliciously as he approached Huang Wen, his gun trained on him. He was utterly convinced that Huang Wen would not dare to move at this moment. I was the one who shot your father, and it is precisely for that reason that I occupy this position. In truth, your family has been my good fortune. Then came a sudden sound, not a gunshot, but the resounding impact as Huang Wen unleashed a punch, striking the scarred man's chest with unrestrained force. The blow deformed his ribcage, shattered ribs piercing his lung and heart, causing a deluge of blood to spill across the table as he was sent crashing against the wall. Open fire. Take cover. Korean, who had not been struck by the scarred man, glanced at the lifeless form, his pupils contracting in shock, instinctively shouting. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, gunfire erupted continuously. Yet Huang Wen displayed no intention of retreating or evading. After issuing his command, The collar of his tailcoat flipped up, deflecting all the bullets aimed at him. At that moment, the tailcoat resembled a lightweight armor, surpassing even the protective capabilities of standard light armor in terms of ballistic defense. With a resounding thud, Huang Wen delivered a powerful punch, instantly killing a high-ranking member of the Golem gang, and without losing momentum, he pressed forward. Soon, the gang's handgun ammunition was exhausted. Although they carried firearms, they were ill-equipped for a confrontation, having come merely for a meeting. The remaining Golem leaders discarded their handguns and hurried to Golin's side, their faces etched with terror as they gazed at Huang Wen. What manner of technology is this? Golin wondered, his eyes fixated on Huang Wen's revitalized tailcoat. How could a mere piece of clothing possess such formidable power? He could not comprehend how such an extraordinary garment had come into the possession of a Chinese individual from Chinatown, believing it to be a high-tech safeguard reserved for the affluent elite. Moreover, why had he never encountered knowledge of its existence before? Chapter 13, Encounter with a Mutant. Huang Wen observed the mangled corpse before him, a grimace flickering across his features as he felt a twinge of unease. However, he quickly averted his gaze, suppressing the disquiet within. This indirectly answered the question he had pondered previously. Why did he feel no discomfort after killing Benson? The manner of Benson's demise had not been nearly as grotesque. Benson is missing. You did this? Golin, recalling something, inhaled deeply, regaining his composure, a newfound calm enveloping him. He had not anticipated Huang Wen possessing such advanced technology. Yet, it was merely ballistic protection. Not just ballistic protection, it must also augment his strength. A man behind Golin noted, shielding him. A normal person could not deliver such a devastating blow. The garment undoubtedly enhanced his power. Huang Wen furrowed his brow, sensing no immediate threat from the man who had emerged, yet inexplicably feeling a sense of unease regarding him. Xiangshi, can you handle him? Golin scrutinized Huang Wen before directing his gaze at Xiangshi. Absolutely, don't worry, boss. He is nothing more than an ordinary person equipped with a touch of advanced technology. Xiangshi's face radiated confidence. Defensive capabilities? Mere child's play. As Xiangshi's words concluded, his arms became enveloped in a rocky substance, particularly his fists, which swelled into massive stone-like appendages, each the size of Huang Wen's head. With a resounding rip, Xiangshi's clothing shattered, and Huang Wen's pupils constricted as he beheld Xiangshi's chest muscles morphing into solid stone, with hardened formations appearing in his groin and throat as well. Little Xiangshi? A mutant? A fleeting thought crossed Huang Wen's mind. He had not anticipated that merely a day after learning about mutants, he would encounter one he had never heard of before, whose arm bore a striking resemblance to that of a small golem. Moreover, judging by the level of control the golem exhibited over its own abilities, it was evident that its awakening had occurred quite some time ago. Otherwise, such mastery would be unattainable. Fortunately, the golem's head showed no signs of petrification, perhaps due to the genetic incompleteness that rendered its spine incapable of supporting such a heavy cranium, thus preventing its head from becoming stone. Yet, this remained but a conjecture on Huang Wen's part. Despite the golem appearing formidable, it was merely a diluted version of a stone creature, and Huang Wen was not without the capacity to engage in combat. With a swift whoosh, the golem's fist came crashing toward him, the sound of its passage sharpening Huang Wen's focus. Instead of meeting the blow with his own fist, Huang Wen opted to counter with an elbow strike. The impact resounded as the golem's body quivered, its fist recoiling. Yet Huang Wen felt an immense force that propelled him backward. Just as he was about to collide with the wall behind him, he planted his feet against it and propelled himself away, dissipating the force. The wall bore 2 imprints of his shoes, and Huang Wen landed on the ground, feeling a slight ache in his elbow, though it was inconsequential, for his accelerated recovery was already at work. Your attire is quite impressive, the golem remarked, observing Huang Wen's unscathed tailcoat, furrowing its brow. Typically, a person struck by my punch would at least be sent crashing through the wall. Huang Wen recognized the truth in the golem's words. Moments prior, his tailcoat had activated a partial bulletproof mode, absorbing some of the impact. Nevertheless, he had still been thrown back. I cannot engage in a direct confrontation. I must seek an opportunity to target its vulnerabilities. A thought flickered in Huang Wen's mind. His speed was not particularly rapid, certainly slower than mine, making it manageable. With a swift motion, the golem launched another punch. Huang Wen pushed off the ground, feeling the rush of wind from the golem's blows slicing past his ears. In the next instant, he had maneuvered beside the golem, delivering a powerful strike to its abdomen. This blow infused with every ounce of his strength. The sound of the impact echoed as the golem was sent hurtling away, crashing heavily to the ground. However, despite Huang Wen's ability to strike down an ordinary person with ease, the enhanced force of his blow was not sufficient to incapacitate the golem, let alone deliver a fatal blow. Even with its abdomen unprotected by stone, the mutant's physique far surpassed that of an average human, coupled with the golem's inherent mutant abilities. Its defenses remained formidable even in its non-petrified state. Golem. Brother Lien observed the golem with concern, though not out of deep affection. Rather, if the golem were to perish, none of them would stand a chance of surviving Huang Wen's wrath. Rest assured, boss. The stone-fisted fighter rose from the ground, brushing off his aching abdomen, and cast a cold glare at Huang Wen. You have thoroughly provoked me, he roared as he charged towards Huang Wen, employing the techniques of karate. After all, this was indeed a karate dojo, and as the foremost fighter of the Goryeo gang, a melee mutant, it was only natural for him to learn combat skills to enhance his prowess. However, despite his immense strength, his speed left much to be desired. The petrification ability granted him formidable power, but also imparted a degree of rigidity, with his heavy form and unyielding stone-like arms significantly hindering his agility. With a resounding thud, his fist struck nothing but air, for Huang Wen had already maneuvered into his center line, delivering an upward palm strike to the fighter's chin that left his own hand slightly numb from the impact. Another thump echoed as Huang Wen landed an elbow strike to the fighter's abdomen, yet the effect was minimal. In fact, Huang Wen's relentless attacks only served to further infuriate the stone-fisted fighter. He could distinctly sense that, as the fighter's rage intensified, other parts of his body began to subtly encase themselves in a layer of stony substance, akin to a thin skin that provided enhanced protection. What a monstrous mutant! Huang Wen felt a sense of helplessness. It was utterly unfair. With an already formidable defense, now it had become even more resilient. Was this not a cruel predicament? Nevertheless, the sole piece of good news for Huang Wen was that, as the layer of stone skin became more pronounced, despite the fighter's increasing strength, his body grew more rigid. The sudden surge of mutant abilities rendered the fighter unable to control himself flawlessly. Chapter 14. Revenge and Predicament. With a loud thud, Huang Wen swiftly dodged a punch from the stone-fisted fighter, but the forceful blow shattered the adjacent wall, sending debris and dust flying, leaving Huang Wen in a rather disheveled state. Thud, thud. The walls continued to crumble under the assault. Fortunately, there were no other rooms nearby, and the clerks of the Goryeo gang, having heard the commotion, dared not approach, aware of the fighter's fearsome reputation and the risk of being inadvertently harmed. If a strength-type mutant was already so challenging to contend with, encountering the likes of Hulk or Abomination would surely leave no opportunity for escape. A fleeting thought crossed Huang Wen's mind before he decisively kicked the fighter's ankle, taking advantage of the latter's momentary imbalance after his punch. The powerful strike, combined with the fighter's already unsteady stance, sent him crashing heavily to the ground. However, the fighter's reflexes were not sluggish. Although one hand was unable to retract, he employed his formidable strength to prop himself up, preparing to rise. At that moment, Huang Wen executed a swift maneuver, evading the fighter's front and seamlessly aligning his waist with his hips as he pressed down on the fighter's back, unleashing a series of rapid punches aimed at the back of the fighter's neck. Thud, 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 thud. As the punch stone prepared to rise, it was met with a series of rapid and forceful strikes. Despite its formidable resilience, it found itself unable to lift its head, rendered dazed and its thoughts sluggish. The back of its neck was not encased in stone, although a thin layer of rocky skin covered it. It was insufficient to absorb the force of Huang Wen's relentless barrage of punches. With a resounding bang, a bullet was intercepted by the tailcoat, momentarily halting Huang Wen's movement, only for him to feel an overwhelming force from below, sending him flying through the air. You seek your own demise, roared the enraged punch stone, rising to its feet. Since being subdued by Gorlin, it had never experienced such indignation. An overwhelming fury caused the rocky skin of the punch stone to become even more pronounced. It was evident that the rocky exterior began to coalesce into the semblance of boulders, perhaps hinting at the ultimate manifestation of its mutated abilities, akin to the Thing from the Fantastic Four. However, this stone figure was a silvery gray, reminiscent of the rocky creature from Thor, Ragnarok. It was fortunate it wasn't coral-like, Otherwise, Huang Wen might have retched on the spot. You think you're the Hulk? The angrier you get, the stronger you become, Huang Wen remarked with irritation, taken aback by the formidable nature of the first mutant he encountered. Thankfully, while the Punch Stone's abilities bore resemblance to that of the Thing, its power had not yet reached such terrifying heights. Otherwise, Huang Wen might have truly faced disaster. Since you choose death, I shall oblige. Huang Wen turned to face Gorlin and the others. It was Gorlin who had fired the shot, initially believing he could take Huang Wen by surprise and eliminate him with a single bullet. He did not anticipate that the tailcoat possessed even greater intelligence than he imagined. With a growl, the rocky formations on the Punch Stone's body became increasingly prominent, signifying a loss of control. In its eyes, Huang Wen was the sole adversary. The only thought consuming it was the desire to annihilate him. However, Huang Wen had no intention of engaging with the Punch Stone. Instead, he dashed toward Gorlin, prompting Gorlin to hastily fire his weapon. The sound of gunfire echoed, bang, 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 but it failed to impede Huang Wen's advance. Instinctively, he evaded 3 of the 6 bullets, propelling himself toward Gorlin with even greater speed. In the blink of an eye, as Gorlin's revolver clicked empty, Huang Wen stood before him. Die! A flash of malice crossed Gorlin's eyes as he drew a short sword from his sleeve, lunging it toward Huang Wen's chest. Yet, not only was the tailcoat capable of deflecting bullets, but how could a mere short sword pose a threat? Gorlin, being an ordinary man, could not hope to match Huang Wen's reflexes or speed. With a sharp crack, Huang Wen broke Gorlin's arm, causing the short sword to veer dramatically and slice into Gorlin's own throat. Huang Wen had initially intended to strike again, aiming to eliminate the members of the Golin gang hiding nearby, but an unexpected wave of crisis surged within him. Instinctively, he rolled to the side, narrowly evading danger. With a thunderous crash, the figure resembling a small stone golem, known as Punch Stone, slammed its fist into the ground, causing the earth to shatter. The force of the blow severely injured 2 members of the Golin gang, along with the dying Golin. Out of control, Huang Wen raised an eyebrow, a spark igniting in his eyes as he unleashed the long-lost lion's roar technique. Big fellow, I'm right here. Come at me. The power of the lion's roar was formidable. As Huang Wen's voice echoed, Punch Stone abruptly turned its gaze towards him. Although Huang Wen could not discern the location of its eyes amidst the stone facade, Punch Stone fixated on him and charged forward. However, while Punch Stone's strength had escalated tremendously, its speed had disappointingly diminished. With a swift movement, Huang Wen deliberately dashed towards the higher-ups of the Golin gang. In their terrified expressions, Punch Stone swung its fist, but Huang Wen deftly dodged, and the gang members were reduced to a bloody pulp. Soon, the conference room was left with only Huang Wen and Punch Stone, the remnants of destruction surrounding them. If this had been a high-rise, it might have collapsed by now, but being underground afforded some stability to the structure. Outside, the clerks of the Golin gang heard the commotion but lacked the courage to investigate. With the upper echelons trapped within the room, they were at a loss for whom to contact, certainly not the police. Interestingly, one of the clerks eventually succumbed to the urge to call for help. However, due to the late hour and the tardy nature of the police, assistance would not arrive promptly. Huang Wen, shaking his slightly aching fist, now stained with his own blood rather than that of Punch Stone, remarked, "This is tough. I can't seem to break through its defenses." Roaring once more, Punch Stone was in a state of utter chaos, consumed by a singular desire to annihilate Huang Wen. What to do? I cannot simply flee. If it regains its senses, it might recognize me. As Huang Wen evaded another powerful punch from Punch Stone, he began to contemplate his strategy. Suddenly, a brilliant idea struck him. Chapter 15. The Might of Hidden Strength. Huang Wen evaded the frenzied punch of Punch Stone, positioning himself behind the beast, surveying the disarray of the conference room. In the next instant, Huang Wen crouched low and leaped, delivering a powerful kick aimed at Punch Stone's nape. With a resounding thud, Punch Stone staggered slightly, its massive form teetering, yet it managed to take a step forward with a heavy stomp, leaving a deep imprint in the ground, refusing to fall. Having fully awakened its mutant abilities, Punch Stone's resilience was now beyond anything the earlier incarnation could compare to. This presents quite a predicament. Initially impervious, it now appears that even knocking him down proves to be a formidable challenge. Is this the manifestation of a second awakening of his overwhelming physique? Huang Wen mused inwardly as he deftly evaded the formidable fists of the stone fist. He carefully observed the stone fist, searching for any interval in his attacks that might allow him to penetrate his defenses and deliver a fatal blow. Fortunately, Huang Wen had transcended the limits of the human body and possessed 34 points of energy. Otherwise, such an intense confrontation would have been insurmountable for both the original Huang Wen and the optimized Yuan. Even the gusts generated by the stone fist's punches, along with the debris scattered upon impact, would inflict injury upon an ordinary individual. Yet, the stone fist exhibited no signs of fatigue. Perhaps his mutated abilities endowed him with extraordinary endurance, or perhaps he had lost his senses and was oblivious to weariness. Huang Wen estimated that the stone fist's energy points were at least in the triple digits, if not higher. An opportunity. In the midst of his thoughts, Huang Wen had discerned all the vulnerabilities in the stone fist's techniques. As the stone fist raised his arm high, Huang Wen's eyes sparkled with determination. With a powerful push from his feet, he swiftly maneuvered into the stone fist's center line. In this position, the stone fist's rigidly extended arm could not reach him, while Huang Wen's finger was aimed directly at the stone fist's throat. Despite the hardened layer of stone protecting that area, Huang Wen felt no trepidation and showed no inclination to halt his advance. Channeling his inner strength, Huang Wen unleashed all his might, accompanied by a surge of dark energy directed towards the stone fist's throat. A sharp crack echoed, but it was not the sound of the stone fist's neck breaking. Rather, it was the sound of Huang Wen's fingertip bones fracturing. He gritted his teeth against the pain and forced that dark energy into the stone fist. Another crack resounded. Outwardly, the stone fist's throat appeared unscathed, yet the bones and trachea within had been utterly shattered. With a flash of crimson in his eyes, the stone fist froze in place before collapsing with a thud, his hands weakly clutching his throat, but it was all in vain. Although the stone fist was a mutated individual with a transformed physique, the powers granted by his mutation did not include the ability to heal bones and flesh, particularly since his throat had not been completely petrified. This meant that while the stone fist had been granted a layer of stone armor, his insides remained flesh and blood. Unlike the characters from the Fantastic Four, or even the Stone Man from Thor, Ragnarok. As Huang Wen observed the lifeless form of the stone fist, a sigh of relief escaped him. Ultimately, it was the dark energy that had demonstrated its formidable prowess. Were it not for this mysterious ability capable of penetrating the surface and targeting the internal body, Huang Wen would have surely met his demise today. Nevertheless, the armor-breaking effect of the dark energy proved to be remarkably effective. With a resounding thud, Huang Wen raised his foot high once more, descending forcefully upon the stone fist's neck, ensuring that there remained no chance for revival. Upon confirming that Punch Stone was indeed deceased, Huang Wen felt a piercing pain coursing through his fingers as he beheld the grotesque shape of his own digit. He activated the invisibility function of his tailcoat. At that moment, Huang Wen could not help but feel a tinge of relief. Fortunately, it was merely a fracture and not a shattering of the bone. With a sharp crack, he bent his finger back into its rightful position and awaited its gradual recovery. Although Huang Wen lacked dedicated self-healing abilities, he possessed physical attributes that transcended human limitations. Indeed, he exhibited a remarkable regenerative capacity, though the agony was undeniably intense. "Damn, that hurts," Huang Wen muttered through clenched teeth. The pain from the fractured finger was beyond what one could fathom, surpassing the discomfort of myriad other injuries he had sustained. Without the protection of his tailcoat, he likely would have succumbed. Shaking his head, he exited the dilapidated conference room, observing the shivering clerks of the Gorin gang outside. Huang Wen had no intention of further violence. Not only would it be a cumbersome and time-consuming endeavor to eliminate them, but these clerks were merely ordinary employees with no enmity towards him or the Wing Chun martial arts school. Ding. Task 1. Avenge the original host completed. Reward. 1 extraordinary skill lottery draw. Indeed, as Huang Wen departed from the Gorin gang's premises, the system's notification chimed in his ears, prompting him to nod. It seemed that the vendetta originally held by Huang Wen had been thoroughly avenged this time. If annihilating the upper echelons of the Gorin gang did not qualify as retribution, he truly wondered what would. However, Huang Wen chose not to inspect the task immediately. Instead, he opted to leave the Gorin gang. Upon exiting the karate dojo, he was greeted by the wailing sirens of approaching police cars. The first to alight from the vehicle was none other than Deputy Chief Yifu, the same man who had once bowed and scraped to assist the Gorin gang. Yifu's face bore a hint of anxiety, likely due to his awareness of the turmoil surrounding the Gorin gang, prompting his hasty arrival out of concern for his own involvement. How peculiar it was to report an incident involving the Gorin gang. Huang Wen scrutinized Deputy Chief Yifu, committing his visage to memory, with no intention of lingering. Huang Wen observed Yifu and his team hastily entering the karate dojo before turning away and returning to the Wing Chun school in Chinatown. Inside the Gorin gang, Deputy Chief Yifu surveyed the conference room before him, his pupils narrowing slightly at the gruesome sight. The upper echelons of the Gorin gang lay in a state of disarray, their bodies unrecognizable amidst the carnage from Huang Wen's fierce battle with Punch Stone. Yet, the stone-like mutant, Punch Stone, was distinctly sprawled on the ground. In an instant, Yifu recognized that this matter was beyond his purview, alleviating a burden from his heart. Remove this abominable mutant and send a team to clean up the scene. Sheriff Yifu swiftly issued commands. Chapter 16. Struggle for the corpse. Before long, the officers under Sheriff Yifu had wrapped the remains of the mutant, Fist Stone, while the remnants of the high-ranking members of the Gorin gang were reluctantly gathered as evidence. The lower-tier gang members and clerical staff of the Gorin gang were in a state of panic, utterly oblivious to the unfolding events. With the entire leadership of the gang decimated, they pondered their fate. Who would disburse their wages? Where would they find employment henceforth? Though some members of the Gorin gang had contemplated discreetly appropriating the gang's wealth, the ongoing skirmish in the conference room had thwarted their plans. By the time the chaos subsided, Sheriff Yifu and his team had arrived. Now, the entire Gorin gang, along with the karate dojo, was cordoned off, with Yifu's officers politely escorting the affluent individuals from the underworld of the Gorin gang. Their politeness was necessitated, for at that moment, Sheriff Yifu was deferentially attending to a middle-aged man. While Yifu held the title of sheriff, he was merely a deputy sheriff within the police department's hierarchy, occupying a mid-level position. Before him stood the precinct chief, a rank that was 2 tiers above Yifu, equivalent to that of a senior police commissioner. This figure was a notable authority within the New York City Police Department, and it was unexpected for him to be present in such a setting, especially since Chief Dickinson was the superior of Sheriff Yifu's precinct. Nonetheless, Yifu felt a measure of relief with such a prominent figure at hand. At least the burden of responsibility would not rest solely upon his shoulders, as there was someone to share the pressure. Chief Dickinson's expression was somewhat grim. He had accompanied a friend to the Gorin gang's underground realm for leisure and had not disclosed his identity, only to be confronted with this calamity. Did this imply a mutant had instigated the chaos? Upon hearing Sheriff Yifu's account, Dickinson's demeanor softened slightly. Were there traces left by other mutants? The scene bore only signs of a struggle, devoid of any other mutant presence, to which Sheriff Yifu respectfully responded, acknowledging the authority of his superior. This suggested that the perpetrator who had slain the mutant was even more formidable. Chief Dickinson nodded in understanding. Very well, I comprehend the situation. Seal off the entire karate dojo and the Gorin gang, and transport the mutant's corpse back to the precinct. I shall contact the appropriate personnel for handling this matter. Sheriff Yifu glanced around, lowering his voice to inquire about the Gorin gang's wealth. What? Do you require my guidance? Utilize overseas channels, ensuring the tax authorities cannot trace it. Dickinson waved his hand dismissively and turned to leave. With a sigh of relief, Sheriff Yifu signaled his officers to remove Fiststone's remains, then proceeded to clear and seal off the entire Gorin gang and karate dojo before returning to the precinct with his subordinates. It must be said that Sheriff Dickinson's speed is truly remarkable. Just as Sheriff Eve had arrived at the precinct, a contingent of fully armed soldiers rushed over, surrounding the precinct entirely. Sheriff Eve regarded the soldiers and momentarily thought them to be overreacting. After all, it was merely the corpse of a mutant. Was such an exaggerated response necessary? We are part of General William Strick's Special Operations Team, asserted the leading lieutenant, stepping forward and pointing at the tightly wrapped corpse of the mutant. We have been ordered to take custody of the mutant's body. Understood. Sheriff Eve, sensing the imposing aura emanating from the lieutenant, instinctively nodded and stepped aside, watching as 2 soldiers advanced to lift the remains of the mutant known as Punch Stone. A wry smile crept into Sheriff Eve's heart. Punch Stone was a mutant composed entirely of stone, and his weight was certainly substantial. It had taken 6 officers to hoist his body into the police vehicle. Even though the soldiers were physically superior to the officers, it was doubtful they could match the combined strength of 3 officers. The lieutenant glanced back at his comrades, and 2 additional soldiers stepped forward to assist in transporting Punch Stone's remains to their ranks. Stop right there. At that moment, A man dressed in a black suit with a friendly smile and slightly receding hairline emerged from a vehicle, unfazed by the numerous dark gun muzzles aimed at him. It was Carlson, the village chief of the rookie village. FBI, Carlson declared, producing his credentials to show both the soldiers and Sheriff Eve. This mutant is now under our jurisdiction, so please transfer the body to my vehicle. Humph. The lieutenant scoffed, a mocking smile creeping across his face as he addressed Carlson. Carlson, this isn't our first encounter, is it? Do you truly believe I wouldn't recognize you? Oh, it's Lieutenant Damon, Carlson replied, maintaining his calm demeanor without an ounce of embarrassment. He nonchalantly tucked away his credentials and produced a different one, stating, "My apologies, I mistakenly presented the wrong document. It should be from the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistics. I advise you to step aside. General William Strick requires this mutant. Any matters concerning mutants should fall under his purview." Lieutenant Damon retorted with a disdainful shake of his head. "With that flimsy credential of yours, you won't be taking this mutant's body." As the lieutenant's words resonated, the soldiers readied their weapons, bullets chambered and poised for action. Killing someone impersonating an agent hardly qualifies as a grave offense, Lieutenant Damon added, reiterating his point. Sighing heavily, Carlson wore a resigned smile, tapping his ear as he relayed to his superior, "Director, I've failed. General William Strick's men have arrived first." "Humph, he is hardly a general. Merely a colonel at best." Nick Fury's voice resonated in Carlson's ears. Since they had arrived ahead of schedule, he decided to let it go. Investigate the cause of death of this mutant. The ability to kill a physically altered being indicates that this individual possesses formidable strength. Look into whether they are an undisclosed mutant or another type of superpowered individual. Understood, Carlson responded, waving apologetically to Sheriff Eve and Lieutenant Damon as he took his leave. Humph. Lieutenant Damon scoffed as he watched Carlson drive away. Regroup. A contingent of soldiers proceeded to transport the body of the mutant, leaving behind the bewildered Sheriff Eve and her precinct officers. Cough, cough. Well, since there's nothing more to address, let us disperse. Sheriff Eve was the first to regain her composure, gesturing to her subordinates. At least we are spared from becoming entangled in such complex matters, aren't we? Indeed. It would be best to steer clear of such monstrous mutants. The officers chuckled in agreement. Chapter 17. The Art of Gunplay Amidst the Night. Huang Wen returned to the Wing Chun Dojo. Upon shedding his tailcoat and disrobing, he caught a glimpse of his battered reflection in the mirror. The injuries he sustained were significantly worse than he had anticipated. However, thanks to the protective properties of the tailcoat, he had not bled. Instead, his body bore numerous bruises. The sheer strength of the mutant was overwhelming. Had it not been for the remarkable fabric of his attire, Huang Wen's injuries could have been far graver, leaving him uncertain if he would return unscathed. As for the wounds on his fingers, though he had forcefully realigned the bones, the pain and damage would require time to heal. I recall there being a medicinal alcohol for treating bruises, he thought, reminiscing about his childhood when he practiced martial arts recklessly, often ending up injured. Huang Hong would then apply a special remedy for such injuries. Not only Huang Wen, but also Ip Man in his youth frequently used this medicinal alcohol. Otherwise, it would take ages to recover from an injury, wasting precious training time. On the second floor, one of the 4 bedrooms belonged to Huang Hong, the smallest of them all. In his words, as a grown man, what need did he have for a large room? A place to sleep sufficed. Thus, Huang Hong's room was simple and unadorned, containing only a bathroom, a wardrobe, a bookshelf, a bed, and a recliner. Huang Wen easily found a bottle of unlabeled medicinal alcohol, a homemade remedy passed down through generations, in the bookshelf. He opened it and inhaled its scent, reminiscent of the concoction used by Ip Man in his youth, likely a legacy of the Wing Chun lineage. After taking a shower, Huang Wen applied the alcohol to his bruises, inevitably enduring a second wave of pain. However, in pursuit of a quicker recovery, he gritted his teeth and bore it. Before long, Huang Wen reclined upon his bed, recalling the tasks he had previously completed. With a fleeting thought, he summoned the system, and before him appeared the system interface. Current task, 01, unfinished, 1. Promote the martial arts school, reward, 1 extraordinary character lottery. Completed tasks, avenge the original host, reward, 1 extraordinary skill lottery. Would you like to draw? Drawing. Huang Wen took a deep breath. The extraordinary item lottery had previously granted him a marvelous tailcoat. What splendid item might he secure this time? Given the difficulty of the tasks, The hierarchy of rewards was expected to be character lottery greater than skill lottery greater than item lottery. Thus Huang Wen felt a sense of anticipation rising within him. With a sudden flash, he once again beheld the familiar white light. Ding! Congratulations, you have acquired the extraordinary skill, Gun Fu, originating from anti-Japanese dramas, where the shooter rapidly shakes his wrist at the moment the bullet exits the chamber, imparting an acceleration to the bullet, enabling it to curve. This is the legendary Gun Fu. Special note, due to system optimization, Gun Fu allows bullets to reach targets within the perception range, even if the opponent hides in a blind spot. The bullets can still curve to hit the intended mark. Special benefit, Gun Fu comes with a complementary handgun. Huang Wen's lips twitched at the mention of Gun Fu. Well, though the anti-Japanese dramas have their flaws, the overall absurdity of the plot, when compared to foreign war dramas, is still somewhat commendable. Skills like Gun Fu are certainly not exclusive to anti-Japanese dramas. They simply provided an explanation that both Newton and the audience would find hard to accept. This could be seen as a compensation for my range combat capabilities, thought Huang Wen as he examined the handgun he had drawn. It was a rather ordinary standard handgun, lacking any markings that would allow Huang Wen to identify its model. However, it seemed somewhat limited. The effective range of a handgun is typically around 50 meters. Huang Wen pondered again. Couldn't he use Gun Fu to enhance the bullet's trajectory? It might actually be possible, he mused. If he possessed sufficient strength, could he not impart a powerful force to the bullet, enabling it to travel faster and farther? For a moment, Huang Wen felt as if Newton's coffin lid was struggling to contain him, but it mattered little. This was the Marvel world, and Newton's coffin lid had long ceased to be a constraint. Upon reflection, this was more akin to throwing a knife. But how to address the issue of the bullets? Huang Wen opened the magazine, revealing 19 rounds of ammunition, quite a considerable amount for a handgun. Nonetheless, the issue of handgun ammunition remained significant. Frequently reloading would consume a great deal of time, and crucially, Huang Wen would need to carry bullets and magazines with him. Why not provide me with a gun that has infinite ammunition? Huang Wen felt a surge of discontent, for he was acutely aware that in the realm of anti-Japanese dramas, protagonists wielding infinite ammunition were far from rare, particularly those capable of firing boundless rounds with a mere pistol. Among the most illustrious of these characters was undoubtedly Captain Yan Shuangying, endowed with limitless bullets, eternal life, invincibility, and the uncanny ability to dodge projectiles at will. He could even manipulate the laws of causality to ensure that his adversaries' weapons were devoid of ammunition. However, it was regrettable that even if Huang Wen were to draw the character of Captain Yan, he would still be part of the extraordinary character lottery, a chance he had yet to attain. Currently, Huang Wen was tasked with elevating the status of the martial arts school. Yet he found himself uncertain of the parameters defining this elevation. After all, ascertaining the cause of Huang Hong's demise or avenging him were endeavors with clear objectives, whereas the notion of enhancing the martial arts school posed a rather ambiguous challenge. Was it to surpass the present state of the Wing Chun school, or to reach the pinnacle of its former glory? Such distinctions were difficult to ascertain. Should it merely involve improving upon the current condition of the Wing Chun school? Recruiting a few students might suffice to fulfill this task. However, if it meant achieving a level beyond the school's zenith, the task would prove far more formidable. One could infer from Huang Hong's substantial residence in Chinatown and his ample savings that during the heyday of martial arts enthusiasm, the Wing Chun school had undoubtedly reaped considerable rewards. Huang Wen holstered his handgun, finding it convenient that items extracted by the system could be stored within it. Gradually, his eyelids grew heavier. The clash with Quan Shi had taken a significant toll on his body. After sustaining injuries, fatigue enveloped him as he lay upon his bed, drifting into slumber. Chapter 18. The arrival of Zhong Chong. When Huang Wen awakened, it was already the following morning. He felt his spirits were relatively high, though his body still bore the remnants of pain. Upon inspection, the bruises remained, albeit with a darker hue. As for his injured finger, he flexed it gently. It posed no issue without exertion, yet any significant pressure elicited a sharp pain from within the bone. At the entrance of Chinatown, a weary young man, burdened by a backpack, appeared. He exhaled deeply, attempting to alleviate his fatigue as he made his way toward the Wing Chun school. Upon discovering the doors firmly shut, he frowned and muttered to himself, "Didn't Dad say that Brother Wen had already left the school? Why hasn't he resumed his normal routine?" This young man was none other than Zhong Chong, the son of Zhong Bo, whom Huang Wen had hoped would assist him at the martial arts school. Noticing the closed doors of the Wing Chun school, Zhongchang turned and headed toward his family's Bayou Hot Pot restaurant, which was indeed open, albeit not for business. Zhongbo had eagerly risen early, anticipating his son's return, even preparing a pot of Chaozhou clay pot porridge for him to enjoy while it was still warm. Do not inquire why a Chaozhou clay pot kanji is found in a Bayou Hot Pot restaurant. It is simply a testament to the harmonious fusion of Chinese cuisine, where regional distinctions have long since faded. Father, I have returned. Upon entering, Zhongchang set down his backpack and called out cheerfully, "Welcome back. It is good that you are home." Zhongbo peeked out from the kitchen, his eyes slightly reddened, acknowledging Zhongchang with a nod, though he showed no inclination to embrace him. Despite having lived in America for many years, he had not adopted such habits. "Father, what are you cooking? It smells delightful." Zhongchang approached his father, enveloping him in a warm embrace, and inquired with a smile, "I've prepared some kanji for you. Now, go wash up. You're rather odorous." A shower and a meal await. Though Zhongbo was embraced, a hint of a smile graced his lips, and he feigned annoyance as he gently pushed Zhongchang away. "Hee, there's no helping it. I left in quite a rush." Zhongchang chuckled, scratching his head. "I will wash up first, and then check on Wen to see if he has risen. All right. We spoke just yesterday. There's no need to persuade him further." Wen has always had his own opinions. Upon mentioning Huang Wen, Zhongbo sighed and retreated into the kitchen. How can one persuade Wen in such matters? Zhongchang shook his head and ascended the staircase, their home situated on the second floor, resembling the layout of Huang Wen's Wing Chun martial arts studio. It is amusing how the American police have offered no explanation after so many days. Nevertheless, certain news must be conveyed to Wen. Before long, Zhongchang had taken a quick shower and glanced at Zhongbo, still occupied in the kitchen, before exiting the hot pot restaurant and heading towards the nearby Wing Chun studio. "Wen, I'm back. Are you awake?" He called towards Huang Wen's room in front of the studio. Xiaochang, Huang Wen, who was in the midst of his morning routine, paused, his mind conjuring an image of Zhongchang, and a glimmer of emotion flickered in his eyes. Though Zhongbo had mentioned there was no urgency to summon Zhongchang back, he had done so nonetheless. Fortunately, he had avenged himself. And now it was time to focus on managing the studio. "I'm here." Huang Wen wiped his face and called out before hastily descending the stairs, opening the door to let Zhongchang in. "What brings you back so early? I was worried something might happen to you. And I wouldn't have the chance to see you one last time." Zhongchang playfully punched Huang Wen's chest, grinning as he continued. "Given the effort I made to return, perhaps you could pass on your family's martial arts to me before you depart?" "Ah." Huang Wen gasped as Zhongchang's playful punch landed on a bruise. "What's wrong? I barely hit you." Zhongchang quickly withdrew his fist. Concern etched on his face as he regarded Huang Wen. "It's nothing. If you are in trouble, I will certainly be fine." Huang Wen waved his hand dismissively, rolling his eyes at Zhongchang. "As if you could learn my family's martial arts? First, master the fundamentals of Wing Chun. The so-called family martial arts are merely a portion of the esoteric Wing Chun. After all, Huang Hong is merely running a martial arts school for a living, and undoubtedly, he retains the essence of Wing Chun." When Huang Hong was instructing Huang Wen, it was inadvertently witnessed by Zhongchang, who then became aware of Huang Wen's family martial arts heritage. Zhongchang, feeling somewhat disheartened, remarked on the exhausting nature of practicing the fundamentals daily. He scoffed at the notion of committing so much time to basic training. Observing martial arts such as taekwondo, karate, and mixed martial arts, he noted that a few simple combinations sufficed, allowing practitioners to train just 2 or 3 times a week. Most Americans do not concern themselves with the intricacies of martial arts, but rather seek simplicity and practicality, desiring skills that allow them to defend themselves occasionally, perform a few impressive moves, and experience a sense of progression through a ranking system. "You appear to have conducted quite thorough research," Huang Wen said, casting a surprised glance at Zhongchang. "Are you considering assisting me during your internship? I would welcome that. As for salary, we can certainly discuss it." "Brother Wen, you should first address your own matters," Zhongchang replied with a shrug, lowering his voice. "I have a classmate whose family is involved with a gang. According to him, many gangs have genuine experts, far surpassing ordinary individuals. Before I returned, I learned about the Brotherhood led by Goliath. He supposedly has a mutant under his command, whose strength is formidable. Have you heard of mutants, Brother Wen? Their prowess exceeds yours by far. So you should exercise caution and wait for an opportune moment to strike when they are alone." "Oh, he has already perished," Huang Wen said with a smile. raising his hands in a gesture of indifference. However, he was undeniably powerful. Otherwise, he wouldn't have managed to injure me. What? Zhongchang's eyes widened in shock. He recoiled slightly, glancing around to ensure no one was approaching before whispering, "Brother Wen, have you dealt with the Goliath gang?" Indeed, Huang Wen nodded with a smile. "It has all been resolved. I have avenged my father's death, and now it is time to fulfill his wish of elevating our Wing Chun school to greatness." As Zhongchang was about to inquire further, he abruptly halted. "Come on, Brother Wen, my father made breakfast and asked me to call you. Let us eat while we talk." "Sounds great. I am quite hungry too." "Let us go," Huang Wen agreed, pleased to seize the opportunity to discuss some promotional management issues with Zhongchang at his Wing Chun school. Chapter 19. The vision for the prominence of the martial arts school as Zhongchang closed the door to the Ba Yu Hot Pot restaurant. He eagerly led Huang Wen inside, prompting a momentary pause from Uncle Zhong, who was bringing out a clay pot. "What's the occasion for such joy, little one? Are you truly considering passing on your family martial arts to little Chang?" Uncle Zhong set down the pot and shook his head, cautioning, "I advise you to either find a more capable successor or document the martial arts to prevent them from being lost." "Dad, how can you say that? Aren't you my father?" Zhongchang pouted, feeling somewhat offended. "Are you implying that my potential is lacking? I was still unfamiliar with you when you secretly observed your brother practicing martial arts. Upon returning, you stood in a horse stance for 10 minutes until exhaustion overtook you," causing Uncle Zhong to chuckle as he reminisced about Zhongchang's embarrassing moments. "It was inconsequential that you were fatigued. The following day, you could barely walk." Just as Uncle Zhong finished his words, Zhongchang covered his mouth, his face displaying a hint of embarrassment as he chuckled. "Brother Wen, let us have some congee. Shall we? Seafood congee first thing in the morning?" Huang Wen inhaled the rich aroma of seafood and couldn't help but smile. "Did Uncle Zhong boil some eggs? It's best to have a bit of egg in the morning. It's beneficial for the body." "Such delicious congee, and you still want eggs? You're quite demanding." Uncle Zhong retorted with a playful glare at Huang Wen. "But I did boil a few eggs. Let me fetch them for you." "Hey, my dad did it on purpose." Zhongchang whispered conspiratorially as Uncle Zhong headed to the kitchen. "When I went to call you, I saw him deliberately boiling eggs." With a soft pat on Zhongchang's head, Uncle Zhong placed the peeled eggs on the table, saying, "Here, eat up. Don't be upset, Dad. We have good news to share with you." Zhongchang hastily stood up to help serve the congee, his face alight with a radiant smile. "Good news? What good news?" Uncle Zhong, noticing the genuine delight on Zhongchang and Huang Wen's faces, looked at them seriously and inquired, "Brother Wen has avenged himself." Zhongchang placed the first bowl of congee before Uncle Zhong, grinning widely. "Avenged himself?" Uncle Zhong was momentarily taken aback, instinctively glancing at Huang Wen. It was only yesterday that Huang Wen mentioned seeking out the Golin gang for revenge. How was it possible that it was already accomplished by this morning? "Indeed. Last night, I visited the Golin gang," Huang Wen affirmed with composure. "I eliminated the high-ranking members involved in my father's demise. The Golin gang has effectively been eradicated. And there was a mutant," Zhongchang excitedly added. "Brother Wen managed to injure him, yet he emerged victorious." "You were injured? Is it serious?" Uncle Zhong, disregarding the mention of mutants, looked at Huang Wen with concern. "Did you leave any traces?" "Fear not, Uncle Zhong. Those who have seen me are all dead. And there were no cameras capturing my appearance," Huang Wen replied with a smile. "In this way, I have avenged my father's death. I plan to rest for a few days to recuperate, and then I will seek ways to enhance the martial arts school." Huang Wen then turned his gaze towards Zhongchang, beaming at Uncle Zhong, the implication clear, having dealt with the Golin gang, once he recovered. Would it not be fitting for Zhongchang to assist him? Uncle Zhong, upon hearing of Huang Wen's vengeance, was unconcerned about how many had perished at Huang Wen's hands. Having ventured through the United States in his youth, he had witnessed much violence. He understood that Huang Wen had avenged Huang Hong, bringing him great relief and allowing the burden in his heart to finally lift. As for the possibility of Huang Wen's actions being exposed, Uncle Zhong harbored no worries. Anyone daring to investigate Huang Wen in Chinatown would find him prepared to provide an alibi for Huang Wen, supported by the entire community. Moreover, Zhong Bo is well aware of Huang Wen's capabilities. It is reasonable to believe that once he is adequately prepared, he could single-handedly contend with the Jirian gang. Who in their right mind would believe that one individual could obliterate an entire gang? "Xiao Chang, when do you start your internship?" After easing his mind, Zhong Bo turned to Zhongchang. As the saying goes, distant relatives are not as helpful as close neighbors, especially when in a foreign land. Huang Wen and Zhong Chang could be likened to brothers, naturally supporting one another. In about half a month, my courses will conclude. Zhong Chang pondered over his schedule and scratched his head. Dad, you aren't expecting me to return to help, are you? Go assist your brother. In your spare time, you can also strengthen your physique. Zhong Bo shot a glare at Zhong Chang, observing the contrast between his brother's robust physique and Zhong Chang's slender limbs. Father does not expect you to attain your brother's level of prowess, but it would be beneficial for you to become a bit stronger. Help my brother? Zhong Chang's eyes lit up as he recalled Huang Wen's recent words at the Wing Chun martial arts school. He quickly smiled and asked, Brother Wen, do you have any plans? I can assist you with advice. As for salary, I can forego it. But you must teach me some self-defense techniques from your family's martial arts legacy. Rest assured, whether it be salary or martial arts training, you will receive your due. Huang Wen chuckled, shaking his head. While salary is a sweet incentive, practicing martial arts is arduous. You must be prepared for that. Then, Brother Wen, what are your plans? Zhong Chang's eyes sparkled as he mused. Regarding the simple techniques and the ranking system we discussed, what do you think? I believe it is a viable idea, but it lacks allure. Huang Wen contemplated. I could indeed categorize Wing Chun into 6 levels: apprentice, beginner, intermediate, advanced, master, and grandmaster, with each level teaching varying degrees of Wing Chun techniques. However, even with this structure, it would not sufficiently elevate our Wing Chun school's reputation. This approach would render us indistinguishable from conventional karate dojos, lacking the necessary appeal to attract an audience. Indeed, Zhong Chang nodded thoughtfully. Promotion is indeed a critical aspect. Relying solely on flyers and newspapers will not suffice to inform the public about our Wing Chun school, and such promotions require funding. I have a simple idea: publicity stunts. Huang Wen looked at Zhong Chang with a smile. What if we invite television stations and newspapers to promote us, and arrange for a champion of mixed martial arts or kickboxing to face me? If I were to win, wouldn't that draw a multitude to our school? A fighting champion? Zhong Chang's eyes brightened. He didn't even question Huang Wen's capability of defeating such a champion. After all, even mutants stand no chance against his brother. Defeating an ordinary champion would be a matter of moments for him. However, I do not know any of these so-called kickboxing champions, so this endeavor will require meticulous planning. Huang Wen swallowed a chicken egg and took a sip of porridge. The appearance fees for those champions were not insignificant. Although I possess a modicum of wealth, I am keen on maximizing profits. Huang Wen paid little heed to the mere combat champions, their fighting skills aside. Their physical prowess might not even surpass that of Huang Wen himself, especially considering his current energy level of 34. Brother Wen, perhaps I can assist you in making contact. And it shouldn't require much expenditure, said Zhong Chang, his expression tinged with hesitation as he glanced at the elder Zhong Bo beside him, seemingly uncertain about voicing his subsequent thoughts in his presence. What? Is there something I should not be privy to? Zhong Bo shot a disapproving glance at Zhong Chang, then furrowed his brow. You haven't befriended someone you ought not to have you? It's my roommate, Reese Fisk. His family is linked to a small gang, and I learned about the mutant affairs from him, Zhong Chang replied, scratching his head. Though his family was involved in gang activities, he was quite amiable, and they shared some common interests. Reese Fisk? Huang Wen admitted he had not heard of that name. Does his gang involve mutants? However, I am not seeking mutants as opponents. One must understand that the populace harbors peculiar views towards mutants. Engaging in competitions with them might not attract an audience. It could even lead to backlash, as it may be perceived that I am colluding with mutants. I am well aware of that. Mutants are currently lurking in the shadows. I have yet to hear of any openly revealing themselves. Zhong Chang nodded. Our school once had a mutant, but soon after, no one heard from him again. According to Reese, he was taken away. I intend to help you, Brother Wen, by connecting you with champions of free fighting. There are several, he continued. Reese's father is also an enthusiast of free fighting, and he has spent money hiring top-notch champions for practice. Training with fighting champions? That isn't something an ordinary small gang could manage. Huang Wen frowned. While he regarded fighting champions as insignificant, they were esteemed figures among the general populace. To have access to multiple champions for practice indicates that Reese Fisk's gang is undoubtedly formidable. Rest assured, Brother Wen, Reese harbors no ill will towards me. Initially, we shared a dormitory with 4 individuals. 2 moved out upon learning of Reese's gang connections, yet I chose to remain, Zhong Chang explained with a smile. Thus, Reese and I are quite good friends. Otherwise, he wouldn't confide so much in me. Why didn't you move out? Huang Wen inquired suddenly. Reese is rather plump and does not appear to be a dangerous individual, Zhong Chang shrugged. Moreover, his family's gang affiliations bear no relevance to him. He hasn't committed any wrongdoing. In fact, aside from being a tad lazy in the dormitory, he possesses no vices. Very well, since you have such trust in him, go ahead and make the connection. Huang Wen ultimately nodded, then gazed earnestly at Zhong Chang. However, Xiao Chang, you must remember, should he begin assisting his family, you ought to maintain your distance. Rest assured, brother one, I shall be vigilant, Zhong Chang replied with a smile. Beside him, Uncle Zhong showed no signs of dissent. After all, during his time in Chinatown, he had encountered countless gangs and ruffians. Zhong Chang took a sip of kanji, pulled out his phone, and dialed Ruiz Fisk. Soon, a voice tinged with amusement echoed from the other end. Hello? Alarm clock, didn't you return home? What do you need from me? I've submitted your leave request. You haven't started class yet, have you? I have something to inquire about, Zhong Chang said. Upon hearing Ruiz Fisk's moniker for him, a hint of embarrassment flitted across his face. A nickname bestowed after Ruiz Fisk learned the meaning of Zhong in Chinese. Is it about the Goryeo gang? I've received word that the Goryeo gang has been virtually obliterated, and that seemingly evolved mutant has perished as well. You just inquired about the Goryeo gang, and now it's in turmoil. Could it possibly be related to you? Ruiz Fisk's voice was laced with intrigue. Evolved mutant? Zhong Chang instinctively glanced at Huang Wen, then chuckled. You truly overestimate me. Nevertheless, the downfall of the Goryeo gang is indeed splendid news. All right, so what brings you to seek me? Ruiz Fisk inquired, shaking his head. Class is about to start. You need to be quick. Last time you mentioned your father trained with a fighting champion. Is that true? Zhong Chang asked, carefully organizing his words. Of course it is. Why? Are you interested in practicing combat? Ruiz Fisk's tone held a hint of humor. With those spindly arms and legs of yours, perhaps it's best to reconsider. You speak as though you're any better. You're so plump it's a struggle just to climb to the upper bunk. Zhong Chang retorted, unwilling to back down. It was evident that their rapport was quite amicable. Now, are you seeking a fighting champion for a specific purpose? Ruiz Fisk asked earnestly. Well, my neighbor, brother one, the one I mentioned, who is quite skilled, wants to find a fighting champion for a sparring session and to promote his martial arts school, Zhong Chang explained. Glancing at Huang Wen, as you know, business in our Chinatown is rather bleak. We must devise ways to earn some income. All right. I will contact my father and get back to you. Ruiz Fisk nodded in understanding. Zhong Chang felt a flicker of anxiety regarding the compensation and instinctively licked his lips. What kind of relationship do we have that involves compensation? Ruiz Fisk chuckled. How about this, if it works out? You treat me to a meal at that hot pot place of yours. What do you say? Excellent, thank you. A smile graced Zhong Chang's face, a warm current surging within him, particularly in the presence of Huang Wen and Uncle Zhong. He suddenly felt a sense of pride. What for? I'll strive to give you a response soon. Hopefully this weekend, Ruiz Fisk replied, shaking his head with a smile. Now, I must contact my father. Goodbye. All right. Zhong Chang, somewhat agitated, set down the phone and turned to Huang Wen and Zhong Bo, chuckling in anticipation of the contact. All right, let us await the news, Huang Wen replied with a smile. Chapter 21. Agreement to collaborate at Georgetown University in Washington. Ruiz Fisk placed his phone down, pondered briefly, and then dialed another number. After a series of beeps, he spoke. Uncle James, are you busy? I am not busy, young master. How may I assist you? Shall I arrange a car to pick you up this afternoon? James Wesley's voice was exceedingly respectful and humble. Indeed, I must return this week, Ruiz Fisk nodded. First, please inquire if there are any surplus champion fighters available from my father's side, as I require their assistance. Then, investigate the connections between the Goryeo gang and Chinatown, particularly with the Wing Chun martial arts school. Understood, young master. I shall arrange this immediately and provide you with a prompt update. James Wesley glanced at his surroundings and affirmed. Very well, I must attend my class now. Ruiz Fisk concluded the call. The Goryeo gang? James Wesley was seated next to a robust man, resembling a mountain of flesh, who directed his gaze towards him. It is a small gang situated near Chinatown in New York, which was largely eradicated last night, James Wesley quickly clarified. The young master's roommate is from Chinatown. The Goryeo gang likely has ties to him. Indeed, look into it, the corpulent man nodded. As for the fighters, we shall inquire about their intentions upon his return. Yes, boss. James Wesley acknowledged before departing. As dusk fell, a vehicle halted at the entrance of Georgetown University, and Rhys Fisk entered, where James Wesley awaited him. "Thank you for your efforts, Uncle James," Rhys Fisk said kindly as he settled into the car. "How have matters progressed? Has my father consented? And what of the Golan gang?" "The situation regarding the Golan gang and Chinatown has been largely clarified." James Wesley handed over a stack of documents and photographs, elaborating. "The head of the Wing Chun martial arts school, Huang Wen, was recently killed by members of the Golan gang. A few days ago, Benson, the head of the Golan gang's karate school, visited the Wing Chun school, apparently to provoke them. Subsequently, Huang Wen's son, Huang Wen, seemingly departed from the Wing Chun school, with no trace captured by surveillance cameras. However, 2 days later, Benson mysteriously vanished, coinciding with the complete demise of the Golan gang's upper echelons. A mutant with evolved abilities, known as Fist Stone, was brutally killed, and his body was taken away by a military special operations team. Nevertheless, neither the Golan gang's clerks nor the various surveillance cameras detected any suspicious individuals entering the gang's premises, let alone infiltrating their conference room. "What are the capabilities of this Huang Wen?" Rhys Fisk inquired after a moment of silence. "According to reports from Chinatown, this Huang Wen is quite formidable." James Willis pointed to the documents in Wilson Reese's hand, remarking that his father, Huang Wen, had effortlessly defeated Benson, and Huang Wen's prowess surpassed even that of Huang Wen. During his high school years, the entire football team had once provoked Huang Wen, only to be subdued within a minute. It is no wonder he possesses the confidence to challenge the champion of combat. A flicker of understanding crossed Rhys Fisk's eyes. Did his father already know about this? "The boss is aware. He has instructed you to contact your roommate upon your return, as he can provide the combat champion. But first, we need to test his abilities," James Willis affirmed. "Very well. I too am eager to witness the prowess of someone so highly regarded by the alarm clock." A glimmer of brilliance sparked in Rhys Fisk's eyes, contemplating whether it was he who dealt with those mutants from the Golan gang. If he truly handled them, his strength should not be underestimated. James Willis mused, "Is the dismantling technique truly that formidable?" Within the confines of the Wing Chun martial arts school in Chinatown, Huang Wen was instructing Zhong Chang in the foundational practice of Wing Chun, specifically the air Zi Qian Yang Ma. Throughout the day, Zhong Chang's waist, hips, and thighs had been struck numerous times by Huang Wen. Do not misunderstand. It was not due to any peculiar inclination of Huang Wen, but rather a necessity for tightening the right areas and loosening others to grasp the essence of the air Zi Qian Yang Ma. However, Zhong Chang's physical condition was alarmingly poor. If a person who regularly exercises has an energy level of 10 and a healthy average individual has a level of 7, then Zhong Chang's energy might only be 5. Huang Wen even suspected that Zhong Bo's vitality surpassed that of Zhong Chang. Consequently, every 10 minutes or so, Zhong Chang would collapse in exhaustion. Had it not been for Huang Wen demonstrating the power of internal force, which piqued Zhong Chang's curiosity about Huang Wen's ancestral martial arts, he might have given up entirely. Suddenly, the sound of a phone ringing interrupted the session. Zhong Chang, feeling a wave of relief, dashed over, finally finding an excuse to take a break. "Rhys Fisk," he said quietly to Huang Wen upon seeing the caller ID, before answering. "Hello, Rhys, how are things progressing?" "My father has agreed, but he wishes to meet your brother one." Rhys Fisk's calm voice resonated. "Coincidentally, my father and I are eager to witness the true dismantling technique. Would you mind showcasing it for us?" Zhong Chang instinctively glanced at Huang Wen, and upon seeing him nod, he replied with a smile, "No problem. When will you be coming?" "Tomorrow around noon," Rhys Fisk confirmed after a glance at his father. "Perfect. I shall treat you both to a delightful meal at my family's hot pot restaurant." Zhong Chang laughed heartily. "Then we shall see each other tomorrow at noon." After hanging up, Zhong Chang suddenly recalled something and looked at Huang Wen with concern. "By the way, Brother Wen, how is your injury? Is it affecting you?" "It's nothing," Huang Wen reassured him. Huang Wen shook his head with a smile, flexing his fingers. "Aside from the probable soreness in his fingers tomorrow, the injuries on his body should all be on the mend. As for his fingers, even if he forced them into a fist, it would have little impact on me." With that, Zhong Chang felt relieved. He let out a sigh of relief and tentatively looked at Huang Wen, asking, "Brother Wen, now that everything is settled, may I take a break? I fear if I continue training like this, I won't be able to rise tomorrow." "Don't worry. Just have Uncle Zhong apply some medicinal wine for you." Huang Wen grinned broadly. "Now, let us continue training." No, Brother Wen, Zhong Chang replied, his face etched with a bittersweet smile, issuing a lamenting cry. Chapter 22. Jin Bing. That night, Zhong Chang was supported back to the hot pot restaurant by Huang Wen. Huang Wen handed the medicinal wine to Uncle Zhong, who chuckled helplessly, shooting a glance at the ungrateful Zhong Chang before leading him upstairs. The following morning, Zhong Chang did not rise at all, uncertain whether it was due to genuine fatigue or the dread of being summoned by Huang Wen for more martial training. With your condition, you wish to learn your brother Wen's family martial arts? Uncle Zhong observed Zhong Chang curled up in his blanket and shook his head. All right, get up early. Isn't your roommate coming over? I'll go buy some fresh ingredients. Ding ding ding. As noon approached, Zhong Chang's phone rang. Still dazed, he instinctively answered, hello? Alarm clock, you haven't gotten up yet, have you? The teasing voice of Riss Fisk rang out. What time is it? You haven't exhausted yourself. Have you? Haven't I indeed exhausted myself? Zhong Chang sighed heavily. After a full day of training yesterday, every last ounce of strength had been drained from him. He still lacked the energy to rise. I'll get up and take a shower. Where are you? About 20 minutes away, Riss Fisk replied after glancing at the driver. All right, I'll shower and be right up. After a fierce struggle with the blanket that trapped him, Zhong Chang finally emerged and began to wash up. As he felt the soreness in his body, it dawned on him that martial arts truly require immense dedication and effort. Before long, a luxurious RV pulled up outside the hot pot restaurant, and a robust man descended, eagerly opening the car door. King of Boxing, Tyree? Zhong Chang's eyes lit up within the restaurant as he quickly explained to Huang Wen and Uncle Zhong. Tyree is a grand champion in both kickboxing and mixed martial arts, and he has been crowned the ultimate fighting champion for 2 consecutive terms. Clearly, Zhong Chang had done his homework on this boxing champion. Tyree could be considered the most valuable and renowned among boxers. He had not anticipated that his roommate would truly invite such a heavyweight champion. Alarm clock. Your family is quite impressive, Riss Fisk exclaimed as he stepped out of the RV. Huang Wen observed the plump figure, who appeared amiable, yet Huang Wen could keenly sense that the little fellow was scrutinizing him discreetly. Just average, Huang Wen replied. Zhong Chang stepped forward, smiling as he remarked, I never expected you to have invited the champion Tai Li. Just as he spoke, an overwhelming sense of pressure suddenly enveloped him. Instinctively, Zhong Chang shut his mouth and turned his gaze towards the RV. Upon witnessing a towering figure, a veritable mountain of muscle standing over 2 meters tall, emerge, he instinctively took a half-step back. Are you all right? Huang Wen inquired, steadying Zhong Chang with a reassuring hand on his shoulder before nodding towards the behemoth. Wilson Grant Fisk, the imposing figure, introduced himself, extending his hand and offering a friendly nod to Huang Wen. With a soft clap, Huang Wen shook hands with Wilson Grant Fisk, feeling an astonishing strength coursing through his hand that left him momentarily stunned. This force was nearly on par with his own, signifying that this Wilson Grant Fisk was not merely a man of bulk, but possessed extraordinary strength, perhaps even surpassing human limits. Mr. Huang possesses great strength, Wilson Grant Fisk acknowledged, intentionally omitting the title of Mr. with a clear understanding of the order of Chinese names. You're too kind, Mr. Fisk, Huang Wen replied, struggling to recall who Wilson Grant Fisk was, as such a lengthy name was difficult to remember. If you don't mind, I would like to spar with you, Mr. Huang. Would that be acceptable? Wilson Grant Fisk's eyes sparkled with eagerness as he fixated on Huang Wen. Regardless of the outcome, Mr. Huang could use Tai Li for promotion, and we would even assist in promoting you. What do you think? Then I shall not be impolite, Huang Wen agreed, feeling a surge of excitement at the prospect of facing such a formidable opponent who transcended human limits. Please, come to my martial arts school. There is ample space for us to engage. Huang Wen led the way towards the Wing Chun school, with Wilson Grant Fisk following closely behind. Showing no intention of returning to the vehicle, Zhong Chang, along with the heavyweight champion Tai Li, trailed along, while Zhong Bo chose to remain with the driver, turning his attention to dining preparations. Wilson Grant Fisk? Who is he? Huang Wen pondered as he walked, musing about the necessity of such a lengthy name for a foreigner. Is he a mutant? Such strength, or perhaps another kind of superhuman? After a few steps, Huang Wen opened the door to the Wing Chun school, ushering everyone inside. Upon noticing the sparsely populated and somewhat desolate training space, Wilson Grant Fisk chuckled. Mr. Huang, your establishment indeed seems a bit lonely. Indeed, Huang Wen concurred. Chinese martial arts require relentless practice. One cannot afford to slack off even for a day. which makes it difficult for anyone to persist. His words referenced the students of Huang Hong, who had failed to remain committed. Over the years, not a single true disciple had been taken under Huang Hong's wing, a testament to the lack of perseverance among potential students. Mr. Huang, are you not aware of my identity? Wilson Grant Fisk, observing Huang Wen's calm demeanor, suddenly inquired. Surely, you must know that I lead a small faction? I am indeed not well versed in this matter. Huang Wen shook his head, apologizing for not being familiar with the illustrious name of Mr. Fisk. Or you may call me Kingpin, he continued. As Wilson Grant Fisk, or simply Kingpin, fixed his gaze upon Huang Wen, seeking any sign of unease. Kingpin? Huang Wen pondered for a moment, observing the imposing figure before him. It dawned upon him who Kingpin truly was. Kingpin, the most formidable gang leader in New York and indeed throughout the entire nation, possessed an astuteness that surpassed the ordinary mind. Over 90% of his physique was muscle, granting him extraordinary strength capable of shattering a wall with bare hands. And he was also a world-class martial artist. His ambition was to dominate all gangs across the United States, establishing a dark empire of which he would be the sovereign ruler. How is it related to Kingpin? Huang Wen muttered to himself. Was it a mistake that a mere gang leader turned out to be Kingpin? What cinematic narrative did Kingpin belong to? Never mind, he decided. Chapter 23. Confronting Kingpin and collaboration. It seems, Mr. Huang, that you are now aware of my identity. Kingpin observed Huang Wen's contemplative expression, a flicker of satisfaction crossing his eyes. However, Mr. Huang need not worry. During our sparring, there is no need to hold back. The name of Mr. Kingpin is indeed renowned. Since I am to spar with him, it is only fitting that I take this seriously. Huang Wen nodded, assuming a Wing Chun stance. Preparing himself for Kingpin's assault, Huang Wen remained cautious of Kingpin. Although he had surpassed human limits and possessed an impressive score of 34 in energy, he was certain Kingpin would not be lacking in prowess. Excellent. Upon hearing Huang Wen's praise, Kingpin felt even more pleased. He shed his fitted suit, and the champion boxer, Tyree, stepped forward to take it, while observing Huang Wen with keen interest, eager to uncover the identity of this audacious challenger to his boss. With a swift motion, Kingpin nodded at Huang Wen and launched himself forward, delivering a punch that felt as formidable as a granite boulder. Huang Wen could distinctly perceive that Kingpin's speed surpassed that of any stone fist. Such a massive physique paired with astonishing velocity defied the laws of nature. Yet, it was indeed the reality. With a resounding thud, Huang Wen opted for a direct confrontation, seeking to gauge the force behind Kingpin's blow. However, he staggered back a half-step, the strength and speed of Kingpin aligning with his expectations. What Huang Wen remained unaware of was that while theoretically, both Kingpin and individuals like the Punisher were at the pinnacle of human combat capabilities, official statistics revealed Kingpin's strength to be rated at 4, while the Punisher's was 3. Most critically, even mutants like Spider-Man had once found themselves overpowered by Kingpin. Though Kingpin was an ordinary man, he undoubtedly possessed unique methods to augment his strength. At that moment, just as Huang Wen had been repelled and his thoughts were momentarily scattered, a powerful gust of wind surged forth. Jin Bing was not one to relinquish such an exquisite opening in battle. Huang Wen's gaze sharpened. He forcefully engaged his hind legs and, utilizing his elbows against Jin Bing's fists, delivered relentless strikes upon Jin Bing's hands. The use of elbows against fists neutralized Jin Bing's advantage in strength. Despite the formidable power of Jin Bing's punches and his impressive resilience, after numerous clashes, he too began to feel the pain and soreness radiating through his hands. However, Jin Bing quickly adapted his strategy. Recognizing that his fists could not secure an advantage, he opted to employ his legs, which possessed far greater force. With a swift motion, he unleashed a powerful kick into thin air. In that instant, Huang Wen deftly maneuvered into Jin Bing's path, landing a kick on Jin Bing's other leg, causing him to lose his balance. With a resounding thud, over 200 kilograms of Jin Bing crashed to the ground, producing a dull echo. Before he could rise, Huang Wen seamlessly merged his stance and weight upon Jin Bing. The force was akin to 1,000 pounds, rendering Jin Bing unable to immediately regain his footing. Huang Wen then unleashed a punch, unreservedly aimed at Jin Bing's head. In a reflexive action, Jin Bing raised his arm to shield his head, waiting for Huang Wen to relent before counterattacking. Little did he know, the first blow was merely the beginning. A cacophony of punches followed, each landing with relentless speed and force, echoing like a machine delivering blows. After enduring nearly 100 strikes, even Jin Bing could no longer withstand the onslaught. In a nearby corner, the boxing champion, Tai Li, witnessing his employer being overwhelmed, instinctively threw a punch. Huang Wen's fist momentarily hesitated, feeling irked as he deftly dodged Tai Li's attack aimed at his head. With a shift of his body and a harmonious blend of stance and motion, he executed a precise punch. With a resounding impact, Tai Li was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground, contorting into a shape reminiscent of a shrimp. His mouth agape yet speechless, the pain radiating through his abdomen and internal organs overwhelming him. "My apologies, I failed to temper my strength," Huang Wen remarked. A slight bow of his hands offered, though his expression betrayed no true remorse. "Apologies, I have not managed my subordinate well," Jin Bing said, rising to his feet and glancing at the fallen Tai Li. He understood that Huang Wen had held back during their earlier sparring. Had that force been directed toward him, he would have suffered greatly. Indeed, Chinese martial arts are profound and extensive, a legacy spanning millennia, Jin Bing acknowledged, bowing respectfully to Huang Wen. "In this exchange, I concede defeat. I hope to engage in further sparring with Mr. Huang when time permits. Whenever the opportunity arises, I am always available." Huang Wen nodded in agreement, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Uncertain, Mr. Jin suddenly pondered whether Mr. Huang might be interested in becoming his bodyguard. His thoughts turned to the ambition of elevating the family martial arts school to new heights. However, Mr. Huang shook his head in refusal, seemingly unaware of the prospect of sparring with the boxing champion. "I shall make arrangements for you promptly, Mr. Huang," Jin responded, undeterred by the rejection, smiling as he continued. "I will ensure that both the newspaper and television station are informed. When the excitement reaches its zenith, that will be the perfect moment for you to engage in a match. Nevertheless, I have a modest request, and I wonder if Mr. Huang might acquiesce?" Jin inquired. Huang hesitated momentarily but then nodded, recognizing that this was Jin's condition. "I have heard that you are instructing my son's roommate. Might you also consider teaching my son?" Jin glanced at his son, Risa Fisk, whose eager gaze was fixed upon Mr. Huang, and sighed in resignation. "It seems he is eager to become your disciple at this very moment. That is certainly not an issue, as my martial arts school is dedicated to educating students," Huang replied, observing Risa Fisk. "Let him train alongside Xiaoqiang here. One needs to strengthen his physique while the other aims to shed some weight. Indeed, I have lacked a proficient teacher until now. My own training regimen has been overly arduous. It is a privilege for my son to have the chance to learn from you, Mr. Huang," Jin said with satisfaction, his expression turning serious as he addressed Risa Fisk. "From this day forth, you must heed Mr. Huang's guidance as you would mine. Do you understand?" "Yes, father. I will diligently train under the teacher," Risa Fisk exclaimed respectfully, bowing to Mr. Huang and Jin. Chapter 24. The War of Public Opinion. "I heard from Xiaoqiang that your course is concluding in half a month. During the weekends in this period, you should practice alongside him," Huang suggested, nodding at Risa Fisk. "As for the internship following the course, Xiaoqiang will be assisting me here. I will also help the teacher." Risa Fisk chimed in cheerfully, pleased at the prospect of working alongside Xiaoqiang for mutual accountability. "Thus, Risa Fisk, you shall assist Mr. Huang here. Strengthening this Wing Chun school could serve as your internship goal, and I hope you will not disappoint me," Jin remarked, affirmatively nodding. "Rest assured, father. I will work with Xiaoqiang to promote the teacher's martial arts school," Risa Fisk promised earnestly. "Very well, Mr. Huang. I must attend to some matters on my end. I will contact the newspaper and television station to assist in publicizing your work," Jin said, smiling at Huang. "When the timing is right, I shall have Risa Fisk inform you." "Thank you." Then, Huang replied, bowing slightly to Jin. "You are always welcome to come and spar whenever the opportunity arises." "Indeed." Jin nodded before turning to don the suit that the boxing champion, Tyler, had tossed to Risa Fisk during their earlier encounter. He then looked toward Tyler and asked, "So, are you able to rise?" Yes, I can." The champion Tyree clenched his teeth tightly, struggling to rise from the ground, his back still hunched, not daring to cast a glance at Huang Wen or Jin Bing. His reluctance to look at Huang Wen stemmed from the fear instilled in him by that powerful blow, while his avoidance of Jin Bing was due to his reckless engagement without the latter's consent, compounded by the fact that he had just been sent flying by a single punch. Jin Bing nodded slightly, his expression unchanged, as he walked towards the RV parked outside. Despite the pain, Tyree hurried to assist Jin Bing in opening the door, and together they entered the vehicle which then departed from Chinatown. Inside the RV, Tyree bowed his head in shame, remaining silent, his body subtly trembling. Suddenly, Jean Bing shook his hands and then rubbed them together, breaking into a smile as he remarked, "I never expected that the martial arts of Huaxia could indeed be so formidable. Does he possess some unique secret technique? To be able to cultivate his physical prowess to such a level. Moreover, he does not possess the mysterious powers akin to Madame Gao. It is pure physical strength. Fascinating. Having Reese follow him should yield some valuable insights. Boss, I apologize for disappointing you." Tyree finally lifted his gaze to meet Jean Bing's. A flicker of fear in his eyes. "It is quite normal to be sent flying by a single punch," Jean Bing replied with a calm smile. "After all, you are merely an ordinary person, far removed from those of us who have transcended the limits of human capability." However, here Jean Bing's eyes glinted with a cold intensity, his aura rising as if he were a ferocious tiger poised to pounce, causing Tyree to tremble in fear. Jean Bing's authority in Tyree's mind remained undiminished despite his recent defeat by Huang Wen. "Next time, if you act without my command, you may find your existence unnecessary. This time, you still hold some value, so I shall spare you. Do you understand?" "Thank you, boss. Thank you, boss." Tyree wiped the cold sweat from his brow, having narrowly escaped a grim fate. It seemed that while he was unaware of his own limits, that fellow from the gang, along with the mutant, must have been killed by him. It appeared he had heard whispers of others investigating the cause of the mutant's demise. Tyree chose not to respond, as those words were typically spoken by James Wesley, who was merely a visible enforcer, generating income for Jean Bing. Even in Wesley's absence, it was not his place to speak. Within the Wing Chun Dojo in Chinatown, Huang Wen flexed his right hand, feeling a twinge of pain in his fingers. The injury, still not fully healed, had worsened somewhat, though it was not serious. Fortunately, this encounter was merely a sparring session with Jean Bing, had it been a life-and-death struggle. Even if Huang Wen emerged victorious, it would likely not have been easier than his battle with Punchstone. More importantly, a figure like Jean Bing, a kingpin of the underworld, undoubtedly possessed some hidden trump cards. "All right, it is getting late. Let us go for a meal. After dining, I will impart to Reese some fundamental knowledge about Wing Chun. Once we digest, you can practice alongside Xiao Chong." Huang Wen gazed at Zhong Chong and Risvik, responding affirmatively. "Yes, teacher," as Risvik reverently acknowledged. "Let us go, Brother Wen." Zhong Chong, pleasantly surprised by the unexpected formality, led the group out of the Wing Chun martial arts school and towards a hot pot restaurant. Interestingly, Uncle Zhong did not inquire about Jean Bing's absence. He could discern that Jean Bing was not an ordinary individual. Even without knowing his true identity, Uncle Zhong resolved to limit his interactions with Jean Bing. As for Risvik, observing him indulging in the hot pot with delight, Uncle Zhong lowered his guard, convinced that this child posed no threat, much like Zhong Chong had suggested. After their meal, Zhong Chong and Risvik commenced practicing Wing Chun in the dojo, while Jean Bing, upon returning, instructed James Wesley to manage the publicity for the Wing Chun martial arts school. Subsequently, after the injuries sustained by the boxing champion Tai Li were deemed non-threatening, he participated in an interview where he openly declared that the techniques of dismantling opponents were mere theatrics, devoid of practical application. Furthermore, Tai Li specifically mentioned the Wing Chun school in Chinatown, recounting how he observed its practitioners executing their techniques with an air of frivolity, labeling them as deceptive. Soon, both television networks and newspapers reported on Tai Li's statements, expressing considerable agreement with his perspective. Consequently, a fervent debate erupted online regarding Tai Li's remarks, with some voices rising to assert that Chinese martial arts were not mere showmanship, as many fighters had integrated elements of these ancient techniques into their repertoire. Regrettably, such counterarguments were swiftly inundated by a wave of internet trolls, with some even suggesting a match between the Wing Chun school and Tai Li. They posited that should the martial arts school lose, it should promptly shut down to cease its deceitful practices. This sentiment garnered substantial support from netizens, who were evidently part of James Wesley's orchestrated campaign, aimed at igniting a confrontation between Tai Li and Huang Wen. As the public opinion shifted unfavorably for Huang Wen, he managed to mount a successful counterattack, with the formidable Tai Li ultimately demonstrating that Chinese martial arts were not mere empty boasts, capable even of overcoming a boxing champion. Chapter 25. Diverse attention thus. This development not only stirred heightened enthusiasm among those already supportive of Chinese martial arts, but also significantly increased the likelihood of this audience becoming students at the Wing Chun school. Conversely, those who had previously backed Tai Li would undergo a profound internal conflict following this incident. It is akin to witnessing a champion's defeat when a new champion emerges, exhibiting greater strength and prowess than their predecessor. Even loyal supporters of the former champion may find themselves unable to resist applauding the new champion's prowess. Naturally, this does not apply to gambling enthusiasts. Indeed, at the pinnacle of this public discourse, both the New York Times and television stations converged upon the Wing Chun school to interview Huang Wen. It was already the following Friday. Zhong Chong and Riss Fisk had no classes and returned early to practice boxing, much to the chagrin of Zhong Bo, who rolled his eyes frequently. Previously, Zhong Chong would visit him once every 2 to 3 weeks, but now he immediately immersed himself in the Wing Chun dojo upon his return. If it weren't for the fact that he still had to dine at the hot pot restaurant every afternoon and evening, Zhong Bo might have been even more displeased. Even so, he could not help but murmur about treating the home like a restaurant or a hotel, lamenting that his grandson only returned to eat and sleep. It must be said that although Zhong Chong and Riss Fisk left last week with heavy hearts, after 2 days without practice, they found themselves rather unaccustomed. Even at school, they compared their boxing techniques with one another. Upon returning to the Wing Chun dojo, they were especially eager to showcase their skills in front of Huang Wen, who nodded in approval, recognizing that competition fosters improvement. "Mr. Huang, how do you view the provocations from Champion Tyler?" asked a journalist, who happened to be the same reporter Huang Wen had seen interviewing Tony Stark on television previously, indicating that Jin Bing had indeed exerted some effort. "We Chinese are inherently modest. Even as martial artists, we are guided by benevolence." A subtle smile graced Huang Wen's face, yet an immense aura emanated from him. Generally, he would dismiss ordinary provocations with a smile, but insulting Chinese martial arts is unacceptable, since that champion believes our martial arts are mere window dressing. "I welcome him to the Wing Chun dojo for a match against me. You television stations and newspapers can bear witness. Moreover, I hereby make a promise. On that day, if this champion defeats me, I will award him $100,000. Furthermore, from now on, every challenger who defeats me will receive the same sum. Of course, I am not running a charity to prevent just anyone from challenging me. If you lose, you must leave $100,000. I wonder if anyone dares to accept such terms?" As Huang Wen concluded, confidence sparkled in his eyes as he fixed his gaze on the camera, causing many viewers of the live broadcast to shudder. What a boastful young man. Tony Stark, wearing boxing gloves, looked at Happy Hogan and inquired, "How many seconds do you think you could take him down?" "It's hard to say." Happy Hogan cautiously shook his head. "That Champion Tyler is arguably the most formidable fighter in today's combat world. If he can truly defeat Tyler, then I am certainly not his match. Jarvis, keep an eye on the outcome of their battle and inform me." Tony Stark removed his boxing gloves and tossed them to Happy Hogan. "All right, that's enough practice for today. I have a date." "Is Wing Chun really that powerful?" Carlson quietly asked May as they sat in the Bayou Hot Pot restaurant. "Indeed, it is quite formidable." May nodded slightly. "I had been here before and had once trained in Wing Chun under the previous master, Huang Hong. He was quite formidable, at least a notch above me. As for this Huang Wen, I was not too familiar with him." "More skilled than May?" Carlson gazed incredulously at the television, where the interview had just concluded. Inside the Wing Chun dojo, Zhong Chong and Li Sifisk regarded Huang Wen with utmost respect as he practiced on the wooden dummy, showcasing the training methods of Wing Chun to the audience. "Is it possible that he—" Carlson lowered his voice. "The Huang Hong you mentioned is the one who fell victim to the Goryeo gang, that mutant?" "The likelihood is slim," May frowned. "Even if he is exceptionally gifted, there should be limits to human capabilities. Moreover, the power of that punch stone transcends mere human thresholds. However, it cannot be ruled out that he possesses other abilities. Could we recruit him?" Carlson's eyes sparkled with interest. "His martial prowess is astounding. If only our agents could learn from him. Quality over quantity in martial arts." May shook her head. "Furthermore, Wing Chun and other traditional Chinese martial arts require extensive training. More importantly, our combat skills are already sufficient. It largely depends on individual comprehension. As for more advanced techniques, he is unlikely to share them. That is indeed a pity." However, last Saturday, the entire Chinatown was sealed off by a mysterious force for a day. "I wonder what transpired that day and who was behind that blockade," Carlson reflected. "Well, the interview has concluded. Let us investigate." He stood up, shaking his head with a hint of regret. May rose as well, placing the money on the table. Shaking her head as she said, "Carlson, the meal allowance exceeded the limit. Remember to reimburse me later." Could it be trouble with Wen? After May and Carlson departed, Zhongbo furrowed his brow, gazing towards the Wing Chun dojo. Although he did not catch the details of their conversation, he had heard whispers of the Goryeo gang. Let us first assess the situation. If necessary, I will contact some old friends to vouch for Wen. However, these two do not seem like the police, he mused. After the departure of the reporters and television crew, Huang Wen continued to practice on his own, simultaneously overseeing Zhongchang and Li Sifisk as they trained. Suddenly, Huang Wen halted, gazing towards the entrance of the dojo. Carlson and May entered together, prompting Huang Wen to furrow his brow. "Who are you?" Carlson skillfully produced his identification and regarded Huang Wen with a friendly demeanor. "We have some matters we wish to discuss with you, Mr. Huang Wen." Huang Wen's eyes flickered with a hint of confusion before he nodded. "Come in. What brings you to my humble dojo?" Upon hearing this, Zhongchang and Li Sifisk exchanged knowing glances, then approached Huang Wen, watching Carlson and May with caution. Chapter 26, Suspicions and the Final Declaration of War. Huang Wen momentarily found himself at a loss regarding how to address Carlson and May. Naturally, he could not directly utter their names, for that would reveal his knowledge of their identities. "You may call me Agent Carlson, and this is my assistant," Carlson said with a warm smile. "Oh, very well. Agent Carlson," Huang Wen nodded, uncertain if there was something he wished to inquire about. "It concerns the Goryeo gang." Carlson gazed intently into Huang Wen's eyes. "We have discovered that the Goryeo gang was responsible for the death of your father. I wonder, were you aware of this?" "Indeed, it was them." A glimmer of cold fury flashed in Huang Wen's eyes. "I had previously uncovered some information. Benson from the karate dojo had also come to provoke me. I had intended to pressure the police soon to uncover the culprit. You need not find the perpetrator, for the Goryeo gang has been dismantled." Carlson continued to hold Huang Wen's gaze, shaking his head with a smile. "The mid to high-ranking members of the Goryeo gang were all killed in the early hours of last Friday." "What?" A flicker of surprise crossed Huang Wen's face, soon replaced by a cold smile. "Excellent. They brought calamity upon themselves for their misdeeds." "Mr. Huang Wen is entirely unaware of this?" Carlson inquired, maintaining his steady gaze and smiling. Huang Wen seemed momentarily taken aback, then laughed. "I would relish the opportunity to exact my own revenge. But I am merely an ordinary person. How could I possibly dismantle a gang? Then, may I ask what Mr. Huang Wen was doing in the early hours of last Friday?" Carlson pressed on. "Sleeping. What else could I have been doing?" Huang Wen shrugged. "Moreover, I was alone, so I cannot provide any proof." "Why are these two youngsters so anxious?" Carlson turned to observe Zhongchang and Ricey Fisk, smiling as he posed the question. "Well, when officers, agents, come to inquire about such matters, is it strange for us to be tense?" Ricey Fisk chuckled, though he added, "However, if you truly suspect our teacher, please present the necessary evidence. If you cannot provide any, do not waste my teacher's and my time. Then, we shall take our leave," Carlson said, unperturbed, casting a deep glance at Ricey Fisk, then at Huang Wen, and smiled. "Apologies for the disturbance. No need to see us off." Huang Wen nodded, watching as Carlson and May departed. A vehicle pulled away from Chinatown, and inside, May furrowed her brow and quietly asked, "Is that Huang Wen truly innocent?" "No. He harbors considerable suspicion," Carlson replied with a smile, shaking his head. "However, we lack evidence. Moreover, it is crucial to note that there is a plethora of media scrutinizing this situation. He is already in the spotlight, so there is no need to scrutinize him too closely. Besides, I do not believe he acted alone. That little chubby fellow must be his accomplice." "Oh, what leads you to that conclusion?" May inquired, somewhat astonished by Carlson's assertion. "Well, the mutant identification device did not alert us," he replied. Carlson extracted a device reminiscent of a mobile phone, a novel creation from the technology department, capable of identifying mutants. Its lack of response indicated that Huang Wen was not a mutant, but rather an ordinary individual. "I harbor doubts about his ability to confront a physically altered mutant alone. Perhaps the affairs of the Goryeo gang are intertwined with that portly fellow and the recent lockdown of Chinatown last Saturday. You ought not to have intervened." After Carlson and May departed, Huang Wen shook his head at Ricey Fisk, remarking that such actions would bear no benefit for either him or his father. "My father would indeed endorse my actions," Ricey Fisk retorted with a smile, dismissing the concerns of a mere agent of dubious credibility. asserting that the Jin Bing group was hardly fazed by such matters. Huang Wen remained oblivious to the true might of the Jin Bing group, but Chang Zhong, unable to contain himself, approached Riss Fisk and poked his belly, sarcastically commenting, "Such bravado. If the Jin Bing group is truly that formidable, why can't you shed a few pounds?" Riss Fisk, unwilling to back down, countered, "Well, your family runs a hot pot restaurant, yet you haven't ballooned up either. Enough. Both of you. Instead of bickering, spend this time honing your stances and solidifying your foundational skills. To achieve success in martial arts at this stage requires considerable effort." Huang Wen interjected sternly, shaking his head. "Yes, teacher. Understood, Brother Wen." Meanwhile, the New York Times and local television stations hastily sought out boxing champion Tyree. Driven by the lucrative incentives provided by James Wesley, under the influence of capital, they hardly pondered the true intentions of the Jin Bing group. The financial reward sufficed. "Mr. Champion, you must have heard of the challenge from the Wing Chun martial arts school. Do you have any response?" a reporter inquired, beaming at Tyree. "Humph. If he wishes to gift me $100,000, what reason do I have to decline?" Tyree responded with a confident smile. "Let the media bear witness. Tomorrow, I shall challenge the Wing Chun martial arts school in Chinatown to settle this debt." Although Tyree was acutely aware that he would stand no chance against Huang Wen, he knew that even if he could hold his own, victory was unattainable. The memory of the punch that sent him flying lingered painfully in his abdomen. Each recollection elicited a dull ache. He could only hope that when they clashed, Huang Wen would temper his strength and refrain from inflicting excessive harm. "It appears our champion has indeed accepted the challenge." The reporter observed Tyree with excitement, pondering how many techniques Tyree planned to employ to defeat the head of the Wing Chun school. "One technique. I shall rely on just one," Tyree declared, raising a single finger and gazing confidently into the camera. "With a single move, I could be sent flying." This final thought lingered in the mind of the boxing champion. Tyler, unvoiced yet igniting the fierce contest between Chinese martial arts and the reigning champion. "Boss, how did I perform?" Tyler inquired, his gaze almost obsequious as he looked at Jin Bing. "Well, it's satisfactory. Mr. Huang has indicated that he will not hold back for the authenticity of tomorrow's match. Yet he will not resort to lethal force. Prepare yourself." Jin Bing's calm voice resonated, leaving no room for Tyler to dispute. Chapter 27, Victory. The next day arrived, and although neither Huang nor Tyler had specified the exact time for the challenge, Chinatown was abuzz with throngs of people. It is human nature to revel in spectacles, especially when the thrill poses no personal danger. Watching from a television cannot compare to the exhilaration of being present at the scene. However, thanks to Jin Bing's early preparations, order was maintained and no issues arose. Many eager spectators, unable to enter the Wing Chun dojo, found themselves meandering through Chinatown, inadvertently contributing to the local economy. Jin Bing Group? Indeed. Upon receiving this information, Coulson's eyes glimmered with understanding. The influence of the Jin Bing Group could quietly eradicate the Gorlin gang without leaving a trace. Furthermore, it appeared that Tyler was affiliated with the Jin Bing Group, suggesting this was a self-staged spectacle. A wry smile crossed Coulson's face as he swiftly relayed the intelligence to his superior, Nick Fury. After listening, Fury furrowed his brow, contemplating before he remarked, "The affairs of the Jin Bing Group? For now, we shall not concern ourselves with them. The existence of a singular gang ruling the underworld can often be beneficial." Coulson grasped Fury's insight. Once the Jin Bing Group dominated the underground realm, they would become the sole target of scrutiny. Should any issues arise, one would simply seek out the Jin Bing Group, thereby facilitating management of the underground sphere. And did anyone truly believe that these surface-level gangs could wield substantial influence? Such thoughts were ludicrous. A luxurious RV approached Chinatown, distinct from the previous one associated with Jin Bing. Tyler emerged, draped in a cloak, with 2 championship belts adorning his waist. "My fans, today, I shall expose the deceit behind this so-called," Tyler proclaimed, waving to the gathering crowd with an air of arrogance. "We support you, Tyler. Flatten those yellow-skinned monkeys." They cheered, emboldened by the notion that his opponents were merely laughable displays of martial arts. It must be noted that a significant number supported Tyler, even without the influence of James Wesley. His followers constituted a considerable portion of the crowd. This was evident not only from the supporters present at the scene, but more importantly, from the fact that the Jin Bing Group personally initiated the betting. When the champion, Tai Li, lost, the odds were 10-1. When Huang Wen lost, the odds were 1.1. However, even under such circumstances, only a handful of opportunists wagered on Tai Li's defeat, and their stakes were minimal. Conversely, the public fervently bet on Huang Wen's loss, and the Jin Bing group accepted all bets without fear of incurring losses. As for those betting on Tai Li's defeat, the two largest wagers came from Huang Wen's $1 million, his maximum cash flow, and another $50,000 from Zhongchang's family. Upon learning of these wagers, Jin Bing merely chuckled, not overly concerned, for he had already secured the majority of the winnings. It was only fair to let Huang Wen and his associates have a small share. Tai Li, the champion, contemplated betting on his own defeat, but he lacked the courage to do so. If Jin Bing discovered his intention, he feared he might find himself floating in the East River the next day. With an air of arrogance, Tai Li strode into the Wing Chun dojo. The dojo had not set up a ring for this challenge, but had cleared ample space in the center, where Huang Wen stood, awaiting Tai Li's arrival. Gulp. The moment Tai Li laid eyes on Huang Wen, he instinctively swallowed hard, recalling the punch that had sent him flying that day. Nevertheless, as a professional, Tai Li quickly composed himself, tossing his cloak to an assistant and removing his championship belt. Hey, flowery fists and embroidered legs. Today marks the moment your deception is unveiled. Tai Li defiantly raised his middle finger at Huang Wen as he approached. Cameras from every angle zoomed in, eager to capture this bout in its entirety. Shall we begin? Huang Wen's expression remained impassive as he turned to the appointed host. Everyone should keep their distance. I fear there may be unintended casualties. Dealing with you requires but a single move. There will be no collateral damage. Tai Li continued to boast arrogantly. Clearly, our champion is brimming with confidence, and Mr. Huang is eager to commence the challenge. Then let our contest begin. The host nodded enthusiastically, raising the microphone and addressing the cameras to heighten the atmosphere. Please. Huang Wen performed a respectful gesture towards Tai Li, adopting the initial stance of Wing Chun. Huh. Tai Li let out a fierce shout, launching a powerful punch aimed at Huang Wen's head. He was aware of Huang Wen's capabilities and understood that he would likely lose. Yet Tai Li showed no intention of holding back. Huang Wen regarded the formidable punch with satisfaction, nodding in approval. This strike was even more powerful than the previous one that had caught him off guard, yet it was still nothing beyond that. Huang Wen shifted his body to the side, slipping in under Tai Li's arm, delivering a swift punch to Tai Li's abdomen. The familiar formula. The familiar sensation. Tai Li found himself on the brink of tears. Bang! With a resounding thud, the champion Tai was sent flying over 10 meters, crashing heavily to the ground, and even toppling several spectators who had failed to evade the impact. For a moment, the entire Wing Chun dojo fell into a stunned silence, as if the onlookers were mesmerized by the astonishing scene before them. This astonishment extended beyond the dojo, as viewers in front of their televisions were momentarily paralyzed in disbelief. It was utterly inconceivable. Recovering from his stupor, the host, his face flushed, exclaimed, "What extraordinary force could propel champion Tai so far?" Camera crew, did you capture that clearly? I did not see it clearly, but I recorded it. We should be able to play it in slow motion, the cameraman hesitantly replied, adjusting the equipment. The audience gathered closer, peering at the screen. Even at 5 times slower speed, Huang Wen's movements appeared as mere afterimages, rendering them impossible to discern. Incredible, the host said, excitement radiating from him as he turned to Huang Wen. Mr. Huang, might I reach a level like yours if I train in martial arts? You might find it quite unlikely, Huang Wen replied with a gentle smile, shaking his head. The skills I possess are the result of 2 decades of dedication. That punch just now was the culmination of 20 years of effort. Chapter 28. Opening the dojo to apprentices, 20 years of power. The host's body trembled, his eyes sparkling as he gazed at Huang Wen. So, if we train for 20 years, we could achieve such formidable strength? Indeed, with perseverance, success is attainable, Huang Wen affirmed with a nod. However, one must start from the very basics. I have categorized our Wing Chun training into 6 levels: apprentice, beginner, proficient, advanced, master, and grandmaster. Once you reach the proficient level, defeating a champion like the one we just witnessed poses no challenge. As for the higher levels of mastery, they require time and experience. And may I inquire, Mr. Huang, which level do you currently belong to? The host eagerly interjected. Naturally, I am at the grandmaster level. Huang Wen replied with a soft smile, a hint of pride flickering across his face. As you can see, at the grandmaster level, it takes but a single punch to contend with a world-class champion. Then, May I ask how much you charge at our Wing Chun dojo? The host inquired with anticipation. I shall refrain from discussing fees on television, lest it appear as though I am advertising, Huang Wen said with a chuckle, shaking his head. However, anyone interested in Wing Chun is welcome to visit. My dojo is modest and can accommodate only a limited number of students. Furthermore, as I mentioned previously, should anyone believe my skills are merely for show, I welcome the challenge. Just remember to prepare a sum of $100,000. Otherwise, I shan't engage casually. The live broadcast concluded here, shorter than everyone had anticipated, yet leaving a profound impression, shattering the viewer's preconceived notions. It is well known that the world boxing champion, particularly the renowned Tyson Fury, is regarded as the most formidable fighter in the public's perception. However, it is equally acknowledged that Tyson Fury cannot hold the title of champion indefinitely. Yet, it is beyond the imagination of many that someone could deliver a single blow powerful enough to send Tyson Fury flying. Especially in a live broadcast with numerous spectators present, there would be no means to fabricate such an event without the aid of special effects. At that moment, many Americans found themselves once again enchanted by the dream of martial prowess. Upon hearing Huang Wen's categorization of Wing Chun levels, they could not help but ponder that even if they could not reach the status of a grandmaster, attaining proficiency might still enable them to triumph over a world champion. The audience gathered at the Wing Chun dojo, aside from a few disheartened gamblers, was filled with eager faces, all gazing at Huang Wen with anticipation, wishing to enroll in Wing Chun classes. Had it not been for the overwhelming power of Huang Wen's recent strike and the presence of personnel from the Jinbing group maintaining order, the crowd would have surged forward. Mr. Huang, what are the tuition fees for Wing Chun dojo? I genuinely wish to learn. After the host set down the microphone, he hurriedly approached Huang Wen, brimming with eagerness. It is $800 per year, with free access to practice equipment. As for the lessons, they are organized into classes of about 50 students, each session lasting an hour and a half, explained Wrist Fisk and Zhong Chong, who had stepped forward. There are 2 classes in the morning and 4 in the afternoon each week. A student can attend 3 classes weekly, and of course, you may practice with the equipment at any time since the dojo does not have partitions. These arrangements were discussed and agreed upon by Wrist Fisk and Zhong Chong. And after presenting them to Huang Wen, he found no issues and consented. All right, I will get my membership card right away. The host nodded eagerly, introducing himself as Bud and expressing his desire for guidance from the 2 seniors. Understanding that Wrist Fisk was the son of a prominent figure, Bud naturally adopted a humble demeanor to foster rapport. Follow me, Zhong Chong and Wrist Fisk said with smiles, leading Bud further inside. Please leave your name and phone number, and await our notification regarding class schedules. Of course, you are welcome to come and train at any time. Soon, Bud emerged joyfully with a membership card for the Wing Chun dojo, while a nearby photographer hurriedly handed his camera to Bud before also entering the dojo. Let them in, and have them form a line, Wrist Fisk instructed, and the personnel from the Jinbing group promptly ensured order was maintained as they allowed individuals to enter gradually. For most Americans, the fee of $800 per year was a source of discomfort. While it may not seem excessive compared to the standard gym membership of around $500 annually, it still represented a significant amount. Nevertheless, the prospect of learning such a formidable martial art as Wing Chun made it appear less daunting. Consequently, after a moment of hesitation, several individuals with relatively well-padded wallets lined up, one by one entering to pay for their memberships. As for the boxing champion Tyree, he had long since slipped away, leaving in a most unceremonious manner. A single punch secured his victory? Huh. Carlson chuckled at the news relayed by his agents, unbothered by any scrutiny. How brazen he was, refusing even to put on a show. However, it was evident that those who had placed their bets must have profited handsomely. Sir, regarding the match between boxing champion Tyree and Wing Chun master Huang Wen that you were previously monitoring, the outcome has been determined. Just roused from a languorous reverie, Tony Stark, awaiting the departure of his companion Pepper Potts, heard the voice of J.A.R.V.I.S. whispering in his ear. Oh, that braggart. Did he lose in a few moves? Tony Stark inquired with a smirk as he lifted a glass of wine. One move, J.A.R.V.I.S. replied, raising a finger to emphasize his point. Just as the mocking grin lingered on Tony's lips, J.A.R.V.I.S. continued, with a single strike. He sent champion Tyree flying over 10 meters. Impossible. Was he on steroids? Tony Stark frowned, scrutinizing J.A.R.V.I.S. intently. That lad must have cheated. J.A.R.V.I.S. Uncover the entire truth. Yes, sir. J.A.R.V.I.S. acknowledged, promptly embarking on an investigation into the records of Tyree and Huang Wen. Regrettably, sir, I must inform you that while there indeed exists some form of transaction between Tyree and Huang Wen, the recent bout was authentic. I have meticulously analyzed the speed and power exhibited by Huang Wen during the fight, and I conclude that, among ordinary humans, none could rival him. Ordinary humans? So, is he a mutant? Tony Stark pondered aloud, prompting another query. Not at all. According to the data analysis, he is a bona fide human. However, his physical capabilities transcend the limits of the human body, much like that captain from years past, though he has yet to reach the captain's pinnacle. J.A.R.V.I.S. paused momentarily before delivering his findings. Fascinating. A smile crept across Tony Stark's face, but as soon as he caught sight of Pepper Potts entering the room, he swiftly relegated thoughts of Huang Wen to the recesses of his mind. In Chapter 29, Character Lottery, by Zhan Tong, the Wing Chun Dojo in Chinatown, once desolate, had transformed into a bustling hub, invigorating the entire street's commerce. Consequently, grateful neighbors from Chinatown frequently visited to express their appreciation to Huang Wen. It could be said that Huang Wen not only elevated the dojo's prestige, but also rejuvenated the entirety of Chinatown. Within the dojo, Huang Wen surveyed the 50 students diligently practicing the fundamentals of Wing Chun, nodding in approval. If enthusiasm were a measure of martial arts training, it was undoubtedly at its zenith among these fledgling practitioners. This was evident from the eager glances and restless arms of those nearby, engaged with their equipment. Ding. Task 1. Elevate the dojo's prominence completed. Reward: 1 extraordinary character lottery. At that moment, Huang Wen heard the long-awaited notification from the system. Huang Wen was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that he would so effortlessly accomplish what had once seemed to be the most challenging task. It appeared that both Huang Wen and Huang Hong had not harbored exceedingly high expectations regarding the flourishing of the Wing Chun dojo. As a thought crossed his mind, he summoned the system, and its interface materialized before him. Current task, 00 completed task, elevate the dojo, reward, 1 extraordinary character lottery draw. Would you like to claim it? Note: you have completed the 3 tasks left behind by the original host, Huang Wen, thus thoroughly resolving the original host's karmic ties. Henceforth, you shall be known as Huang Wen in this world, and no one shall perceive any anomaly in you. Upon reading this line, a sense of relief washed over Huang Wen, akin to a heavy stone being lifted from his heart. He then felt an unparalleled lightness throughout his being, as if he had shed some form of shackles. This sensation was reminiscent of the time when Huang Wen broke through the limits of the human body and ascended from the mundane to the extraordinary. No, this time it felt even more liberating, as if his soul had undergone a profound cleansing. With a deep exhale, Huang Wen felt his eyes gradually brighten. From this day forth, he had truly become Huang Wen of this world. A vibrant Marvel universe awaited him, and he wondered what other adventures lay in store. Brother Wen, why do I sense a change in you? Asked Zhong Chong, who was most familiar with Huang Wen, his gaze fixed in surprise upon him, noticing an invigorated spirit. Perhaps it was because the dojo had finally come to life again. Huang Wen smiled and shook his head. In this way, he had fulfilled his father's last wish. Indeed, if Uncle Hong could see this, he would undoubtedly be overjoyed. Zhong Chong nodded appreciatively. Nevertheless, Brother Wen, your complete emergence is indeed a momentous occasion. Coincidentally, the uncles around here wish to express their gratitude for the new vitality you've brought to Chinatown. Shall we host a banquet? What banquet? Huang Wen laughed lightly, waving his hand in refusal. The prosperity of Chinatown today is a collective achievement. How can I claim sole credit? Let us forego the banquet and instead focus on joyfully earning more together, shall we? Very well, Brother Wen, your word is law, Zhong Chong replied, a hint of regret flickering in his eyes. You all continue your practice below. I'll be heading upstairs for a moment. Reese, keep an eye on them and ensure there's no slacking. Huang Wen turned to the still rotund Reese Fisk, adding, I shall return shortly. Understood, Master. Reese Fisk's eyes sparkled with excitement as he nodded eagerly, casting a smug glance at Zhong Chong before stepping out to feign guidance of the students' movements. Zhong Chong shot a disgruntled glare at Reese Fisk, while Huang Wen chuckled and ascended the stairs, returning to his room. With a mere thought, He opted to claim the reward for this task. Drawing the lottery, Huang Wen felt a surge of excitement. An extraordinary character lottery was indeed the most coveted reward among the 3 initial tasks. In the realm of extraordinary individuals, the lottery granted Huang Wen the foundation akin to that of Yi Wen. Yet, he pondered what character he might draw from the extraordinary pool. Could it be Captain Yin Shuangyi? With a sudden flash, that familiar white light reappeared before Huang Wen's eyes. Congratulations! You have obtained an extraordinary character, by Zhan Tong, derived from the worlds of Wu Lin Wai Zhuan and Longmin Biaoju, selected for his superior qualities. Old Bai, another top-tier choice? Huang Wen's eyes sparkled. Although Bai Zhan Tong belonged to a comedic martial arts universe, his prowess was undeniably formidable, especially after optimization. It is noteworthy that even the 8th-ranked fighter, El Qingqing, was effortlessly subdued by Bai Zhan Tong's skillful acupoint strikes from a distance, indicating Bai's esteemed position within the martial world. Perhaps Bai Zhan Tong's only shortcoming lay in his lack of lethal techniques. However, when matched against weaker opponents, his finger strikes were more than sufficient to overwhelm them. Contemplating this, Huang Wen's gaze fixed upon the name Bai Zhan Tong, and in the next moment, his attributes materialized before him. Character, Bai Zhan Tong. Vitality, 71 points. Qi, 98 points. 1 point of Qi equals 10 points of vitality. Spirit, 0 points. Skills, Sunflower Acupoint Strike, Sunflower Acupoint Release, Sunflower 1000 Cuts, Distant Acupoint Strike, 9-9 Revival Palm. Muscle and Bone Separation Technique, Snow Searching Plum Blossom. Evaluation, Bai Zhan Tong, having reached his pinnacle, undoubtedly lives up to the illustrious title of the Saint of Thieves in the martial realm. His agility and martial prowess place him among the strongest. Would you like to integrate the abilities of Bai Zhan Tong? Wow! Huang Wen couldn't help but exclaim, for Bai Zhan Tong's strength exceeded his expectations by far. With 71 vitality points, over double his own, and 98 Qi points, equivalent to 980 vitality points, it felt as if Huang Wen was receiving an extraordinary boon. I, Huang Wen, am not cheating. Can task rewards be considered cheating? Regaining his composure, Huang Wen promptly selected the option to integrate. With a swift motion, a surge of formidable power coursed through Huang Wen's being. He could distinctly feel his strength amplifying, his physical prowess increasing by nearly 3-fold. More importantly, the faint dark energy within him unraveled and fused with his internal strength, transforming into a vast reservoir of inner power within his dantian. He even sensed the faint presence of a barrier within reach. Host, Huang Wen. Vitality, 105 points. Qi, 99 points. Spirit, 1 point, not activated. Skills, Wing Chun Master. Gunfighting Technique, Sunflower Sect Martial Arts, 9-9 Revival Palm, Muscle and Bone Separation Technique, Snow Searching Plum Blossom. Evaluation, your vitality, now extraordinary, has transcended the lower tiers and is gradually evolving toward a non-human realm. With the integration of Bai Zhan Tong's internal power and Yi Wen's dark energy, your Qi has ascended to the pinnacle of the extraordinary. With just one more step, you shall embark upon the path of legend. Chapter 30. The new task mechanism, how formidable. Huang Wen clenched his fists, feeling the power coursing through his body, which was over 3 times stronger than before. The robust internal energy circulating within him filled Huang Wen's heart with confidence. However, as he gazed at his 99 points of Qi, his eyes flickered with contemplation. He could distinctly sense that his internal power had reached its zenith, or perhaps encountered a bottleneck. According to the system's prompts below, Huang Wen surmised that 100 points of Qi would enable him to ascend to the legendary tier. He was merely a fraction away from becoming a master of that realm. Yet, what baffled Huang Wen was that he possessed 105 points of vitality. With 1 point of Qi equating to 10 points of vitality, he should be able to compensate for this numerical disparity with his vitality, which should mean he had already attained legendary status. Could it be that vitality and Qi do not communicate with each other? A possibility crossed Huang Wen's mind. Recalling the character lottery involving Yi Wen. Yi Wen had 19 points of vitality and 1 point of Qi, which also equated to 10 points of vitality. If the calculation were cumulative, then Yi Wen would possess 29 points of vitality, reaching an extraordinary level. However, the system still classified Yi Wen as an ordinary character, indicating that it did not recognize the addition of attributes. With this realization, Huang Wen understood that although the sum of his vitality and Qi met the legendary standard, Only an individual attribute exceeding the legendary threshold would constitute a true breakthrough into that realm. In this regard, Qi seemed manageable, as 100 points of Qi would indeed qualify as legendary. Huang Wen rubbed his chin and began to ponder. Yet he found it astonishing that 1,000 points of vitality were required to break through to the legendary level. This was somewhat exaggerated. He had only reached 1/10 of that requirement. Moreover, the span from extraordinary vitality, which ranges from 20 points to 1,000 points, seemed excessively vast. Oh, my 3 tasks have been completed. Does that mean I am without tasks now? What will the future tasks entail? With this thought, Huang Wen's expression turned serious. Although he now possessed 2 means of enhancement, martial arts and skills, considering that Yuan only had 19 points of vitality and the legendary threshold rested at 1,000 points, it appeared unrealistic to break through martial skills alone, especially since it had been over a month since Huang Wen acquired Yi Wen's abilities. He diligently practiced daily, yet he had not witnessed even a hint of breakthrough. His 34 points of vitality remained stagnant. As for the martial skills belonging to Bai Tong, they were rather commendable and nearing the legendary tier, presenting a potential for breakthrough. Yet the path to legend was long and uncertain for Huang Wen. I must find a way to obtain more chances for the lottery. Huang Wen's thoughts raced as he gazed at the system's task interface. Task interface. Currently available tasks. Note 1. Having completed the 3 tasks left by Huang Wen, you have thoroughly resolved the causal ties of the original host. From now on, you shall be Huang Wen in this world, and no one will perceive any anomaly in you. The system will not impose tasks upon you. Note 2. In the future, you will be responsible for assigning tasks to yourself, and the system will assess the difficulty of the tasks based on your current abilities, subsequently providing rewards. Note 3. The system will not generate overly simplistic tasks nor offer rewards for them, so please refrain from adding tasks that are excessively easy. In other words, I will be the one to determine my future tasks? Huang Wen's eyes sparkled with excitement. The system indeed seemed quite lenient. Had it not been for the 3rd note, he might have been tempted to create a task for himself to perform 100 push-ups just to test the rewards. Are there any other changes? Huang Wen continued to scan the system's interface, but found no further discrepancies. Now, what task should I assign myself? Should I deal with Sheriff Yifu? Resolving the collusion of Sheriff Yifu with the Golem gang? Huang Wen gazed at the task interface and issued a new assignment for himself. Generating task. Resolve the collusion of Sheriff Yifu with the Golem gang. Reward. 1 draw for a common grade item. Do you accept this task? A draw for a common grade item? How miserly. Huang Wen frowned. However, rather than immediately accepting the task, he decided to verify it first, as this would afford him more options. Sheriff Yifu, who was already aware that the Golem gang was responsible for Huang Hong's demise, continued to conspire with them, even plotting my assassination and framing me as Huang Hong's murderer. This Sheriff Yifu must be eliminated. Yet, the matter concerning the Golem gang had already caught the attention of that novice village chief, Coulson. Therefore, I cannot act hastily regarding Sheriff Yifu. If his collusion with the Golem gang becomes known, it would easily lead suspicion back to me. With this in mind, Huang Wen resolved to leave this task on the task page without accepting it, waiting for an opportune moment to seize it and eliminate Sheriff Yifu. After all, the reward was merely a common grade item draw. Lift 2 tons of heavy objects? Huang Wen attempted once more to assign a new task, but, regrettably, the system did not respond, thwarting his attempt at exploiting the system. Increase Zhong Chang's weight to 150 gene? Huang Wen conceived yet another task. Generating task. Increase Zhong Chang's weight to 150 gene. Reward. 1 draw for a common grade item. Do you accept this task? Accept. Huang Wen eagerly concurred, surprised that increasing Zhong Chang's weight was indeed included as a task, with a reward identical to that of eliminating Sheriff Yifu. However, Huang Wen recalled that Zhong Chang currently weighed 110 gene, and reaching 150 gene would pose a genuine challenge. It seems he must intensify Zhong Chang's training and encourage him to eat and exercise more. Should we let Reese lose some weight? Huang Wen pondered for a moment, but ultimately decided against this task. He thought it better to allow Zhong Chang to gain a bit more weight, as Zhong Bo's physique could be deemed normal, whereas Zhong Chang appeared too slender in comparison. However, the situation with Reese Fisk was entirely different. Jean Bing had become quite portly, and one could only speculate whether their family genes harbored some intrinsic propensity for weight gain, transforming excess fat into strength. Huang Wen recalled that, in the movie X-Men, Wolverine had battled a mutant named Blob, who possessed a similar ability, showcasing considerable power and defense among mutants. When go, someone has come to challenge us. Just as Huang Wen was lost in thought, the urgent voice of Zhong Chong broke through. Chapter 31. The Challenging Wolverine, a Challenge? A flicker of surprise crossed Huang Wen's eyes. He hadn't anticipated that his Wing Chun Dojo, having just begun to garner a reputation, would soon attract challengers. He wondered who it could be. Nevertheless, since this visitor was offering a sum of $100,000, Huang Wen could not have been more welcoming. The last time Jin Bing hosted a match, Huang Wen's assets had surged to $1 million, ensuring his financial security. Thus, it was only logical to accept any additional monetary offerings. Rewinding to Huang Wen's previous challenge against the boxing champion in a tavern in America, the live broadcast of this bout was being aired. A disheveled man with unkempt hair and a beard raised his head, the scent of alcohol wafting from him. Initially indifferent, his interest peaked when he observed Huang Wen's movements on screen. Not bad. Even from the television broadcast, he could discern the trajectory of Huang Wen's punches. However, when he heard Huang Wen's triumphant words after winning, his eyes sparkled with excitement. $100,000. It would be mine. Thus, the man spent several days making his way to the Wing Chun Dojo in Chinatown, eventually stepping inside. Even after several days had passed, the enthusiasm for signing up at the dojo remained unabated, though the limited space was nearing full capacity. Hello, sir. Are you here to register? Reese Fisk approached the man, nodding and smiling. I'm afraid we are at full capacity and cannot accept new registrations. I am here to challenge. The man cast a fierce glance at Reese, his eyes glinting like a beast's, prompting Reese to instinctively step back. Seeing the situation escalate, Zhong Chong hurried upstairs to summon Huang Wen. Before long, Huang Wen descended from the upper floor. Upon seeing the man, he paused momentarily, not out of surprise from just anyone, but because he had only recently thought of this very individual. Wolverine, Logan. Logan's gaze sharpened as he looked at Huang Wen. His keen instincts sensed that Huang Wen was formidable. At the very least, his physical prowess would not be inferior to his own. You appear to be even more formidable than you seem on television. Logan, narrowing his eyes, inquired as Huang approached slowly. Are you familiar with me? Indeed. Huang nodded with candor, a smile gracing his lips. He had not anticipated encountering the formidable Logan here. Are you here to challenge me? I wonder if you have brought the requisite $100,000? You cannot defeat me, Logan asserted, clenching his fists. If you truly know me, you should be aware of that. At least here, you are unable to employ any underhanded tactics, are you not? Huang chuckled and shook his head. Very well. Let us engage in a contest akin to that televised challenge, restricting ourselves to fists and feet alone. If you win, I shall grant you $100,000. If you lose, you will remain at my Wing Chun school, teaching the students to enhance their practical skills. I will also provide you with a salary. What do you say? Defeating Wolverine, Logan. Huang turned to his task interface, issuing himself a new quest. Task in progress. Defeat Wolverine. Reward. 1 extraordinary item lottery chance. Do you accept this task? Making Wolverine a teacher at the martial arts school. Huang's eyes sparkled as he set forth another objective. Task in progress. Make Wolverine a teacher at the Wing Chun school. Reward. 1 extraordinary skill lottery chance. Do you accept this task? Accepted. Huang felt a surge of joy in his heart. Logan was truly his former idol and a veritable lucky star. He could potentially amass wealth through Logan. Let us discuss that after you win. Just as Huang was preparing to issue another task, Logan snorted disdainfully and swung a punch towards Huang. Just moments ago, he had considered Logan a lucky star, yet here he was exhibiting such a volatile temper. Huang grimaced internally. Although he had once greatly admired the character and actor of Wolverine, witnessing Logan's furious approach made him realize that distance indeed breeds beauty. Few could likely tolerate such a fiery temperament. With a resounding thud, Huang's fist collided with Logan's. Logan staggered back 2 steps, and Huang did the same, indicating that in terms of raw power, Huang was not inferior to Logan. However, Logan's true terror lay not in his strength, but in his formidable regenerative abilities and his adamantium-laced skeleton. Huang's fist throbbed painfully. After all, Logan's bones were composed of adamantium, far surpassing the capabilities of human bones. Fortunately, Huang possessed an energy level of 105, indicative of his overall physical prowess. Thus, while he could not rival a creature like Logan in terms of regenerative capacity, His recovery abilities were still far superior to those of an average person, and he had even begun to develop a rudimentary form of self-healing. Of course, to attain a level of regeneration akin to Logan's, Huang would need to elevate his energy to legendary status, and even that might not suffice. He would likely need to reach an epic level. However, the energy had reached an epic level, rendering Huang Wen's strength far beyond what Logan could presently compare to. With a swift whoosh, a gust of wind from Logan's punch surged forth. Although Huang Wen's thoughts were rapid, he still lost a fraction of time, allowing Logan to seize the opportunity. Regaining his focus, Huang Wen, with extraordinary reflexes, sidestepped, choosing not to engage Logan in a direct confrontation, as it was evident that the recoil from such an encounter would inflict greater injury upon him. With a sharp clap, Huang Wen stepped past Logan's fist and delivered a powerful strike to the back of Logan's head. The immense force, combined with Logan's own momentum, caused him to lose balance and crash to the ground. Yet, in the next moment, Logan, still on the floor, kicked out towards Huang Wen's lower body. Huang Wen could not allow Logan's kick to connect, for it would be akin to colliding his leg with an unyielding iron rod. Thus, he sprang off the ground, leaping over Logan's sweeping leg, then crouched low to grasp Logan's other leg, lifting the 300-pound man effortlessly and tossing him aside. With a thud, Logan once again lost his footing, crashing heavily to the ground, gritting his teeth in pain, before rising with a hint of fury, ready to charge at Huang Wen. "Wait a moment, Mr. Logan. You have already fallen twice and been thrown out of the ring," Huang Wen exclaimed, observing Logan's burgeoning rage. Chapter 32, The Potent Pressure Point Strike. Roaring, Logan disregarded Huang Wen's words. His blood surging with anger, he lunged towards Huang Wen, intent on using his claws to teach him a lesson, a clear sign of his frustration. After all, aside from the initial strike, Logan had not even managed to touch Huang Wen, who had deftly toyed with him through superior technique. This starkly illustrated that despite Logan's theoretical arsenal of combat skills, he fell significantly short compared to Huang Wen, likely reflecting the combat prowess depicted in cinematic narratives. In the Wolverine film series, it is rare to witness Logan suppressing others through exceptional fighting skills. More often, he relies on his indomitable body and claws to bulldoze through. Even skilled ninjas have been shown to overpower Logan using technique, indicating that his character has been significantly weakened in the series. Having witnessed Logan's ferocious roars countless times, Huang Wen keenly sensed that Logan was about to unleash his claws. In a flash, he executed the snow-treading technique, appearing beside Logan in an instant. Remarkably, Logan, possessing a beast-like instinct, despite his own speed lagging, could still perceive Huang Wen's movements. Flower point strike. But it was too late. Huang Wen did not foolishly announce his technique. Instead, with the swiftness of a gale and the force of lightning, he struck Logan's pressure point, rendering him motionless, frozen in place. Fortunately, his claws had yet to emerge. Huang Wen couldn't help but feel a sense of relief. Had Logan publicly displayed his claws, the surrounding students would likely have fled in terror, and by the following day, relevant authorities might have arrived to investigate the Wing Chun martial arts school. What is this technique? Logan pondered, bewildered. He sensed no physical anomaly within himself, yet he found himself utterly immobilized, as if someone had seized control of his body. Mental manipulation? Are you a mutant? Logan recalled a similar experience when Professor Charles had once controlled his body, and he felt a striking resemblance to that sensation, leaving him perplexed. Apologies, but I am not. This is martial arts, known as acupoint striking. Huang Wen chuckled, shaking his head while enlightening the students nearby. According to the philosophy of Chinese martial arts, the human body is imbued with countless acupoints. Striking the corresponding acupoint elicits specific reactions. For instance, by striking his acupoint now, he is rendered immobile. If I strike his laughter acupoint, he will laugh incessantly. If I strike his sorrow acupoint, he will weep uncontrollably. As he spoke, Huang Wen released Logan's acupoint, just as Logan was about to throw a punch. Huang Wen swiftly struck Logan's laughter acupoint once more, causing Logan to shudder and then erupt into laughter. Ha ha ha. Logan laughed painfully, as he had no desire to do so, yet found himself unable to resist. He even began to believe Huang Wen's words. Huang Wen's abilities were undoubtedly not those of a mutant, for the mutant powers Logan had witnessed did not possess such diversity. Brother Wen, so acupoint striking truly exists. Can we learn this technique as well? Zhong Chang exclaimed, his eyes sparkling. This acupoint striking seemed far cooler than Wing Chun. Not so simple. Have you ever seen your Uncle Hong use acupoint striking? Huang Wen responded with a smile, shaking his head. Mastering acupoint striking requires not only a profound understanding of human anatomy, but also reaching a master level in Wing Chun before progressing further. Previously, your Uncle Hong was merely at the master level, so a grandmaster must advance even further. Zhong Chang felt deflated all at once. Not just him, but those students who understood the implications also felt a tinge of regret. However, they now had a new goal. It turned out that Wing Chun could be so formidable. Although they were still apprentices, the thought of one day becoming grandmasters and learning acupoint striking filled them with exhilaration, akin to being invigorated by a surge of energy. Quick, let me laugh. Stop it, please. Logan finally managed to utter a complete sentence after much effort. Mr. Logan, do you concede? Huang Wen nodded in satisfaction, seizing the opportunity to inquire. I concede, haha. Logan struggled to articulate once more. Despite his superhuman tenacity and nearly indestructible healing abilities, laughter proved to be his undoing. Ding. Task 1. Defeat Wolverine. Logan completed. Reward. 1 extraordinary item lottery draw. When the system's prompt sounded in Huang Wen's ear, a faint smile graced his lips as he released Logan's laughter restraint. Logan, his complexion slightly flushed, took a few deep breaths and then, with a serious expression, looked at Huang Wen and said, "Is this truly the essence of Huaxia Kung Fu? I have previously encountered Huaxia Kung Fu, but never have I witnessed such formidable prowess. Every profession has its extraordinary talents, and I, indeed, am the most exceptional representative of Huaxia Kung Fu." A hint of pride emerged on Huang Wen's face. However, Mr. Logan, you have already lost. Surely, you do not intend to dispute that, do you? Humph. What do you take me for? Logan, slightly disgruntled, huffed coldly. Since I have lost, what of it if I become your teacher? However, I must warn you, my temperament is not the most amiable, so prepare yourself for a challenge. Furthermore, I tend to attract trouble easily. Are you certain you wish for me to remain as your instructor? As long as Mr. Logan refrains from exerting his full strength, a bit of proper training would indeed benefit them. Huang Wen nodded with a smile, recognizing that he could not let someone like Logan, who could provide extraordinary level rewards, slip away. Very well, but should trouble arise, I shall take my leave. Logan cast a deep glance at Huang Wen and ultimately acquiesced. He then turned to survey the group of students, asking, "Who among you desires practical training?" Ding. Task 2. Secure Wolverine as a teacher for the Wing Chun Martial Arts Institute has been completed. Reward. 1 extraordinary skill lottery. The system once again reminded Huang Wen, confirming that Logan was now a teacher at the Wing Chun Martial Arts Institute. Their current strength was insufficient. Keep an eye on them and ensure they do not slack off. Huang Wen's heart leapt with joy. Acquiring extraordinary items and skills had never been so effortless. If he could regularly engage with Wolverine, would he not become invincible? Ideally, he could even draw extraordinary figures. After all, the attributes of character draws can be stacked. With enough extraordinary characters, Huang Wen would eventually ascend to legendary status and beyond. With this thought, Huang Wen felt even more invigorated, his gaze towards Logan softening further. Chapter 33. Slow-motion glasses and steam buns. I can't shake the feeling that your gaze upon me is rather peculiar. Logan furrowed his brow as he regarded Huang Wen, his keen instincts alerting him that while Huang Wen bore no ill will, he was certainly not harboring benign thoughts. It's nothing. Huang Wen quickly averted his gaze and offered Logan a smile. For now, I entrust this group to you, Uncle Wolf. Please keep an eye on these youngsters and ensure they do not slack off. Uncle Wolf. Logan found Huang Wen's address rather odd, casting a perplexed glance at him only to discover that Huang Wen had indeed ascended the stairs, leaving the group of students in his care. For a moment, Logan, Risfisk, and Zhong Chang exchanged bewildered looks. Then Risfisk snapped back to reality, addressing the students. All right, continue practicing the techniques the teacher demonstrated earlier. If anyone is unwilling to train, step aside. There are others waiting in line. Isn't this place rather small? Logan murmured as he surveyed the 200 square meters of practice space. For the previous Wing Chun martial arts school, this area had seemed spacious and empty, but now it felt quite crowded, with the equipment section filled to the brim and many students standing by, practicing their punches. The current Wing Chun school indeed bore the semblance of being overwhelmed with people. However, there was little to be done. The Wing Chun school was confined to such dimensions, and it was improbable that anyone would leave to open a branch so soon after mastering Wing Chun. Consequently, Both Fisk and Zhong Chang felt a touch of melancholy. Having envisioned the school as a valuable experience to accumulate their skills, yet lamenting the adage that a clever woman cannot cook without rice. In contrast, Huang Wen exhibited no signs of sorrow or worry. Having completed the task of promoting the martial arts school, he felt a sense of fulfillment in ensuring its continued operation, which honored the legacy of the original Huang Wen and Huang Hong. At that moment, Huang Wen returned to his room, surprised to discover that in the brief span of less than 10 minutes, he had once again secured a chance at an extraordinary item lottery and an extraordinary skill lottery. He wondered what splendid treasures he might unveil. With that thought, Huang Wen accessed the task page. Current tasks: 01, incomplete, 1. Increase Zhong Chang's weight to 150 gene. Reward: 1 ordinary item lottery. 2. Unaccepted task: resolve the issue with Sheriff Yi Fu, who is colluding with the Golin gang. Reward: 1 ordinary item lottery. 3. Completed tasks: 22. Reward: 1 extraordinary item lottery, 1 extraordinary skill lottery. Would you like to draw? Draw the extraordinary item lottery, Huang Wen promptly commanded. With a familiar flash of white light, a chime rang out. Congratulations! You have obtained the extraordinary item, slow-motion glasses, originating from the world of Pleasant Goat and Big Wolf, a miraculous invention by Grey Wolf, capable of slowing down the perception of movement, allowing one to see even the trajectory of bullets with clarity, providing ample reaction time. Special note: the maximum efficiency of the slow-motion glasses can slow down actions by 1,000 times, pairing exceptionally well with the magical tuxedo. Slow-motion glasses? 1,000 times slower? Huang Wen was astonished that such a seemingly trivial character as Grey Wolf could create such an impressive item. With 1,000-fold slowdown, coupled with Huang Wen's own reaction speed, no firearm could pose a threat to him. What? You mentioned nuclear weapons? My apologies, but I must take my leave. With the synergy of the slow-motion glasses and his reflexes, Huang Wen felt confident that should he encounter Quicksilver, the character from the film featuring extravagant effects, Quicksilver would appear as nothing more than a mere novice before him. The speed of Quicksilver, approaching the second cosmic velocity of 112 kilometers per second, would, when viewed through slow-motion glasses, appear to be slowed down 1,000-fold. In that moment, to Huang Wen's eyes, Quicksilver would transform from a super-speed mutant into a mere bolt. This velocity, while still remarkably swift for an ordinary individual, would seem akin to a tortoise's crawl for someone like Huang Wen, who possesses an energy level of 105 points. It is conceivable that he might witness Quicksilver, under the illusion that Huang Wen cannot perceive him, only for Huang Wen to strike back like a superhero encountering the Flash. At that instant, Quicksilver's expression would undoubtedly rival that of the Flash himself. How useful this is! Huang Wen retrieved the slow-motion glasses, nodding in satisfaction. He paired them with a tailcoat, perfectly compensating for the lack of sunglasses that accompanied the attire. As he drew upon the extraordinary skill lottery, Huang Wen stored away the tailcoat and slow-motion glasses, placing the items drawn by the system into its repository. This proved quite convenient, though Huang Wen still yearned for a personal storage space of his own. Suddenly, amidst Huang Wen's musings, that familiar white light reappeared. Ding! Congratulations! You have acquired the extraordinary skill, Baozi Thunder, originating from a patriotic drama, optimized so that any object you take a bite of will be imbued with mysterious explosive power, allowing you to control its detonation. Special note: the larger the volume of the consumed object, the greater the explosive force, but this is limited to inanimate matter. Huang Wen was taken aback, bemused by the peculiar nature of the skill he had drawn, especially since it stemmed from the same genre as that bizarre gunplay technique. Upon reflection, he realized that this Baozi Thunder skill bore a resemblance to the ability of the character Yue from Stealing Stars in September. Both abilities involve an unconventional interaction with objects, where mental waves control the explosion. The difference lies in the nature of the items involved, one being candies like lollipops, the other food items such as buns and tomatoes. Moreover, the larger the morsel, the more potent the explosion, and it is not strictly limited to food. With this thought, Huang Wen's imagination sparked. The potential of Baozi Thunder is indeed formidable. If he could endure the discomfort and take a bite of the earth, could he not control the explosion of the entire planet? What a cataclysmic force an explosion of Earth-sized proportions would unleash. Furthermore, it is not limited to Earth. If Huang Wen were to venture to Titan and take a bite of its surface, he could potentially bring about mutual destruction with Thanos upon his return. However, It seems he must indeed bite into the soil. Huang Wen pondered deeply, considering that biting into cement would not suffice, as it is evidently more challenging to consume than dirt. Reflecting on this, he wondered if he had indeed acquired an unusual mutant superpower. Chapter 34. The Deception of Wolverine and the Contract. The inquiries posed by Huang Wen remained unanswered, even regarding the utility of inversely gnawing the earth. The system offered no insights. As for the so-called mutant superpowers, they could be deemed superhuman abilities at best. True mutant abilities require the presence of specific genes and their subsequent awakening, yet Huang Wen possessed neither, making it impossible for him to claim such powers. Had he indeed possessed mutant abilities, it would likely attract the attention of a certain bald individual. Perhaps, I could utilize the skill associated with this Baozi Lei to address the situation with Sheriff Fu. Contemplating this possibility, Huang Wen accessed the task page and accepted the mission to confront Sheriff Fu before descending the stairs. Meanwhile, Logan sat at the base of the staircase, observing a group of students practicing their punches. He felt no particular distinction in the strength or techniques displayed by these trainees, even doubting whether this style of martial arts could truly elevate them to Huang Wen's formidable level. Yet, he could not dismiss the striking resemblance between the techniques Huang Wen had employed in their earlier encounter and those practiced by the students, deepening his confusion. Logan, having lived nearly 2 centuries, had encountered countless mysterious powers and combat styles throughout his life, despite a period of amnesia. He had witnessed martial arts akin to Wing Chun, but never had he encountered a fighting style that could achieve Huang Wen's prowess. "What are you pondering, Logan?" Huang Wen inquired as he approached, playfully patting Logan's shoulder. "Why do you refer to me as Wolverine?" Logan furrowed his brow, evading Huang Wen's playful gesture. "What does that title imply?" "It's a term of respect," Huang Wen replied, unfazed by Logan's wariness, understanding the rationale behind the elder's caution. A man nearing 2 centuries, having endured countless tragedies, would naturally harbor a vigilant disposition toward his surroundings. "You seem to know me remarkably well." Logan squinted, scrutinizing Huang Wen's eyes. "Your gaze reminds me of an insufferable old bald man who used to look at me the same way. You're a century older than most. It's only right to show some deference to the youth." Huang Wen chuckled, shaking his head. He was well aware of Professor Charles, but prior to acquiring his soul-related guardianship or abilities, an audience with the professor was beyond his reach. From Logan's words, Huang Wen gathered that the narrative of mutants in this Marvel universe likely preceded the events of Days of Future Past, once mutants integrated into the realm of the Avengers. The concept of reversing the future would have become implausible. The timeline was far more intricate than mere chronology. The plot must have progressed, or else Logan would not be so comfortably situated here. Huang Wen pondered the true advancement of the storyline, curiosity gnawing at him. This illustrates the drawback of the non-linear Marvel Cinematic Universe. It proves quite challenging for Huang Wen to ascertain the current narrative progression of this world through mere individuals or events. Has the Statue of Liberty ever been damaged? Huang Wen stroked his chin, rummaging through his memories, yet found no recollections pertaining to the Statue of Liberty. Although Chinatown is in close proximity to the statue, Huang Wen had been engrossed in his university studies over the past 2 years, rendering him oblivious to any information regarding it. "Wolverine, that fellow capable of manipulating metal, won't he come looking for you, will he?" Huang Wen inquired tentatively, casting a glance at Logan. You actually know that old chap?" "Oh, of course, if you know me, you must know him too." Logan initially regarded Huang Wen with surprise, then nodded. "What does that old man want with me?" "He is currently locked up in prison, unable to escape. Truth be told, I am not very familiar with you all," Huang Wen replied with a smile, shaking his head. "However, I have encountered your kind before. Hence I have gleaned some information about you. Do you harbor no prejudice against us?" Logan furrowed his brow, regarding Huang Wen with uncertainty. "We are not the same as you. What distinguishes us?" Huang Wen chuckled. "People shun you out of fear and jealousy towards your abilities. Moreover, it is true that many who have gained their powers have become somewhat arrogant, which has left an unfavorable impression on others." "You possess great insight," Logan remarked, shaking his head and giving Huang Wen a profound look. "However, it is also because you wield considerable strength, which does not invoke fear in us, that you can maintain such a perspective. Yet, when the powers you have diligently cultivated can be easily surpassed by mere chance, do you not feel envy?" "What is there to be envious of?" Huang Wen's expression remained serene. "You mutants are akin to those who randomly hit the jackpot, while I, Huang Wen, am one who consistently evolves and grows stronger. Who should be envious of whom? Do you truly believe my strength was developed incrementally? Your mindset is one of the finest I have encountered, Logan chuckled, were it not for my quest to unearth my past. I would prefer to spend more time in your company. Why chase after painful memories? Huang Wen gazed earnestly at Logan, seemingly reflecting on Logan's past. Isn't your current existence quite satisfactory? If you were to recover your original memories, would you still be the same as you are now? It appears you know more about me than merely the surface. Logan shook his head and rose to his feet. I understand that, like that old bald man. You will not divulge the truth. Nevertheless, I shall remain here for a while to recuperate before venturing forth to seek my past. Let it be known. You must continue to pay my wages and provide for my meals and lodging. Otherwise, I shall not labor here for free. Haha, Wolverine. It seems you have exhausted your funds and are merely looking to earn a bit before departing. Huang Wen laughed heartily, patting Logan on the shoulder. This time, Logan did not shy away. All right, as long as you diligently keep an eye on them, your salary will be secured. As for meals, there are plenty of options outside. You can choose to reimburse me later or dine with me, Xiao Chong, and Reese. Regarding accommodation, I have 3 spare bedrooms upstairs. Feel free to choose one. Logan nodded in agreement, realizing that this arrangement was far more advantageous than his previous menial labor. Most importantly, there would be little to no work involved, merely supervising the students, which was remarkably effortless. Since that's settled, Reese, please prepare a contract. The salary will be the same as yours. Have Uncle Wolf sign it. Upon hearing Logan's consent, a smile crept on Huang Wen's face as he instructed Reese Fisk. Understood, Reese replied, swiftly making his way to a corner beneath the staircase where a desk and printer were set up, creating a small workspace within the training area. He planned to have someone design a partition for this space to ensure the safety of the computer and documents, given the diverse crowd that frequented the training sessions. Moments later, Reese emerged with a contract, which was straightforward, a hiring agreement stating that Logan would serve as a sparring partner and supervisor at the Wing Chun martial arts school for a monthly salary of 5,000. This pay was quite substantial, especially considering that both Reese and Zhongchang were also earning 5,000 as interns. While Zhongchang's situation was understandable, it was noteworthy that Reese, the son of a wealthy family, was also receiving the same intern wage, indicating that Logan's compensation was not insignificant. Logan, satisfied with the contract, nodded approvingly. He recognized that this remuneration surpassed what he had earned at most of his previous jobs, especially given the minimal workload and the inclusion of meals and accommodation. Huang Wen, seeing Logan sign the contract, smiled again. His intentions in keeping Logan were not merely to have him as a sparring partner, but rather to exploit the system for benefits. In just a brief 10 minutes, Huang Wen had acquired 2 extraordinary items and skills from Logan, the slow-motion glasses and the Baozi thunder. It was easy to foresee the treasures Huang Wen would continue to extract from Logan. However, he had yet to contemplate what new tasks he should assign to Logan. All right, I'll leave this in your capable hands. I'm stepping out for a bit, Huang Wen said, adopting a nonchalant demeanor. Practice well, especially you, Xiaochong. Give it your all, and when you're tired, eat. If martial arts doesn't help you gain weight, then you might as well return to the hot pot restaurant. Come on, Wen go. It's not my fault that I don't gain weight from eating. Zhongchang replied with a pained expression, bewildered by Huang Wen's sudden targeting of him. Uncle Wolf, keep an eye on this one. Don't let him slack off. Huang Wen turned to Logan and offered a brief admonition before departing from the Wing Chun martial arts school. The onlookers inside exchanged glances, and under Logan's fierce gaze, they obediently began their training. After leaving the school, Huang Wen made his way to the nearest Chinese supermarket to Chinatown. As he meandered through the aisles, he pondered aloud. Should I purchase sunflower seeds or chewing gum? The gum, akin to a sticky bomb, seems more reliable. Yet I vaguely recall that the power of a steamed bun rivals that of a conventional bomb. Might the gum inadvertently harm the innocent? Conversely, are the sunflower seed shells too minuscule? Furthermore, the challenge presented by the shells is evidently greater than that of the gum. Perhaps I shall acquire both and test their potency. Soon, Huang Wen exited the supermarket with a bag of sunflower seeds, a pack of chewing gum, and a remarkably large apple. He then sought out an unoccupied alley, summoned his tuxedo, and activated its invisibility mode before scaling the rooftops, weaving through the towering edifices of New York City. Had Huang Wen possessed spider silk and not been cloaked, the urban legend of Spider-Man might have prematurely come to fruition. After a considerable time, Huang Wen stumbled upon a desolate patch of land. Upon confirming the absence of any onlookers, he paused to expel the gum he had been chewing, casting it aside before focusing his thoughts. With a resounding bang, the gum transformed into a bomb, erupting with a force that created a crater with a 3-meter radius. Even from a distance of over 10 meters, Huang Wen felt the impact. However, the tuxedo's ability to absorb force, coupled with the significant distance, meant he remained unscathed. Is that considered a substantial explosion or a minor one? He mused. Approaching the site of the explosion, he noted that the gum had left no trace, save for a dark, gaping hole. It appeared to be somewhat less powerful than the steamed bun, yet a 3-meter radius was still rather extensive and could potentially endanger bystanders. Additionally, the commotion could easily attract unwanted attention. After some contemplation, Huang Wen cracked open a sunflower seed, discarding the shell beneath a large rock. With another resounding boom, the shell detonated, propelling the rock into the air. However, this explosion had a radius of less than half a meter, effectively confined to the space occupied by a single person. This is quite satisfactory. Huang Wen nodded in approval at the shattered rock. It seemed that the explosive capacity of the bun bomb was contingent upon its volume, with size and thickness being significant factors. At this juncture, Huang Wen turned his gaze to the large apple in his hand, which was nearly the size of half his head, equivalent to about 6 steamed buns. Having resolved to utilize the sunflower seed shells, he pondered whether he should also test the apple. A flicker of determination sparkled in Huang Wen's eyes. He decided to give it a try and see just how much power could be unleashed. After all, among ordinary foods, the size of a watermelon was considerable. However, it would be impractical to bite into it whole, and cutting it would likely diminish its potency. With a resolute decision, Huang took a bite of the apple and then hurled it away. Before the apple could hit the ground, he dashed back and detonated the enormous fruit. Boom! A powerful gust of wind surged forth, nearly sweeping Huang off his feet. When he turned to look again, he beheld a colossal crater with an approximate radius of 30 meters in the distance, billowing thick smoke, a testament to the explosive force of the apple. Gulp! Huang instinctively swallowed hard, realizing that had he been at the epicenter of the explosion, survival would have been nearly impossible. The apple's explosive power was at least tenfold that of chewing gum. Thank goodness for sunflower seed shells. Huang let out a long sigh of relief, still shaken as he departed from the scene and re-entered the bustling streets of New York City, eventually returning to the Wing Chun martial arts school. As for his plan to find Sheriff Yifu, Huang decided to wait until nightfall before venturing out. Brother Wen, you're finally back. You have no idea what I've been through, exclaimed a student at the Wing Chun school. The students had changed twice since Huang's absence, yet Zhong Chang was still diligently training with Logan and Riskies. Upon seeing Huang, he rushed over, drenched in sweat, as if he had spotted a savior. All right, it's just a bit more practice, Huang replied with a feigned annoyance. Glaring at Zhong Chang, if you're hungry, go home and eat. Come back to train after you've digested. Let me tell you, if you don't gain 10 pounds within a month, prepare for double the training. Double? ISNT that super doubling? No, please. Zhong Chang's wails echoed in the air. Chapter 36. The tuxedo's disguise exposed. Huang paid no heed to Zhong Chang's lamentations. With the combined wisdom of Yi Wen and his own experiences, he understood precisely how to train without overburdening Zhong's physique. Moreover, he had the benefit of Bai Zhantong's knowledge. Bai was not only versed in the techniques of the Sunflower School, but was also well acquainted with external martial arts. Thus, as long as Zhong Chang rested adequately, ate well, and practiced diligently, Huang was confident in his ability to enhance Zhong's physical prowess and increase his weight. This was the very reason Huang entrusted most tasks to Riskies, enabling Zhong Chang to focus solely on his martial training. Huang's decision was met with approval from Zhong Bo during mealtime, as he wholeheartedly agreed with Huang's plan. Believing Zhong Chang to be too frail and in need of strengthening through Huang's guidance. Feeling utterly despondent at the realization that no one stood by his side, Zhong Chang pondered his predicament. Yet what could he do? He had no choice but to obediently comply. That night, after Huang Wen closed the Wing Chun martial arts school, he ascended the stairs with Logan and cheerfully gestured towards the remaining 3 rooms, saying, "Select one for yourself. This smallest room was once inhabited by my father. You may choose from the other 2. Well, I shall choose this one," Logan declared as he entered the outermost room adjacent to the staircase, considering it a precautionary measure. Although he believed that Huang Wen's prowess rendered such caution unnecessary, He fancied his own predictive abilities regarding danger to be superior. He was quite certain of this. With a smile, Huang Wen nodded in acknowledgement. Then, I wish you a pleasant stay. Logan shut the door behind him and laid down on the bed. Lacking any change of clothes, he had arrived in haste, intending merely to collect $100,000, bringing nothing but himself into this web of intrigue. As he was on the verge of slipping into slumber, Logan's ears suddenly perked up, and he instinctively glanced toward the window. In an instant, he sprang from the bed and dashed out through the window. There was indeed something unusual afoot. How fortuitous, as it served to affirm his worth. Rewind 10 minutes. After Logan had entered his room, Huang Wen returned to his own chamber, summoning forth his tuxedo and slow-motion goggles. However, he refrained from activating the goggles. Wearing sunglasses at night was simply a matter of style. Besides, the system had suggested that the slow-motion goggles complemented the tuxedo splendidly. Huang Wen opened the window and climbed onto the roof, only to see Logan burst out of his window, seemingly heading in his direction. This left Huang Wen momentarily bewildered. What a farce. He was currently in an invisible state. How could Logan possibly detect him? Yet soon, the realization dawned upon Huang Wen regarding Logan's heightened animal instincts, providing him with insight into his own discovery. His invisibility was merely optical. His physical presence, movements, and even breath still existed. Although the system had optimized his abilities to shield against thermal detection, the sound of his movements remained. Even with Huang Wen's remarkable agility, akin to that of a master, he could not completely eliminate the air currents generated by his motion. Logan, endowed with the ability to perceive such subtleties, was indeed formidable. Can't see me? Are you also a mutant? Logan furrowed his brow, gazing in the direction of Huang Wen. Though invisible, his instincts confirmed the presence of another being. Invisibility, is it? Quite the underhanded tactic. What is your purpose in visiting the Wing Chun school? Logan extended his adamantium claws, narrowing his eyes as he focused intently ahead. I advise you to reveal yourself. Your invisibility holds no significance against me. It is I, Uncle Wolf. Huang Wen sighed, taken aback. He had not anticipated that his tuxedo's invisibility would be penetrated for the first time by someone on his side, which was rather embarrassing. Even more so, considering Logan had just remarked on the underhanded nature of such abilities. Logan beheld before him the slowly materializing figure of Huang Wen, clad in a dapper tailcoat and sporting sunglasses. A wave of embarrassment washed over him. He had never anticipated that his boss, who also happened to be his landlord, would harbor such peculiar inclinations. Had he known, he would not have pursued him outside. It was rather unfortunate that Huang Wen's tailcoat, coupled with his aura, effectively concealed his identity. Otherwise, Logan would have been able to discern who he was, even in the absence of visibility. Pray tell, boss, what prompts you to venture out at this hour? And by the way, what is this ability of invisibility you possess? Did you not assert that you are not a mutant? Moreover, why the sunglasses in the dead of night? Logan hesitated momentarily, but his curiosity got the better of him, and he could not resist asking. This is technology, Huang Wen replied, shrugging his shoulders in resignation while gesturing toward his tailcoat and slow-motion glasses. Isn't this tailcoat dashing? Indeed. It is stylish, but who wears sunglasses at night? Logan shrugged, casting a doubtful glance at Huang Wen. Could it be that your sunglasses are also high-tech? Capable of seeing through things? Boss, you. Logan elongated the last syllable with a tone of disdain. It was not surprising that he reacted this way. The combination of invisibility and X-ray vision sounded rather questionable. Do not speak recklessly. My glasses do not possess such dubious functions. Huang Wen shot a stern look at Logan. He would not casually admit to having such capabilities, even if they did exist. Oh, is that so? Logan squinted suspiciously, clearly unconvinced by Huang Wen's assertions. Then, pray tell, what purpose does your high-tech disguise serve in the dead of night? Are you, perchance, a vigilante? The vigilante Logan referred to was not an ordinary temporary officer, but rather those who lurk in the shadows, using their abilities for righteous deeds, be it combating crime or punishing gangs, often donning eccentric attire to obscure their identities. Although Huang Wen's current ensemble was not particularly eccentric, it bore resemblance to the guise of those vigilantes. Not quite, Huang Wen replied with a smile, though his expression soon turned serious. I have an adversary I wish to investigate. Oh, so that is the case. Logan finally understood, nodding in acknowledgement. Although he had only just arrived, he was aware of Huang Hong's demise, making it reasonable for Huang Wen to seek out his foe. Fortunately, you revealed your identity in time. Otherwise, we might have had a scuffle, Logan chuckled, retracting his claws. In that case, I shall return and keep watch for you. Rest assured, I have seen nothing. Sighing at Logan's departure, Huang Wen shook his head in resignation. Activating the invisibility function of his tailcoat once more, he melted into the night. Chapter 37. The Scapegoat Under the Veil of Night. Huang Wen made his way towards the karate dojo previously associated with the Gorlin gang. He had gathered some intelligence indicating that Deputy Sheriff E was discreetly transferring the Gorlin gang's assets through overseas channels. The source of this information undoubtedly stemmed from the faction behind Risfisk, which was intricately linked to the Jinbin group. In comparison to the Jinbin group, the Gorlin gang was negligible, and even Yi's precinct was infiltrated by members of the Jinbin group. Thus, Huang Wen resolved to venture out that night to scout the area, hoping to uncover an opportunity for action. If that proved elusive, he at least aimed to ascertain the movements of Deputy Sheriff E. When pondering whether he should be concerned about Jinbin discovering his role in the downfall of the Gorlin gang, or if Yi's eventual demise would raise suspicions, Huang Wen remained unfazed. He understood that Jinbin was already aware of his involvement in the Gorlin gang's demise. However, he did not perceive Jinbin as an adversary, particularly with Risfisk still training diligently at the Wing Chun martial arts school and residing at Zhongchang's home. There was no compelling reason for Jinbin to sever ties with the Wing Chun school. Furthermore, Huang Wen's formidable prowess would only be enhanced by any additional displays of strength, rendering it illogical for Jinbin to consider him an enemy, especially given their lack of conflicting interests. Before long, Huang Wen arrived outside the karate dojo. Gazing towards it from a distance, it appeared eerily quiet, as if devoid of any presence within. The information from Jinbin's side should have been reliable, thus. He furrowed his brow at the dojo, perplexed by the inconsistency. After all, this intelligence had originated from within the precinct of Jinbin's network. How could it be erroneous? Instinctively, Huang Wen approached the dojo, but as he reached its entrance, he sensed something amiss. Ordinarily, the dojo's door should have been sealed with the precinct's official tape. Yet, while the tape remained, it had been severed in the middle, indicating that someone had indeed entered the dojo. Just as Huang Wen grappled with the decision of whether to enter, the door swung open, revealing Deputy Sheriff E at the forefront, flanked by several officers, some of whom were armed with firearms. Most astonishingly, 2 individuals were seen hauling a safe out of the dojo. However, what transpired next left Huang Wen utterly astounded. He watched as Deputy Sheriff E meticulously peeled off the tape from the door and produced an identical, pristine seal with the same date, reapplying it flawlessly. The precision of the overlap suggested countless rehearsals. Moreover, this was not the end. After completing this act, he acknowledged a nearby camera with a gesture. Huang Wen's mind raced, and he promptly commanded his tuxedo-clad associate to examine the surveillance footage in the vicinity. In no time, the tuxedo-clad informant provided a response. Although the surrounding cameras continued to record after nightfall, the footage had reverted to that of several days prior. In other words, Sheriff Ifu and his associates were never captured on camera. The surveillance equipment had never malfunctioned, and the door to the karate dojo had never been opened. How skillful they are! Huang Wen shook his head with a sense of lamentation, pondering that even the most accomplished thieves could not rival their level of professionalism. He had no intention of restoring the surveillance footage. After all, an erroneous recording would facilitate his actions. At least, with no evidence of Sheriff Ifu's presence. No one would ever know that he had met his demise at Huang Wen's hands. As this thought crossed his mind, a glint of cold light flickered in Huang Wen's eyes. He observed Sheriff Ifu leading a group of officers along a narrow path and chose to follow suit. Shortly thereafter, Sheriff Ifu arrived at the entrance of a lowly house, signaling to his subordinates. Several officers positioned themselves at the door, while Sheriff Ifu, armed and accompanied by 2 officers tasked with transporting a safe, entered within. Huang Wen furrowed his brow upon witnessing this. The shortcomings of his tailcoat disguise became apparent once more. Although he had concealed his form, he was not devoid of substance. Once the officers had completely barricaded the door, Huang Wen found himself unable to penetrate the wall. Fortunately, it was not long before Sheriff Ifu emerged with 2 officers, his expression marked by dissatisfaction. And the items he had brought remained inside. Huang Wen speculated that the house served as a place for disposing of stolen goods. And the sheriff's frown suggested that the selling price had not met his expectations. Nonetheless, these matters held little interest for Huang Wen. He had no intention of seizing the assets belonging to the Goryeo gang, even though, Theoretically, they were spoils of war rightfully his. Such an act would be too easily exposed, and lacking a channel to dispose of the goods. Huang Wen felt it would be inappropriate to take a share from Jinbing. After all, the previous $1 million he had acquired would suffice for a considerable time. With that settled, he awaited the arrival of his funds. Sheriff Yifu surveyed his subordinates, instructing them to keep their mouths tightly closed to avoid any leaks. The rewards you are due, whether from me or the boss, shall be duly delivered. Thank you, Sheriff Yifu. The officers responded with smiles that radiated sycophancy. We shall take our leave now. Go on, go on. Sheriff Yifu waved his hand with a hint of impatience, watching his subordinates depart. He cast one last glance at the low house, a flicker of discontent crossing his features. How dare you profit from the money between me and Boss Dickinson? You shall reap what you sow. With that, Sheriff Yifu took a long, deliberate look at the door of the low house and strode towards the alley's exit. Huang Wen, standing by the roadside, felt a surge of excitement upon hearing the sheriff's words. This was indeed a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Could there be a better scapegoat than the individuals within that lowly house? Disparate shares and burgeoning resentment, combined with a death occurring nearby. If others remained oblivious to Sheriff Yifu's intentions, how could Sheriff Dickinson possibly be unaware? Upon contemplating, Huang Wen extracted a sunflower seed and, as the approaching Sheriff Yifu drew nearer, he cracked the seed with a sharp sound. What was that noise? Sheriff Yifu, passing nearby, momentarily displayed a flicker of curiosity in his eyes, scanning the surroundings with vigilance, yet perceiving nothing amiss. Huang Wen subtly waved his hand, causing a seed shell to fall between the collar of Sheriff Yifu's outer coat and shirt, lodging itself there, with a resounding bang. Just as Sheriff Yifu exited the alley and rounded the corner, an explosive sound erupted, severing his head from his neck. Observing the faint stirrings in the low building that had reacted to the explosion, Huang Wen shook his head. They were already tainted, even if they were not the perpetrators. What did it matter? The demise of a sheriff would invariably demand a scapegoat. Otherwise, Sheriff Dickinson would bear the burden alone. Given the low building's illicit dealings and its prior discord with Sheriff Yifu, it naturally stood as the prime candidate for blame. Chapter 38. The Renowned Actor. Sheriff Dickinson soon, Huang Wen returned to the Wing Chun martial arts school, as the events that ensued no longer concerned him. After all, he had avenged his previous grievances, with the death of Sheriff Yifu being an unexpected bonus. Upon returning to the martial arts school, Logan, although once more aware of the commotion, had no intention of emerging. It was well known that Huang Wen had gone seeking retribution. Logan could hardly rush out to inquire whether Huang Wen had succeeded in his vendetta, as anticipated by Huang Wen. The explosive sound not only stirred those in the low building, but also caught the attention of officers who had been preparing to celebrate an unexpected windfall. They exchanged glances, their expressions laden with uncertainty. What was that noise? I don't know. It sounded like an explosion. No, I perceived it as gunfire. And not just any gunfire. It seemed to be from a large caliber weapon. That area, wasn't it where we had just departed? Sheriff Yifu. Could it be? At this juncture, the faces of the officers paled, especially those who had accompanied Sheriff Yifu into the low building. They exchanged knowing glances. Earlier, Sheriff Yifu had experienced a rather unpleasant negotiation, with deductions being rather excessive. Could it be that he had clashed with them again? We should return to investigate. If something has happened to Sheriff Yifu, we certainly will not escape unscathed. The chief will not spare us. The officers, on high alert, drew their sidearms and cautiously retraced their steps to the location of the low building. As they neared the previously traversed intersection, their expressions shifted in horror. Ahead, it was unmistakable. The body of Sheriff Yifu lay severed, his head detached, while several individuals from the low building's faction frowned at the corpse. Advancing to probe and relocate it. Do not act rashly. The eldest officer seized the eager young officer, preventing him from rushing out. This was their territory, and they had reinforcements at any moment. He needed to promptly inform the chief and the precinct. Just then, the phone rang. Sheriff Dickinson, resting in a state of fatigue amidst the beauty of the surroundings, was on the verge of slumber when the sudden sound jolted him awake. Who could it be? Is it that nagging woman urging you to return home? A sultry voice chimed in, teasingly reminding him of his earlier declaration to divorce her. Surely, you haven't gone back on your word, have you? Enough of that. It seems to be a call from one of the subordinates, Sheriff Dickinson remarked, furrowing his brow. He recalled the recent task he had assigned to Deputy Chief Eve involving the disposal of stolen goods and gestured for the woman beside him to be silent. She, understanding his cue, nestled quietly against him. Hello? Chief. It's bad news. Something has happened to Deputy Chief Eve. That group is after our shipment. Came a hurried voice through the line. What? They have the audacity? A flicker of anger crossed Dickinson's eyes. What has happened to Eve? Deputy Chief Eve is dead. His head has been severed. The young officer's voice trembled with fear and fury. We are currently dealing with his body. Old John instructed us to inform you to send reinforcements. Eve is dead. Dickinson's pupils dilated in shock. He grasped the gravity of the situation. Had Eve merely sustained injuries, it could have been managed, but with his death, the stakes had escalated dramatically. Although Eve held a rank 2 levels below his own, he was still a deputy chief, far beyond the realms of lower-ranking officers and detectives. Any incident involving a chief would attract the utmost scrutiny from the higher-ups at headquarters. If this situation was mishandled, Dickinson's position as precinct chief could very well be at risk. Damn it, how could they be so bold? Dickinson seethed with fury, abruptly pushing the woman aside. He utilized the precinct's emergency communication system to alert every officer in his division. Before long, Dickinson, accompanied by a cadre of officers, surrounded the alleyway near the low building. Mark, the manager of the low building, realizing the peril, found himself at a loss, unsure whether to fight or flee. Upon discovering the death of Deputy Chief Eve, Mark sensed something was amiss. However, with no one around and no officers in sight, he made a grave mistake. He attempted to conceal Eve's demise, believing that in the short term, it would go unnoticed. Otherwise, the death occurring near the low building would inevitably implicate them. Unfortunately for Mark, Sheriff Dickinson arrived far sooner than he anticipated. The officers, stealthily positioned nearby, had witnessed them handling the aftermath of Eve's death, leaving Mark in a dire predicament, caught in a mess he could not escape. Mark gazed at the fully armed officers outside the low-housed precinct. Despite the presence of various heavy weaponry among them, engaging in an all-out confrontation with the precinct's officers would inevitably plunge him into a life of exile. Previously, Eve had uncovered that this location served as a hub for the disposal of stolen goods and had come alone to scout the area. Tragically, he had met his demise. Sheriff Dickinson, with a face etched in sorrow, looked upon the assembled officers, his eyes reddening, tears threatening to spill. Eve had sacrificed himself for the police department, and his contributions would be reported to secure maximum benefits and compensation for Eve's family. Sheriff Dickinson's demeanor and words were profoundly moving, compelling even those officers unaware of the truth to believe in his narrative. As for those who were privy to the facts, they showed no inclination to reveal the reality. This included a young, somewhat impulsive officer who understood that exposing the bubble of lies would not only endanger Sheriff Dickinson, but would also jeopardize the employment of numerous officers within their precinct, potentially leading to incarceration. Inside, a group of terrorists had brutally slain Eve, and it was imperative that they be apprehended to avenge him, regardless of the personal risk involved. Sheriff Dickinson took a deep breath, seemingly regaining his composure, and scanned the officers with a glimmer of resolve in his eyes. However, I do not wish for further sacrifices to be made. You must ensure your own safety while seeking vengeance for Eve, for the fallen officer. The officers responded with a fervent rallying cry. Initially hesitant, Mark, upon hearing this, turned to his subordinates and, taking a deep breath, exclaimed, "Damn it. It appears that Dickinson intends to pin this entirely on us. He will leave no survivors. Whoever killed Eve, I will find you. I shall not rest until we settle this." Recognizing that a direct confrontation was unnecessary, he resolved to preserve their lives for another day. We shall escape through the secret passage and lay low until the situation calms. Chapter 39. The impact of the mission and a chance for reward. As Mark made his decision, his subordinates displayed a mix of reluctance and anger. Yet they gritted their teeth, their eyes glinting with menace, swiftly gathering valuables from the low house and preparing to flee through the secret passage. Outside, Sheriff Dickinson, having rallied the officers, was concerned that Mark and his men might escape. Thus, he discreetly signaled to his trusted aides, and several members of the explosives unit approached, placing a bomb on the door of the low house. Boom. After the officers retreated to a safe distance, the explosion shattered the door, and with a wave of his hand, Sheriff Dickinson led the officers into the structure. "Chief, no one is here," an officer soon relayed, causing Dickinson's expression to darken. "Search. Did they not just enter?" Look for any secret passages and pursue them. Sheriff Dickinson commanded, recalling the earlier reports from his subordinates. Boom. Another explosion erupted. As officers discovered the hidden passage and rushed inside, they were injured by bombs left by Mark and his associates, resulting in the immediate deaths of 2 officers and severe injuries to 3 others. An ambulance was summoned, leaving personnel to tend to the wounded while the remainder continued the pursuit, remaining vigilant. Sheriff Dickinson exhibited no visible reaction, resolutely issuing further orders. The casualties fell within his threshold of tolerance. After all, they were merely a few junior officers. Detectives and higher-ranking officers refrained from entering the low building, instead assisting in command and securing the main thoroughfare. Bang, bang, bang. Soon, gunfire erupted within the concealed passage as precinct officers engaged in a fierce shootout with Mark and his cohort. Ultimately, despite their advantageous position and heavy weaponry, Mark and his associates were all gunned down. The ruckus of the gunfight drew not only the attention of other precinct officers, but also the superintendent of the New York Police Department, George Stacy, who arrived on the scene. This unexpected development momentarily unsettled Sheriff Dickinson, but fortunately, due to Mark's stubborn resistance, everyone inside the low building, including Mark, was ultimately killed on the spot. I need an explanation, Dickinson. George Stacy's face bore a hint of anger as he fixed his gaze on Sheriff Dickinson. Not just to me, but also to the Bureau and the Inspector General's office, as well as the media. You owe us an account for this incident, which resulted in numerous casualties, including an assistant sheriff. Rest assured, Director, I will provide a satisfactory explanation, Sheriff Dickinson promptly assured him. I will also handle the media, ensuring that everything is resolved. Very well, I hope you can deliver on your promise. Otherwise, public sentiment and opinion alone could strip you of your position. George Stacy glared at Sheriff Dickinson, emphasizing the urgency of managing the media situation. Yes, I will immediately arrange to address the reporters who are clamoring for information. Sheriff Dickinson nodded and approached the journalists, who were being forcibly kept at bay by officers, loudly demanding their right to know. Ladies and gentlemen, I am the officer in charge of this operation, Sheriff Dickinson of the NYPD's 19th Precinct. Taking a deep breath, Sheriff Dickinson's expression reflected sorrow, and he cast a glance at one of the female reporters, who happened to be the same woman he had shared a bed with previously. Within our jurisdiction, there exists a nefarious syndicate dealing in stolen goods, which we have been monitoring for quite some time. I had dispatched Assistant Sheriff Eve to investigate this matter, but tragically, these ruthless terrorists discovered Eve and cruelly murdered him. Upon receiving this news, I immediately organized our precinct officers to apprehend these terrorists. As a result, it is evident to all that these terrorists possess an array of heavy weaponry, which has significantly hindered our operations. Although we successfully completed our mission and eliminated them all, some officers, unfortunately, made the ultimate sacrifice. Sheriff Dickinson, how did these terrorists acquire such a vast arsenal? Before Sheriff Dickinson could finish his statement, a female journalist interjected with her question, as if she had been prepared for this moment. The source of their weaponry stems from various underground gangs in New York. It is they who have supplied these terrorists. A flicker of anger crossed Sheriff Dickinson's face as he spoke in a measured tone. Given that these underground gangs are responsible for this tragedy, does Sheriff Dickinson have any strategies to combat them? Before her colleagues had the chance to respond, the female journalist pressed on. Naturally, there are plans. Sheriff Dickinson nodded. However, I cannot disclose the specifics for fear of leaking sensitive information. Rest assured, the underground gangs within the jurisdiction of the 19th Precinct will not continue to thrive as they have in the past. Sheriff Dickinson, what will happen to the families of Officer E and the other officers who sacrificed their lives during this operation? The female journalist asked for the third time. Amidst the disapproving glares from her peers, they all sacrificed themselves to uphold societal stability. They deserve honor and compensation. Sheriff Dickinson solemnly vowed, I will report this matter and ensure their families receive the maximum compensation possible. Well then, according to custom, I have answered 3 questions. I must now report to my superiors and address the aftermath of this incident. If you have further inquiries, please wait until I have concluded my duties and come to the 19th Precinct to find me. With that, Sheriff Dickinson nodded and turned to leave, leaving a group of bewildered journalists behind, including the self-satisfied female reporter. Ultimately, the journalists had no choice but to depart in resignation. As for their report, they could only cover the 3 questions answered, as those were the only inquiries made. Meanwhile, Sheriff Dickinson commenced his reporting on the operation. With the influence of his connections, the matter was swiftly suppressed without any media backlash. Was this also your doing? The following morning, Huang inquired of Logan while they dined with Zhongbo. Logan, upon seeing the news report, did not ask directly, but his gaze made Huang comprehend his unspoken question. Huang shook his head, indicating that the subsequent developments were beyond his involvement. His thoughts drifted back to the previous night, after completing Sheriff Yi's task, when he had obtained a lottery chance for a common grade item. Initially, Huang felt a sense of anticipation, as this was his first lottery for a common grade item. From this draw, he hoped to gain insight into the caliber of items that future common grade lotteries would yield. Ding! Congratulations on acquiring the common grade item. The hammer, inspired by the automotive repairman from Shaolin Soccer. As an automotive technician myself, it is indeed logical to have a hammer at hand. This wretched hammer serves little purpose. Huang Wen, exasperated, cast the hammer into the system's space. Chapter 40. The aftermath of the Baozi thunder. It has come to light that several large craters, presumably left by an explosion, were discovered on the outskirts of New York City yesterday. The police and relevant weaponry experts promptly arrived to investigate. On television, another news segment emerged, once again linked to Huang Wen. I can assure you, these are certainly not traces left by a current bomb explosion. A well-dressed scholar, donned in a suit and spectacles, confidently stated during an interview, this is undoubtedly a new type of weapon developed by the military. The 3 craters, suspected to be explosion sites, bore no remnants of chemical substances typically associated with explosions. They were merely the result of an energy blast. I have reason to believe that the military has indeed developed a high-powered energy bomb. Could there be any peculiar chemical components? Why, this is something that could be consumed. Huang Wen instinctively shook his head upon hearing the scholar's words, muttering to himself. Ultimately, the skill of the Baozi thunder lies in its ability to transform any object it has bitten into something capable of detonating, resulting in an explosion. Although the force and appearance may resemble that of a bomb, their essence is fundamentally different. Could it not be traces left by something else? The host, somewhat perplexed, inquired of the scholar, suggesting that it could possibly be a meteorite or the like, given the absence of explosive chemical substances. How could it possibly be a meteorite? The scholar glared at the host, responding sharply, the vicinity of those craters shows no signs of impact debris or meteorite fragments. This is the work of an energy bomb developed by the military. No, this is not an energy bomb. Our military has not developed any so-called energy bomb. A sharply dressed man burst into the studio, causing the host's expression to shift. He quickly glanced towards the director below. Ignore it, the director shrugged helplessly, offering a brief reminder through his earpiece before continuing the broadcast, as if everything had been preordained. According to our military scientists' analysis, these are indeed traces left by a meteorite impact. The military man tossed a stack of documents onto the table before the scholar, revealing that it was an ice meteorite. The soil at the site contained iron, nickel, ammonia, and cyanide, consistent with the structure of the previous ice meteorite. Due to the relatively small size of this ice meteorite, coupled with its combustion and disintegration in the atmosphere, it left little trace upon impact. This is impossible, the scholar instinctively sought to refute, observing the documents in his hand. The military man cast a cold glance at the scholar. The camera, however, focused on the documents on the table, failing to capture the moment. I initially believed this was the original composition of the soil. I must have been mistaken. The scholar swallowed hard and promptly retracted his statement, thinking it wise not to engage in a direct confrontation with military personnel. There would be ample opportunity to voice his opinion once he left the studio. It appears that the military has indeed developed some form of energy bomb. Logan, upon reading this, merely shrugged. Regardless of the nature or efficacy of the bomb, he was not particularly concerned, as it posed no mortal threat to him. Perhaps. Huang Wen nodded knowingly. After all, as the creator of the explosion crater in the outskirts of New York, he was fully aware that it was certainly not caused by an ice meteorite. The military's swift action to suppress information was not intended to protect Huang Wen, but rather indicated that they were either in the process of developing or had already acquired an energy bomb. However, the military's sudden appearance in the broadcast studio likely led not only Logan and Huang Wen to instinctively believe in the existence of the energy bomb, but many others would share this sentiment as well. Nevertheless, the military was indifferent to the conjectures of the general populace. The true purpose of their presence in the studio was to create a smokescreen. Just as with various extraterrestrial contact incidents, the military would often step forward to dispel rumors, sometimes providing explanations that bordered on the absurd, yet it was precisely this that muddled the lines between truth and deception. Those who believed in the military would assume that the crater in the New York outskirts was caused by an ice meteorite, while skeptics would instinctively consider the possibility of the military possessing such a weapon as an energy bomb. This weapon, straddling the line between existence and non-existence, represented a latent threat to other nations and served as a strategic card for the military. An energy bomb? Tony Stark arched an eyebrow at Obadiah, who had hurriedly arrived to inform him of the military's possession of such a device. The military could still boast such talents? Jarvis, investigate the military's energy bomb project. Yes, sir. Accessing the military database now, Jarvis responded, swiftly providing an answer. The military had initiated research on energy bombs a year and a half ago, but the current progress was merely at the stage of material selection. That's tantamount to having no research at all, Tony remarked. Did you hear that? It's nothing more than a smokescreen released by the military. Rest assured, I could easily develop something similar. Mid-sentence, Tony paused, having forgotten the name of the missile he had previously created. Forget the name, he waved dismissively at Obadiah, grinning. However, you should be cautious. The military might leverage the energy bomb's name to suppress missile prices. Don't worry, that's my forte. I won't allow the military to succeed. Obadiah exhaled in relief, then looked at Tony with anticipation. Tony, are you confident in developing that energy bomb? There's no particular difficulty in that. However, I don't wish to expend my time on it. You know how busy I am. Tony Stark shrugged. Rest assured, the missile I developed previously will suffice for 10 years. Very well, then you continue with your work, Obadiah replied, his expression unchanged as he nodded and took his leave from Tony Stark's residence. Jarvis, pull up all the data on yesterday's explosion crater in the outskirts of New York. As soon as Obadiah departed, Tony Stark's demeanor turned serious, and he issued new commands to J.A.R.V.I.S. The prospect of an ice meteorite was undoubtedly implausible. If a meteorite had indeed fallen in the outskirts of New York City without Tony Stark's prior detection, how could he ensure that it would not land upon his own abode? Furthermore, the military had yet to develop any energy bombs, thus complicating the situation regarding the explosion in the New York suburbs. Was that all there was? Tony Stark furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the documents before him. They lacked the information he sought. Was there no satellite monitoring of the explosion in the suburbs yesterday? I regret to inform you, sir, that no satellites captured any explosions in the New York suburbs yesterday. Currently, the number of satellites is limited, and no one would waste resources surveilling an uninhabited wasteland, J.A.R.V.I.S. replied. So, what did the data imply could have caused the explosion? An inkling of an answer began to take shape in Tony Stark's mind. Data analysis indicated a 37% likelihood that a powerful entity had developed an energy bomb, while a 63% chance suggested the awakening of individuals with superhuman abilities. A fortunate lad, Tony Stark mused, shaking his head. Since it was not a technological incident, his interest waned significantly. Chapter 41. The young heir Huang Liang. The truth behind the explosion crater in the suburbs of New York remained a mystery to all. Some believed an ice meteorite had fallen, while others speculated that the military had created an energy bomb. However, no one suspected Huang Wen, as there were no connections to link him to the explosion crater. Not even Logan was aware. A month passed, and operations at the Wing Chun martial arts school fell into a steady rhythm, with numerous students persevering and receiving student-level medals after Huang Wen's evaluations. As for Zhong Chang, despite being under Huang Wen's special supervision, he only achieved a mediocre result concerning his weight. Huang Wen had set a goal for Zhong Chang to gain 10 pounds in a month, and he ultimately increased from 110 to 118 pounds. It seemed that reaching Huang Wen's ultimate goal of 150 pounds would indeed prove challenging. After all, Zhong Chang's overall weight remained relatively light, and although he had made swift progress, any further increases would become significantly more difficult. Over the past month, Huang Wen had sought out Logan for 2 minor tasks. Yet whether it was due to having previously defeated Logan or their familiarity, the originally extraordinary rewards had diminished to mundane levels, thwarting Huang Wen's plans to reap benefits. The 2 instances of ordinary tier item draws mirrored the hammer draw and featured the long umbrella used by Zhou Xiaolong in the film The Legend of the Dragon, famously known for the line about whether his umbrella was quicker than the gun. while the long umbrella could offer some shelter from the rain. The second ordinary item draw left Huang Wen in an even more perplexing predicament. It was a folding stool, indeed, originating from the culinary deity Feng, renowned as the foremost among the 7 great weapons. At present, this very stool rests beneath Logan's posterior. One must acknowledge that this stool truly deserves its title as the pinnacle of the 7 weapons. Such a diminutive seat remarkably supports the weight of nearly 300 pounds that Logan imposes upon it, a testament to its durability. However, one must consider, if it were not sufficiently robust, how could it serve its purpose of striking? After experiencing 2 rounds of lotteries, Huang Wen has come to terms with the randomness of common grade item draws. As for Zhong Chang's quest, he shall leave it to fate. Brother Wen, I have genuinely exerted myself. I gained 8 pounds this month, something I would have never dared to imagine before. Zhong Chang lamented, gazing at Huang Wen with a rueful expression. Moreover, my appetite has increased, and my physical condition has improved significantly. You have bulked up a bit, not merely gained weight, chuckled Uncle Zhong from the side. You appear much healthier than before, though still a tad lean. Little one, invest a bit more effort into your training. Rest assured, Uncle Zhong, I shall take care of it, Huang Wen replied with a smile and a nod. This month, you must intensify your training regimen. However, fret not. I am well aware of your physical condition. I shall not overstrain you. Furthermore, you should be able to sense it yourself. You not only exude more vitality than before, but your body also feels considerably more at ease, does it not? Indeed, Zhong Chang affirmed, nodding as he savored the newfound strength coursing through his body. As Huang Wen had indicated, his physical capabilities had indeed improved remarkably, along with his overall spirit. Are you all merely chatting and neglecting your meal? Logan remarked, eyeing the now empty hot pot before him. He turned his gaze expectantly towards Uncle Zhong, who, rising with a smile, shook his head and headed to the kitchen for more ingredients. Zhong Chang promptly stood to assist. Life has become genuinely pleasant. Logan patted his belly, reflecting on the delightful month he had spent at the Wing Chun martial arts school, stretching languidly in a subconscious gesture. One should not stretch while dining. Huang Wen chuckled, pressing down on Logan's shoulder. Life has indeed become too comfortable. Logan rolled his eyes, though there was no real intention of indignation, especially as fresh hot pot ingredients arrived, signaling another feast. Finally found the hot pot restaurant, exclaimed a somewhat exuberant voice at the entrance. Huang Wen and the others instinctively turned their heads to see a youthful boy, backpack slung over his shoulder, grinning widely as he nodded at the group. Zhong Chang quickly rose to greet the newcomer. Little one, are you here alone? Zhong Chang offered the menu with a smile, inquiring, where are your guardians? I am not a little one. I am already 15. The boy corrected Zhong Chang earnestly. I have come alone from Huaxia Xiangjiang to study in America. So I am on my own. You need not set 2 sets of chopsticks. Huaxia Xiangjiang, you are 15 and traveling alone to study in America? Zhong Chang regarded the boy with a look of surprise, a sentiment echoed by Huang Wen and the others as they beheld this brave youth venturing into a foreign land at such a tender age. Logan exhibited little reaction. After awakening his mutant abilities at the tender age of 13, he fled from his home and ventured into the world alongside his half-brother. Naturally, his family initially opposed this decision, yet I assured them of my capability. The resolute glimmer in the boy's eyes ultimately persuaded them. What a brave little man. Mr. Zhong chuckled as he approached. Order whatever you desire. This meal is on me. Should you encounter any difficulties, feel free to seek me out in Chinatown. As overseas Chinese, we must unite and support one another. Thank you, Uncle Zhong. But there's no need for trouble, the boy replied, slightly embarrassed as he scratched his head. I can manage on my own. Haha, I mean, if you have problems, come to me. If you don't, you can still join us for hot pot. Mr. Zhong laughed, noticing the boy eating alone. It seems rather lonely to dine by yourself. Why not sit with us? All right. That way I won't have to wait for the pot to boil. The boy smiled and nodded in agreement, taking a seat next to Huang Wen. What is your name, little man? Mr. Zhong inquired, bringing over more ingredients and observing the boy devour his meal with fervor. My name is Huang Liang, he replied, swallowing a mouthful of beef with a grin. Huang, you share the same surname as Xiao Wen. How fortuitous. Mr. Zhong's smile broadened, marveling at the coincidence. Indeed, it is quite serendipitous. Huang Wen concurred, glancing at Huang Liang. Hello, I am Huang Wen, the proprietor of the Wing Chun martial arts school. Should you need anything, you may visit me there. Wing Chun. Huang Liang's chopsticks abruptly halted as he looked at Huang Wen in astonishment, surveying him from head to toe. Are you genuinely the owner of a Wing Chun school? Which lineage do you belong to? While Huang Wen could trace his lineage back to Yip Man, he chose not to boast about it. Chun Hua Shun, from the Yip Man lineage, he disclosed, revealing his connection to Huang Hong, whose master was a disciple of Yip Man, making Huang Hong a grand disciple. My great-grandfather was Huang Liang, a disciple of Yip Man. I trained in Wing Chun under my grandfather, Huang Liang said, cupping his hands respectfully towards Huang Wen. So, does that mean you are of a higher generation than I? Chapter 42, Battle with Wolverine. Upon hearing this, Huang Wen chuckled. If we disregard your father's generation, then we belong to the same generation. However, if we include your father, I would be your Shirshu, martial uncle. Of course, we must include my father, Huang Liang nodded, standing up to solemnly bow to Huang Wen. Wing Chun, Huang Liang. Pays respects to Shirshu Huang Wen. Enough of the formalities. I have no such customs here. Huang Wen waved his hand with a smile. Now, let us enjoy our meal together. Since we are family, do not hesitate to seek me out at the Wing Chun school for any matters. Hee. Then I shall not hold back. Encountering a fellow clansman and a martial brother, I won't refuse your hospitality. Huang Liang beamed, taking a seat with eagerness, his eyes sparkling as he looked at Huang Wen. Shirshu, do you engage with Jeet Kune Do at your school in the United States? The Jeet Kune Do school established by Bruce Lee in the past has been operating in the United States. There are indeed numerous Jeet Kune Do schools here. However, upon reflection, Huang Wen realized that there are none in the vicinity of Chinatown. The most authentic Jeet Kune Do school, which is the very one Bruce Lee once ran, is located in San Francisco. To visit it would likely require a considerable investment of time and money. Nevertheless, it would be a worthwhile experience. Huang Liang nodded with a smile, a glimmer of admiration and regret flickering in his eyes. It is a pity that Bruce Lee passed away at such a young age. Otherwise, he would surely have elevated Jeet Kune Do to unprecedented heights. The name Bruce Lee resonated with Logan, causing him to pause with his chopsticks. Had it not been for his long life and previous use of chopsticks, he would not have been accustomed to such dining utensils. However, having become familiar with them, Logan now appreciated their utility. At this moment, Logan set down his chopsticks, his brow furrowed in thought. He had once lost his memory. Yet hearing Bruce Lee's name evoked something within him. Fragments of unfamiliar memories began to coalesce in his mind, and gradually, he recalled bits of his past. At that time, before being infused with adamantium, Logan had wandered the United States and encountered a chatty, seemingly refined gentleman, Bruce Lee. At that time, Bruce Lee was immersed in various martial arts, striving to create a comprehensive system of free combat. Upon learning that Logan possessed numerous fighting techniques, Bruce Lee was eager to seek Logan's counsel. Although Bruce Lee's speed and strength were still somewhat inferior to Logan's, they far surpassed that of an ordinary person, especially his combat skills and reflexes, which were astonishing. Logan sensed that Bruce Lee's fighting instincts and reactions were nearly on par with his own primal instincts. However, Logan did not linger in San Francisco for long. After exchanging martial arts experiences with Bruce Lee, he departed. It dawned on Logan that he once possessed a wealth of combat skills and experiences. His eyes gradually brightened as he suddenly turned to Huang Wen and said, "Let us go. Accompany me for a sparring session." So urgent? Zhong Chang looked at Logan in astonishment. After a month of interaction, he had become quite familiar with Logan's prowess and even suspected that Logan might not be an ordinary individual. Very well. Although Huang Wen was unsure of Logan's urgency, he nodded in agreement, rising from his seat. I've nearly finished eating as well. Let us switch with Reese for the meal. I want to watch the sparring too. Huang Liang's eyes lit up, and he stood up, gazing at Huang Wen with enthusiasm. All right, then let us all go together. Huang Wen showed no intention of refusal as he led Huang Liang towards the Wing Chun martial arts school. Inside the Wing Chun school, several students were diligently practicing their punches, while Reese Fisk observed them, perhaps more accurately described as supervising. Teacher, have you finished your meal? Reese approached Huang Wen upon seeing him, only to be momentarily taken aback by the formidable presence of Logan. Mr. Logan, what brings you here? Regarding Logan, the knowledge that Rishifai's possesses far surpasses that of Zhong Chang. After describing Logan's appearance to Jean Bing, he swiftly uncovered Logan's true identity. Wolverine. This moniker holds considerable renown in the underworld, particularly due to the legendary tales of the immortal wolf, which have inspired many within the subterranean factions. Consequently, Upon learning of Logan's identity, Rishafais felt a profound sense of reverence towards him. Well, you go ahead and eat. Uncle Wolf and I shall engage in further sparring. Everyone, kindly make way. Huang Wen nodded, casting a glance at the gathered students. Upon hearing his words, the students paused in anticipation, eagerly watching Huang Wen and Logan as they cleared a space. Be cautious, for I am not the same as before, Logan remarked, offering a slight bow to Huang Wen as a precaution. He then stepped forward, and his demeanor exuded a distinctly different aura. If previously Logan had fought purely by instinct, now he resembled a beast imbued with wisdom, fully aware of how to leverage his advantages in combat. Of course, Logan had no intention of unsheathing his adamantium claws. This sparring session was merely to validate the fighting techniques ingrained in his memory. With a swift motion, a sound akin to a breaking wind resonated as Logan's hands transformed into claws, striking towards Huang Wen's chest with the precision of sharp wolf talons. With a resounding clap, Huang Wen seized Logan's wrist, using the momentum to deliver a kick aimed at Logan's abdomen. However, Logan had anticipated this. His other hand was already poised to intercept Huang Wen's attack. Their limbs collided, forcing Huang Wen to retreat 2 steps. Logan executed a backward roll, and in the blink of an eye, he sprang to his feet with an agility that defied ordinary capabilities, propelling himself towards Huang Wen with blinding speed, transforming his hands into claws as he aimed for Huang Wen's neck. Seeing Logan's ferocious advance, Huang Wen hastily retreated, tilting his head backward to maintain distance. After retreating 5 steps, he suddenly sank his weight down, bending one knee while delivering a powerful kick towards Logan's abdomen. With a deft move, Logan raised one foot to block the strike, yet he momentarily lost his balance and fell to the ground. Huang Wen, on the other hand, felt the impact of Logan's formidable physique and was pushed back half a step. Observing Logan on the ground, he couldn't help but chuckle. Are you coming again, Uncle Wolf? Not anymore. It's rather dull. Logan sprang back to his feet, curling his lip. His strength and speed were not superior to Huang Wen's, nor were his combat techniques advanced enough to surpass him. At Huang Wen's level, the distinction between one fighting style and 10 had become negligible. Every attack and defense he executed had transcended the confines of mere techniques. Impressive. Huang Liang watched the entire bout with wide eyes, a spark of admiration igniting within him. Chapter 43. Apprenticeship within the confines of the Wing Chun martial arts school. A fervent applause erupted, an instinctive response from the students. Although the sparring session had been brief, the participants regarded it as extraordinarily captivating. Master, may I learn the art of boxing from you here? Huang Liang inquired, his eyes aglow with eagerness as he approached Huang Wen. Of course you may, Huang Wen replied with a smile, nodding affirmatively. You are indeed a disciple of the Wing Chun lineage and my junior. Your practice here poses no issue. However, I must first assess your foundational skills. Is that acceptable? Absolutely. I am more than capable, Huang Liang exclaimed, confidence sparkling in his eyes upon hearing the prospect of evaluation. How much Wing Chun have you practiced? Huang Wen asked, observing Huang Liang standing upright with his feet together, hands resting at his sides, and his gaze directed forward, exuding vitality. I have been focusing on the little idea and seeking bridge forms, training my fundamentals. Allow me to demonstrate for you, master, Huang Liang responded, cupping his hands in a respectful gesture, lifting them from his sides to chest height. Fists clenched with palms facing upward and knuckles downward. He began to perform the introductory routine of Wing Chun known as Little Idea. Little Idea serves as the foundation of Wing Chun, a form taught to the students of the school by Huang Wen. Mastery of this routine signifies the attainment of apprentice status under Huang Wen's tutelage. Comparatively, the other students who had also practiced Little Idea demonstrated a significant disparity in skill, primarily reflected in Huang Liang's spirited demeanor and vitality, with the discerning eye of a master. Akin to that of Ip Man and Bai Zhantong, Huang Wen recognized that Huang Liang was truly a prodigy, a genius in martial arts. Soon, Huang Liang completed the sequence of Little Idea, his complexion slightly flushed yet his breath remained steady, devoid of any sign of fatigue, before commencing the seeking bridge technique. By all accounts, he was now at the beginner level. Should he master the marking finger form, he would likely attain proficiency. At his age, he was not inferior to the young Huang Wen of the past. A thought flashed through Huang Wen's mind, stirring a sense of intrigue. What a promising talent this was. Huang Liang, let us engage in Chi Sao, Huang Wen said, his eyes brightening as he gazed at Huang Liang with a smile. All right. Huang Liang seemed to grasp the intent. Beaming as he placed his hand against Huang Wen's, their hands almost touching, neither clinging nor breaking contact, as they attuned themselves to each other's strength, speed, and reactions. Although Huang Liang had witnessed Huang Wen spar with Logan and was already aware of his formidable prowess, he was nonetheless astounded by the unfathomable aura emanating from Huang Wen, which far surpassed that of his grandfather. In a fleeting moment of distraction, Huang Liang was pushed back by Huang Wen's force, yet Huang Wen adeptly caught his wrist, preventing him from falling. Huang Liang, would you take me as your master? Huang Wen asked earnestly, looking deeply into Huang Liang's eyes. Disciple Huang Liang pays his respects to master. Huang Liang responded, regaining his composure and preparing to kneel in reverence. Enough of that. In this day and age, a simple cup of tea will suffice, Huang Wen interjected. Huang Wen smiled as he grasped Huang Liang's arm, reassuring him that their age difference was negligible and that he need not feel restrained. In your spare time after classes, feel free to come practice martial arts with me. I possess the knowledge, and as long as you are willing to learn, I shall impart it to you. Thank you, master. I shall go prepare tea at once. Huang Liang exclaimed, glancing around. Although Zhong Chang was puzzled by Huang Wen's sudden decision to accept Huang Liang as his disciple, he nonetheless pointed towards the direction of the staircase. Huang Liang swiftly made his way there. Taking Huang Liang as a disciple was unlike the students of the Wing Chun Martial Arts Academy. Those students were required to reach a level of proficiency and demonstrate exceptional dedication and innate talent before Huang Wen would formally accept them. Thus, Huang Liang was considered Huang Wen's primary disciple, a privilege even Zhong Chang did not enjoy, as theoretically, he and Huang Wen were peers. Soon, Huang Liang returned, carrying a cup of tea, bowing as he offered it to Huang Wen, saying, Master, please enjoy your tea. Indeed, Huang Wen nodded with a gentle smile, accepting the tea and taking a sip. From this day forth, you shall be my principal disciple and the eldest brother of our Wing Chun Academy. I hope you will not disappoint me in the future. I, disciple Huang Liang, shall certainly not let my master down. Huang Liang replied solemnly. Furthermore, there are vacant rooms upstairs. On weekends when you have no classes, you may stay here, Huang Wen added, setting the cup aside. However, do not allow your martial training to interfere with your studies. Master, rest assured. I am indeed an academic prodigy. Huang Liang confidently patted his chest. Practicing martial arts is my passion, and so is studying. Zhong Chang, standing nearby, found it difficult to adapt to the presence of such a prodigious student, especially one who was also excelling in martial arts beyond his own abilities. It felt like he was witnessing the quintessential other people's child. The surrounding students looked at Huang Liang with envy, fully aware that his demonstrated prowess in martial arts far surpassed their own. Remarkable. This young man must be merely in his teens, yet he possesses such strength. I've been practicing for a month and still have not earned a novice badge, a slender, bespectacled black student muttered to himself, somewhat disheartened. However, I only manage to practice a little each day before bed, and only on weekends like today can I come to train, he continued. Just then, a ringtone pierced the air. The black student checked his phone, and, upon seeing it was a call from his supervisor, hurriedly answered. Hello? There seems to be an issue with the circuit. You need to come repair it immediately. His voice bore a hint of reluctance as he turned to Huang Wen, offering an apologetic gesture. I'm sorry, master, but I have an urgent matter at work that requires my attention. Very well, go ahead. Huang Wen nodded at Max, acknowledging his departure. Once you've completed your task, feel free to return. Your progress has indeed been somewhat slow. Master, you know my name? Max exclaimed, his eyes widening with excitement as he looked at Huang Wen. Though you attend infrequently, your dedication during each practice session has made a lasting impression on me. Although Huang Wen was perplexed by Max's agitation, he nevertheless smiled and encouraged him, saying, Keep pushing forward. I have faith in you. Strive to earn your apprentice-level badge as soon as possible. Thank you, master. I will do my utmost. Max exclaimed, bowing deeply to Huang Wen before hastily exiting. It seemed that life for ordinary people here was not as pleasant as one might imagine. Huang Liang shook his head and turned to Huang Wen, inquiring, Master, when will you begin to teach the techniques of the Biaoji? Follow me upstairs, Huang Wen replied. He suddenly felt that the Wing Chun dojo was somewhat cramped, particularly without any partitions. Perhaps it was time to expand or consider constructing a basement. Chapter 44. The Birth of the Green Giant Master. Are you not going to teach the Biaoji techniques? Why make it so mysterious? Huang Liang questioned, Following Huang went into the living room upstairs, clearly puzzled. There are indeed certain matters I wish to discuss with you, Huang Wen said earnestly, looking directly at Huang Liang. I possess knowledge beyond just Wing Chun. As I have mentioned, if you wish to learn other disciplines, I can instruct you. I understand the principle of not biting off more than one can chew. Once I have mastered Wing Chun to a sufficient level, I will seek your guidance on other martial arts. Huang Liang contemplated briefly and quickly resolved his thoughts. You are a child of steadfast conviction, Huang Wen remarked with satisfaction, nodding and breaking into a smile. Thus, I shall teach you the Biaoji techniques. Pay close attention. As Huang Wen began to instruct Huang Liang in the practice of Wing Chun's Biaoji techniques, elsewhere, a young man arrived at the Berkeley Nuclear Biochemical Research Institute on his bicycle and entered the facility. Hello, Dr. Kozler, greeted an elderly security guard with glasses, though it would be more fitting to refer to him as Bruce Banner, for Kozler was the surname of Bruce Banner's adoptive mother. With the review committee scheduled to arrive soon to assess the progress of the experiments, Bruce, with the assistance of his girlfriend Betty Ross, embarked on a particular experiment. This endeavor involved nanomicrobes, wherein the microbes were injected into an injured frog, followed by exposure to gamma rays, aimed at healing the frog's wounds. Should this experiment prove successful, it would signify a monumental achievement in medicine and biology, alleviating human suffering from injuries and ailments. With timely intervention, anyone could become a Wolverine. Initially, the experiment proceeded orderly, but as the frog's wounds began to heal rapidly, it could not withstand the force of the gamma rays and exploded. The setbacks of the experiment weighed heavily on Bruce Banner and Betty Ross, particularly with the looming threat of a potential acquisition of the Berkeley Nuclear Biochemical Research Institute, as others sought to exploit the yet undeveloped technology of nanomicrobes for profit. One day, as Bruce and Betty were engaged in conversation, contemplating solutions to the acquisition dilemma, a voice from the equipment area called out, "It seems there's a short circuit. Bruce, could you lend me a hand? I'll be right there." Bruce Banner instinctively rose to his feet and approached. At that moment, the wires monitored by Harp suddenly sparked and ignited the machine, trapping Harp inside. Bruce hurried forward and pulled Harp out, while the machine displayed that gamma rays were initiating. "I can't turn it off. The gamma rays are too high. It's impossible to stop." Betty Ross's terrified voice echoed, as Harp cowered in a corner, clutching a gas mask, trembling in fear and unable to move. "Quick, get out," Bruce urged Harp, yet he remained curled up in place, shivering. Just as the gamma rays were about to be released, in a moment of desperation, Bruce instinctively shielded himself in front of the machine, absorbing all the gamma rays before losing consciousness. Upon awakening, Bruce felt an unprecedented lightness in his body. Even an old knee injury had miraculously healed. He perceived this as a positive sign, a testament to the success of their experiment. However, the truth was far more harrowing than he realized. Bruce's ability to withstand the power of the gamma rays was rooted in his childhood. His father, David Banner, had been injecting him with a certain experimental substance. At that time, David was researching human genetic enhancement, aspiring to create super soldiers. However, the military forbade him from conducting human trials, while animal experiments failed to satisfy his ambitions. Initially, David attempted to experiment on himself, but then his son Bruce was born. Observing Bruce grow day by day, David conceived the idea of using him as a test subject. Thus, Bruce was not merely David's son, but also the culmination of his father's life's work in genetic technology. To keep abreast of Bruce's developments, David now concealed himself within the research facility, working as a janitor. When Bruce heard the elderly man before him, his father, David, begin to unveil parts of the truth, he felt a surge of panic and disbelief. He expelled David, determined to uncover the truth on his own. Yet, as Bruce delved into the analysis of his blood, he confronted an unbearable reality. His blood was no longer ordinary. He was indeed a test subject. An overwhelming tide of confusion, fear, and rage surged within Bruce as a formidable, uncontrollable power erupted from his being. With a primal roar that transcended human capability, Bruce tore through his clothing, shoes, and watch. Even his indestructible pants gradually succumbed to the strain. However, a cosmic consciousness seemed to intervene, transforming his long pants into shorts, yet showing no signs of further destruction. Within the confines of the research facility, the formidable Hulk was born, rampaging and wreaking havoc upon everything in sight, until his gaze fell upon David Banner. Rather than fear, David's eyes reflected excitement, satisfaction, and even a hint of greed, as if he were admiring the very creation of his own experiment. Instinctively, David reached out to caress the massive visage of the Hulk. In that moment, Hulk seemed to recall tender memories from his childhood, moments of warmth spent playing with David. However, this bliss was fleeting, as another memory soon flashed before Hulk's mind. Years prior, David's unethical human experiments had been discovered by the military, prompting him to rush home with the intent to eliminate his 4-year-old son, Bruce Banner, and thus end the ill-fated experiment. Yet, Bruce's mother intervened, and in the ensuing struggle, she tragically lost her life at David's hands. Roaring in fury at this recollection, Hulk fought to restrain himself, choosing instead to flee from David. With a powerful thrust, he burst through the ceiling of the research facility, standing atop the roof before leaping away with the grace of a skilled acrobat. My dear son, an insatiable desire surged within David Banner. The immense strength of Hulk far surpassed the super soldiers he had once envisioned, and now, he too could possess such power. Chapter 45. Is the Hulk a mutant? Late last night, around 11 o'clock, a witness claimed to have seen a giant green humanoid creature, capturing it on their phone. The morning news broadcast displayed this footage, causing Huang Wen to fix his gaze intently on the television. The blurry images recorded by the phone were a testament to the challenge of capturing such an extraordinary event, revealing a massive green figure that darted swiftly, appearing atop a high building before vanishing completely. Though the footage was unclear, deep footprints were undeniably left on the rooftop. The host's voice resonated, accompanied by images of the giant footprints. We have reason to suspect this is a mutant, a monster. The host appeared somewhat agitated, as the creature's whereabouts remained unknown, leaving everyone to ponder what actions it might take next. Calm down, Logan. Huang Wen reassured the tense and furious Wolverine as he prepared to rise. This is merely the rhetoric of those with ulterior motives. When shall society genuinely cease to discriminate against mutants? Logan let out a soft sigh, casting a glance at the seemingly unaffected trio of Zhongbo. A sudden wave of warmth and comfort surged within him, prompting him to explain, "Of course, I am not referring to you all. Every individual with abilities inevitably encounters this stage." Huang Wen unconsciously shrugged, recalling the Sokovia Accords from Captain America: Civil War. Humanity tends to experience tension, fear, and even jealousy towards beings that far exceed their capabilities, particularly when those endowed with powers can extinguish ordinary lives with the ease of slaughtering a chicken. Thus, society aspires to regulate these unpredictable individuals. In the case of superheroes like the Avengers, people opt to document their identities and restrict their movements. As for mutants, there exists a fervent desire for their eradication, despite the fact that a mutant may have been human just moments prior, and any human could potentially transform into a mutant at any time. Ultimately, the objective remains to contain any threats that superhumans may pose. The resurgence of such sentiments can largely be attributed to the absence of a prominent figure among the mutants. Huang Wen recalled Logan's earlier mention of Magneto, speaking softly, "That old bald man." Logan instinctively referred to Professor Charles Xavier, for in his eyes, Charles was the pillar of the mutant community. "No, I meant the one imprisoned." Huang Wen shook his head, explaining that he was a hardliner among mutants. The dichotomy between hardliners and moderates is essential. Without moderates, humanity would perceive mutants as incapable of resistance, leading to continued oppression. Conversely, if only hardliners existed, a war between mutants and humans would likely ensue, resulting in countless innocent lives lost. Therefore, in a time when only moderates remain, there are those inclined to test the limits of the entire mutant community, or rather, the boundaries of the moderates, as the hardliners no longer pose a threat. Did they do it intentionally? Logan's eyes suddenly brightened at this thought, turning to Huang Wen. Did they recognize that they could not alter the situation for mutants and choose to split into two factions to instill fear in humanity? Who knows? Huang Wen shrugged. Perhaps it is also related to their individual temperaments. Otherwise, given the professor's wisdom, how could he so unreasonably side with humanity? Essentially, he wished to convey a message to the human government that the mutants he represented would not be adversaries. Moreover, if humanity sought to confront the hardline mutants, they would need to rely on their strength. Unfortunately, the hardliners are now leaderless. "You know more than I had imagined." Logan regarded Huang Wen with a deep gaze. "Last time, you mentioned that your knowledge was limited. I have technology to access information." Huang Wen chuckled. "Didn't you see it for yourself?" Upon hearing this, Logan's mind conjured an image of Huang Wen, clad in a tailcoat and sunglasses, venturing out in the dead of night. A slight twitch at the corner of his mouth betrayed his amusement, while he conceded that Huang Wen did indeed look dashing. The peculiarity of such attire at such an hour was hard to overlook, especially considering Huang Wen's ability to become invisible. Are you suggesting that the best course of action is to rescue Magneto? Logan refocused and sought further counsel from Huang Wen. You are unable to extricate him. Huang Wen replied with a knowing smile, shaking his head. There are others who will undertake this task. You should remain here and fulfill your supervisory role. Moreover, the greatest troubles we face are not merely related to the so-called mutants. At this juncture, a flicker of concern crossed Huang Wen's eyes, and his smile faded. The television continued to broadcast evidence of the Hulk as a mutant, showcasing enormous footprints and the terrifying force he wielded. Huang Wen realized that even if the Hulk were newly emerged, he was certainly not a foe to be trifled with. In terms of destructive capability, the Hulk surpassed even Magneto. Should Magneto unleash his full potential, he could easily raise the entirety of New York City. However, Magneto possessed reason. He understood that should matters escalate to such a point, humanity would inevitably wage war against mutants. His ultimate goal was not to incite conflict, but rather to secure sufficient rights and privileges for his mutant brethren. The Hulk, in contrast, was a wholly uncontrollable force. Unless Betty Ross were nearby, or perhaps the Black Widow uttered the words about the sun setting, there was little hope of managing the Hulk. Should he rampage into the bustling streets or through Chinatown, Huang Wen had little confidence in his ability to drive him away. One could hardly expect the Hulk to retain any semblance of human vulnerabilities to be exploited by Huang Wen. Not only was the Hulk a concern, but also beings such as Thor, Gamora, and Nebula. Even if their appearances mirrored that of humans, one could not guarantee the existence of traditional human meridians within them. Are you referring to that green fellow just now? Logan raised an eyebrow, a confident grin spreading across his face. Fear not, I have dealt with many such hulking mutants. Once he encounters me, I assure you he will flee in disgrace. At Logan's assurance, a twitch of Huang Wen's mouth suggested a mix of disbelief and intrigue. Was he truly about to witness a clash between the Hulk and Wolverine? Yet, with Wolverine's adamantium skeleton, it seemed implausible that he could be torn asunder. How could the Hulk possibly sever adamantium bones? Even joints are interconnected, let alone the spine. Chapter 46. The turning point for the Hulk. Huang Wen's heart brimmed with apprehension regarding the Hulk, yet he found himself devoid of immediate solutions. His inability to extract extraordinary powers from Logan had led him to diligently practice the internal martial arts of Baijiantong. Regrettably, his efforts yielded little progress. However, this was to be expected. After all, Baijiantong had cultivated his inner strength over decades, achieving mastery in his 40s or 50s. It was no simple feat for Huang Wen to attain a breakthrough in such a short period. Moreover, Huang Wen's strength had reached an impressive 99 points, a testament to his extraordinary prowess as evaluated by the system. With just one more step, he would ascend to the legendary realm, a feat that naturally came with its own barriers. Despite his frustrations, Huang Wen mused that even an ordinary individual could achieve success through a lucky draw, believing that accumulating enough ordinary characters could still empower him. Yet, he pondered why he could only acquire ordinary items from the Wolfunkel. What was the underlying principle behind this? If he continued to obtain such items, he could close his martial arts school and open a general store instead. Was it true that only the initial encounters with the Wolfunkel triggered tasks? Or was there a temporal limitation, restricting the frequency of task activations within a short span? Huang Wen found himself bewildered, as while he could control the release of tasks, it was difficult to discern the circumstances required to unlock more rewarding and superior quests. On the other hand, while Huang Wen was entangled in thoughts of self-improvement due to Hulk, the life of Bruce Banner, the human counterpart of Hulk, was far from pleasant. The research facility had been largely destroyed by Hulk, drawing the attention of General Ross towards Bruce Banner. General Ross, the father of Betty Ross and the former head of David Banner's experimental research, arrived at Bruce's residence seeking the whereabouts of David Banner. However, Bruce had no recollection of anything, including his childhood, having forgotten it all due to post-traumatic stress disorder. Consequently, General Ross confined Bruce in his home, assigning guards to ensure he did not venture outside. Meanwhile, concerned for Bruce and eager to uncover the truth, Betty Ross, through various inquiries, discovered the address left behind by David Banner, who now worked as a janitor at the research facility. After a tense negotiation, David warned Betty to stay away from Bruce, echoing General Ross's insistence that Bruce maintain distance from Betty. In her haste to leave, Betty inadvertently left her scarf behind at David's residence. "Bruce, my dear son, let me see just how formidable you truly are," David Banner exclaimed, clutching the scarf with a glint of madness in his eyes. "Your blood has empowered my loyal hounds. But what about you? I wonder if this beautiful girl is enough to drive you to madness." Grasping the scarf, David tossed it to the pack of dogs he had infused with Bruce Banner's blood, commanding them, "Go forth, find this girl, and teach her a lesson." That night, while confined in his home by General Ross, Bruce received a call from David Banner. "I have sent my loyal hounds to visit that girl. I have nurtured your essence within them. They may be unstable, yet they are immensely powerful." Startled, Bruce dropped the phone, desperate to escape and rescue Betty Ross. However, how could General Ross's men so easily allow Bruce Banner to depart? Coincidentally, the previous suitor for the research facility, Talbot, believed that Bruce Banner had informed General Ross in an attempt to thwart the acquisition of the Institute. Consequently, he sought out Bruce with the intention of giving him a lesson. Poor Bruce, devoid of his monstrous transformation, stood no chance against a trained soldier. In no time, he was thoroughly subdued. "Betty, someone is trying to harm Betty. Let me go." The captured Bruce Banner felt an overwhelming urgency, pleading desperately with Talbot, yet to no avail. Roaring with fury, Bruce could no longer contain his wrath, and once again, his clothes and shoes tore apart as he transformed into the Hulk. With a few swift motions, he dispatched General Ross's subordinates and rushed to rescue his beloved girlfriend. After an intense battle, the Hulk vanquished the mutated hounds, yet unbeknownst to him, David Banner had begun to expose himself to gamma rays, resulting in mutations akin to those of Bruce. David possessed the ability to absorb all substances he came into contact with, fully integrating into them, and thus gaining control over those materials. When encountering stone, he became a stone man. When faced with water, he morphed into a water man. Nevertheless, every material force has its limits, save for one boundless existence, the Hulk, who could perpetually harbor anger and grow stronger, and he was precisely the ultimate goal of David Banner. At that moment, Bruce was under heavy fire, countless missiles and gunfire striking the Hulk. While they could stagger him and inflict wounds, they posed no lethal threat. Previously, Betty Ross, engulfed in confusion, sought assistance from her father, General Ross, desiring to aid Bruce in overcoming the troubles stemming from the Hulk. However, due to the numerous high-ranking officials and influential figures who had learned about the Hulk from Talbot's leaks, they all wished to study Bruce Banner, resulting in General Ross losing control over him. After Betty's departure, suffering immense anguish, Bruce Banner transformed once more into the Hulk and fled the laboratory, yearning to return home to find Betty. After a prolonged inability to subdue the Hulk and hearing his daughter Betty's voice pleading to see Bruce Banner over the phone, General Ross ultimately consented to allow Betty to meet Bruce. Yet, at that moment, both Bruce Banner and the Hulk mysteriously vanished. "Child, do not be alarmed. I harbor no ill intentions." Bruce awoke to find a bald, elderly gentleman in a wheelchair beside him, and despite his initial wariness, his demeanor softened at the sound of the elder's voice. Calming him down is indeed a challenge. Had I not experienced something similar, it would have been quite impossible. "Oh, I almost forgot to introduce myself. My name is Charles." Professor Charles gazed at Bruce Banner, a smile gracing his lips. "You? Are you capable of making him vanish? Can you resolve him?" Bruce's eyes sparkled with eager anticipation as he looked at Charles. "No, I do not possess such formidable power yet," Charles replied with a gentle shake of his head. His mental prowess was indeed substantial. "I merely calmed him, allowing him a brief respite." Chapter 47. Charles's intent merely calmed him? Bruce continued to gaze at Charles, his hope unwavering. "Can you teach me how to soothe him?" "Of course, but he will not disappear. You must learn to accept him," Charles affirmed with a nod. "Only when you cease to reject him entirely can you truly coexist." "But he is a monster. How could I possibly coexist with him?" Bruce shuddered, recalling fragmented memories that sent tremors through his body. "I sense that he is also a part of you. You are inherently one, and he has merely awakened recently," Charles stated earnestly, locking eyes with Bruce. "To communicate with him, you must first bestow upon him a name." "Hulk," Bruce blurted out, prompting a chuckle from Charles. "See, I told you there could be communication between you." Charles regarded Bruce with a benevolent smile. "Relax your mind. For now, you may stay here. But what about Betty?" Bruce thought of his girlfriend, a wave of unease washing over him. If you rush to her now, you would only bring her trouble. Charles shook his head. Only when you have gained complete control over your power can you minimize the complications for her. Here, we teach individuals how to master their abilities. What is this place? Bruce paused, looking intently into Charles's eyes. Will you study me? This is Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters, or you may refer to us as the Mutant Academy. Charles replied solemnly. We will not study you, for we are all equally lost, seeking our own paths. Am I a mutant? Bruce questioned incredulously, contemplating the research he had encountered regarding mutants. As a man with 7 doctoral degrees and extraordinary circumstances, Bruce had considerable knowledge of biology, and the subject of mutations and mutants was undeniably pertinent. Regrettably, although the news has classified you as a mutant, and I wish you were, you are not, Charles said, shaking his head in disappointment. Moreover, you possess greater strength than the majority of mutants, both in demonstrated power and potential. Do you mutants also lose consciousness when utilizing your abilities, being supplanted by another consciousness? Bruce inquired with concern. Bruce Banner's words left Charles momentarily silent. Typically, ordinary mutants do not experience situations akin to that of Bruce Banner and the Hulk. However, within Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters, there exists an individual whose circumstances bear striking resemblance to those of Bruce Banner, Jean Grey, the Phoenix. This is a being whose uncontrolled state is even more terrifying than that of the Hulk. If the Hulk's rampages manifest as destruction on a material level, then the Phoenix represents a dual devastation that encompasses both the physical and the mental realms. Only a select few mutants, unable to manage their own powers, encounter such predicaments. Upon regaining his composure, Professor Charles had no intention of deceiving. He remarked, I cannot disclose her identity, but she has largely succeeded in stabilizing control over her other self. With this revelation, Bruce Banner felt a surge of hope. If another could achieve this, he too had every reason to believe he could succeed. Charles nodded in affirmation. Though he spoke the truth, he withheld certain details. The Phoenix force within Jean Grey had been sealed within a mental cage by Charles while it was still in a nascent state. At this moment, however, the Hulk was beyond the realm of such forced containment. Despite having recently awakened, the Hulk was inundated with hostility, rendering him wary of the world, save for Betty Ross. Even Charles had expended considerable effort to merely calm the Hulk, allowing him to enter a state of rest. Very well, Mr. Banner, please take your time to recuperate. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to inform us. Moreover, feel free to explore the academy. I trust that with your knowledge, you could impart unique insights to the children, Charles stated as he maneuvered his wheelchair out of the room, leaving Bruce Banner to contemplate the intricate relationship between himself and the Hulk. Professor, if he is not a mutant, why exert such effort to bring him here? Cyclops, Scott Summers, inquired with a hint of confusion. In the eyes of humanity, what distinguishes him from us? Charles shook his head. Though he lacks our genetic markers, the extent of his mutation renders him a mutant in the eyes of the public. Yet, he poses a significant threat. Cyclops furrowed his brow as he recalled the scenes of the Hulk clashing with the military. Such destructive capability indeed posed a considerable risk to Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters. In the perspective of ordinary individuals, are we not also perceived as a threat? Charles chuckled lightly. Moreover, the confusion he harbors within his heart is not dissimilar to what we once experienced. Under Charles's explanation, while Cyclops remained somewhat perplexed, he refrained from further questioning. The professor's decision to bring Bruce Banner to the academy was not solely motivated by a desire to assist him. More importantly, Charles sought to demonstrate to the human government the intrinsic value of the Xavier Institute for Gifted Youngsters. The military was unable to subdue the potential threats posed by mutants. Yet these beings could find sanctuary at Xavier's without causing disruption, whether it be the malevolence of mutants or that of non-mutants. The Xavier Institute was equipped to assist the human government in addressing these issues. Should the human government not reconsider its stance towards mutants? Undoubtedly, Charles had more strategies in mind. The destructive potential of Hulk, if left unexposed for an extended period, would risk being forgotten by humanity. The militant faction among mutants could not remain leaderless indefinitely. Raven, too, would likely be compelled to take action, especially since humanity had begun to send new signals, testing the boundaries of mutant tolerance. Charles' gaze shifted momentarily before he gently closed his eyes. Within a plastic prison, a guard briefly appeared bewildered, then turned to observe Magneto, who was meditating. Magneto seemed to sense something, opening his eyes and smiling at the guard, aware that his release was imminent. Chapter 48, Wolverine vs. The Punisher. As for the situation involving Charles and Magneto, Huang Wen was oblivious. His thoughts were fixated on the ever-looming threat of the Hulk, who could emerge in the bustling city at any moment. To preemptively detect Hulk's presence, Huang Wen donned the tailcoat's watch and ordered a 24-hour surveillance of the surrounding districts, determined to avoid being caught off guard. However, to his astonishment, Hulk had seemingly vanished without a trace, as if the previous news reports had been false and he had never existed at all. This was perplexing, Huang Wen pondered, questioning the timeline from the discovery of Hulk to his capture and then to the emergence of the abomination. Surely, it could not have taken this long. It had been over 10 days without a single sign of activity. Setting aside these thoughts, he resolved to attempt breaking through his internal limits. Drawing from Bai Zhantang's experiences and memories, he surmised that the boundary between the extraordinary and the legendary lay in the distinction between acquired and innate abilities. Ding! An anomaly in the surveillance system. Just as Huang Wen was about to engage in his daily training, the watch suddenly relayed information to him. What? Something has occurred. Huang Wen's attention sharpened as he focused on the watch. The surveillance footage had remained unchanged for 10 minutes. There had been no variation in light or shadow. It detected that someone had tampered with the live feed, but the source could not be traced. The watch promptly informed Huang Wen of the situation. The footage has been altered? A flicker of doubt crossed Huang Wen's mind. Could it be that Hulk had begun his rampage? Was the military attempting to conceal this? That seemed implausible. If it truly were Hulk, such a disturbance would render military surveillance futile. The area of the surveillance tampering appeared to be 2 blocks near Chinatown. After analysis, the watch provided this new information. Are you headed towards Chinatown? Huang Wen's pupils constricted as he sprang from the bed, donning his tailcoat and slow-motion glasses. Before casting his gaze out the window, sniff, sniff. Suddenly alert in his dreams, Logan inhaled deeply and opened his eyes, rising swiftly. Humph, that familiar scent, so bothersome. Logan seemed to recall something, grumbling irritably, and then flung open the window, leaping outside. How did Wolverine manage to escape? Has he sensed something amiss as well? Huang Wen watched Logan dart out of the window, a flicker of realization crossing his eyes. Indeed, the instincts of a beast should not be underestimated. Activating stealth mode, Huang Wen followed suit, crawling out the window and trailing Logan from a distance. He was confident that with Logan's perceptive abilities, he would undoubtedly locate the source of the anomaly. In short distances, a beast's instincts far surpassed the utility of surveillance and technology. As Logan proceeded, he abruptly halted, glancing back with his peripheral vision. Yet, he quickly seemed to recall something, shaking his head and continuing onward. Logan had not ventured far, merely a few hundred meters from the Wing Chun Dojo, when he halted again, peering into the obscured alley ahead, a glimmer of light flickering in his eyes. Come out. I can see you, Logan remarked, his expression unwavering as he stared into the pitch-black alleyway. Is that you, old wolf? What brings you here? A voice, tinged with surprise, emerged as a burly man clad in black, adorned with a massive skull emblem on his chest, stepped forth, gazing at Logan with astonishment. Frank, so it is you. I must say, it's quite peculiar to encounter such a weak, yet irritating presence. Logan shook his head, scrutinizing Frank from head to toe. What? Has your vigilante jurisdiction expanded to Chinatown now? Yet, having resided here for quite some time, I have not witnessed a single crime. The people here are quite amiable. Aside from the slightly overpriced goods, my affairs are none of your concern. Frank narrowed his eyes, regarding Logan with a hint of menace. What I am currently engaged in has nothing to do with you. It would be wise not to provoke me. Humph. Logan scoffed. Despite having cultivated his temper at the Wing Chun Dojo, he was inherently hot-headed, much like Frank. It was precisely their shared fiery tempers that made Logan find Frank so irksome. With a sharp clang, Logan's steel claws extended, glaring fiercely at Frank as he roared, Frank, reveal your intentions. This Chinatown is currently under my protection. If you wish to cause chaos here, you must first reckon with me. Bam! A faint gunshot rang out, interrupting Logan mid-sentence as a bullet struck his forehead, deforming and falling to the ground, while the wound on Logan's brow healed instantly. What a nuisance! Frank furrowed his brow. In truth, Logan's immortality was not insurmountable. For instance, one could devise a way to shatter Logan's bones or explode his legs, as such injuries would necessitate time for recovery. The crux of the issue, however, lay in Logan's formidable physique. impervious to any assault that could only damage his flesh, leaving his bones unscathed. And injuries to his flesh would heal in an instant. A roar erupted from Logan, an embodiment of wrath as he charged towards Frank with the swiftness of a fleeting shadow. Bang, bang, bang. Frank fired several shots, yet failed to halt Logan's relentless advance. As Logan drew nearer, Frank swiftly transitioned his weaponry, wielding both a combat knife and a ballistic knife. With an exaggerated motion, he evaded Logan's steel claws, simultaneously slashing through Logan's body with both knives. However, this act served only to enrage Logan further, his eyes ablaze with fury as his arm accelerated, steel claws lunging towards Frank's abdomen. With a sharp crack, Frank's combat knife intercepted one of the claws, but was instantly severed. No matter how superior the quality of the knife, it could not possibly withstand the might of adamantium. Yet, Frank remained unfazed by the destruction of his combat knife. The ballistic knife was propelled forth, piercing Logan's form. In a swift motion, Frank hurled a grenade before retreating with alacrity. The explosion resonated, a stark contrast to the muffled gunfire that preceded it, rousing the entire Chinatown. Logan was sent sprawling by the blast, his attire in tatters, yet he remained relatively unscathed, a testament to his survival from nuclear blasts. Initiate the mission. Capture Frank. Huang Wen, upon witnessing the bomb's detonation, swiftly employed his skill, snow steps, to rush towards the scene while simultaneously issuing the order. The task was being generated. Capture the Punisher Frank, with a reward of 1 extraordinary character lottery. Will you accept the mission? Accept. Huang Wen's eyes gleamed as he pointed a finger towards Frank, who had been poised to flee but was suddenly immobilized in place. Remote pressure point. Chapter 49. The aftermath of the explosion. Bah! That bastard. You won't escape. Logan, somewhat disheveled, rose to his feet, spitting out the dust from his mouth. His face etched with fury as he fixed his gaze on Frank, who stood motionless not far away. What is this? Logan momentarily paused, but soon recalled the familiar sensation of being followed as he departed from the Wing Chun Dojo. He realized it was likely due to his superior, Huang Wen, who possessed the skill to strike pressure points. Don't just stand there. Return at once. I will take him back. Huang Wen's subtle voice echoed in Logan's ear. Creating such a commotion was indeed troublesome. This individual had no regard for rules. Were grenades something to be used indiscriminately? This individual is notorious for disregarding conventions. Logan cast a displeased glance at Frank. As long as the task was accomplished, this fellow was indifferent to the magnitude of the repercussions. Logan sensed Huang Wen's position and sprinted towards the Wing Chun Dojo. Meanwhile, Huang Wen issued a command to the tuxedo, reminiscent of their previous encounter with Benson. From the tuxedo's sleeve, a long strip of fabric unfurled, enveloping Frank entirely, rendering both him and Huang Wen invisible. What is happening? Why am I unable to move? Not even a sound can escape my lips. Is this the work of a mutant? A companion of that old wolf? How could there be so many mutants in Chinatown? Frank's mind swirled with uncertainty, and he soon realized he was ensnared in a shroud of fabric, his body suspended in the air. What is this situation? Who has lifted me? Is this fabric meant to obscure their identities or the destination to which they are headed? Frank's resilience and willpower were formidable, otherwise he would not have advanced to this point, earning the formidable reputation of the Punisher. However, confronted by the capabilities of the sunflower pointing finger, he found himself utterly powerless to resist. No matter how strong his will, he could not summon the requisite force to break free. Ding! The mission to capture the Punisher Frank has been completed. Reward: 1 extraordinary character lottery. Just as Huang Wen returned with Frank to the room, the system notified him of the mission's completion. A surge of joy filled Huang Wen. This task was significantly easier than Logan's, yet the rewards surpassed those of Logan's mission. To be candid, Frank's physical prowess had only recently breached the limits of humanity, achieving an extraordinary level, and was still inferior to Logan's. However, the reward for Frank's mission was exceedingly generous, perhaps due to the adversarial nature of the task compared to Logan's more amicable challenge. Yet, this remained a mere conjecture in Huang Wen's mind, with the true reasons eluding him. There is no rush to free him. After all, he cannot move. The power I just employed could immobilize even those of considerable strength for a day and night. A thought flashed through Huang Wen's mind as he placed Frank's body beside the wardrobe in his room, confident that no one would discover the invisible Frank. Boss, you're back. Upon seeing Huang Wen deactivate his invisibility and emerge from the room, Logan instinctively glanced around but found no trace of Frank. Don't rush. Let's first investigate the commotion. Huang Wen shook his head and descended the stairs, stepping out of the Wing Chun dojo, with Logan quickly following. At that moment, the once quiet Chinatown erupted into chaos again. Startled awake by the sound of explosions, many, upon witnessing the aftermath of the blasts, instinctively called the authorities. In the dead of night, or perhaps due to the pervasive indifference of the American police, the sound of sirens had yet to pierce the stillness. As Huang Wen emerged, a crowd quickly gathered around him. It is worth noting that, thanks to Huang Wen's prior actions, Chinatown had regained a semblance of vitality. Prior to Huang Hong's departure, the community had instinctively relied on him as their pillar of support. Thus, when trouble arose in Chinatown, the sight of Huang Wen prompted an instinctive rush towards him. "Brother Wen, there was an explosion, likely something like a grenade," remarked Zhong Chong, his eyes betraying a flicker of anxiety. He pondered who might have infiltrated their Chinatown to commit such an act, and why a grenade would be tossed onto the street. "Have the authorities been alerted?" Huang Wen nodded, glancing at Zhong Bo. Just then, the wailing of police sirens echoed in the air, drawing everyone's attention towards the source of the sound. "What is the current situation? Who among you can take charge?" A police chief strode forward, flanked by heavily armed officers, who promptly headed toward the site of the explosion. "A device resembling a grenade has detonated," Huang Wen reported to the chief, acknowledging him with a nod. However, he refrained from revealing any suspicious individuals, particularly Frank, as Huang Wen had employed some undisclosed methods to apprehend him. If Frank were to divulge any information, it would undoubtedly lead to complications. "And you are?" The police chief furrowed his brow, noting Huang Wen's youthful appearance. "This is Mr. Huang Wen." "Good day, sir," interjected a slightly lower-ranked officer, introducing himself as Jack, the owner of the Wing Chun martial arts school, renowned within the martial arts community. "Jack, I had no idea you had risen to the rank of officer." Huang Wen replied with a gentle smile, recognizing Jack as one of his students. "There's no sign of any suspicious individuals." The police chief received the report from his officers. Casting a glance at Jack, he chose not to dwell on Huang Wen's situation. Instead, he promptly issued orders to review the nearby surveillance footage to uncover the truth of the matter. "Report, Chief. The surveillance footage appears to have been tampered with. Not only was there no unusual activity prior, but our presence here was also not recorded." The officer in the monitoring room conveyed the troubling news. Indeed, the police chief's expression darkened. He sensed that this matter was far from straightforward. At that moment, Fisk's phone rang, drawing the attention of everyone present, as he was one of the few Americans in Chinatown. "Hello? Uncle James." "Father." Fisk answered the call with an air of calm, unperturbed by the scrutiny of those around him, indicating that his composure was well practiced. "I'm fine. Yes, I understand. I will convey your message." Just as Fisk hung up, the police chief's phone rang as well, causing a slight change in his demeanor. He answered, "Hello, Director?" "Understood. Since no suspects have been identified, we shall disband for now. Subsequently, we will reinforce our personnel regarding the security of Chinatown. Should you have any inquiries, feel free to reach out at any time." The inspector hung up the phone, nodded at Huang Wen, and gestured for the team to disperse. Chapter 50. Character Lottery. The Gambling Saint. A Xing teacher. "I must take my leave now. I shall attend class tomorrow. Should there be any matters, please do not hesitate to inform me," Jack remarked, glancing at the departing inspector, and exchanged a knowing smile with Huang Wen before he too exited. "Well, since there are no immediate anomalies, everyone may return to rest," Huang Wen declared. Observing the police officers as they departed, he surveyed the surrounding neighborhood, encouraging anyone with concerns or sightings of suspicious individuals to contact him. "With your words, we can all rest easy," Uncle Zhong interjected cheerfully, lightening the mood as he led the way home. The residents of Chinatown, seeing this, also made their way back, for the hour was late, and they needed to prepare for the morrow's business. "Teacher, I have something to discuss with you," Fisk approached, a hint of guilt in his voice, speaking softly. Huang Wen raised an eyebrow, sensing an underlying understanding shared not only by him, but also reflected in Zhong Chong's eyes. Chinatown, while not entirely free from conflict, generally maintained a boundary that kept external forces at bay, as the residents' spheres of existence were quite limited. Fisk's family, however, was entangled with gangs. Although Qin wasn't an emperor of the underworld, he was certainly traversing that path. Thus, with the explosion incident in Chinatown and Fisk residing there, compounded by the recent phone call he received, it became evident that the Punisher, Frank, was indeed seeking Li's Fisk. Let us discuss this further inside. Huang Wen nodded, leading Li's Fisk and Logan back into the Wing Chun martial arts school, with Zhong Chang following closely behind. Hold on, I need to check something upstairs first. Please wait for me here. Huang Wen gestured for Li's Fisk, who was about to speak, to hold his thoughts before ascending the stairs. He needed to ascertain Frank's presence and address the matter of the lottery in this interval. Lost in thought, Huang Wen returned to his room and approached the wardrobe, reaching for a seemingly empty spot. It must be noted that this could be considered a drawback of the tuxedo's invisibility. Even after rendering Frank invisible, Huang Wen could only locate him through tactile exploration. Ah, still here, Huang Wen confirmed as he found Frank's location, nodding in satisfaction before focusing his mind to connect with the system's task interface. Task completed. Capture the Punisher, Frank. Reward: 1 extraordinary character lottery. Claim now? Draw. Huang Wen inhaled deeply. The extraordinary character lottery was undoubtedly the finest opportunity available to him at this stage. The last time he had drawn by Zhang, it had equipped Huang Wen with numerous untapped strategies. He wondered what he would draw this time. With a sudden flash of familiar white light, Huang Wen occasionally pondered whether this luminescence might transform into blue, purple, or even golden hues when selecting formidable characters or items. However, thus far, he had only witnessed the white glow. Congratulations! You have obtained the extraordinary character, a Xing, derived from the Gambling Saint film series, a composite of optimal qualities. A Xing? The Gambling Saint? Huang Wen instinctively paused, furrowing his brows as he regarded the character, a Xing, before him. First, there was the Thief Saint, and now the Gambling Saint. He could not help but wonder what other saints he might draw in the future. Yet, did this Xing truly embody the essence of the extraordinary? Although his physical attributes seemed rather average, his unique abilities should still possess some merit. Across various adaptations, while the names of the Gambling Saint may differ and physical qualities may vary, the fundamental abilities remain intact. For Huang Wen, who possessed both vitality and energy properties but had yet to unlock a third divine attribute, this was undoubtedly a supplement and enhancement. Regrettably, the A Xing drawn here was merely the version from the Gambling Saint film series. Had he managed to draw a composite of all A Xing incarnations, even including the legendary Stephen Chow, Huang Wen believed he could have become truly invincible. After all, he would then possess the potential of figures such as Ji Gong and Sun Wukong. With a tinge of regret, Huang Wen's gaze settled upon the 2 characters of A Xing, and in the next moment, A Xing's attributes materialized before him. Character: A Xing Vitality, 11 points. Energy, 0 points. Divine Power, 0.2 points. 1 point of divine power equals 10 points of energy, which in turn equals 100 points of vitality. Skills: unique abilities, object replacement, object manipulation, X-ray vision, perception, illusion, striking from afar, and soul-claiming scissors kick. Evaluation: renowned in the gambling world as the illustrious Gambling Saint, with an elongated tone, A Xing's unique abilities are formidable. Yet, even at his optimal level, he merely reaches the threshold of the extraordinary. As for time travel, regardless of how potent one's abilities may be, it remains an impossibility for a single individual to achieve such feats. Would you like to integrate the abilities of character A Xing? Indeed, 1 point of divine power equates to 10 points of energy and 100 points of vitality. Huang Wen surveyed A Xing's attributes, his lips twitching involuntarily. He couldn't shake the feeling that this extraordinary lottery had let him down. A Xing's attributes fell far short of his expectations. Moreover, the most critical aspect was that these were the attributes of the optimal level, with a mere 0.2 points of divine power barely qualifying as extraordinary. Did that imply that prior to reaching this optimal level, A Xing was scarcely considered extraordinary at all? However, reflecting on A-Star's control over his extraordinary abilities, it appears that he does not indeed possess a level of greatness. He struggles notably against some unsightly soldiers, suggesting that the original A-Star may only have had a divine power of around 1 point. With this thought, Huang Wen felt a slight comfort in his heart. For this particular mission had been relatively effortless. One might even consider the character lottery a gift. But I possess 1 point of divine power myself. Suddenly, a realization struck Huang Wen, and his eyes brightened. The system indicated that my divine power was inactive. Thus, after assimilating A-Star's capabilities, could my divine power be activated? Assimilate. With this notion in mind, Huang Wen promptly consented with his thoughts. With a swish, a faint force merged into Huang Wen's mind. Indeed, the term faint was apt, as this barely transcendent power felt exceedingly feeble to him. Yet, as this subtle energy intertwined with Huang Wen's brain, a similar force surged forth from within, 5 times stronger than the initial faint energy. Gradually, Huang Wen's eyes cleared, and he sensed an unparalleled vitality coursing through him, almost to the extent of feeling ethereal, as if his soul were poised to detach from his corporeal form. However, he swiftly regained control over this power, calming his spirit. Host, Huang Wen. Vitality, 116 points. Qi, 99 points. Divine Power, 12 points. Extraordinary Ability. Skills, Wing Chun Master, Gun Fu, Baozi Thunder, by Zhantong Ability Package, A-Star Ability Package. Evaluation. Your vitality has transcended the lower tier of the extraordinary realm, gradually advancing towards a non-human domain. Your Qi has reached the pinnacle of the extraordinary, requiring but a single step to embark upon the legendary path. Your divine power has also commenced its journey, even surpassing your vitality. You have now embarked upon a comprehensive development of vitality, Qi, and spirit, devoid of any significant shortcomings. Chapter 51. The reason behind Frank's intervention. Though the value of divine power is modest, it has already eclipsed my vitality, which is commendable. Huang Wen, feeling the strength of his divine power, nodded in satisfaction, only to reveal a tinge of regret shortly thereafter. Regrettably, while A-Star possesses some martial skills and can execute techniques such as striking the cow from across the mountain, he lacks inner strength. Otherwise, it is possible that I could leverage A-Star's abilities to elevate my inner strength to a legendary level. Nevertheless, Huang Wen quickly adjusted his mindset, pondering whether the increase in divine power might also stimulate a rise in Qi. Moreover, he could distinctly feel that with the awakening of his divine power, his control over his body had become much more adept. Vitality, Qi, and spirit are the most crucial powers of a person. Only through their harmonious interplay can one maintain an impeccable state. A thought flickered through Huang Wen's mind, and he then glanced towards the wardrobe, where Frank was concealed in a state of invisibility. A mysterious light flickered in Huang Wen's eyes as the previously invisible Frank materialized before him. Indeed, the invisibility of a tailcoat had its limits. When Huang Wen activated his X-ray vision, even the tailcoat's concealment was rendered ineffective. Coughing slightly, Huang Wen shook his head, and with a thought, a voice resonated from the training room on the first floor. Close the door tightly. Everyone come up. Huh, what is this? Zhongchang paused, suddenly struck by a realization, his gaze turning excitedly toward the upper floor. Could it be that Brother Wen has mastered the art of distant communication? It's not quite as exaggerated as that. Merely a breakthrough, Huang Wen replied. If you can master the Wing Chun Martial Arts Academy to an advanced level, I could indeed impart these martial arts to you. Really? That's wonderful, Brother Wen. Zhongchang exclaimed, his face lighting up with joy. His recent efforts were not in vain. He would finally learn the cherished martial arts passed down through Huang Wen's family. Huang Wen's intentions were not spur of the moment. He had long harbored the plan to teach Zhongchang some formidable techniques, especially following the incident with Frank. Huang Wen shuddered at the thought. Had Frank not been detected by the tailcoat surveillance and instead ventured into Zhongchang's home, he dared not contemplate the darker aspects of human nature. If Frank were to lose control, the outcome for Zhongchang and his uncle would likely be dire. Particularly given Frank's intent to capture Rissfisk, regardless of his motives, Zhongchang and his uncle would instinctively intervene. After all, in their eyes, Rissfisk was merely an innocuous, plump individual, while Frank's menacing appearance hinted at malevolence. Should that confrontation arise, Frank would undoubtedly act against Zhongchang and his uncle, though the severity of his actions remained uncertain. As Huang Wen pondered these thoughts, Zhongchang and his companions had already entered his room. Upon entering, Logan surveyed the surroundings before finally directing his gaze toward Huang Wen. To Logan, Huang Wen had grown increasingly enigmatic. With each interaction, Huang Wen revealed capabilities previously concealed, each more mysterious and potent than the last. So, this Punisher, does he relate to you? Huang Wen unveiled the invisibility cloak shrouding Frank and sealed all his acupoints. In that moment, Frank felt as though he was enveloped in darkness, perceiving nothing. What is happening? What kind of ability is this? A mental prison? Could it be that Professor Charles himself has intervened? A storm of confusion surged within Frank. That can't be. I have no connection with Charles. Why would he act against me for the sake of a mere son of Jin Ping? Wow, Brother Wen, how did you achieve this? It's incredible, Zhong Chang exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment at the sudden appearance of Frank. Brother Wen, how did you transition from martial arts to the realm of immortals? This must be some sort of celestial technique. This is technology. What celestial technique? Huang Wen cast a sharp glance at Zhong Chang, expressing his discontent. You haven't even mastered your martial arts, yet you fantasize about practicing celestial techniques. How absurd. Zhong Chang, unable to fully grasp the situation, looked at Huang Wen in disbelief. Is it really possible to learn celestial techniques in the future? He inquired, sensing a hint of mystery in Huang Wen's words. Take it one step at a time. Huang Wen replied, shaking his head as he turned his gaze towards Fisk. At that moment, Fisk and Logan appeared utterly perplexed. While they could comprehend martial arts and technology, the concept of celestial techniques eluded them. However, Fisk quickly regained his composure and looked apologetically at Huang Wen and Zhong Chang. This Punisher has indeed come seeking me. His real name is Frank. He was a captain in the Marine Corps and later served as a training instructor. Tragically, during a family picnic in the park, he was targeted by the puzzle killer, Billy Russo, and his gang. Frank narrowly escaped death and subsequently embarked on a path of vengeance for his wife and child. I have heard of these events as well. It is indeed the case, Logan concurred. Primarily, the law has failed to penalize those gangsters, which is why he became the Punisher. He even adopted a ruthless mantra. If you are guilty, you must die. To achieve his objectives, he resorts to brutal methods. Huang Wen recalled the grenade incident and felt fortunate that it had been Logan, known as Wolverine, who had survived the explosion. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. What does Billy Russo have to do with you? Why is he after you? Zhong Chang asked Fisk, his confusion evident. Because the Puzzles gang has been nearly eradicated by him, and Russo has narrowly escaped death at Frank's hands multiple times, Fisk explained, shaking his head. Ultimately, Russo chose to ally with my father, seeking his protection. Our Jinbing gang's power far surpasses that of Russo's gang. Thus, the Punisher, unable to breach the Jinbing gang's defenses to eliminate Russo, sought information about me. Despite my father's efforts to conceal my whereabouts, my existence is not difficult to uncover for those determined enough. It is akin to how my father established a new organization, completely severing ties with the Jinbing gang to form a legitimate enterprise. Yet for many, it remains the Jinbing group, and my father's identity cannot be hidden for long. I am uncertain whether he intends to capture me directly to coerce my father into surrendering Russo, or if he aims to kill me as a means of revenge against my father. Fisk continued. Huang Wen shook his head, gazing earnestly at Fisk. However, as long as you are under my tutelage, your safety is my responsibility, provided you have not engaged in any wrongdoing related to the Jinbing group. Chapter 52. A lesson for the target. Thank you, teacher, Fisk exclaimed, a glimmer of gratitude shining in his eyes as he bowed deeply to Huang Wen. I apologize for the trouble caused to you in Chinatown this time. Since this is your matter, I shall leave the handling of Frank to you. Huang Wen cast a glance at Frank, who lay incapacitated and devoid of sensory perception, immobilized by his own actions. Father has already sent someone over, he remarked. Fisk nodded in agreement, also gazing at Frank. He intended to strike at me. Father will certainly not let this transgression go unpunished. Moreover, that puzzle piece, aided by the strength of our Golden Blade Guild, evaded Frank's pursuit without revealing the truth, exploiting our guild's resources. I trust Father will not allow him to escape unscathed either. Indeed, this matter pertains to the Golden Blade Guild. I shall not interfere, Huang Wen replied, gently closing his eyes. Just before they shut completely, a flicker of brilliance sparkled within them. An invisible force of mental energy infiltrated Frank's mind. Huang Wen could distinctly sense Frank's unwavering resolve and fierce resistance. However, it proved futile. Just as Logan, the immortal wolf who had lived for nearly 2 centuries, could not withstand Charles' mental dominion despite his fortified will, so too was Frank powerless against Huang Wen's intrusion. Huang Wen's unique abilities, akin to the extraordinary talents of the gambling sage Xing, were arguably more comprehensive than Charles' powers. It would be more fitting to describe them as a diminished version of Jean Grey's abilities rather than a weakened Phoenix Force. His capabilities included object manipulation, control, perception, and illusions. Even though Huang Wen's powers were more extensive and, when combined with his innate divine strength, surpassed Xing's original abilities, they were still incomparable to Charles. However, Frank's willpower and physical prowess were equally inferior to Logan's. At this juncture, Huang Wen's divine strength could likely exert a tenuous influence over Logan, let alone Frank. Thus, it did not take long for Huang Wen to invade Frank's mind and alter his memories. In Frank's recollection, he had indeed come to Chinatown to confront Fisk. Yet upon his arrival, he was swiftly rendered unconscious by a mysterious figure. In essence, Frank no longer remembered encountering Logan, nor did he recall being incapacitated by Huang Wen's touch. Suddenly, Logan's ears twitched, and he spoke in a deep voice. "Someone is approaching." As soon as Logan finished his sentence, Huang Wen activated his unique abilities to sense his surroundings. He discovered that the range of his perceptive powers was rather limited. To encompass the entire vicinity, it extended just slightly beyond Chinatown, effectively illuminating the entire area. Of course, Huang Wen could employ a technique akin to the Eye of Heaven to amplify his perception, but he deemed that unnecessary at the moment. Within the confines of his awareness, he discerned a man adorned in peculiar attire, masked and bearing a target insignia on his forehead, making his way towards the Wing Chun martial arts school. The only visible part of his face, his mouth, curled into a sinister smile as he nonchalantly chewed on a toothpick. Target, the premier assassin of the Golden Blade. It was indeed him who had been dispatched this time, underscoring Fisk's significance in the eyes of the Golden Blade. Humph. Suddenly, Huang Wen let out a cold snort, for he sensed that the target was about to crash through the window from the second floor. He issued a new mission, to teach the target a lesson. A wave of displeasure surged in Huang Wen's heart as he promptly activated the task. The mission was being generated: teach the target a lesson, with a reward of 1 extraordinary item lottery draw. Would you like to accept the mission? Accepted. Huang Wen immediately embraced the task, feeling certain that engaging with these extraordinary individuals would automatically grant him a chance at an extraordinary lottery draw. This implied that should Huang Wen encounter characters of even higher caliber, he could potentially unlock a legendary level lottery by issuing and completing tasks related to them. These thoughts flitted through Huang Wen's mind in an instant, just as the target was about to breach the window. Logan had already extended his steel claws, poised to strike. However, Huang Wen was swifter. Under his command, the window flew open, and he transformed into a fleeting shadow, delivering a powerful kick that landed squarely on the intruding target. The target's reflexes were undeniably quick, yet suspended in midair, he had no leverage and could only instinctively shield himself with his arms. With a resounding thud, the target was sent flying backward, landing awkwardly on the ground, his arms feeling somewhat weakened. Nevertheless, the target was not one to be easily subdued. The toothpick in his mouth morphed into a swift projectile, hurtling towards Huang Wen, who stood at the window. With a gentle flick, Huang Wen shattered the toothpick using his inner strength. However, the mission remained unfulfilled. It seemed that the lesson was insufficient, and he needed to instill enough fear in the target to deter any retaliation. Huang Wen elegantly descended from the window, his gaze coldly fixed upon the target. At this moment, the target began to regain some strength in his arms, preparing to hurl the playing cards concealed in his grasp, when Huang Wen abruptly vanished before him. With a resounding bang, the target's abdomen suffered a devastating blow, a feat accomplished without Huang Wen employing his inner strength. His sudden disappearance was the result of his impeccable lightness technique, leaving no trace behind. Misunderstanding. Teacher. As Fisk hurried down from the upper floor, he found the target sprawled on the ground, temporarily incapacitated. A shock coursed through Fisk, as he suddenly realized that his teacher had become even more unfathomable than before. My apologies, teacher, it was all a misunderstanding. This person is my father's associate. He must have come to find me. I apologize for his reckless attempt to intrude upon the Wing Chun dojo. Fisk hurriedly bowed deeply to Huang Wen, then turned, his eyes betraying a hint of authority. Target. Apologize to Mr. Huang immediately. It was in Fisk's presence that the target sensed a familiar aura of authority and suddenly grasped the situation, struggling to rise from the ground. Apologies, Mr. Huang. This time, it was my folly. Target. I bowed deeply to Huang Wen. As for his true thoughts, Huang Wen was indifferent, for after all, Target. I was inherently a little neurotic. Ding. The task of teaching a lesson to Target I has been completed, and the reward is a chance for an extraordinary item lottery. This is a one-time opportunity, and there shall be no repetition. Upon hearing the news of task completion, Huang Wen cast a casual glance at Target I before turning his attention to Fisk. As for Frank's situation, you will handle it yourself. You have 1 hour. Once his acupoints are unblocked, complete your task and return swiftly. Do not neglect your training. Yes, master. Rish Fisk exhaled in relief, took Frank, who had been dragged down by Logan, and nodded to Huang Wen, departing the Wing Chun dojo with Frank and Target Eye. Chapter 53. Lottery. Wings of Rage. I have come to understand that no one has ever managed to extricate themselves from the dark world. Once one steps into that realm, they are forever branded with its mark. After Rish Fisk left, Logan turned to Huang Wen and spoke earnestly. His birth was not a matter of his choosing. Huang Wen chuckled and shook his head. In my dealings, his connections with the Jin Bing gang have been minimal. Moreover, individuals like Punisher, who resort to any means, are indeed rare, are they not? That is true. Most vigilantes adhere to their own principles. Even Frank is no exception. His principles, however, are less concerned with the means employed. Logan nodded in agreement with Huang Wen's assertion. Since this is your decision, should any insurmountable issues arise, I will assist you, should you find yourself unable to resolve them. Brother Wen, what martial art did you employ when you descended from the upper floor? Was it lightness skill? Zhong Chang looked at Huang Wen with anticipation, believing that lightness skill should not require the fundamentals of Wing Chun, correct? Who says that is not the case? Huang Wen shot an irritated glare at Zhong Chang. If you wish to learn lightness skill, I can teach it to you. However, this necessitates that your foundational training becomes considerably more robust. Thus, your training regimen will need to intensify. After careful consideration, Huang Wen deemed it more prudent to teach Zhong Chang the art of survival rather than combat techniques. The ability to survive is of utmost importance. By the way, regarding the reward for Target Eye's task, Huang Wen turned and entered the Wing Chun dojo. With a thought, he accessed the system task interface. Task completed. Teach a lesson to Target Eye. Reward. 1 chance for an extraordinary item lottery. Would you like to claim it? Claim. Since it is an item lottery, there is no need for any preparation. After all, item lotteries differ from character lotteries, which can enhance Huang Wen and induce changes within him. With a swish, a familiar white light flashed once more, evoking a sensation in Huang Wen that he was destined for the most basic reward. Congratulations. You have obtained an extraordinary artifact, the Wings of Qi Transformation, inspired by a certain Qi-transformed horse from a popular animated series, optimized by the system as an item, free from restrictions of cultivation or strength. Special note, the Wings of Qi Transformation can achieve a maximum flight speed of 2 Mach without producing sonic booms or any disruptive sounds. Moreover, while in flight, your body will be shielded by the Wings of Qi Transformation, alleviating concerns of injury during your aerial endeavors. Additionally, it is advised not to equip the Wings of Qi Transformation alongside a tailcoat. At this moment, Huang Wen appeared somewhat dazed, gazing at the subpar imitation of the Victoria's Secret wings before him, rendered in a far inferior quality. For a moment, he found himself at a loss for words. How could he muster the courage to adorn such an embarrassing piece of equipment? It is essential to note that within this Marvel universe, there exist mutants like Logan, suggesting the presence of characters such as Angel, a mutant with wings. Although that particular mutant may not possess overwhelming power, the aesthetic appeal of their wings is undeniable, allowing them to masquerade as the genuine article without any difficulty. In contrast, Huang Wen's Wings of Qi Transformation resemble a counterfeit version of Victoria's Secret. Fortunately, at least they are not the orange variety. As he contemplated the white wings before him, Huang Wen felt a slight alleviation in his spirits, albeit only marginally. Brother Wen, what troubles you? Inquired Zhong Chang, noticing Huang Wen's peculiar expression. It's nothing. Time is of the essence. Let us rest. Starting tomorrow, you must intensify your training regimen. Surely, you can imagine the calamity that would ensue should that Punisher breach your home. Huang Wen stated gravely, fixing Zhong Chang with a serious gaze. Thus, Brother Wen, please instruct me diligently. Zhong Chang responded, taking a deep breath, his eyes filled with determination. Meanwhile, within a recreational vehicle situated at a considerable distance from Chinatown, Bullseye, despite possessing physical capabilities that surpass human limits, would not sprint to reach the area. Wilson Fisk and Bullseye sat within the vehicle, while the Punisher, Frank, remained immobile, seemingly oblivious to the happenings outside. At this juncture, a sinister smile was no longer present on Bullseye's face. He subtly clutched his abdomen, a flicker of malevolence flashing in his eyes. Cease your petty schemes. Wilson Fisk cast a cold glance at Bullseye. My mentor's prowess makes it exceedingly simple to eliminate you. Were it not for my intervention, your actions today would warrant 100 deaths. Huh, 100 deaths? Haven't I always danced on the edge of mortality? Bullseye retorted, devoid of any fear regarding Huang Wen's capabilities, his eyes narrowing slightly. I caution you, even my father never disrespected my mentor. His strength is unfathomable, far beyond your imagination. Wilson Fisk chuckled derisively. You ought to comprehend your own worth. Upon hearing this, Bullseye's gaze sharpened. He seemed to grasp something, casting a surprised look at Wilson Fisk before abruptly lowering his head, suppressing all his inner thoughts. The teacher's acupoint technique is truly remarkable. I wonder when I will be able to master it. Fisk turned his head to glance at the immobile Frank beside him, a glimmer of anticipation flashing in his eyes as he pondered. Shortly thereafter, the vehicle arrived at a secluded location where James Wesley personally opened the door for Fisk. Upon seeing the injured appearance of the target, Wesley's gaze flickered, yet he exhibited no other signs of concern. My young master, you have lost weight. James Wesley remarked with a smile at Fisk. I'm doing all right, Fisk responded with a gentle shake of his head. I feel as though I've grown significantly during this time. Although he may still not rival Tyler, he was certainly more than a match for an average boxer. Bring Frank down, Wesley immediately commanded, instructing others to carry the incapacitated Frank away. As Fisk and Frank entered the house, Wesley and the target lingered behind. Young master is truly unique, the target mused. Wesley, I hope you tread carefully. And regarding the Wing Chun Dojo and Mr. Huang, even if the boss remains silent, you must keep your distance, understood? Wesley's tone carried a hint of warning. Despite Wesley's abilities being incomparable to the target's, the latter did not underestimate this close associate of Jin Bing. His warning echoed the sentiments of Jin Bing himself. Indeed, you seem far more mature than before. It appears you have truly grown, Jin Bing remarked, his eyes lighting up as he observed Fisk's entrance. He could sense the revitalized spirit emanating from his son. This is all thanks to my teacher. Fisk replied with a smile, nodding in acknowledgement, including the Punisher in his gratitude. The infamous Punisher was subdued by Mr. Huang. It seems Mr. Huang's strength is perpetually increasing, Jin Bing reflected, gazing pensively at the seemingly unconscious Frank. Chapter 54. The Struggle of Captive Beasts and the Hidden Hand. How does father intend to deal with him? Fisk inquired, casting a glance at Frank. Suddenly, he recalled the puzzle and the implication it held. I am indeed prepared to handle these two. Jin Bing's eyes glimmered with a sinister light as he chuckled. This is an opportunity to demonstrate to those with ill intentions what fate awaits those who dare to strike against you. Now, let us witness the explosive power that arises when two adversaries are confined within a single cage. Where am I? In the depths of darkness, Frank abruptly regained consciousness, instantly alerting himself as he felt for his gear. His combat knife and ballistic knife were missing. Had they been taken? No, the gun remained, yet he was down one grenade. Frank quickly assessed his equipment, recalling the events that transpired in Chinatown. My ammunition is also diminished. I must have experienced a battle. However, I cannot recall it. I only remember arriving in Chinatown and then losing consciousness. Has someone tampered with my memory? What has happened? Where am I now? Smack. A sudden burst of light illuminated Frank, prompting him instinctively to shield his eyes with his hand. His other hand instinctively reached for his firearm, poised to fire at a moment's notice. Crack. Another sound reverberated. A brilliant beam emerged several meters before him, revealing a figure beneath its glare. It was a man with a grotesque visage, his face marred by numerous wounds, as if forcibly stitched together. This was Puzzle, the one responsible for the death of Frank's wife and child, whose face Frank had shattered with glass in a vengeful fury. Now, after the reconstruction, he assumed the role of the gang leader opposing Frank. Is this your doing? No, you allied with Jin Bing. If you have the guts, come out. Frank quickly deduced the unfolding events. Having been knocked unconscious, the simultaneous appearance of Puzzle indicated Jin Bing's involvement. Jin Bing. Puzzle recalled fragments of his past. He had been driven to a corner by Frank's relentless pursuit, leading him to feign allegiance to Jin Bing, intending to exploit his power against Frank. Initially, everything transpired according to Puzzle's design without any missteps. However, after sipping a cup of coffee, he found himself in this predicament. Jin Bing, my remaining subordinates have become your pawns. Puzzle's expression darkened as he glared around, his visage becoming increasingly menacing. I genuinely pledged my loyalty to you. Are you not afraid that Mu Shi and the others will unite against you upon learning of my fate? What is there to fear? Jin Bing's indifferent laughter echoed. This is an opportune moment to inform them that anyone who dares to conspire against me or my family shall meet a grim end. Do not blame me for not granting you a chance. Only one of you can leave here alive. You two are enemies, after all. Consider this my magnanimity in offering you a fair confrontation. Frank and Puzzle felt a chill as they understood the gravity of Jean Bin's scheme. They realized that even should they eliminate one another, Jean Bin would likely not spare them. Yet, at this juncture, they had no alternatives. Setting aside their mutual enmity, could they truly comprehend each other's thoughts? Even in the event of a temporary truce, could they escape together? All of this culminated in a deadlock. As Jean Bin's words lingered in the air, the surrounding lights illuminated the environment, revealing a warehouse-like space with square walls, one of which housed a door. Various boxes cluttered the area, presumably placed by Jean Bin to provide Frank and Puzzle with cover during their duel, adding an element of intrigue to this deadly game. Bang! The gun fired. Puzzle made the first move. However, as he raised his weapon, Frank reacted instantly, rolling to the ground and taking cover behind a box. Immediately, Frank retrieved a grenade from his pocket and hurled it in the direction of the Puzzle. To his surprise, he was not carrying just one grenade. With a resounding explosion, the grenade detonated violently. However, Frank showed no intention of rising immediately. Instead, he delicately tapped his belt with his finger, attentively listening for any commotion from the Puzzle's direction. The Puzzle, having narrowly escaped from Frank's clutches on multiple occasions, was well acquainted with his tactics. As soon as a shot missed its mark, the Puzzle swiftly vacated the area, thereby evading the blast's impact. Meanwhile, within the headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick Fury was engaged in a progress report delivered by Coulson. Suddenly, his ears perked up, alerted by a notification in his earpiece. Coulson, he interjected abruptly. Yes, sir. Coulson responded without hesitation, promptly turning on his heel. Simultaneously, Nick Fury pressed a button on the table, cloaking all signals and surveillance in the vicinity. Frank, Nick Fury noted, had activated a communication device displaying a specific coordinate, precisely where Frank was located. You may leave now. I am already aware of your progress, Nick Fury stated, rising and casting a casual glance at Coulson. Yes, sir. Coulson nodded, showing no inclination to look back as he exited the office. As an agent, his foremost duty was to obey orders, even choosing to selectively forget Nick Fury's peculiar demeanor. With a click, after Coulson's departure, Nick Fury pressed another button, causing the floor beneath him to descend like an elevator, leading him to a concealed chamber filled with an array of weaponry. Frank, you owe me a significant favor this time, Nick Fury murmured softly. However, you are also the instructor of my secret team. I cannot simply disregard you. With a swift motion, the door to the chamber opened, and 50 imposing agents entered, their eyes gleaming with anticipation as they regarded Nick Fury. I have good news for you. Your undefeated instructor has finally met his match. Now, it is your turn to demonstrate your skills and rescue him. A smirk appeared on Nick Fury's lips. Remember, regardless of your strength, you must always remain vigilant and respectful. Do you understand? Yes. The 50 agents responded in unison, their expressions reflecting a mixture of excitement and determination. In the warehouse where Frank found himself, the battle was nearing its conclusion. The unfortunate Puzzle feigned allegiance to Kingpin, yet bore no weapons. Though Frank had been subdued by Huang's pressure points and confined by Kingpin, his arsenal remained untouched, as Kingpin had no intention of disarming him. After all, one could never guarantee that the Punisher would not leave behind a hidden surprise within his weaponry, especially since Kingpin intended for Frank to eliminate the Puzzle. As for Frank, Kingpin did not believe he could escape from this predicament. After all, no matter how formidable Frank was, he was but a solitary individual, and his firearms and ammunition were limited, especially after expending a considerable amount on Puzzle. With a resounding bang, the bullet struck Puzzle's head, obliterating it entirely. Ultimately, he met his demise at Frank's hands, allowing Frank to exact his long-awaited revenge. Even in the depths of despair, Frank could not suppress the flicker of satisfaction within him. Everything concerning Puzzle had finally come to an end. Applause resonated from above, followed by Kingpin's nonchalant laughter. Splendid. You truly are the renowned Punisher. I find myself rather curious about how you concealed such an arsenal within your attire. So, are you going to open the door and let me out? Frank swiftly regained his composure, gently touching his belt. The subtle vibrations emanating from it informed Frank that his backup was imminent. My apologies, I deceived you. Kingpin's voice dripped with mockery. Now that puzzle is dead, it is your turn. Since you refuse to open the door, I shall simply break my way out. Frank's expression bore no trace of disappointment or anger. He had anticipated this outcome. Yet, a confident smile unexpectedly graced his face. Break your way out. Kingpin's derision was palpable. The door to this facility is forged from titanium alloy. I find it hard to believe you possess enough firepower to breach it. With a thunderous boom. As soon as Kingpin's words fell, the warehouse door was instantly shattered, causing Kingpin's demeanor to shift drastically. What is happening? Where are the people outside the facility? Kingpin turned to James Wesley and asked in a low voice. There are no anomalies in the external surveillance. Someone has breached our monitoring system, yet we have not detected any intrusion. James Wesley immediately checked the surveillance, his heart racing with trepidation. How did he transmit the information? He was clearly unconscious before. By the time he awoke, he was already within the facility, which should have blocked all signals. Kingpin furrowed his brow, observing the triumphant grin on Frank's face. His irritation mounting. It seems their technological prowess far surpasses ours. Beside him, Wilson Fisk shook his head, addressing Kingpin. Father, in the future, technological superiority will become increasingly vital. We must not overlook the cultivation of talent in this domain. You are absolutely correct. Kingpin's expression quickly reverted to normal as he regarded Wilson Fisk intently. I hope you will learn from this incident. Even when you are absolutely certain, never let down your guard. Father, I will remember, Wilson Fisk nodded, gazing at the smiling Frank on the monitor. However, this individual may pose a problem in the future. Rest assured, I will dispatch someone to deal with him. Jean Bing observed Frank, who showed no intention of further damaging the surveillance equipment, flanked by 50 fully armed agents. His eyes narrowed. Were they from the government or the military? Most likely the military, given that Frank had previously served in their ranks. Even though he was now a veteran, there would undoubtedly be intricate ties remaining with the armed forces. However, they did not appear to be regular troops. They were likely private soldiers under the command of certain individuals, which was not a cause for concern. Once Frank was dealt with, military personnel would likely intervene directly. If that were the case, it would require some connections to navigate. Jean Bing, what will it be, if you do not make your move soon? I shall take my leave, Frank remarked, raising the gun in his hand and smiling at the surveillance camera. Rest assured, I intend to use this very gun to eliminate you. Huh. I hope you truly possess the strength to confront me, Jean Bing retorted coldly. But do not presume that your luck will persist indefinitely. Do not think that because you have hidden yourself so deeply, I cannot find you. With that, Frank departed the base, accompanied by his 50 agents. Commander, our technical department has located Jean Bing's whereabouts. If you seek vengeance, we can strike at any moment. The evidently uncommitted agents cast eager glances at Frank. This time I called upon you for assistance, which has already put me in the debt of that scoundrel. The rest is my own affair, Frank replied, shaking his head. Moreover, by the time we arrive, Jean Bing will have long vanished without a trace. I offer you help. And this is how you repay me? You, who were captured by the gang leader. Nick Fury emerged from the shadows, mocking Frank. Let me guess. You've lingered in your comfort for too long, rendering you soft and vulnerable to that rotund fool? You came in person? A flicker of surprise crossed Frank's eyes. Are you truly so idle as to come here solely to deride me? Naturally. I have come to inform you of the price for your rescue. Nick Fury smirked, shaking his head. If it weren't for your old bones still being able to yield some value, do you think I would expend such effort to save you? As for Jean Bing, hold off on any actions for now. A person intent on unifying the dark underworld is far easier to control than those wretched rats lurking in the gutters. First, train 20 batches of agents such as these for me. Their prowess must exceed that of the current lot. 20 batches? You might as well kill me. 10 batches at most. Frank shot Nick Fury an exasperated glare. Fine. Then 10 batches it shall be. Nick Fury instantly broke into a smile, having achieved his goal, far exceeding his expectations. Humph. Frank scoffed. Are you not afraid of raising a tiger that could turn against you? Jean Bing is no trivial opponent. It is precisely because he is no trivial opponent that we permit him to do all this. What fear is there in allowing a tiger who wishes to step into the limelight to roam free? Nick Fury confidently shook his head. In the end, the fruits of his victory can be entirely managed by the authorities, can they not? I hope you won't mess this up. Frank scoffed. Yet after training 10 batches of individuals, I shall continue to take action against him. He desires to unify the dark world. We shall see if he can endure. Perhaps by then, we may have the opportunity to reap the rewards. Nick Fury remarked with profound significance. Let us proceed, my instructor. Chapter 56. The assassination of the president during the weekend at the Wing Chun martial arts school. Huang Wen held a medal inscribed with the word apprentice. Before him stood Max, whose excitement was palpable. At last, he had received recognition and was about to attain his apprentice medal. Although the apprentice medal represented the most basic level of honor at the Wing Chun school, its significance for Max was unparalleled. This was his first acknowledgement from others. Max, you have made tremendous progress lately and have mastered the foundational techniques. Next, you may begin learning the introductory sung bridge forms, Huang Wen said, observing Max's elation as he handed him the medal. Thank you, teacher. I will continue to strive. Max quickly nodded, joy radiating from him as he carefully tucked the apprentice medal into his bosom, safeguarding it as if it were a rare treasure. Huang Wen surveyed the now flourishing Wing Chun school and nodded in satisfaction, particularly noting the rapid advancements of Zhong Chang and Huang Liang, which ensured the school's legacy continued. Reflecting on this, Huang Wen addressed the surrounding students. Currently, we have a number of apprentice-level students at the Wing Chun school. I will not focus on teaching the fundamental techniques of the little thought form on a regular basis. If you have questions regarding it, feel free to consult Zhong Chang. On weekends, you may learn from Huang Liang. Yes, teacher, the students replied in unison. Those who persevered at the Wing Chun school held a deep respect for Huang Wen, as they could feel their physical prowess strengthening. Teacher, I have returned. Soon after, Fisk re-entered the Wing Chun school, bowing to Huang Wen. I apologize for any inconvenience, teacher. Not at all, Huang Wen waved dismissively. Now that you are back, continue your training. By the way, Uncle Li next door has expressed a desire to return to his roots and inquired if I would like to acquire their house. I have already agreed. So you and Chang should design a plan and arrange the expansion of the school. Understood, teacher. I shall take care of it. Fisk's eyes sparkled with excitement. But then he was suddenly reminded of Frank's situation and leaned closer to Huang Wen. Teacher, Frank has escaped. Huang Wen looked at Fisk with surprise. Not expecting Jean Bing to be so unreliable, even Frank had managed to flee. However, he quickly shook his head. If he has run away, so be it. I will remain vigilant. That's all the teacher needs to know. I will discuss the expansion of the school with Zhong Chang. Relieved that Huang Wen bore no ill will, Fisk promptly turned to find Zhong Chang. Meanwhile, the White House was hosting an open day, and the President of the United States prepared to cancel all of today's engagements, intending to return home and share a meal with his son. However, at that moment, the security personnel at the White House suddenly detected an anomaly among the visitors. Someone had strayed from the designated tour route, exhibiting suspicious behavior, which immediately heightened their vigilance. Sir, are you lost? One security officer inquired, hand resting on his weapon as he cautiously approached the dubious individual. To their astonishment, as he drew near, the suspect abruptly transformed into a cloud of mist and vanished. Be careful. A suspicious individual has suddenly disappeared. It appears a mutant has infiltrated. Just as the security officer relayed this alarming information to his colleagues, he was abruptly thrown to the ground. The mysterious figure gradually revealed his true form, resembling a demon from the depths of hell, with a black-blue visage adorned with bizarre patterns and a long tail trailing beneath his garments. The mutant Nightcrawler. With a swift motion, Nightcrawler once again morphed into a wisp of vapor, evading the barrage of bullets fired by the approaching security personnel, before reappearing behind them and effortlessly incapacitating them as he advanced towards the president's chamber. Quick, escort the president to safety. A group of security officers rushed into the president's office, their faces etched with urgency, reporting, "Where is secure? I have found no targets here." Bang. Here too, bang. One by one, the retreating security personnel reported their status, only to be swiftly taken down by the suddenly teleporting Nightcrawler. To the bunker. To the White House bunker. The security team immediately sought to relocate the president to a new secure location, but Nightcrawler had already breached the room. In the face of Nightcrawler's teleportation speed, even the swiftest bullet became meaningless. Within moments, all security personnel in the office lay incapacitated on the ground. Now, only Nightcrawler and the president remained standing. In the next instant, Nightcrawler lunged at the president, pinning him against the desk, while his tail produced a dagger inscribed with cryptic symbols from his pant leg. With a swift motion, as Nightcrawler placed the dagger into his own hand, a laser suddenly shot from the president's wristwatch, piercing Nightcrawler's arm. Nightcrawler dissipated into a mist, leaving only the dagger behind, upon which were inscribed phrases advocating for the freedom of mutants, causing the president's expression to darken. Thank goodness for Nick Fury's protective watch. A thought flickered through the president's mind. It seemed that more privileges could be afforded to them on Nick Fury's end. Mr. President, are you all right? Security personnel hurriedly scrambled to their feet, rushing to the president's side with cautious concern. Humph. A mutant assassination. How did he gain entry into the White House? Is this the caliber of the White House security team? The president scoffed, contemplating how even a mutant could infiltrate their ranks. What happened to the mutant detection devices? Are they merely for show? Furthermore, why is there no direct passage to the White House bunker? After the president fled to the bunker, did he not issue a user review suggesting the construction of a rapid transit tunnel to ensure his safety? The mutant detection device is installed at the entrance of the White House, yet this particular mutant possesses the ability to teleport, allowing him to enter without detection. Those present hurried to explain. As for the matter of the White House bunker, even if we were to access it, it is likely that the teleporting mutant could infiltrate as well. Furthermore, the president later refused to acknowledge that he had ever entered the bunker, which led to the postponement of the tunnel's construction. Subsequently, the incident of the mutant's assassination attempt on me was made public. Summon William Stryker. Is he not specifically tasked with mutant affairs? Have him capture that mutant swiftly. The president inhaled deeply, methodically conveying his orders. Additionally, ensure that Nick Fury sends personnel to protect me. I can no longer place my trust in this security team. Yes. The surrounding security personnel's expressions darkened, and they sighed, proceeding to contact various parties to fulfill their final duties at the White House. Chapter 57. Wolverine vs. Hulk in no time. All factions received the news of the president's assassination attempt by a mutant. A smirk crept onto William Stryker's lips, as if a devious plot had come to fruition. Nick Fury, upon learning that his team would be responsible for White House security, also wore a faint smile. As for the president's true safety and whether he had sustained injuries, both Stryker and Fury surprisingly showed no concern. They were merely satisfied that their previous move had been astute. The most shocking reaction, however, came from Charles and others at Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters. After a moment of contemplation, Charles slowly closed his eyes. Within the confines of the plastic prison, Magneto heard Charles's voice echoing in his mind. The president was attacked. Was it your people? Do you truly believe I would engage in such a foolish act? Magneto scoffed, shaking his head. Clearly, someone intended to frame us mutants. Was it for the Mutant Registration Act, or to eradicate us entirely? I understand now. As Charles's voice faded, Magneto gazed calmly at the oblivious prison guard outside, a smirk of derision playing on his lips. Do they truly think this mere plastic prison can contain me, Magneto? How laughable. Raven, Eric must be freed. A voice resonated in Mystique's mind, causing her eyes to brighten. In a hot pot restaurant, Logan abruptly surged from his chair, his adamantium claws extending as he fixed his gaze on the news of the mutant assassination attempt on the president. A surge of anger welled within him. Wolverine. Huang Wen forcibly pressed Logan back down. The expressions of the nearby Chong Bo and others remained largely unchanged, except for Huang Liang, who looked at Logan's claws with a mixture of astonishment and curiosity. A conspiracy. This is undoubtedly a conspiracy. Logan inhaled deeply, retracting his adamantium claws as he furrowed his brow and sat down, continuously adjusting his breathing. He understood that a greater conflict between mutants and humans was on the horizon. It appeared that the plot of the second installment of the X-Men saga was about to unfold. A thought flickered through Huang Wen's mind. Perhaps he could partake in this affair to some extent, if he were fortunate enough to secure a legendary-level lottery. He would have a foundation to stand upon. However, the peril associated with engaging with such formidable figures seemed considerable. Individuals like Wolverine, who are nearly immortal, could still only attain extraordinary-level rewards. It was uncertain whether this was determined by potential or manifested combat prowess. In any case, figures like Charles, Magneto, and Phoenix were undoubtedly capable of obtaining rewards beyond the extraordinary level, yet these three were not to be trifled with. No. I must pay a visit to Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters to inquire about the situation from Charles. Logan quickly made up his mind, standing up to face Huang Wen. Boss, I will be away for a while. Perhaps I may never return. If anything arises, you may contact me if you believe I could be of assistance. Huang Wen contemplated for a moment, showing no inclination to accompany Logan to Xavier's. You best not involve yourself. Logan shook his head and turned to leave the hot pot restaurant. Master, Is Wolverine a mutant? After Logan departed, Huang Liang glanced at Zhong Chang and Zhong Bo, then looked at Huang Wen, sensing that both Zhong Bo and Chang seemed to be in the know. Doesn't it hurt when he extends his claws? Zhong Chang scratched his head, voicing his confusion. And how does he heal so quickly from his wounds? It certainly hurts, but Wolverine has grown accustomed to it, Huang Wen replied, shaking his head. His ability is an incredibly powerful regenerative capability. In this world, there is virtually no one who can kill him. An immortal being? Zhong Chang and Huang Liang's eyes widened in astonishment, and Zhong Bo's face mirrored their surprise. Does that mean he possesses immortality, and will he remain youthful forever? A hint of embarrassment crossed Zhong Bo's face. I used to call him Logan, my younger brother. He cannot be older than I am, can he? Cough, cough. We are in the 21st century. Wolverine was born in the 19th century. Huang Wen couldn't help but chuckle, realizing that Logan was approaching 2 centuries old. Cough, cough. The table erupted in a chorus of coughs, as everyone was taken aback by Logan's true age. That Iceman. Although there seems to be an inconsistency in his portrayal as an Omega-level mutant, does not exhibit particularly strong abilities. Perhaps I should consider it, Huang Wen mused, observing the flustered group. Meanwhile, Logan swiftly hailed a taxi to Xavier's school for gifted youngsters. With his recent earnings, he no longer had to rely on his legs or squeeze onto a crowded bus for transportation. Stop. Who are you? Just as Logan entered Xavier's, a voice halted him in his tracks. Logan turned his head and gazed at the scholarly Bruce Banner seated on the bench, furrowing his brow as he inquired. Are you the new instructor? I doubt that Charles, that bald fellow, would accept such a large student. Professor Charles is a venerable elder, and yet you show him such disrespect. Bruce Banner, his brow knitted in displeasure, regarded Logan with a stern expression. During his time at Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters, Bruce had managed to establish a rudimentary communication with the Hulk, attributing all his progress to Charles' guidance. Consequently, Logan's attitude towards Charles left Bruce feeling quite irked. Oh, an elder? Logan suddenly chuckled. Though that fellow may appear aged by years, I could easily be his grandfather. You've incited anger in both Banner and the Hulk. Before Logan could finish his sentence, he suddenly sensed a strong wave of danger, followed by a thunderous roar as a massive green Hulk lunged at him. With a resounding thud, Logan was sent flying by a single punch from the Hulk. However, after striking, the Hulk paused in bewilderment, staring at his own fist. Blood was oozing from the Hulk's knuckles, yet the wound healed almost instantaneously. In that moment, another furious roar echoed, and Logan charged back, his adamantium claws poised to strike at Hulk. With a swift thrust, Logan's claws pierced through the Hulk's tough skin, inflicting immense pain. You've hurt the Hulk. The creature bellowed, lifting Logan by his feet and hurling him away. Damn, he's even stronger than Steel Man. Logan quickly emerged from a crater, brushing off the dirt and muttering to himself, I cannot match him in raw strength. I must find a way to outmaneuver him with agility. Chapter 58. Logan's bold approach to women, however, just as Logan resolved to employ cunning, a powerful gust of wind rushed towards him. The Hulk had already closed the distance. Logan could even see the wound he had inflicted healing rapidly. What manner of beast is this? Logan muttered under his breath. Astonished by the Hulk's extraordinary regenerative capabilities, was this not akin to cheating? As he sensed another powerful punch heading his way, Logan rolled to the side, deftly maneuvering beneath the Hulk's legs, and unleashed his claws upon the creature's thighs. In terms of speed and strength, the Hulk undoubtedly surpassed Logan. But when it came to technique and agility, the Hulk found himself at a distinct disadvantage. With a furious roar, the Hulk swung violently at the space behind him. But Logan executed another roll, showcasing the agility of a skilled assassin as he repositioned himself atop the Hulk. This time, as Logan observed the Hulk's arm and back, inspiration struck him. He leaped and landed on the Hulk's back. With a swift motion, Logan's claws penetrated the Hulk's back, encountering no resistance whatsoever. Even the Hulk's formidable defenses could not withstand the might of adamantium claws. Roar! Hulk, consumed by anger, sought to seize Logan from behind. However, Logan, deftly maneuvering with his adamantium claws, eluded Hulk's clumsy grasp. What commotion is this? Oh no! In the subterranean chamber of Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters, Jean Grey stood beside the cerebral amplification device, her expression suddenly shifting as she sensed the clash between Hulk and Logan. Sighing softly, Charles, who was using the brainwave enhancer, removed it and remarked, I have located that unfortunate child, but before we proceed, let us first pacify these two hotheads. Logan, cease at once. Charles's voice resonated in Logan's mind, causing him to momentarily halt. You must first make this behemoth stop, Logan thought, cursing under his breath as he witnessed Hulk leap astonishingly high. At that moment, unable to catch Logan, Hulk soared into the air, reaching a height of nearly 100 meters. The sudden sensation of weightlessness triggered Logan's acrophobia, rendering him somewhat rigid. What now? Jean asked, her brow furrowed as she, along with Charles and Cyclops, arrived at the Academy's open grounds, observing Hulk and Logan suspended in the air. What does it matter? They can't possibly die. It'll just hurt a bit. Cyclops shrugged, exhibiting indifference towards their altercation as long as no one else was harmed. Besides, he harbored a certain disdain for Logan, who constantly exuded a mature charm, potentially vying for his girlfriend's affections. A part of him felt a twinge of delight at the thought of Logan getting injured. With a sudden swish, Hulk, reaching the apex of his jump, flipped over and began free-falling towards the ground. As the rushing wind howled past him and the sensation of weightlessness enveloped him, Logan cried out, "Jean, catch me." As soon as he finished speaking, Logan propelled himself forcefully away from Hulk, retracting his claws and plummeting towards the earth. Soon, he felt a wave of resistance, calming his racing heart, and he landed safely on the ground. Meanwhile, Jean, her complexion slightly pale from exertion, gently guided Hulk's descent, ensuring he touched down without incident. Upon landing, Hulk unleashed another roar, furious that Logan had dared to kick him. "Mr. Hulk, please remain calm. This is all a misunderstanding. Let us have Mr. Bruce Banner come forth to discuss this. If necessary, you can emerge later," Charles chuckled softly. "We have prepared your favorite fruits, Hulk. Once this matter is resolved, how about enjoying some fruit together?" "Hulk, fruit." Hulk responded eagerly, gradually shrinking back into Bruce Banner, albeit with a bare torso and tattered trousers. "I apologize, Professor Charles, for the trouble I have caused." At this moment, Bruce Banner had begun to share a portion of memories with the Hulk. He gazed at Charles with a hint of apology, yet he held a certain disrespect for such an elder. "No, Mr. Banner, he is indeed the elder, by age. He is nearly 200 years old," Charles remarked with a smile, shaking his head. "Now that the misunderstanding has been resolved, let us proceed inside. Logan, since you are here, you shall accompany them to find that lost child. You certainly know how to delegate." Logan shot a glare at Charles, then turned to Bruce Banner. "Is he also a mutant? I think I've seen him in the news." "I am not a mutant, but the circumstances I encountered are akin to those of mutants," Bruce Banner replied, shaking his head and bowing slightly to Logan. "I apologize for the earlier misunderstanding. You are indeed courteous. You seem like a completely different person from just a moment ago," Logan observed in surprise. "I wasn't always this polite, but I had to learn to be," Bruce Banner said, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips as he looked at Charles. "As compensation, I would like to be included in the action. The Hulk should be able to assist. If you intervene, those military forces that previously pursued you may take action again," Charles cautioned. "But isn't Professor Charles here?" Bruce Banner chuckled, shaking his head, his eyes reflecting a hint of longing. "If I can appear openly, I might also visit Betty." "Your daughter?" Logan assessed Bruce Banner with curiosity. "My girlfriend." Bruce Banner's mouth twitched slightly, exasperation evident in his tone. "Indeed, a lovesick fellow," Logan remarked with a smirk, turning his gaze to Jean Grey, whose complexion had returned to normal. "Jean, thank you for your assistance earlier. All right, we should get moving," Cyclops interjected, his face filled with anger as he positioned himself between Jean and Logan, one hand resting on his visor, ready to act should Logan dare to flirt with his girlfriend again. "You two are not suited for one another," Logan chuckled, patting Cyclops on the shoulder as he moved toward the interior of Xavier's school for gifted youngsters. "Trust me, I am a man who has lived for nearly 2 centuries. My judgment is sound." "Uft, you're merely a meddlesome individual," Cyclops retorted, brushing off Logan's touch and wiping away the imprint left on his shoulder. "One day, you will reap the consequences of your actions." Chapter 59, Traps and Attacks. Just as Xavier's school for gifted youngsters prepared to locate Nightcrawler and uncover the truth behind the assassination of the president, whether it was the act of a few mutants or an attempt to frame the entire mutant community, the phone at Xavier's school rang. Time rewinds to when Logan had just arrived at Xavier's school. William Stryker had received the president's orders. As long as the news of the abuse of mutant children did not surface, Stryker was free to act as he pleased. Upon hearing these words, William Stryker felt a surge of joy within him. However, he harbored one last concern regarding the terrifying presence of Professor Charles. If truly pushed to the brink, Charles could conceivably erase the consciousness of most beings in existence. William Stryker, who had dealt with Charles for many years, was acutely aware of this fact. Nevertheless, he had devised a method of restraint and even contemplated a means to eradicate all mutants. Thus, William Stryker made his way to the plastic prison, instructing the guards to subdue Magneto before he dripped a drop of liquid onto the back of Magneto's neck. Magneto had been anticipating an opportunity to escape, yet he was unexpectedly preempted by William Stryker's maneuver. In the next moment, Magneto's eyes became clouded, and a faint smile crept onto William Stryker's lips as he softly uttered, "Now, divulge all the information regarding the brainwave enhancement machine located beneath Xavier's school for gifted youngsters." With an expression devoid of any emotion, Magneto, entranced, disclosed everything he knew about the brainwave enhancement device. "Is Charles aware of the president's assassination?" William Stryker inquired, nodding in satisfaction. "Yes, he has contacted me, inquiring if I orchestrated it," Magneto continued, his expression revealing an unsettling calm. "Excellent. Inform him that you have made a significant discovery and insist on a face-to-face meeting." A cold smirk appeared on William Stryker's lips as he spoke softly. Thus, the call to Xavier's school for gifted youngsters was initiated. Upon receiving the call, Charles furrowed his brow, a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes, before he slowly closed them again. After a prolonged moment, Charles reopened his eyes, the confusion more pronounced, and he could not help but exclaim, "What has transpired? Why can I not locate Eric, nor establish contact with him? Has something happened to Eric? I must go see." "What is it, Charles?" The group, initially intending to search for Nightcrawler, paused to listen to Charles, with Logan being the first to inquire. "Eric may be in trouble. Scott, join me. We must check on him." Faced with the potential peril of his old friend, Charles grew anxious and swiftly turned to Cyclops. "What about the assassin who targeted the president?" Cyclops asked, his brow furrowed. "And we cannot neglect the academy either. Jean, you and Aurora go find that boy. Logan, Mr. Banner, I entrust you with the care of the academy's children while we are gone," Charles decisively declared, urgency evident in his voice. "Scott, we must hurry." "All right. I'll just consider it another day of supervision. I've grown accustomed to it." Logan shrugged in resignation, understanding he could not alter Charles's decision. However, Logan harbored no concerns for Charles's safety. In his view, there was no one in this world capable of challenging Charles. Soon, the group dispersed, and Charles along with Cyclops arrived at the plastic prison. However, Cyclops, who was propelling Charles forward, was halted by a guard who gestured for him to wait outside. Suddenly, a frown creased Charles's brow as he accessed the guard's memories. In an instant, his expression shifted dramatically, but it was too late. A cloud of hypnotic gas was released throughout the plastic prison, causing the guard to collapse, unconscious. William Stryker entered, a mocking glint in his eyes, and signaled to his subordinates, who swiftly apprehended both Charles and Cyclops. Magneto, observing the scene, glanced at the imprisoned Magneto before shaking his head, having no intention of taking him away. Within the confines of the plastic prison, he could still exert control over Magneto, but venturing into metal-rich environments posed an uncontrollable risk. As night fell at Xavier's school for gifted youngsters, Logan and Bruce Banner engaged in casual conversation, while Iceman Bobby idly listened nearby. Suddenly, Logan's expression changed. His adamantium claws erupted from his hands. "Bobby, alert everyone. We have intruders." "What?" Bruce Banner and Bobby's faces paled. Bobby incredulously stared at Logan, as Xavier's school had never faced such a crisis. "No, it's real." Logan dashed into the corridor. "Colossus, lead everyone to safety. Enemies are approaching." Colossus rushed out of his dormitory, and not just him. Others, hearing the commotion, scrambled out in a state of panic, leading to chaos engulfing the entire school. "Colossus, guide them. Banner and I will hold the rear," Logan instructed, hearing the sounds draw nearer, and he charged toward the source. "I didn't say I was joining the charge," Bruce Banner muttered, reluctant, but upon witnessing fully armed soldiers rushing in, he instantly transformed into the Hulk and charged out. Hulk, with a flicker of anticipation in his eyes, quickly led the students to safety. "Bobby, what are you doing? Hurry. You all go ahead. I need to find Mischief." Bobby, unable to locate his newfound companion Anna, was unwilling to leave. Firestarter John, seeing the situation, joined him in the search for Anna, while Colossus guided the students through a secret passageway. Bang, bang, bang. Countless tranquilizer darts struck Logan and Hulk. The soldiers aimed to capture the students of Xavier's school for research, naturally intending to take them alive. However, the feeble tranquilizer darts had no effect on the two mutants. The soldiers quickly switched to live ammunition. But the outcome remained unchanged. The bullets only served to enrage Hulk and Logan. Long time no see. You still look so youthful. A voice tinged with melancholy emerged from William Stryker, prompting Logan to instinctively halt his movements. The sound struck a chord of familiarity within him, yet he could not recall the presence of the somewhat aging man before him. Stop, Hulk, Logan commanded, furrowing his brow as he regarded William Stryker. Who are you? Chapter 60, Logan's Refuge, teaching the fireman Wolverine. You do not remember me? That is understandable, considering you have been absent for so long. William Stryker remarked with a faint smile. Just then, Hulk lunged forward, delivering a punch aimed at William Stryker. With a resounding thud, a figure interposed itself between them, none other than Stryker's foremost enforcer, the formidable Lady Deathstrike, who possessed abilities akin to Logan's. However, even she could not withstand Hulk's blow. Her body sent hurtling away, causing Stryker's demeanor to shift dramatically. You are the one being pursued by Ross. William Stryker swiftly recognized Hulk's identity. Hulk, what are you doing? Logan exclaimed, his irritation surfacing as he struggled to piece together his fragmented memories, only to have Hulk's actions disrupt him. Roaring in displeasure, Hulk bellowed at Logan, indicating that he was not one to heed Logan's commands without question. Suddenly, an ice wall materialized between Hulk and William Stryker. Taken aback, Hulk instinctively prepared to smash through it. Hulk, it was I who created this. Do not strike it. Come inside quickly. Bobby, the Iceman, along with Fireman John and the mischievous Anna, anxiously urged Logan and Hulk from the concealed passageway. No, Logan hesitated, the prospect of recovering his memories igniting hope within him. However, he recalled Charles' admonition and Huang's words. Sometimes, remembering certain things could be more burdensome than remaining at ease in the present. Reflexively, Logan turned towards the hidden passageway. Hulk cannot enter. Hulk wants to go back. Hulk glowered at the narrow confines of the passage, gradually reverting to the form of Bruce Banner as he departed alongside Logan down the tunnel. What a formidable creature, even more powerful than mutants. William Stryker observed the returning Lady Deathstrike, her wounds healing, his gaze flickering with uncertainty. Yet, he quickly regained his focus. His foremost concern was dealing with the mutants. Sir, we were unable to capture a mutant child, a soldier reported, eliciting a darkening of Stryker's expression. Humph, it matters not. At least Charles and Scott are in our grasp. Let them escape. They will not survive long regardless. Next, we shall turn our attention to the brainwave amplifier. William Stryker scoffed, soon leading his men to the underground of Xavier's school for gifted youngsters, showing no intention of pursuing Logan further. For at that moment, Stryker's paramount objective was to relocate the brainwave amplifier and, through hypnosis, compel Charles to don the device, enabling him to eliminate every mutant in existence. This method, to be candid, bears some resemblance to the Insight program, as both aim to eliminate adversaries. However, William Stryker's approach, facilitated by Charles, proves to be more precise. Within the garage of the Xavier Academy for Gifted Youngsters, Logan and his companions hastily activated the vehicle belonging to Cyclops. The mischievous Anna occupied the front passenger seat, while Bruce Banner, Iceman Bobby, and Fireman John settled into the rear. Where are we headed? Where did Steelman and the others go? Anna inquired, unable to contain her curiosity. They should have retreated to a secure location. Let's leave this place first and devise a plan to contact them, Logan pondered. Jean and the others are in Boston. We could seek them out. However, Boston is quite distant from here. Let us make our way to Chinatown first. It would be more convenient for you to hide there while I attempt to reach Charles or Jean. A suspicious vehicle was detected en route to Chinatown, its anticipated destination being the Wing Chun martial arts school, as indicated by the real-time monitoring via a tuxedo watch. Huang Wen, seated in meditation, opened his eyes, sensing the surroundings. He observed an impressive vehicle approaching the Wing Chun school, driven by none other than Logan. Access the surveillance footage and alter all monitoring data along the vehicle's route, Huang Wen swiftly commanded before leaping out of the window. Thud. Logan parked the car and was unfazed by Huang Wen's acrobatics. It would have been more peculiar had Huang Wen not noticed his arrival. Park the car in the corner of Uncle Zhong's parking lot, Huang Wen instructed without further inquiry. He promptly opened the door to the Wing Chun school. Noting the number of patrons present, the lounge could accommodate two, which was manageable. As Huang Wen observed the individuals disembarking from the vehicle, he paused mid-sentence, his gaze fixating on Bruce Banner. There was no denying that a somewhat disheveled Bruce Banner bore the unmistakable visage of Uncle Mark. Even though the narrative belonging to Uncle Mark had yet to unfold, perhaps this was the subtle force of destiny at play. Upon recognizing Bruce Banner, Huang Wen found himself at a loss for words. He could not fathom how Logan had intertwined with Hulk, or conversely, how Hulk had become involved with the mutants. Could it be that the false reports declaring Hulk as a mutant led Bruce Banner to believe he was one as well? It was no wonder that news of Hulk had suddenly ceased. The plot had indeed shifted. A thought flickered through Huang Wen's mind. Caution was imperative in this amalgamated world. For events unforeseen in the original narrative could transpire. Trust in the storyline should not be taken lightly. Do you know me? Bruce Banner sensed Huang Wen's peculiar demeanor and inquired tentatively. Oh, I'm merely curious about your experiences. Out at night, without proper clothing, and in tattered pants. Huang Wen quickly reoriented his mindset, chuckling as he shook his head. You wouldn't want to know, Bruce Banner sighed, reluctant to divulge too much to this stranger. Are we staying here? Is this fellow reliable? The martial arts school? John, the fireman, scrutinized Huang Wen with evident skepticism, wondering if this individual might betray their whereabouts. Just then, Logan returned from parking the car and playfully tapped John on the head, admonishing him, "Don't provoke the boss. His prowess surpasses even mine." Really? Him? John, as a mutant, found it hard to fathom that an ordinary person could outmatch him, reflecting a fundamental misunderstanding. Enough standing around. I've modified the surveillance footage. But lingering at the entrance could draw attention, Huang Wen remarked, shaking his head as he stepped into the Wing Chun dojo. At that moment, John fumbled for a lighter, intending to ignite it. Although he was called the fireman, he lacked the innate ability to conjure flames and relied on the lighter to harness his powers. Suddenly, with a sharp sound, he froze in place. Huang Wen had executed a technique to immobilize him from a distance. Bring him inside. Let us teach him a lesson. Huang Wen said coolly. John, what is wrong with you? Iceman Bobby and the mischievous Anna looked at the motionless John with concern, glancing hesitantly at Huang Wen. Having witnessed similar abilities before, they recalled an incident where John had clashed with an ordinary person, revealing his mutant identity. In that moment, everyone around had inexplicably ceased to move, a result of Charles' telepathic powers controlling their bodies, leaving John as still as the rest. Consequently, Bobby and Anna instinctively assumed Huang Wen possessed similar telepathic abilities. This notion was shared even by Bruce Banner. It's martial arts, specifically a skill known as dismantling the opponent's energy. He is not a mutant, Logan explained to the others, convinced he understood Huang Wen best. Martial arts? Can it truly wield such formidable power? Bruce Banner questioned Logan, though he fell silent upon reflecting on Logan's actual age. Kid, of all people to provoke. Why would you choose my current boss? Don't you realize I'm working for him now? Logan dragged John into the dojo and tossed him to the ground. Once the boss releases you, you'd better apologize sincerely. Huang Wen felt a twinge of regret. Had he issued the task earlier, he would have already secured a chance for an extraordinary reward. However, John's insufferable attitude had led him to lose his composure. In truth, John epitomized the typical brashness of adolescence, reveling in his newly awakened powers. Yet, the educational ethos of Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters clashed profoundly with John's disposition, foreshadowing his eventual defection to Magneto's side. Boss, do me a favor and let him go, Luo Jin said, not quite grasping the meaning behind his own words. He leaned closer to Huang Wen and whispered, after all, he's someone I brought along. All right, Huang Wen mused, nodding in agreement. He believed that Fireman John would undoubtedly come back to provoke him again, at which point he could issue a task. How delightful that would be. Huang Wen's fingers flickered like a shadow, swiftly releasing Fireman John from the constraints. He anticipated John's outburst, even preparing to publish a task. Impressive. Fireman John's eyes sparkled with a mix of fear and admiration, yet he showed no inclination to engage Huang Wen further. What is going on? Why isn't he attacking? Huang Wen's plan from a moment ago crumbled in an instant. Unbeknownst to him, Fireman John was inherently someone who revered strength and feared the formidable. One significant reason Fireman John chose to serve under Magneto was the latter's overwhelming power, which instinctively inspired admiration in John. "You're this strong without mutant abilities? Could you teach me?" Fireman John soon spoke up, his words not only lacking provocation but also tinged with respect. "John, what are you saying? You're a student of Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters. How could you seek guidance from an outsider?" Iceman Bobby interjected urgently, admonishing Fireman John in a hushed tone. "Is this truly the product of Charles' teachings?" Huang Wen shook his head in disappointment. Impulsive Fireman John was already less than likable, and he hadn't expected Iceman Bobby's perspective to be so absurd. It was worth noting that Iceman Bobby was a key successor to the X-Men, brimming with potential, yet his disdain for ordinary people mirrored that of those who harbored animosity towards them. However, within the ranks of the X-Men, one could hardly find an individual with comprehensive leadership capabilities. Each member possessed their own flaws. Even Cyclops, the leader of the X-Men, shared a somewhat similar attitude towards humanity as Iceman Bobby, perhaps having been influenced by him. "How dare you show disrespect to Professor Charles?" Iceman Bobby's expression shifted dramatically as he suddenly gestured violently at Huang Wen, unleashing a wave of icy power that chilled the air around them. At that moment, Huang Wen felt a surge of delight rather than anger. He had anticipated that, instead of reaping the rewards from Fireman John, he would have the chance to pursue the original target of his plan, Iceman Bobby. Published task. Defeat Iceman. Huang Wen instantly initiated the task, or rather, his task page had remained open, awaiting the opportunity to launch a new mission. Generating task. Defeat Iceman Bobby. Reward. 1 legendary skill lottery. Do you accept? Accept. A flicker of joy surged within Huang Wen as he realized that the Iceman Bobo was indeed capable of triggering a legendary level lottery, just as he had anticipated. With the grace of a snowless step, he vanished from his original position in an instant, promptly accepting the task at hand. Remarkably swift. Logan squinted his eyes. Even with his keen vision, he could barely discern Huang Wen's form. Yet, Logan's animalistic instincts still allowed him to sense Huang Wen's location. Oh! In the moment Huang Wen disappeared, Bobo's pupils constricted sharply. He stomped his foot onto the ground, and 4 icy walls rapidly enclosed him. Quick reflexes. Huang Wen thought with a subtle smirk, but I have not emerged empty-handed during this time. While he had made no significant improvements in the formidable skills of Bai Zhantong, he had greatly advanced in the abilities of a Xing, particularly with the newly enhanced technique, striking the bull across the mountain. With a swift motion, Huang Wen unleashed a powerful punch against the icy wall. "My ice wall is not so easily shattered, unless you possess the strength of Mr. Hulk." Bobo, nestled within the icy walls, wore a confident smile, preparing to counterattack. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed as Bobo was struck with tremendous force, shattering another icy wall and sending him sprawling to the ground in a disheveled heap. What just happened? Bobo was bewildered. The wall before him had seemed intact, and he couldn't fathom how he had been propelled outward. Was it possible that Huang Wen's punch had penetrated the wall and struck him directly? What sort of technique is this? Even Logan was taken aback, scratching his head in confusion. Huang Wen's displayed prowess was increasingly formidable, and his methods were becoming ever more extraordinary. "This technique is called striking the bull across the mountain," Huang Wen remarked with a calm smile, gazing at the fallen Bobo. "Now, have you learned your lesson?" Chapter 62. Task completed. Just as Huang Wen smiled down at Bobo, the ice wall that had just been shattered transformed into countless icy needles, hurtling towards Huang Wen's limbs. Despite his rage, Bobo managed to restrain himself, refraining from any lethal intentions. "Stop!" Logan's expression shifted dramatically as he urgently commanded. At that moment, all the icy needles froze mid-air, suspended around Huang Wen without a hint of movement, while Bobo's demeanor grew increasingly grave. "Consider yourself fortunate that you halted in time, thus avoiding calamity." Logan sighed in relief, shooting a disapproving glare at Bobo. "That wasn't me." Bobo gritted his teeth, painfully managing to utter a few words. With a sudden explosion, the surrounding icy needles shattered, and a fleeting weariness flickered in Huang Wen's eyes before he quickly regained his composure. Just moments before, he had employed his unique ability to manipulate objects, halting the icy needles in their tracks. This marks yet another endeavor by Huang Wen, who seeks to discern the current extent of his extraordinary abilities. The outcome, however, exceeded Huang Wen's expectations. Although his powers reside in the realm of the extraordinary, they remain distant from the legendary echelon. while the Iceman Bobby has already managed to trigger a legendary tier lottery. Nevertheless, Huang Wen's unique abilities still managed to subdue Bobby, albeit not without effort on his part. Two pivotal factors contributed to this. First, Bobby had recently sustained an injury, and second, despite his theoretically high potential, his actual prowess was rather limited. Huang Wen, are you still claiming you are not a mutant? Logan suddenly realized something and called out to Huang Wen. This is martial arts. With a mere wave of his hand, Huang Wen caused Bobby to collapse onto the ground, erupting into laughter that set his body trembling. Logan, recalling his own experiences, felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. All right, if you say it's martial arts, then let it be martial arts. He managed a strained smile, casting a sympathetic glance at the fallen Bobby. He understood that the sensation he was experiencing, while not painful, was far more distressing than pain itself, especially since such laughter rendered concentration impossible. Bobby, what is wrong with you? The mischievous Anna hurried to Bobby's side, attempting to help him rise despite the fabric of his clothing, but Bobby was too exhausted from laughter to stand. This is martial arts, Huang Wen stated earnestly, fixing his gaze on Logan. Martial arts can enhance various physical capabilities comprehensively. I may not possess your level of immortality, but in terms of spirit and vitality, I am undoubtedly more well-rounded. Such mental fortitude is a manifestation of martial arts reaching a certain pinnacle, extending into the divine realm. Qi is the power I use for acupoint strikes, while Jing represents my bodily strength. Huang Wen spoke with utmost sincerity, as if his mental prowess were indeed a product of his own training. However, Huang Wen was not entirely fabricating his claims. When martial arts are cultivated to a profound level, it is indeed possible to touch upon aspects of the spirit, and even grasp the enigmatic essence of the primordial spirit is not beyond the realm of possibility. The Sword Saint's Sword 23 serves as a prime example. Such prowess. Suddenly, I feel that perhaps I should learn some martial arts from you. A flicker of interest crossed Logan's eyes. This was a rare form of mental strength. If Logan could attain it, it would at least ensure his will remained unbroken. At this moment, Logan's immortal body bore a significant flaw, his mental aspect. Although his mental fortitude could recover from severe blows, overwhelming mental power could obliterate his current consciousness entirely. Should a new consciousness emerge within Logan's form, it may not resemble the Logan we know today. It would be a brand new Wolverine, but not necessarily Logan. You should have learned from me long ago. Huang Wen chuckled. At the very least, it's far better than sitting idly here. With a robust mental fortitude, one could indeed better control the Hulk, Bruce Banner mused. This was also Charles's counsel, to cultivate one's emotions and strengthen the mind through practices such as Tai Chi and yoga. However, even someone as adept in mental abilities as Charles could not simply bestow mental strength upon another. He was incapable of granting mental faculties to those devoid of them. At this moment, Bruce Banner found a glimmer of hope in Huang Wen, envisioning the possibility of mastering the Hulk's power entirely. Could you please release Bobby from his laughing fit? It's rather uncomfortable for him to be in such a state, Logan remarked. Noticing the pleading gaze of the mischievous Anna, he quickly turned to Huang Wen with a smile. Once he admits defeat, I'll naturally free him, Huang Wen replied. Yet the absence of any system prompt suggested that Bobby, despite being unable to control his body, still held a rebellious spirit. Admit defeat, he has conceded, Anna eagerly affirmed, nodding in Bobby's direction. However, Huang Wen shook his head, indicating that the system had no intention of providing any hints. Logan grasped Huang Wen's meaning and approached Bobby, glaring at him with exasperation. I advocated for you, and this is your response? Is this how Charles has instructed you? Logan pressed, his brow furrowed. This predicament arose from your own missteps. Were it not for Charles's instruction to look after you, I would have little interest in your plight. Ultimately, you are the one suffering. Anna, observing Bobby's discomfort, implored him with her eyes. Haha, I concede, Bobby finally exclaimed, stifling a laugh with great effort as he looked at Anna. Ding. Task to defeat Bobby completed. Reward, 1 legendary skill lottery. The system's notification chimed in Huang Wen's ear, signifying his inevitable ascent to legendary status. A faint smile graced Huang Wen's lips as he glanced at Bobby. Then with a swift motion, he silenced Bobby's laughter, leaving him gasping for breath. Unlike Logan, who possessed a near-immortal recovery ability, Bobby, despite triggering a legendary quest, lacked the same resilience. He was utterly exhausted, yearning for a restful slumber. Take him upstairs to sleep. Let him rest in your room, Huang Wen instructed Logan. Now tell me, What transpired that led you to return so swiftly? Chapter 63. Banner, the fireman, seeks a mentor soon. Logan carried Bobby upstairs, with the mischievous Anna trailing closely, anxious to ensure nothing further would go awry. At that moment, the fiery John and Bruce Banner coincidentally approached Huang Wen. A brief exchange of glances revealed their mutual intentions, and they spoke in unison. Mr. Huang Wen, may we learn from you together? I wish to acquire techniques to enhance my mental abilities. Bruce Banner's aim was crystal clear. I wish to learn as well. Might you teach me, Mr. Huang Wen? In contrast, the fiery John exhibited a more avaricious desire, proposing to take on Bruce Banner as a disciple. Huang Wen's mind stirred. This presented an excellent opportunity to gain much without exerting himself, prompting him to swiftly issue two tasks. One, to accept Bruce Banner as a disciple, offering a chance for a legendary skill lottery, and the other to accept Fiery John, with a reward of an extraordinary item lottery. Tasks generated. Accept Bruce Banner as a disciple. Reward. 1 legendary skill lottery. Do you accept? Tasks generated. Accept John as a disciple. Reward. 1 extraordinary item lottery. Do you accept? Accepted. Huang Wen's eyes sparkled with joy, his heart swelling with elation as he activated a legendary lottery once more, attributing it to Bruce Banner's Hulk persona. The only regret was the absence of a character lottery, which would have been more comprehensive. Very well, since you both wish to learn from me, you shall be my disciples from this moment forth. Huang Wen remarked with satisfaction at Bruce Banner and Fiery John, nodding approvingly. You may rest for now. Starting tomorrow, I shall impart my teachings to you. Thank you, Master, exclaimed Bruce Banner and Fiery John, both pleasantly surprised by Huang Wen's prompt agreement. Ding. Task. Accept Bruce Banner as a disciple completed. Reward. 1 legendary skill lottery. Ding. Task. Accept John as a disciple completed. Reward. 1 extraordinary item lottery. The simultaneous notifications brought a smile to Huang Wen's lips. This marked one of his swiftest task completions, surpassing even that of Logan and the Punisher, and, crucially, the rewards were more bountiful this time. Coupled with the recent task of defeating the Iceman Bobby, Huang Wen now possessed 2 legendary skill lotteries and 1 extraordinary item lottery. Tonight, after a long period without advancement, he would finally relish the sensation of becoming stronger once more. Wait, have you just undermined Charles? Logan, having dealt with the Iceman Bobby, chanced upon the scene of Bruce Banner and Fiery John pledging their allegiance to Huang Wen. His lips twitched in disbelief. Are you not concerned about Charles seeking retribution? We are all adults here. Do we not possess the right to choose our paths? Huang Wen replied with a gentle smile, shaking his head. Moreover, I trust that Professor Charles is a reasonable man, is he not? All right. I too hope he is a reasonable man. Logan shrugged, gazing at Huang Wen with resignation. Were you not going to inquire about my experiences? Allow me to share them with you. Very well. Huang Wen was stirred by the excitement of the lottery. Yet having just promised Logan, he felt it would be inappropriate to decline. This was, after all, the inaugural lottery of a legendary caliber, compelling Huang Wen to exercise caution. There are vacant rooms upstairs. You may squeeze into one, he instructed Bruce Banner and the Fiery John. In due time, my martial arts school will undergo a temporary closure for renovations. During that period, you may either stay at the Hot Pot restaurant or seek alternative accommodations. Temporary closure for renovations? Logan queried, astonished at Huang Wen's announcement. How long have you been away that you already need to close? Didn't T.I. mention that Uncle Lee's family next door has moved? I plan to expand the entire martial arts school. The current space feels rather cramped, and the 2-story structure is insufficient. It necessitates expansion. Huang Wen offered a brief explanation before he and Logan ascended to the second-floor lounge, where Logan recounted his experiences since departing. Meanwhile, in the plastic prison, after William Stryker's departure, the guards were promptly roused to maintain the facility's security. Magneto sat there, momentarily lost in thought, as if struck by some profound blow. Yet soon, a glint of cold determination sparked in his eyes, reminiscent of a solitary eagle poised to take flight. The guard, who had previously exerted himself to subdue Magneto under Stryker's command, wore a mask of disappointment and confusion. His initial intention had been to align himself with Stryker, yearning to escape the wretched plastic prison, only to discover that Stryker had scarcely regarded him, even leaving him incapacitated within the prison walls. Now, the guard sat in a bar, his face etched with sorrow as he drank in solitude, knowing he would soon return to his station to oversee Magneto, resigned to a life of mediocrity. At that moment, Mystique, transformed into a curvaceous and stunning woman, approached the disheartened guard. How could he withstand her allure? He soon succumbed to her charms. However, unbeknownst to him, Mystique had laced his drink with a sedative. After being rendered unconscious twice in a single day, the guard was injected with iron by Mystique using a syringe. After some time, he awoke, feeling no unusual sensations and realizing the hour was late, prompting him to hasten back to the prison. Yet, an iron mass loomed within the plastic confines, unmistakably evident to Magneto. Understanding the situation, Magneto rose with a smile, gazing at the guard with a knowing expression. He realized this was likely Mystique's scheme. "What are you doing?" "Sit down, old man," the guard barked, his demeanor shifting as he noticed Magneto advancing towards him. It turned out that the iron content in his blood was excessively high, a detail he had previously overlooked. "Perhaps I can use this insight as the foundation for my next research endeavor," he mused, contemplating the possibilities ahead. Magneto's gaze gradually illuminated as he looked into the eyes of the prison guard, as if he had caught a glimpse of the path ahead. "What are you saying?" The guard instinctively took a step back, only to be horrified to discover that his body was indeed levitating. "Sir, remember this in your next life. The more beautiful the girl, the less you can trust her." A faint smile appeared at the corners of Magneto's mouth as he suddenly reached out toward the guard. In an instant, countless tiny iron shards erupted from the guard's body, turning him into a sieve before coalescing into a solid iron sphere. Chapter 64. The Lottery of Props. The Rebirth Dragon chapter. A subtle smile lingered on Magneto's lips as the iron sphere divided into 3 smaller spheres, hovering before him. As long as he was in the presence of metal, he would fear no one. With a swift motion of his mind, the 3 small spheres shot forward like bullets, piercing through the surrounding plastic prison and glass. The distant guard's expression changed, and he hurriedly pressed a button. In the next moment, the plastic prison where Magneto resided was instantly isolated from the outside world. The sole passageway to the exterior retracted, turning Magneto's location into an island surrounded by an unfathomable abyss. However, Magneto's demeanor remained unchanged. As long as there was metal, he feared no one and welcomed any challenge. Buzz, one of the small spheres before Magneto transformed into a flattened iron disc, so thin it was almost invisible, and hovered in the empty darkness. Magneto stepped onto the disc, which propelled him outward. The other 2 spheres spun around him, creating an aura of invincibility. If the disc beneath his feet were a flying sword, combined with his calm demeanor, he would truly resemble an ancient sword immortal. More guards, alerted by the commotion, rushed over. However, they were unarmed, for weapons were mere tools for Magneto. Devoid of firearms, their combat effectiveness diminished significantly. Once again, the 2 small spheres in Magneto's grasp shot out, shattering the glass and plastic walls of the prison, claiming the lives of the guards before he exited the plastic confines. Outside, Mystique had been waiting for some time. As soon as Magneto emerged, she stepped forward to greet him, or perhaps welcome would be a more accurate term, for Magneto had carved his way out with little assistance. The sensation of freedom was exhilarating. Just as Magneto savored the taste of liberation, he quickly shifted his focus to his old friend Charles. Eagerly, he inquired upon seeing Mystique, "How is Charles doing?" "Charles? What's happened to Charles?" Mystique, who had been solely focused on rescuing Magneto, was unaware of the situation concerning Charles. Her expression shifted, realizing something might have gone awry. Indeed, Magneto nodded solemnly, his face etched with concern. "That scoundrel William Stryker has taken Charles away. We must locate him swiftly. I have discerned his intentions. He aims to annihilate all of us mutants. Relying solely on ourselves may prove insufficient." Mystique furrowed her brow. Following Magneto's capture, the Brotherhood of Mutants had either gone into hiding or abandoned the cause, leaving few available to search for Charles. Moreover, regarding those Sentinels, although Cyclops had been apprehended, the others should remain safe unless Stryker possesses additional means to capture them. "You must investigate their whereabouts." After pondering for a moment, Magneto addressed Mystique. "This poses no issue. I have placed a tracking device on their aircraft. The moment they take flight, I shall be able to trace their movements," Mystique replied, a hint of satisfaction gracing her lips. Together, they vanished into the night. Within the confines of the Wing Chun Dojo, Logan recounted his experiences to Huang Wen. Naturally, in Logan's narration of his confrontation with Bruce Banner, or the Hulk, he portrayed himself as having the upper hand throughout the encounter. In fact, his account suggested that he had completely subdued the Hulk, leaving no room for the latter to gain any advantage. At that moment, Bruce Banner had already retired for the night. Had he overheard Logan's claims, the Hulk would likely have emerged, eager to settle matters with Logan, of course, in a decidedly physical manner. So, Charles has been captured? Which dam was it again? Huang Wen's mind raced, recalling details he had absorbed from films. Alkali Lake. But where is Alkali Lake? Logan, do you know of Alkali Lake? Huang Wen inquired, looking up at Logan. I know it. I've been there. Charles sent me to seek memories, but it is now a desolate wasteland, devoid of any signs of life, Logan replied, his brow furrowed in thought. Sometimes, what you perceive may not reflect the truth, Huang Wen stated cryptically, shaking his head before rising to head to his room. What do you mean? Logan paused, taken aback, then called out to Huang Wen, Hey, how old are you to speak so mysteriously? Can't you just say what you mean directly? That's rather lacking in sophistication. As Huang Wen retreated to his room, a faint smile graced his lips as he muttered softly to himself. What does that mean? Logan scratched his head, a contemplative look in his eyes. I informed him about Charles being taken to plastic prison and the attack on the academy. He mentioned Alkali Lake. Could it be that Charles has been captured at Alkali Lake? In his room, Huang Wen quickly cast aside the earlier conversation, for he had more pressing matters at hand. 3 lottery draws, 1 for an extraordinary item, and 2 for legendary skills. Huang Wen realized that after this night, he would finally possess the foundation to establish himself in this world. Activating the system, he claimed the rewards for his 3 completed tasks. It was prudent to take a moment to prepare. Huang Wen glanced at the extraordinary item lottery from the 3 draws, inhaled deeply, and proceeded to draw from the extraordinary item lottery. With a sudden flash of familiar white light, a chime echoed, Congratulations. You have obtained the extraordinary item, the Rebirth Dragon Seal, inspired by the film Flying Dragon Rebirth. It is an item imbued with extraordinary power. After system optimization, it can be activated without the need for death. Simply wearing it grants access to the powers of the Rebirth Dragon Seal. Special reminder, you can only wield its power while wearing the Rebirth Dragon Seal. Upon wearing it, you will possess 999 points of vitality, 99 points of divine power, and you will acquire immortality. Second special reminder, there are 2 methods to defeat you. One is to seize your Rebirth Dragon Seal, and the other is to allow 2 Rebirth Dragon Seals to collide while on your person. Therefore, safeguard your Rebirth Dragon Seal diligently, and may you not draw a second one, which would create a vulnerability for yourself. Is this truly an extraordinary item? Huang Wen's eyes widened in astonishment as he gazed at the lottery results, momentarily in a daze. In that instant, he felt as though he had transcended his previous limitations. Although the Rebirth Dragon Seal came with numerous restrictions, merely wearing it meant Huang Wen no longer had to fear even the slightest threat. Chapter 65, Legendary Skill, Dream Butterfly Escape. If there were any drawbacks to mention, it would be its inability to merge with his body and the lack of additional energy enhancement. Taking a deep breath, Huang Wen retrieved the Rebirth Dragon Seal and hung it around his neck. A powerful surge of energy emanated from the Rebirth Dragon Seal, instantly converging within Huang Wen's body. However, unlike the energy from character lotteries, this formidable power was not something he could grasp immediately. Instinctively, Huang Wen accessed his character panel to examine his vitality and divine attributes. Host, Huang Wen. Vitality, 1115, 999 points. Divine Power, 99 points. Spirit, 111, 99 points. So, by this calculation, my vitality and divine power have already reached legendary levels? Huang Wen raised an eyebrow, feeling a surge of strength coursing through his mind and body. A power that transcended mere internal energy. Surely, the rating of the Rebirth Dragon Seal must be somewhat flawed, 2 pinnacle extraordinary powers being classified as an extraordinary item lottery? Even an ordinary person obtaining the Rebirth Dragon Seal would elevate their physical prowess to a legendary tier. Nonetheless, for me, this truly feels like a stroke of fortune. Huang Wen did not immediately continue to draw for the 2 legendary skills, but instead focused his thoughts, causing the window to swing open. He transformed into a fleeting shadow and soared into the night sky. Indeed, Huang Wen had now mastered the extraordinary ability to levitate, though his flight was not entirely stable. Nor was his speed comparable to the ethereal grace of a snowflake gliding silently through the air. Huang Wen soon appeared in a secluded corner by the banks of the East River. Moments earlier, while soaring through the skies, a fluctuation of divine energy caused him to descend abruptly. Fortunately, he deftly employed his lightness skill, thereby averting an embarrassing situation. If my strength were to increase by 99 points, I would not be apprehensive, for I already possess a base strength of 99 points. Huang Wen gradually closed his eyes, a fleeting thought crossing his mind. However, his own vitality and divine power were merely 1/9 of the Rebirth Dragon chapter, a disparity too vast to overlook. Huang Wen first summoned his unique abilities, utilizing the divine energy he was familiar with to gradually control the divine power bestowed upon him by the Rebirth Dragon chapter. Simultaneously, his body began to move slowly, initially executing the Wing Chun techniques he knew best, followed by the martial arts of the Sunflower sect. As dawn broke on the horizon, Huang Wen abruptly opened his eyes, two beams of light flickering momentarily from his gaze before vanishing. Remarkably, he did not feel the slightest fatigue from a sleepless night. Rather, he appeared radiant and invigorated. After a night of familiarization, Huang Wen finally felt confident in his preliminary mastery of the vitality and divine power within the Rebirth Dragon chapter, though he acknowledged that precise control would require more time and practice. Should he seize the opportunity to continue with the lottery, while his luck was still favorable? Or should he save it for future task rewards? A thought flitted through Huang Wen's mind, leading him to a decisive conclusion. Let us draw. After all, since the Rebirth Dragon chapter is still an external force, acquiring formidable skills would signify my complete mastery. Huang Wen had no intention of returning just yet. It was merely around 5 in the morning, and the area was utterly deserted, free from any disturbances. With hopes of continuing his streak of luck from 2 previous legendary skill draws, Huang Wen took a deep breath and selected the first legendary skill lottery. Draw. With a whoosh, a familiar blue light enveloped Huang Wen. This time, it was not white but blue. Blue skies and white clouds. I have finally transcended the clouds, emerging into a radiant blue. A thought crossed Huang Wen's mind. Could it be that my familiarity with this level of classification prompted the system to employ such a grading method? Ding. Congratulations. You have acquired the legendary skill, Dream Butterfly's Escape, derived from the Taoist secret arts of the Qin dynasty. Originally requiring a medium to alter spatial arrangements for a shifting effect. After system optimization, it integrates with one's divine power, enabling single or multiple spatial transfers. Special note: you may only perform spatial transfers without regard for distance to places you have personally seen or experienced. Mere imagination or photographic images will not suffice for the use of Dream Butterfly's Escape. As Huang Wen remained enraptured by the blue light, the introduction of the new legendary skill materialized before him, places you have witnessed or experienced firsthand. In an instant, Huang Wen snapped back to reality, his eyes brightening with realization as he instinctively recalled various images, channeling his divine power to activate Dream Butterfly's Escape. As Huang Wen beheld his form, a faint glimmer emerged, only to vanish abruptly, as if nothing had transpired. Alas, it was indeed futile. I had merely indulged in fanciful thoughts. With a soft sigh, Huang Wen shrugged and swiftly adjusted his demeanor, for this was the boundary of the universe. How could one possibly return with merely a skill of legendary caliber? Indeed, upon witnessing the introduction of the skill Dream Butterfly's Escape, his mind instinctively wandered back to his previous life, prompting a desire to test whether he could traverse back through this ability. Yet, the outcome was glaringly evident. The vastness of the cosmos could not be bridged by a mere Dream Butterfly's Escape. However, this skill does possess its advantages and disadvantages. Having briefly experienced Dream Butterfly's Escape, Huang Wen furrowed his brow, deep in contemplation. The merit lay in its capacity for rapid, multi-personal relocation without distance constraints, yet the drawback was equally pronounced. It necessitated that he had either witnessed or personally experienced the location. Did this imply that he truly wished to explore the vast world? The Eye of Heaven. Suddenly, Huang Wen recalled the unique capabilities of the Eye of Heaven, a fusion of perception and insight, allowing him to observe occurrences from afar. Could it be that he might utilize the Eye of Heaven to activate Dream Butterfly's Escape? With this thought, Huang Wen slowly closed his eyes. Powerful divine energy surged forth, and soon, he beheld the Statue of Liberty. In the next moment, his form transformed into a luminous speck, vanishing from his original position and reappearing atop the statue. Indeed, it worked. A faint smile graced Huang Wen's lips, yet he shook his head, recognizing its limitations. Employing the Eye of Heaven for such inquiries proved somewhat sluggish. The Statue of Liberty was relatively close, yet at greater distances, time would be a requisite. Perhaps I truly ought to explore this world, at the very least. I should visit the significant cities of each nation and other important locales, as they may prove useful in the future. However, I must wait a moment. I have yet to instruct Banner and the Human Torch. There will soon be a period for the reconstruction of the Wing Chun Martial Arts Hall, which provides an opportune time for me to venture out. Chapter 66. Legendary Skill. Indestructible Divine Art. At this moment, Huang Wen stood atop the Statue of Liberty, gazing upon the dimly illuminated world, feeling a sense of supremacy over the landscape. Here, I shall complete my final draw. Having made his decision, Huang Wen turned his gaze to the last draw on his task page, a legendary skill lottery akin to Dream Butterfly's escape. He hoped to continue his streak of fortune. Huang Wen took a deep breath as he prepared to issue the command for the final legendary skill lottery. With a swift sound, a blue light flashed, affirming Huang Wen's understanding. Ordinary and extraordinary draws emitted white light, while legendary draws shone in blue. Perhaps in the future, he might even witness purple and golden lights. Obtaining genuine golden legends. Ding! Congratulations on acquiring the legendary skill, Indestructible Divine Art. This remarkable technique, rooted in the lineage of the unparalleled master, Gu Santong, and the legendary figure of Tianxia Dai Zhong Tianqi, has been refined by the system to integrate vitality, energy, and spirit into a singular force. The Indestructible Divine Art allows for the simultaneous sharing of these three powers. Utilizing vitality concurrently transforms energy and spirit into vitality, and vice versa. The higher the levels of vitality, energy, and spirit, the more formidable the defensive capabilities, strength, speed, immunity, and destructive power, although it cannot exceed the legendary threshold temporarily. A notable aspect of the Indestructible Divine Art is its harmonious unity. The indestructible body remains unshakable against external forces, impervious to both physical and psychological assaults, invulnerable to all forms of harm, and fearless of fire and water. Moreover, while the Indestructible Divine Art does not impose restrictions on transformation frequency, it demands significant internal energy. A legendary level of 100 energy can sustain 1 hour of transformation and combat. It is imperative to monitor the duration during battles, as transformation after energy depletion necessitates the restoration of internal strength. At this moment, Huang Wen's eyes sparkled with excitement, contemplating the possibility of masquerading as a Super Saiyan. However, with 100 energy lasting just an hour, he realized he might not possess even that duration yet, albeit it surpassed the theoretical 3 minutes of Ultraman. A sudden thought struck him. If he transformed, would he be considered metallic? If so, could he be susceptible to Magneto's control? He recalled that during Chung Sifei's first transformation, metal objects had gravitated towards him. With this concern lingering, Huang Wen activated the Indestructible Divine Art, eager to discern whether the power within the Rebirth Dragon chapter could be incorporated into this technique. A resounding hum resonated as an overwhelming force coursed through Huang Wen's being, filling him with an inexhaustible energy, as if fatigue were a foreign concept. At this moment, he indeed embodied his surname, radiating a golden hue that outshone the aesthetic of Chung Sifei's gold dust visage. Notably, his hair remained unchanged, still a deep shade of black. Indeed, there was a magnetic pull. Yet, since I am not composed of metal, I possess the ability to control this attraction. As Huang Wen sensed the gravitational force emanating from the Statue of Liberty beneath him, a realization dawned upon him. Perhaps he could leverage his peculiar ability to manipulate objects alongside the Indestructible Divine Art to emulate Magneto. Alternatively, his current unique ability might suffice to impersonate both Magneto and Charles, though he acknowledged there remained a gap compared to their most formidable states. Nevertheless, this newfound strength provided him with a sense of security, allowing him to act with less caution before those formidable characters made their entrance. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Huang Wen instinctively summoned his task panel for a glance. Host, Huang Wen, Indestructible Divine Art State, Vitality, Energy, Spirit, 3,215 points, 1989. Indeed, the power from the Rebirth Dragon chapter has been accounted for. A faint smile appeared at the corners of Huang Wen's mouth. Moreover, after his transformation, the mastery over his own powers became remarkably easier, likely due to the indestructible skill being inherent to himself. While the Rebirth Dragon pendant was merely an accessory, When considered in this light, the indestructible skill effectively tripled his vitality, spirit, and energy. Although the numerical value stood at a mere 3215, the essence of his energy allowed for such formidable strength. Furthermore, the use of the indestructible skill prompted Huang Wen to contemplate a secure method for safeguarding the rebirth dragon pendant. As this thought crossed his mind, the pendant, which had been hanging around his neck, underwent a sudden transformation. The necklace, initially intended to secure the pendant, was absorbed into the system space, rendered as mere clutter akin to a hammer. Remarkably, the rebirth dragon pendant did not detach from Huang Wen's chest. Instead, it adhered closely to him, firmly secured by his unique abilities. Unless his divine power was entirely exhausted, even if the indestructible skill were to be nullified, the rebirth dragon pendant would remain bound to his being. Thus, even if Huang Wen were to encounter Magneto and the latter discerned the pendant upon his chest, activating the indestructible skill would invoke a dual force of attraction. His unique power coupled with the indestructible skill, augmented by Huang Wen's own strength, rendering it impossible for Magneto to seize it. Let us not forget that as long as the indestructible skill remained unbroken, no external force could destabilize it. Indeed, Huang Wen felt the waning of his energy. Based on his calculations, approximately 45 minutes would see the depletion of his vigor. It was perplexing. His energy was merely a step away from transcending into the legendary realm, yet the practical application was vastly different. After experiencing the indestructible skill, Huang Wen ceased his transformation, reverting to his normal appearance. Suddenly, his eyes sparkled with realization, a hint of delight flickering within them. In an instant, he transformed into a luminous blur, employing the dream butterfly escape to vanish from his previous location, reappearing in his room at the Wing Chun Dojo. I have matters to attend to. Do not disturb me. Huang Wen's thought resonated directly in Logan's ears, simultaneously sealing his room with his unique abilities to prevent interruptions. Indeed, just after retracting the indestructible skill, Huang Wen sensed a surge of internal energy swelling within his dantian. Perhaps it was the fusion of vitality, spirit, and energy from the rebirth dragon pendant that stimulated his power, presenting an opportunity for a breakthrough. Closed-door cultivation? What does that mean? Logan jolted awake, scratching his head in bewilderment as he gazed toward Huang Wen's room. Regardless, he decided not to intrude. However, the voice he had just heard resonated directly in his ears, reminiscent of Charles's voice. Could this be what he referred to as the mental power that manifests after reaching a certain level of martial prowess? Indeed, I should seize an opportunity to learn this skill. Nonetheless, what has transpired with Charles that he cannot use his psychic abilities to contact us? Is it possible he is truly at the so-called Alkali Lake? Chapter 67. The storm's fury. They could no longer reach the academy. Having departed from Xavier's school for gifted youngsters in search of Nightcrawler, Jean Grey and Aurora had located the devilish figure hiding in the church, engaged in fervent repentance. They had successfully brought him aboard the aircraft, yet at that moment, they found themselves unable to receive any signals from Xavier's academy. What could be amiss? Had Scott not returned yet? And what of Logan and Colossus? Did they not care? Jean Grey, perplexed, cast a questioning glance at Aurora. No. According to the data transmitted by the aircraft's signal sensor, there is not a single soul left in the academy. Aurora replied, shaking her head with evident concern. I cannot fathom what has transpired. Could it be that the academy is in peril? Without us here, and the professor absent, it indeed seems a fortuitous opportunity for our enemies. But where could the professor have gone? Jean furrowed her brow, a flicker of doubt crossing her eyes, before slowly closing them in contemplation. Is this my fault? Have I brought disaster upon you? Nightcrawler, feeling somewhat dejected, gazed at Jean and Aurora, murmuring softly. It is not your concern. Remain quiet for now and do not disturb her, Aurora gently reassured, patting Nightcrawler's shoulder as she sought a way to contact the professor. After a prolonged silence, Jean wearily opened her eyes and shook her head at Aurora, her expression laden with confusion. I cannot reach the professor, nor can I locate Scott. Even Logan is beyond my perception. Suddenly, a spark of realization illuminated Aurora's eyes. She hurried to the cockpit, pressed a couple of buttons, and retrieved a curved metallic panel. Perhaps we can use this to contact them. This curved metallic panel was a specially designed communication device from Xavier's Academy, allowing only mutual communication among its users, thereby minimizing the risk of eavesdropping. More importantly, even under standard signal jamming, These devices remained operational. Beep, beep, beep. Just as Logan was pondering why Charles had not reached out, he was startled by a sound akin to a ringing phone. Instinctively, he rummaged through his pocket and produced the curved metallic panel, which he had taken from Cyclope's vehicle, astonished that it might prove useful. Hello? Logan hurriedly answered, frowning. Is this Scott, Jean, or Colossus? It's me, Aurora, came the somewhat displeased voice of Aurora. Is my presence so insignificant that I am overlooked? Oh, where are you? Logan paused, then quickly explained, Xavier's academy was suddenly attacked by someone named Stryker. Have you managed to contact Charles? No, Jean cannot reach Charles either. Where are you? What of the children at the academy? Aurora glanced at Jean Grey, continuing her inquiry. Steel Force led the children through the secret passageway, while I, along with Banner, John, Bobby, and Anna, trailed behind. At this moment, Logan instinctively responded, Chinatown? All right, we shall meet you there. Aurora nodded, taking control of the aircraft. You'd best avoid flying over. After all, this is New York, and you would attract too much attention. Besides, there's south no place for you to land, Logan hastily reminded them. If they arrived in Chinatown aboard an airplane, it would undoubtedly draw the eyes of the world. Rest assured, our aircraft is equipped with the most advanced technology. It will certainly go undetected. Aurora confidently shook her head, ending the call. In her perspective, the technological prowess of Xavier's school for gifted youngsters far surpassed that of the U.S. government. Soon after, as Aurora piloted the plane, they were met with an alarming sound from the radar. Unknown aircraft ahead. I command you to descend immediately and follow us to the airbase. You have 10 seconds to comply. Repeat. Descend within 10 seconds. Did you not say we would be undetected? Nightcrawler timidly inquired, glancing at Aurora. Damn it. How did they discover us? This makes no sense. Our aircraft is supposed to be radar evading. Who the hell equipped the military with such enhancements? Aurora muttered under her breath, her determination to not descend unwavering. Achoo. Tony Stark suddenly sneezed, looking at J.A.R.V.I.S. with a puzzled expression. J.A.R.V.I.S. Am I coming down with something? Sir, scans indicate you are not ill. However, your physical condition appears somewhat weakened. It is advisable to engage in some exercise, although, of course, group activities do not qualify as exercise. J.A.R.V.I.S. informed him after scanning Tony's condition. Weakened? What nonsense is this? As the world's most formidable playboy, how could I possibly admit to being in poor shape? Tony Stark vehemently shook his head, verbally dismissing J.A.R.V.I.S.'s suggestion, though inwardly, he acknowledged that he seemed less formidable than he had been a year or two prior. Meanwhile, in the sky, as Aurora refused to descend, two planes began to fire upon theirs, forcing Aurora to evade with great difficulty. Does this plane lack any countermeasures? Nightcrawler questioned Aurora, observing that the aircraft appeared devoid of any advanced features, easily detected, and without weaponry. With me at the helm, weaponry is unnecessary. A glimmer of confidence flickered in Aurora's eyes as an idea flashed in her mind. Her eyes then began to glow white, obscuring her pupils. Thunder rumbled in the sky, followed by a tempest of tornadoes and lightning. The swirling winds obstructed the advancing planes, allowing Aurora's aircraft to glide effortlessly through, for she commanded the storm. All taken care of. A subtle smile graced the corners of Aurora's lips as she began to speak, only to be interrupted by the blaring of alarms once more. Beep, beep, beep. This is not good. They have launched missiles. Jean. Aurora's expression shifted, a hint of panic flickering in her gaze as she turned to Jean Grey. Jean clenched her jaw, a flash of crimson igniting in her eyes, as if a phoenix danced amidst flames within them. In an instant, one of the tracking missiles spiraled out of control, losing its propulsion and plummeting to the ground. However, Jean found herself unable to halt the second missile. Follow me. Nightcrawler gritted his teeth and suddenly seized the shoulders of Jean and Aurora. The trio transformed into a cloud of mist, vanishing from the aircraft and reappearing on the forest floor. On the ground, Magneto had just extended his hand, preparing to deflect the missile when he spotted Nightcrawler and the others not far away. Boom. In a moment of distraction, the aircraft was struck by a missile, the tail section exploding as the plane spiraled downward toward the Earth. Chapter 68. Breaking through the Legend and the Star Alliance. At this moment, Magneto found himself in an awkward predicament. He had intended to rescue the situation, to appear before Jean and the others as a savior. But it seemed that Nightcrawler had thrown everything into disarray. Eric, what are you doing here? Jean and Aurora regarded Magneto with suspicion. Aren't you supposed to be in a plastic prison? The professor brought Scott to see you. What on earth has happened? Buzz. Magneto gestured, bringing the aircraft down to the ground. Observing the wreckage, he shook his head helplessly and murmured, I had intended to use this for our escape. But it appears that is no longer feasible. Charles and Scott have been taken. It was William Stryker's doing. His goal is the brainwave amplifier. He likely cannot move the one at the Academy, but he must be preparing to construct a second one. How could he possibly know about the brainwave amplifier? Did you tell him? Aurora glared at Magneto with a fierce expression. There was no way to resist his power, Magneto replied candidly, shaking his head. He lifted the helmet in his hand. Not just I, even Charles, with his formidable telepathic abilities, would struggle to withstand his might. What? How can that be? Jean and Aurora exclaimed in disbelief. In their minds, Charles, while not omnipotent, was undeniably superior in the realm of telepathy. Jason, that boy, is William Stryker's son. He intends to use Jason to control Charles and employ the brainwave amplifier to eradicate all mutants. A glimmer of apprehension flashed in Magneto's eyes as he prepared to don the helmet. With this helmet, he held confidence in his survival. However, the fate of his mutant brethren seemed grim, and his lifelong aspirations were on the verge of dissolution. Where has the professor been taken? Jean inquired urgently. I am not certain, Magneto replied. Magneto shook his head. However, Logan had once interacted with William Stryker. If he could recall, we would be able to ascertain Stryker's whereabouts. He is in Chinatown. Aurora glanced at Jean Grey and revealed Logan's location. We initially intended to seek him out, but it seems we should fly to the city first. Magneto paused for a moment, eyeing the damaged aircraft nearby. Given the likelihood that this plane could not be repaired, it would be more prudent to let me utilize it. Without granting Jean Grey and the others a chance to respond, Magneto transformed the aircraft into a metallic box resembling a car, enclosing everyone inside, and then directed it toward Chinatown. With a crack, in the room of the Wing Chun Dojo, Huang Wen, who was in seclusion, felt a faint shattering sound emanating from his dantian, as if he had breached some barrier. Subsequently, the inner force within his dantian began to condense, becoming increasingly refined and solidified. With a swish, Huang Wen opened his eyes, a glimmer of light fleetingly emanating from them before vanishing entirely. A hint of joy flickered in Huang Wen's gaze. For the first time, he had strengthened himself, transcending to the crucial realm of legend. Is this what it means to be legendary? The innate? Reflecting on by Zhantang's perspective, Huang Wen nodded in understanding. Having just broken through to the legendary realm, he had now stepped into the innate stage, yet he remained uncertain whether the innate stage was entirely synonymous with the legendary realm. After all, Bai Zhantang's prowess represented the pinnacle of his world, and he had never had the opportunity to explore higher levels. It must encompass more than just the innate. After all, legend is the third realm, with only 3 realms remaining thereafter. The remarkable entities of myth should not merely be separated from the innate by 3 realms. Contemplating this, Huang Wen glanced at his character panel. Host, Huang Wen. Vitality, 1115, 999 points. Qi, 101 points. Spirit, 111, 99 points. Skills, Ip Man ability set, gunfighting technique, Baozi Thunder. Bai Zhantang ability set, a Xing ability set, Dream Butterfly Escape, Indestructible Skill, Immortal Body, derived from the Rebirth Dragon chapter. Items, equipped Rebirth Dragon chapter. Evaluation, with the Rebirth Dragon chapter equipped, you have become a legendary master with a well-rounded development of vitality, qi, and spirit. However, remember not to overly rely on external objects. Mastering your own strengths is the true essence of personal power. Indeed, Huang Wen had fully entered the legendary realm. He nodded in satisfaction, yet the system's evaluation instilled a sense of caution within him. The Rebirth Dragon chapter was, after all, an external object. Although he had devised ways to prevent others from seizing it, such supplementary equipment could never rival the strength derived from one's own abilities. At that moment, Huang Wen raised an eyebrow. Having just retracted the unique feature that sealed the room, he sensed that a group of individuals was approaching Chinatown. Huang Wen unleashed his perceptive powers and observed a group of unfamiliar Chinese individuals approaching with an air of intimidation. It was evident that they were not the familiar neighbors of Chinatown. In fact, Huang Wen had never encountered them before. Who could these people be? A flicker of uncertainty crossed Huang Wen's eyes. The shops in Chinatown had yet to open, and only a few early risers among the neighbors were stirring. This group, exuding hostility, surely heralded no good tidings. With this thought in mind, Huang Wen stepped out of his room, opting to descend the stairs rather than jump from the second floor. He opened the door of the Wing Chun martial arts school. "Oh, is my dear nephew here to welcome us?" The leading man exclaimed with a sudden grin upon seeing Huang Wen emerge. "I've heard that since your father's passing, your Wing Chun school has been quite profitable. So what now?" Huang Wen's expression turned frosty, a gleam of coldness flashing in his eyes as he inquired. "And what of that?" "Well, ever since the demise of the gang of Gorin, this territory has fallen under our control, the Xing gang. Nephew, I recognize your prowess. Even the boxing champion is no match for you. However, the world has changed. Guns now reign supreme." The man taunted, pulling open his jacket to reveal a handgun. "From this day forth, the entirety of Chinatown shall pay a protection fee. We do not demand much, just a membership fee of 500 per month to join the Xing gang, along with 30% of your monthly earnings. For someone who has made a fortune, this should be trivial, shouldn't it?" Xing gang. A flicker of realization crossed Huang Wen's eyes. This was the very gang that Zhong Bo intended to connect him with upon his arrival in this world. However, Huang Wen had not anticipated that they would be so audacious as to confront him directly. "Indeed, it is the Xing gang. From now on, the entirety of Chinatown is under our jurisdiction. All of you must join the Xing gang and become my subordinate." Jin Hao declared arrogantly, locking his gaze onto Huang Wen. "So, will it be your solitary descent, or do you speak for these people as well?" Wen Gu, Shaowen, Zhongchang, Zhongbo, and a few early risers from Chinatown emerged in response to the commotion, their faces etched with concern. Though they recognized Huang Wen's capabilities, they were acutely aware that the Xing gang was armed. Their essay saying, after all, no matter how skilled one is in martial arts, one fears the kitchen knife, let alone a gun. Especially at such an early hour, calling the police might prove futile. Xing gang. Lizzie Fisk, hearing the name, prepared to step outside. He had heard of the Xing gang, recognizing it to be of similar standing to the gang of Gorin. The audacity to cause trouble in Chinatown was truly reckless. "And if I refuse?" Huang Wen asked coolly, casting a sidelong glance at Jin Hao. In a swift motion, Jin Hao drew his handgun and aimed it at Huang Wen, a sinister smile spreading across his face. "Then I shall treat you to some peanuts." Wen Gu, teacher, Shaowen, Huang Wen, with a serene smile and a fleeting glance at the ominous muzzle of the gun, exhibited no trace of fear. Rather, his expression bore a hint of mockery, as if he were certain that Jin Hao would not pull the trigger. In fact, Jin Hao sensed this very implication in Huang Wen's gaze. Jin Hao's countenance darkened as he felt the scrutinizing eyes of his subordinates behind him. He realized that if he failed to deal with Huang Wen today, not only would the protection fees from Chinatown go uncollected, but his own men might also harbor thoughts of rebellion. With a resounding bang, after a moment of hesitation, Jin Hao chose to disengage the safety and pull the trigger. As the gunshot echoed, every heart in Chinatown leapt in trepidation. Simultaneously, Logan leaped from the second floor, poised to intercept the bullet. At that moment, Huang Wen raised two fingers, a faint current swirling around them, and effortlessly pinched the bullet mid-flight. In the realm of martial arts, nothing is impenetrable, only swiftness can prevail. Huang Wen uttered a timeless adage before releasing his grip. With a metallic clink, the bullet fell to the ground, akin to a thud reverberating within the hearts of the onlookers. They were taken aback, indeed. Huang Wen had utilized his extraordinary ability to slow the bullet's velocity for safety's sake. After all, the bullet had been alarmingly close to him. While he could have halted the bullet entirely or even rebounded it, such feats would transcend the realm of martial arts. However, following this remarkable feat of catching a bullet, Huang Wen realized he could now react to ordinary handgun bullets without the aid of slow-motion glasses. Of course, he still needed to wear the Dragon Regeneration Pendant. Without its enhancement, he could not have so effortlessly caught the bullet. Gulping, Jin Hao and his men instinctively swallowed hard, the recent spectacle leaving them utterly astounded. They could hardly fathom that martial prowess could reach such extraordinary heights. How is this even possible? How can martial arts be this powerful? One of Jin Hao's subordinates, who had trained in martial arts, exclaimed in disbelief. What is impossible? Just because you cannot achieve it does not mean Brother Wen cannot. Zhongchang stepped forward. His gaze ignited with fervor as he observed the bullet crushed by Huang Wen. Recently, Zhongchang had been diligently practicing the fundamentals of lightness skill, but witnessing Huang Wen's ability to grasp a bullet reignited his ambition. Step by step, you must learn from Huang Liang. Huang Wen patted Zhongchang on the shoulder, signaling him to step back, and nodded in acknowledgement at the descending Logan. It's just one person. Fire. Everyone fire. I refuse to believe he has so many hands to catch the bullets. Jin Hao snapped back to reality, barking orders at his men. He dismissed any concerns regarding the risks of firing and the subsequent consequences. Just as the members of the Xing gang drew their firearms, their weapons unexpectedly soared into the air. Huang Wen was momentarily taken aback and immediately unleashed his extraordinary abilities to assess the situation. Huang Wen discovered at the far end of the street a metallic box resembling a vehicle from which stepped a figure, none other than Magneto. With a mere wave of his hand, Magneto levitated an array of firearms into the air. Following this display, Logan ascended as well. One could only speculate whether there existed some morbid amusement between Magneto and Logan, for Logan seemed utterly oblivious, suspended in midair. "Release me, you scoundrel." Logan glared in Magneto's direction, his pupils shifting like an eagle's gaze, clearly discerning the presence of Magneto and his associates across the street. What is this? Is this some form of martial prowess? How could he even turn against his own? Jin Hao and the others were unaware of Magneto's arrival, instinctively believing that Huang Wen had become so ruthless as to assault his own. With a swift motion, Huang Wen shook his head and executed a pressure point technique from afar, immobilizing all members of the Star Gang. He then turned to Zhongchang and instructed, "Call Jack and have him escort these individuals away. The rest of you, return home for now. There are matters that require my attention. Rest assured, I shall not bring trouble to Chinatown. Xiao Wen, do take care." Zhongbo nodded, refraining from further inquiries about the situation. After exchanging a knowing glance with Zhongchang, he departed. The surrounding neighbors exchanged glances, retreating to their homes and securing their doors. What manner of sorcery is this? Mystique observed the motionless members of the Star Gang, her eyes glimmering with surprise. Could he be another telepath? Magneto, controlling the metallic vehicle beneath them, furrowed his brow and remarked, "I believe I heard references to martial arts, Chinese martial arts." Jean Grey shook her head, suggesting it must be another type of power. But how could Logan associate with such an individual? Realizing Logan was still suspended aloft, she added, "Please, lower Logan." With a hum, Magneto relented, causing Logan to plummet. At that moment, Huang Wen waved his hand, enveloping Logan in a gust of air that gently lowered him to the ground. Air. Magneto seemed to recognize something, casting a profound glance at Huang Wen. Suddenly, the wail of sirens pierced the air as police cars arrived in Chinatown. Jack was the first to emerge from a vehicle, his eyes widening at the sight of the motionless Star Gang members. However, his expression quickly shifted as he noticed Magneto and the metallic platform beneath him. Jack's pupils constricted in recognition of Magneto's identity. Chapter 70. Confrontation with Magneto. Jack was momentarily at a loss as to whether he should acknowledge Magneto's presence. In his recollection, Magneto had been imprisoned in a plastic prison. How had he suddenly resurfaced? The police? A trap? It seems unlikely. They are armed, which suggests they are courting death, Magneto mused, shaking his head in indifference, a thought flickering through his mind. Teacher, be cautious. Those individuals are not to be trifled with, Jack ultimately decided, rushing to Huang Wen's side and whispering a warning. It's all right. Take these individuals away. I've heard that the New York Police Department has recently intensified its crackdown on gang-related crimes. These should count as your achievements, shouldn't they? Huang Wen shook his head, smiling as he gazed at Jack. Thank you for granting me this opportunity, teacher. Jack glanced at the immobile members of the Star Gang and quietly inquired, how long until they can regain their senses? Approximately 20 minutes, Huang Wen replied. Well then, you need not concern yourself further with this matter. However, I would appreciate it if you could keep their information somewhat confidential. Rest assured, these individuals are mine. They won't speak indiscriminately. With the accomplishments you've bestowed upon me, coupled with my Uncle S and Family S influence, I should be able to ascend significantly. I owe you my gratitude, teacher. Jack looked at Huang Wen with a hint of appreciation. That is your family's merit. It has nothing to do with me. Huang Wen chuckled, shaking his head. He then turned his attention to Magneto, who was effortlessly controlling metal plates and intercepting Logan, who was preparing to charge forward. There's no rush. There are too many people. We can discuss this further inside the martial arts hall, especially since it's due for renovation. Had Huang Wen not restrained Logan, The latter would have stood no chance against Magneto. Although Magneto could not kill Logan, he possessed countless methods to incapacitate someone made entirely of metal. Teacher, I shall take my leave. Soon, Jack, accompanied by his fellow officers, escorted the members of the Star Gang away. Huang Wen exchanged a nod before casting a wary glance at Magneto, who was preparing to depart. Did I permit your departure? Magneto cast a cool glance at Jack. Before this matter concludes, you should remain here quietly. With a resounding hum, as Magneto finished speaking, a powerful force surged toward the police vehicle. Humph! Huang Wen snorted softly, channeling both his physical and spiritual energies to form a mental barrier, effectively countering Magneto's control. Clatter! The weapons that had been levitating under Magneto's influence suddenly plummeted to the ground, as Jack and his colleagues feigned ignorance. Oh! Magneto uttered in surprise, casting a curious glance at Huang Wen, choosing not to escalate the confrontation. Meanwhile, Jean Grey sensed something unusual, scrutinizing Huang Wen in an attempt to detect the aura of a fellow mutant. Mutants are defined by the awakening of their genes, granting them corresponding abilities. Beyond various tests, a powerful telepathic ability can also ascertain whether an individual is a mutant. However, Jean Grey could not perceive such traits emanating from Huang Wen. Unbeknownst to the group of officers, the brief exchange between Huang Wen and Magneto left Jack, who had been keenly observing Magneto, feeling anxious as he saw Magneto raise his hand. Yet, with Huang Wen's cold snort, all the firearms cascaded to the ground. At this moment, Jack began to realize that Huang's seemingly inexpensive mentor, whom he had paid $800 for a year, was even more enigmatic than he had anticipated. The most crucial aspect was that, according to Huang's description within the Wing Chun martial arts hall, all of this could be attained through continuous learning. Jack felt a stir of excitement within him. However, he understood that now was not the time to contemplate such matters. His immediate priority was to deliver the members of the Star Gang, thereby achieving his own success and enabling his family to thrive, thus elevating his standing within the police department. This would afford him more opportunities to engage with Huang, rather than remaining like other ordinary students who could only learn basic techniques. Soon, Jack gathered his fellow officers and prepared to leave. While Magneto showed no intention of obstructing them further, his interest had been piqued by Huang. In Chinatown, discussions were permissible, yet any inclination to resort to violence would require his consent first. Huang cast a casual glance at Magneto before shifting his gaze to Jean Grey and her companions. Upon seeing Jean, a flicker of wariness crossed Huang's eyes. After all, if Magneto was considered a heavyweight among mutants, then Jean Grey was the epitome of their power. Regardless of the version, the force of the Phoenix was unequivocally formidable, and this power was not even in its complete form. Oh, is that so? It has been quite a while since anyone has spoken to me in such a manner. Magneto quirked an eyebrow, narrowing his eyes at Huang with a smirk. Young one, are you from Kunlun? No, I am a disciple of the ancient martial arts of Huaxia, Huang replied, addressing Zhongchang and wrist fist beside him. Go upstairs and summon the guests down. It's astonishing that such a commotion hasn't awakened them. A disciple of ancient martial arts? Magneto paused momentarily, then waved his hand, causing the firearms on the ground to levitate instantly. With a sudden clap, Magneto halted, and Huang shook his head in exasperation. He had struck a nerve with Magneto. Although Magneto's power was formidable, his lack of holistic development was his greatest weakness. No matter how powerful he was, his physical form was merely marginally stronger than that of an ordinary person, without the corresponding acupoint unblocking techniques. Even Magneto would need time to break free from the constraints of the acupoint sealing technique, regaining his corporeal freedom, even if the inner strength of the technique was weaker than Magneto's mutant abilities. What have you done? Mystique glared at Huang, her voice laced with caution. Ha! Logan chuckled with a sense of triumph upon observing Magneto suddenly freeze. Look at you now. You always enjoyed controlling my body and rendering me immobile. Before Logan could finish his sentence, his body began to levitate once more, and the firearms around them clicked off their safeties, with the triggers subtly trembling. Magneto's intent was unmistakable. He demanded that Huang release him, or he would resort to gunfire. Indeed, although Magneto's body was immobilized, his consciousness remained alert, and he could wield his powers without the need for his fingers. Boss, what is going on? Logan inquired, perplexed in midair. Wasn't he supposed to be incapacitated by you? So it is, Huang Wen replied, momentarily taken aback, before smiling and waving his hand dismissively. Suddenly, Magneto collapsed, a faint snore escaping him. Huang Wen had precisely struck Magneto's sleep point, achieving an effect akin to that of a sedative. Meanwhile, firearms clattered to the ground as Huang Wen supported the falling Logan, saying, "If there is anything to discuss, let us do so inside." Chapter 71. The flaw of acupoint striking. It seems that the same method may not necessarily be effective against Charles. As Huang Wen stepped into the Wing Chun dojo, a thought flickered through his mind. After all, even if Charles were asleep, he could likely control his dreams and awaken. My unique abilities are evidently insufficient when compared to someone like Charles. What a pity. I ought to have issued a mission, even without the task of defeating Magneto. Merely rendering him unconscious should yield commendable rewards. What kind of ability allows one to so easily immobilize another, even plunging them into slumber? Mystique, perplexed, assisted Magneto into the dojo, unable to comprehend the existence of such an enigmatic power that could ensnare even a formidable mutant like Magneto. Consider yourself fortunate. Had I struck this old fellow's laughing point, he might have laughed himself into a fit. Logan scoffed, somewhat dissatisfied that Magneto had not been struck in his laughing point. Nevertheless, he recognized that even if that had occurred, Magneto would still retain the ability to utilize his mutant powers freely. Magneto, Professor Jean Grey, Professor Aurora, Iceman Bobby and the mischievous Anna descended the stairs and hurried over to Jean and Aurora, while Fireman John and Bruce Banner showed no inclination to join them. "We are relieved to see that you are all unharmed." Aurora nodded at Bobby and Anna, casting a glance at John and Bruce, who remained with Fisk and Chong, a flicker of doubt crossing her eyes. "We can discuss serious matters now. Shouldn't you first release Eric?" Mystique finally could not contain herself, addressing Huang Wen directly. "Of course." Huang Wen nodded, only to observe Magneto's eyelids fluttering. Then, Magneto opened his eyes, revealing a hint of fatigue. Indeed, even though Magneto may not be adept in energy manipulation, his mutant abilities are a form of divine power, enabling him to resist the internal force that sealed his sleep point. Huang Wen's thoughts stirred, yet his expression remained unchanged. "Good strategy. Now I am convinced you are not one of Kunlun's." Magneto fixed a deep gaze upon Huang Wen. "However, this is a matter concerning our mutant race. Are you certain you wish to involve yourself? Let us see. After all, among you, there are friends of mine. Should they encounter any difficulties, I shall intervene." Huang Wen replied, glancing at Logan beside him. "Thus, since you wish to listen, we shall no longer conceal the truth." Magneto nodded, turning his gaze towards Logan. "Do you remember William Stryker? I encountered him at Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters. He was the one who attempted to capture the students." Logan suddenly realized something and glanced at Huang, saying, "Charles was also taken by him." Magneto nodded solemnly, looking intently at Logan. "Do you recall the cerebral enhancement device underground? William Stryker is preparing to construct a second one, intending to hypnotize Charles through Jason Stryker's abilities and eliminate all mutants in one fell swoop. At that point, Charles, overexerting his powers, will surely not survive. If I manage to don the helmet in time, perhaps I could endure, and your abilities might allow you to survive as well. But whether that consciousness remains truly yours is uncertain. So, do you know where William Stryker is now?" "Alkaline Lake," Logan inquired, glancing at Huang, recalling what he had mentioned. "Where is it?" The eyes of Jean Grey and the others brightened, eager to know. "There appears to be no sign of life on the surface. I haven't detected any human presence." Logan hesitated, but added, "However, I suspect there may be someone underground." "Wait." Jean Grey suddenly recalled something and turned to Nightcrawler. "You were once under William Stryker's control. Your memories should hold his location. I am willing to assist." Nightcrawler responded quickly as all eyes turned to him, though he added, "But I truly can't remember." "That's all right. I can access your memories." Jean placed her hand on Nightcrawler's head, beginning to delve into his recollections. Unable to read minds from a distance, her abilities required contact, highlighting how far she and I were from Charles' telepathic prowess, despite my regeneration abilities. A thought flickered in Huang's mind. By the way, these two blue-skinned individuals seem to share some connection. The movie didn't elaborate on it, and I wonder if there truly is a link. He instinctively glanced at Mystique and Nightcrawler, but felt no semblance of familiarity beyond their skin color. Thus, he remained uncertain whether Mystique was Nightcrawler's mother, especially since her age in the film was considerably less than in the comics. "It is indeed at Alkaline Lake." Jean quickly opened her eyes and nodded at Logan. "You are correct. Beneath Alkaline Lake lies William Stryker's hideout. But Alkaline Lake is so far away. How do we get there? Logan furrowed his brow. What about your aircraft? Are we to travel in that metal box you control? The aircraft was destroyed. Only that metal box remains, Aurora replied, casting a helpless glance at Magneto. Given the condition of the aircraft, even repairs would take considerable time, and we could not afford to linger. My abilities allow me to barely transport one individual, but once we arrive, my powers will be completely drained. The Nightcrawler hesitated as he surveyed the group. If any among you possesses the decisive strength to confront William Stryker, I can bring that person across. His gaze lingered on Jean Grey, Storm, and Magneto, for in his estimation, only these three held the capability to contend with William Stryker. Stryker's methods are diverse and unpredictable. Relying solely on one individual would likely prove insufficient. Magneto cautiously shook his head and spoke solemnly. System, issue a mission. Transport Magneto and others to Alkali Lake. Huang Wen's eyes brightened, and he immediately contacted the system. Generating mission. Transport Magneto and the X-Men to Alkali Lake. Reward, 1 extraordinary skill. Do you accept? Extraordinary skill? With Magneto and Jean Grey present, surely Storm should not be considered extraordinary. Has the difficulty of the task begun to be assessed? Huang Wen scoffed, but ultimately chose to accept the mission. Chapter 72. The shattered perception of power. One person is still too perilous. Even the professor has fallen to his hands. Storm also cautiously shook her head, glancing at Jean Grey beside her. She understood that if Jean unleashed her full potential, she might be able to resolve the situation, yet Jean's abilities were somewhat unstable. Boss, do you have any solutions? Logan approached Huang Wen and whispered. Since you are aware of Alkali Lake, do you know how to get there? I can indeed take you there, but I must first ascertain the circumstances. Huang Wen contemplated briefly, certainly not disclosing his own limitations. How about this? Allow me to scout the area first, and if it proves safe, I will then escort you. A flicker of hesitation crossed Nightcrawler's eyes as he regarded Charles and Jean Grey. Jean and Storm instinctively frowned. Their trust in this unfamiliar individual was tenuous, especially given Huang Wen's ambiguous identity and origins. They were uncertain whether he was friend or foe. Then we shall rely on you, sir, Magneto decisively declared, uninterested in Huang Wen's motives as long as he could expedite their confrontation with William Stryker. Very well. Nightcrawler inhaled deeply, his eyes shimmering with a ghostly light, as if recalling past experiences. In the original narrative, Nightcrawler claimed he could only teleport to locations within his line of sight, although, spurred on by Storm's encouragement, he had previously succeeded in teleporting beyond visible barriers. That had been an exception. Now, it seemed his abilities had been enhanced. Or perhaps the Nightcrawler of the original tale was simply too weak. Nightcrawler quickly approached Huang Wen, placing a hand on his shoulder, and in an instant, both figures transformed into a wisp of mist, vanishing from their original location. Goodness! Zhong Chang instinctively uttered a curse, and as he noticed the collective gaze of those around him fixated upon him, he awkwardly closed his mouth. Aren't you surprised? Ultimately, Zhong Chang could not restrain himself any longer and turned to Riss Fisk, inquiring. One becomes accustomed to it. We are all endowed with abilities. What difference does it make? Riss Fisk replied with a smile, shaking his head. After all, isn't the teacher also an ability user? How can that be the same? Brother Wen honed his skills through his own efforts. Zhong Chang retorted with a hint of defiance. Honed through one's own efforts? For a moment, the eyes of Magneto, Jean Grey, and Aurora flickered. Although Huang Wen had previously claimed to be the heir of ancient martial arts from Huaxia, Magneto and the others had not readily accepted this assertion. However, their skepticism began to waver. At Alkali Lake, two figures suddenly appeared, Nightcrawler and Huang Wen. Yet, Huang Wen felt no discomfort. However, Nightcrawler's pallid complexion had turned even more ashen, and he nearly collapsed. Be careful. Huang Wen supported Nightcrawler and surveyed the surroundings. Is this Alkali Lake? Thank you. Indeed, this is Alkali Lake. Jean Grey just accessed my memories here. I can faintly sense the memories she just retrieved, Nightcrawler said wearily, nodding slightly. But how shall we return? I will need some time to recuperate. You can faintly sense the memories Jean Grey just accessed? Huang Wen glanced at Nightcrawler in surprise, realizing that Nightcrawler might possess untapped psychic potential. No worries. I will take you back shortly. Huang Wen quickly regained his composure, smiling as he shook his head and unleashed his perception to investigate the underground situation. Meanwhile, below ground, Charles was being deceived by Jason Stryker's illusions, while he himself sat before the brainwave amplification device. Notably, both Charles and Jason were seated in wheelchairs. Within the illusion, Charles found himself at Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters, having brought Jason Stryker to the secret chamber of the brainwave amplifier, under the pretense that Jason sought to locate lost mutant kin. However, in reality, if Charles utilized the brainwave amplifier alongside his abilities, he could eliminate 99% of mutants. It seems we have an uninvited guest at our academy. Suddenly, Charles halted and raised his head to gaze outside. Strange, he is not one of our kind, yet he possesses abilities akin to mine. Who is he? Not one of our kind. Then let us expel him at once. Jason Stryker's expression shifted slightly, hastily urging, we cannot allow him to jeopardize our grand plans. Indeed, the search for their kin must proceed undisturbed. At this moment, Charles, ensnared in the illusion of Jason Strick, instinctively believed that every word spoken by Jason was the truth. He nodded, and a formidable mental force surged towards the perceiver, who was none other than Huang Wen, endeavoring to discern the situation below. Huang Wen's complexion paled. He felt as if his head had been pierced, and then his perception was instantly shattered, returning to his own body. However, his complexion and divine powers soon recovered, thanks to the regenerative prowess of the dragon rebirth technique. How potent! A thought flashed through Huang Wen's mind. That overwhelming mental force had nearly obliterated his perception, showcasing that even with the enhancement of the dragon rebirth technique, his extraordinary abilities still fell significantly short of Charles's. Nonetheless, after activating the indestructible diamond technique, even if I cannot contend with Charles on equal footing, I will no longer be as vulnerable as before. What is wrong? The Nightwalker weakly turned to Huang Wen, a hint of confusion in his voice. Nothing. Let us return, Huang Wen replied, shaking his head as he dismissed any extraneous thoughts. Utilizing the dream butterfly escape, Huang Wen and the Nightwalker transformed into specks of light, vanishing instantaneously from their original location. How is it? Has the uninvited guest departed? Jason Strick inquired with concern, casting a glance at Charles. He has been driven away, but he appears somewhat peculiar. Charles responded instinctively, a flicker of doubt crossing his eyes. Do not dwell on him. We must hasten to locate our compatriots, Jason Strick urged, stepping forward and speaking softly, emphasizing the urgency of their mission. Agreed, Charles nodded, propelling his wheelchair towards the secret chamber. With a swish, Huang Wen and the Nightwalker returned to the Wing Chun Dojo. A glimmer of confusion crossed the Nightwalker's eyes. Seemingly perplexed by how Huang Wen accomplished this feat, the attention of Magneto and the others sharpened, as they realized that Huang Wen and the Nightwalker had not utilized the Nightwalker's teleportation technique upon their sudden return to the dojo. Boss, what kind of ability is this? Logan, too, recognized something amiss, regarding Huang Wen with some hesitation. He seemed bewildered by when Huang Wen had acquired such teleportation skills, questioning whether this could truly be classified as martial arts. This is a secret technique of Taoist mysticism from China. Huang Wen offered a brief explanation before turning his gaze to Magneto and the others. We can set out now. The bald-headed individuals in the two wheelchairs are nearing the neural enhancement machine. Taoist secret technique. Zhong Chang's eyes brightened suddenly. He could not help but murmur to himself, Brother Wen, this is astonishing. Has he truly begun to transition from martial arts to the path of cultivation? Yet, this does not seem entirely like cultivation. Overall, it still falls under martial arts, albeit a more mystical form. However, it pales in comparison to those grand feats of cultivation that can move mountains and fill seas. What? So soon? Let us hasten our departure. Upon hearing Huang Wen's description, Magneto's pupils constricted sharply. He was acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. He promptly nodded, signaling everyone to act swiftly. Stay here for now. Banner and John, are you coming? Huang Wen inquired, glancing at Nightcrawler before turning his attention to Bruce Banner and Fireman John. Can I opt out? Bruce Banner scratched his head, instinctively wishing to decline. I can help you keep an eye on the dojo's instructor. Huang Wen's lips twitched slightly. If something were to happen to the dojo, it would be more like you were aiding in its dismantling, wouldn't it? I wish to go and demonstrate my abilities to the instructor. Fireman John was an expressive individual. Although he and Bruce Banner both trained under Huang Wen, John sensed that Huang Wen seemed to pay more attention to Banner. Upon learning that the formidable Magneto had been defeated by Huang Wen, John, at least, perceived it as a loss for Magneto. Consequently, his admiration for Huang Wen deepened. and he yearned to showcase his talents and absorb more knowledge from him, even though Huang Wen had yet to commence his teachings. Very well, Banner, you shall remain behind. Remember not to act recklessly. John, you shall accompany us. Huang Wen finally nodded, directing his gaze towards Zhong Chang and Reese Fisk. Have you informed the students? From today onward, only apprentice-level students are to train. All training will cease in 5 days. I have already notified them. Reese Fisk confirmed with a nod. Master, please take care. Indeed, Brother One, do exercise caution. Zhong Chang snapped back to reality, hastily echoing his concern. Rest assured. Huang Wen chuckled, waving his hand as the group transformed into specks of light and vanished, leaving behind Nightcrawler, Bruce Banner, Zhong Chang, and Reese Fisk. How did he accomplish that? A flicker of confusion crossed Nightcrawler's eyes. It was his first encounter with someone capable of teleportation, seemingly without limitations. Chinese culture is vast and profound. Many aspects have faded from public view, yet that does not imply their non-existence. Zhong Chang's expression brightened with excitement. I knew it. Brother Wen's ancestral martial arts are indeed extraordinary. At this juncture, Zhong Chang felt a twinge of regret, reflecting, alas. It is a pity Brother Wen began practicing these arts too late. Otherwise, Uncle Hong would not have met with misfortune. If only Uncle Hong possessed Brother Wen's talent and had trained in these arts. Suddenly, Zhong Chang's eyes sparkled with realization. He cautiously positioned himself at the staircase's entrance, contemplating that since Huang Hong had not mastered these martial skills, but Huang Wen had, it was evident that there must be some secret manuals at Huang Wen's home, and he could not permit anyone to ascend the stairs freely. Buzz. At Alkaline Lake, Huang Wen, accompanied by Logan, Magneto, and others, materialized there, effortlessly teleporting them without needing to touch them. This indicated that, when necessary, Huang Wen could even transport adversaries to desolate regions and leave them there. As long as the foes lacked spatial abilities, Huang Wen would have no cause for concern regarding their swift return. His teleportation prowess surpassed that of Nightcrawler. Magneto's gaze sharpened as he fixed his eyes on Huang Wen, his attention lingering momentarily on Huang Wen's chest. There, he sensed an unfamiliar metallic presence, imbued with an almost mystical power. Where is it? Logan inquired, directing his gaze toward Huang Wen. I recall certain passages, but gaining entry is not so simple. Jean Grey hesitantly remarked, having gleaned information from Nightcrawler's memories. Now that we have arrived here, I presume Mr. Magneto must have an appropriate strategy in place, Huang Wen said, turning his attention to Magneto. In the original narrative, Magneto and his companions infiltrated the underground base disguised as Logan, transformed by Mystique. Huang Wen was eager to discern any anomalies in Mystique's transformations and held a keen interest in such shape-shifting abilities. The disguise techniques in martial arts novels surely paled in comparison to Mystique's transformations, yet perhaps the techniques from Qin's Moon could hold their own. Why concern ourselves with how to enter? Below lies a fortress of steel. Can it truly impede me? Magneto seemed disinclined to employ Mystique for infiltration as in the original story, possibly feeling provoked by Huang Wen's presence and resolved to demonstrate his own prowess. A low hum reverberated through the underground, and Huang Wen observed with mild intrigue. His presence was, of course, to ensure absolute safety, particularly as Magneto had been poised to exploit William Stryker's plans. If humanity were to vanish entirely, mutants would no longer require a peaceful leader like Charles, who, despite his significant standing in Magneto's heart, could easily become a sacrificial pawn in the grand scheme of the mutant race. Indeed, Magneto's scheme aimed to manipulate Jason Stryker's hypnosis, enabling Charles to obliterate all of humanity with the brainwave amplification device. Even with the myriad of abilities on Earth, the number of survivors post-amplification would likely be scant. Task: accompany Magneto and the X-Men to Alkali Lake. Reward: one extraordinary skill lottery draw. Huang Wen observed Magneto exerting considerable effort to carve a passageway through the base below, finding amusement in the situation as he initiated the lottery. A brilliant flash of white light, emblematic of extraordinary power, momentarily dimmed his expectations. Ding! Congratulations. You have acquired the extraordinary skill, Ice and Fire Palm. Originating from the film The Legendary Twins, this supreme martial art represents the pinnacle of Jiang Yulong's mastery, allowing for absolute control over the ice and fire he wields after system optimization. Ice and Fire Palm. Consider yourself fortunate, Huang Wen muttered, casting a sidelong glance at Human Torch John. Chapter 74. Huang Wen's objective. Teacher, is there something you require? Human Torch John asked, noticing Huang Wen's gaze and quickly moving to his side with a smile. Humph. Beside him, the Iceman Bobby regarded the Fireman John with a profound disdain. In his eyes, regardless of Huang Wen's prowess, he was not a mutant and could not aid mutants in their quest for strength. The actions of Fireman John were, without a doubt, a discredit to the mutant community. You shall no longer need to carry that lighter, Huang Wen remarked with a smile, directing his thoughts to John, who had been gripping the lighter tightly. Unlike Bobby's ability to conjure ice at will, John was unique among fire wielders. He was the only one who could not generate flames through his own powers, but instead relied on external sources for control. Moreover, if he were to encounter another fire manipulator, it was likely that John would be unable to dominate their flames, as his lighter's fire would inevitably pale in comparison. Take, for instance, the case of the fiery pyro, whose natural flames could reach temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees, potentially even achieving the intensity of a supernova explosion. More importantly, pyro could fly. However, once Huang Wen began imparting the techniques of the ice and fire palm to Fireman John, he would no longer need to carry a lighter. Not only would his fire abilities be enhanced, but he would also acquire newfound ice powers, rendering the title of Fireman somewhat inaccurate. Is that true? Fireman John exclaimed with surprise, only to notice the curious gazes of those around him, their expressions filled with confusion, as if they could not comprehend why he had suddenly cried out. The words I spoke were meant for you alone, Huang Wen reassured him. Now let us descend. Go assist them in rescuing those mutant children. Consider it a way to repay the kindness you received at Xavier's Academy for gifted youngsters. Huang Wen chuckled, shaking his head gently as he conveyed his thoughts to Fireman John once more. I understand. Thank you, Master. John responded earnestly, believing this to be a test from Huang Wen. He nodded vigorously, pledging, I will fulfill your instructions. With a crack, the ground beneath them parted as a metallic conduit opened. Magneto, with a hint of arrogance in his demeanor, cast a glance at Huang Wen before donning his helmet of mental prowess and stepping into the underground passage, followed swiftly by Mystique and the others from the X-Men. What did you tell him? Logan inquired, walking alongside Huang Wen and Fireman John at the rear. He leaned closer to Huang Wen, lowering his voice. Nothing significant. Just a martial art suitable for him, Huang Wen replied with a smile, shaking his head. He will no longer need to carry that lighter everywhere. Such a martial art exists? Logan's eyes lit up, fixating on Huang Wen. Is there one that suits me as well? Preferably something that enhances mental acuity? Indeed. There is a martial art that would be fitting for you, one that also strengthens mental fortitude. Huang Wen thought of the indestructible diamond technique, a form that could not be shaken by external forces. Moreover, endowed with invulnerability, immunity to toxins, fearlessness towards water and fire, and the unbreakable nature akin to that of adamantium. These attributes render Logan remarkably suited to the moniker of Wolverine. Of course, the immunity to toxins holds little significance for Logan, and his resilience may not surpass that of his adamantium claws. However, it would grant him the true capacity of a tank, ensuring he would no longer be hurled aside by colossal adversaries such as the Hulk. Nonetheless, a substantial issue persists. Logan lacks internal energy and must commence his training from scratch. Is that truly the case? Logan's eyes brimmed with intensity, and Huang Wen felt as though a beast was fixated upon him. I wouldn't deceive you. Perhaps shortly, you shall witness this martial prowess. Huang Wen remarked with a pointed glance towards Magneto. At that moment, countless soldiers surged forth. With a swift motion, Magneto raised his hand, and the grenades at the soldiers' waists were instantaneously disarmed, detonating before they could even reach the crowd. Quick, intercept them. William Stryker, stationed outside the brainwave enhancer, immediately issued the command, forbidding anyone from approaching. Any who dare to come near shall be met with lethal force, including myself. Stryker understood Mystique's capabilities. However, he also realized that if he did not retreat now, he would truly be trapped. He could not fathom why Magneto and the others had appeared here so silently, despite his meticulous surveillance of the surrounding radar signals. Your comrades, and those children, await your rescue, Magneto said to Jean Grey and the others with a smile. Over there. Do you hear their calls? Jean Grey hesitated, casting a doubtful glance at Magneto. Clearly, she was not entirely convinced of his intentions. Rest assured, my acquaintance with Charles predates yours by a considerable margin. I will ensure his safety, Magneto replied with an air of nonchalance, dismissing Jean's skepticism. Yet, His peripheral gaze fell upon Huang Wen. He harbored a degree of wariness towards this so-called heir of ancient Chinese martial arts. In Magneto's estimation, while he possessed the strength to vanquish Huang Wen effortlessly, Huang's ability to induce slumber could just as swiftly lead to his demise, compelling Magneto to exercise caution. At that moment, Huang Wen paid no heed to Magneto, as the latter would require time to ascertain Charles's location. Instead, Huang set his sights on the adamantium. Though he encountered the drawback of lacking storage space, it appears I cannot contain it. Very well, let us proceed to rescue the children. Jean Grey and the others nodded in agreement, heading towards the source of the cries. I shall join. Human Torch Johnny exclaimed, rushing towards Huang Wen upon catching his glance. Why do you follow? Have you not pledged yourself to that ordinary man as your master? Iceman Bobby retorted, displeased. This is a matter for us mutants. It no longer concerns you. Assisting is my prerogative, and it is no concern of yours. John, the fireman, cast a disdainful glance at Bobby, the Iceman. To John, as long as he could conjure flames at will, Bobby was of little consequence. And you, Mr. Huang? Magneto inquired, observing Huang with an amused expression. What are your intentions in following us? Naturally, I intend to assist Wolverine in reclaiming his memories and, in the process, avenge him, Huang replied, patting Logan on the shoulder. Let us proceed, Wolverine. This is the place of your first metamorphosis, a site steeped in your suffering. Here, you should be able to unearth fragments of your past. Fragments of memory? Revenge? Logan surveyed the surroundings, a blend of the strange and the familiar, and instinctively moved forward. Huang hastily followed suit. It is a pity about that death girl, possessing powers akin to Logan's, now submerged in adamantium liquid. Chapter 75. A near catastrophe. The enigmatic Magneto observed Huang and Logan's departing figures, letting out a soft snort. As long as you do not obstruct our greater mission as mutants, all will be well. He signaled Mystique, and together they departed to locate the brainwave amplifier. Meanwhile, the students of Xavier's Academy rushed to rescue mutants captured by William Stryker, only to encounter Cyclops, who was under Jason Stryker's control. You all go ahead and save the children. He is my responsibility. Jean Grey, sensing something amiss with Cyclops, stepped forward to confront him, while the remaining members, including Aurora, continued towards the cries for help from the mutants. With a flick of his glasses, Cyclops unleashed a powerful shockwave from his eyes, aimed directly at Jean, seemingly oblivious to the fact that she was his girlfriend. Scott, stop, Jean implored, using her telekinetic abilities to shield herself from the oncoming wave, gritting her teeth in determination. However, Cyclops showed no signs of halting. Instead, he intensified his beam, overwhelming Jean completely. A faint bird call echoed around Jean, as flames flickered within her eyes, embodying the essence of Phoenix power. In an instant, the shockwave erupted, sending both Cyclops and Jean hurtling away. Though neither were physically enhanced mutants, their mutant physiology was still significantly superior to that of an ordinary human, and they sustained only minor injuries from the explosion's aftermath. Otherwise, how could an elderly figure like Magneto endure such intense combat? The walls surrounding them shook violently, showing signs of potential collapse. Most critically, this base was located beneath the Alkali Lake Dam. This impact could jeopardize the entire structure. I apologize, it seems I lost control for a moment, Cyclops admitted, regaining his senses after being thrown back. He gently embraced Jean, savoring the reunion that was theirs alone. Oh, so soon? On the other side, Huang Wen, following closely behind Logan, sensed a disturbance and raised an eyebrow in surprise. However, possessing the ability of dream butterflies escape, he was unperturbed by the mere thought of a dam collapsing. Logan instinctively advanced, memories from the past flashing before his eyes, evoking a sense of discomfort within him. It was a familiar blend of anger and hatred that surged forth with each battle, a sentiment he had always attributed to his powers. Yet, it now seemed that perhaps his past experiences played a significant role as well. Logan and Huang Wen arrived at a laboratory housing a massive tank filled with a silvery liquid, which was none other than liquid adamantium. What is this? Logan exclaimed, noticing claw marks nearby that mirrored his own. As he touched the marks, vivid memories flooded back, recalling the moment he had struggled out of the immense tank. Having just acquired adamantium, instinctively drawn to the liquid adamantium, Logan fell into silence. This is adamantium, capable of being molded into any shape only under extreme heat. Yet once formed, it becomes indestructible, a soft voice echoed. It was William Stryker, accompanied by the deadly Lady Deathstrike. "It's you. Who are you really?" "And who am I?" Logan demanded, staring intently at William Stryker, akin to a lost soul yearning for the truth. "Wolverine, I once thought you to be the most extraordinary of them all, but I have come to realize that you are not. Is this your companion? What a pity. Both of you shall perish here today," William Stryker scoffed, casting a glance at Huang Wen before instructing Lady Deathstrike. "Eliminate them." "Understood," Lady Deathstrike replied, positioning herself between Logan and Huang Wen, allowing Stryker to escape. Her nails elongated instantly, transforming into 10 sharp adamantium claws. "Uncle Wolf, didn't you want to know what martial arts I was going to teach you? Allow me to demonstrate." Huang Wen turned to Logan with a smile, a powerful force coursing through his body, illuminating him with a golden sheen. "What is this? Steel might?" "No, golden might." Logan blinked, muttering in disbelief. "How come you resemble a mutant even more than I do?" "This is the indestructible Vajra technique," Huang Wen replied with a light smile, directing his gaze at Lady Deathstrike. "Come, little kitty, let me see if your claws are as sharp as Uncle Wolf's." In an instant, Lady Deathstrike lunged towards Huang Wen, her lethal claws aimed at him. A chilling sound echoed, akin to nails scraping against a chalkboard, yet Huang Wen's expression shifted slightly as he sensed the regeneration dragon technique mending his minor injuries. In other words, although the indestructible skill remains unbroken, it fails to gain any advantage against adamantium, as it slightly falls short in hardness, resulting in surface damage. "It seems that my vitality is still too low." A thought flashed through Huang Wen's mind. "I currently possess the regenerative dragon chapter, which barely elevates my vitality to the legendary realm. If I were to enhance my strength further, adamantium would not easily pierce through my indestructible skill." With a resounding thud, Huang Wen snapped back to reality, delivering a powerful kick that sent the deathly Lady Lilith crashing into the wall, embedding her within it. "Logan, take note. The indestructible skill transcends mere durability." Huang Wen turned to Logan, a smile gracing his lips, and with a flourish of his hand, extracted Lilith from the wall. "What is this? Magneto's power?" Logan gazed at Huang Wen in disbelief, questioning whether this constituted martial arts. "But she is dead. Why would you pull her out?" "She is your female counterpart. She is not so easily defeated." Huang Wen chuckled, shaking his head while gesturing toward Lilith's rapidly healing wounds. "Her regenerative ability and adamantium are akin to your own. Oh, and once the indestructible skill is activated, you need not fear Magneto's control anymore. I must learn this." Logan eagerly nodded, fixating his gaze on Huang Wen. "Not so fast. First, pursue your nemesis. If you cannot extract answers from him, I can provide some." Huang Wen replied with a smile, indicating the direction William Stryker had fled. "Understood." Logan inhaled deeply, sensing the path of William Stryker as he dashed off. "That was close. I nearly faced disaster. Truly, adamantium is formidable. If her power had been slightly greater, I might have faced a real setback." Huang Wen murmured as he retracted the indestructible skill. "However, with the regenerative dragon chapter, I need not fear failure." Chapter 76. Another bald head arrives, let me go. Deathly Lady Lilith screamed frantically at Huang Wen. Yet, similar to how Logan was immobilized by Magneto, even after Huang Wen withdrew the indestructible skill, his extraordinary ability to manipulate objects under the influence of the regenerative dragon chapter still firmly restrained Lilith. Indeed, Logan was right. "It would have been wiser to delay your release," Huang Wen chuckled, nodding in agreement before waving his hand, once again sending Lilith crashing into the wall. "This is quite troublesome. Such fine material cannot simply be discarded here," Huang Wen mused, glancing at the liquid adamantium. "If only I had a storage device. My system space is limited to items drawn by the system, which poses significant restrictions. Moreover, if this adamantium cools, it will cease to be usable. I must maintain it in its liquid state, which necessitates sustaining such high temperatures." Huang Wen's right hand ignited in flames, which soon transformed into fire element internal energy, before being directed into the container of liquid adamantium. In the next moment, Huang Wen and the container filled with adamantium liquid transformed into a shimmering light and vanished from their location, reappearing within the confines of the Wing Chun Dojo. "Oh, I recall that the space beneath the bed is vacant, which is quite suitable for storing it there." With a mere thought, Huang Wen did not intend to physically move the mattress. Instead, he utilized his ability of object transmutation, a refined skill once possessed by the gambling master, a Sheng. to directly exchange the adamantium liquid and its container to the space beneath the bed. Now, next in line is the Death Girl. It is fortuitous that after my departure, she can assist in safeguarding Chinatown and the others. Huang Wen nodded in satisfaction, transforming into a flicker of light and vanishing once more, returning to the base at Alkali Lake. As the Death Girl, Yuriko, had just freed herself from the wall, she was startled to see Huang Wen suddenly reappear. Her pupils constricted as she extended her sharp claws, eyeing Huang Wen with caution. "Relax," Huang Wen said, offering a warm smile as he gazed into Yuriko's eyes, performing a hypnotic illusion. Soon, her expression grew somewhat dazed and then blank. Huang Wen did not delve too deeply into hypnosis. He first lifted the control that William Stryker had over Yuriko, then restored her original memories, finally adding a clause of absolute loyalty towards him. While Huang Wen was engaged in hypnotizing Yuriko, Logan had already caught up with William Stryker, who was preparing to escape in a helicopter. Logan's adamantium claws pierced through Stryker's abdomen, forcefully pinning him against the aircraft. "Speak. Who am I really? What have I endured? Is this transformation of mine you're doing?" Logan roared at Stryker in fury. "You were always a beast. How could I be the one to transform you?" Stryker seemed resigned to his fate, showing no intention of struggling, even as he continued to lead Logan towards the abyss. "This is your nature. Unleash it without restraint." With a swift motion, Logan's claws tore through Stryker's body, cleaving him in two. "As you wish." Logan cast a cold glance at the lifeless Stryker and turned to leave. At that moment, confusion clouded his eyes. He resolved to seek the truth from Huang Wen. Just then, a surge of soul-wrenching pain halted Logan in his tracks, causing him to clutch his head in agony. Moreover, it was not only Logan. Throughout Alkali Lake, every mutant except for Magneto, who wore a helmet, began to suffer similarly, grasping their heads in torment. The cause of this distress was Charles, who had donned a brainwave amplifier, preparing to eradicate every mutant in the world. Fortunately, I acted swiftly. Otherwise, the hypnosis might have been interrupted, Huang Wen mused as he observed Yuriko, who was kneeling and clutching her head in pain. He then issued a command. "Remain here and do not wander off. I shall return shortly." "Yes, boss," she replied. In her final moments, the dying Yubiko endured the agony and managed to utter a few words. Meanwhile, Huang Wen's figure flickered, moving with a grace akin to footsteps upon undisturbed snow, transforming into a fleeting shadow that vanished from sight. It was then that Magneto's nefarious plot began to unfold. Thunderous sounds erupted. Outside the cerebral wave enhancement device, Magneto, donning his helmet, forcibly halted the machine using his mastery over metals. A hint of triumph played at the corners of his mouth as he opened the control room door. Casting a glance at Jason Stryker, who appeared reluctant yet determined to regain control, he nodded towards his helmet, signaling that its presence rendered him immune to psychic abilities. Trailing behind Magneto, Mystique morphed into the guise of William Stryker, approaching Jason as if to speak. Suddenly, with a resounding clap, Mystique found herself immobilized. Is it you?" Magneto's expression shifted as he turned to the unexpectedly materialized Huang Wen, his demeanor growing frosty. "What? Do you intend to meddle in our affairs as mutants? Old man, you can't honestly believe that your little schemes are known only to the two of you." Huang Wen replied with a calm smile, shaking his head. "What? Do you no longer regard me as human? Your plan is to obliterate all humanity with Charles this time, is it not?" "You." Magneto's pupils constricted sharply. His gaze filled with suspicion as he scrutinized Huang Wen, bewildered by the revelation of his intentions. As Huang Wen prepared to elaborate further, an unsettling sense of foreboding washed over him, prompting him to survey his surroundings with narrowed brows. Magneto's expression also turned serious, while Jason Stryker's countenance shifted dramatically, and a flicker of clarity illuminated Charles's eyes, awakening him from his stupor. "Forgive me for the interruption, Master," Charles remarked apologetically, a slight smile gracing his lips. "Under normal circumstances, I would refrain from intervening in such matters, as they pertain to internal affairs of the planet, rather than an extraterrestrial or interdimensional catastrophe." A bald figure clad in a yellow robe, adorned with a pendant, materialized, augmenting the number of bald heads present. "However, I perceived a 10% probability that Eric would succeed. Among all of humanity, 99% would perish under your mental onslaught, including the vast majority of our members from Kamar-Taj. At that juncture, the protective force of Kamar-Taj would be drastically diminished, and other dimensions would seize the opportunity to invade, ultimately rendering the entire planet devoid of vitality. Thus, I have arrived. Chapter 77. The Clash of the Two Giants Among Mutants with a Resonant Hum. As soon as the words of Ancient One fell, Magneto acted decisively, unleashing a formidable magnetic force directed at the pendant suspended before Ancient One's chest, intent on seizing it. Yet, though the pendant had taken flight, it remained tethered to Ancient One, as if an imperceptible barrier separated Magneto from the pendant, rendering even his formidable abilities powerless against this unseen force. If you were to live for another century, I might not stand a chance against you. Yet, at this moment, you are still too youthful, spoke Ancient One with a faint smile, gazing at Magneto. However, you mutants are indeed blessed. For a mere awakening can surpass the arduous efforts of many. That child outside possesses a power that even I find daunting. Were it not for the previous measures taken by Charles, the entirety of matter and spirit on this planet might have been obliterated by her. What are you saying? Magneto, unaware of the Phoenix Force within Jean Grey, looked at Ancient One with puzzled eyes. And you, child, your life is replete with uncertainties, and you bring forth many variables. Ancient One did not intend to explain to Magneto but turned her gaze towards Huang Wen, her eyes shimmering as she spoke. I have witnessed countless timelines. Some end with your demise and the tragedy caused by your father, others with you avenging yourself only to be captured, and some with your vengeance failing, plunging you into darkness. Yet, at this moment, you appear to be the luckiest among all timelines. Although I am unaware of the source of your power, I do not sense the breath of other dimensions. After listening to Ancient One, Huang Wen instinctively paused, realizing that she referred to the original him, which implied that she had not recognized him as a being from another world. However, this was to be expected, for as Ancient One had stated, she was not omniscient. Even with the Time Stone, she could merely glimpse at a multitude of possibilities. Are you here to stop him? Huang Wen questioned, pointing at Magneto. Then why do you not take action against him? I have already intervened. Ancient One replied with a gentle shake of her head. Charles has awakened. Everything will not continue as before, will it? Please, Master Ancient One, assist in settling this child. Charles sighed softly, glancing at Jason Stryker. Ancient One regarded Jason Stryker with a shake of her head. The surrounding space shattered like a mirror, and everyone returned to the realm of reality, having just traversed the mirrored space arranged by Ancient One. No, Charles, I cannot settle him. His fate has concluded once more. Not a single timeline exists where he has survived. He is no longer himself. He is merely a puppet, and you should be well aware of this. Very well. The matters that follow are no longer my concern. However, remember to depart swiftly. While there are certainly those who can bring her to an end, I do not wish to return again, for I cannot linger away from the sanctum for too long. With that, as Ancient One's words faded, a spark appeared beside her, transforming into a luminous portal. After Ancient One stepped into it, the portal gradually vanished. Each approach has its merits and drawbacks, particularly the Dream Butterfly's evasion technique, which does not necessitate a preparatory incantation. Just moments ago, within the mirrored realm, I sensed my ability to depart. A thought flickered through Huang Wen's mind, and at that instant, he felt a sudden pull at his chest, right where the dragon's rebirth mark resided. Magneto. Huang Wen's gaze sharpened, and he let out a cold snort, immediately activating the indestructible divine art. The force of attraction vanished in an instant. Even with Magneto's formidable powers, he could not disrupt Huang Wen before the indestructible divine art had been breached. What is this? Both Magneto and Charles narrowed their eyes, instinctively drawing parallels to Colossus's abilities, much like Logan had. However, they quickly dismissed this notion. Charles sensed no mutant aura emanating from Huang Wen, while Magneto realized he could not manipulate Huang Wen in the same manner as he did Colossus. I have yet to seek trouble with you, yet you initiate an attack against me. Huang Wen regarded Magneto with a derisive smile. Such a sneak attack would not be easily resolved. Humph. Magneto scoffed, gesturing with his hand as all surrounding metals hurtled toward Huang Wen, inadvertently sending Jason Stryker's wheelchair flying as well. Jason Stryker plummeted to the ground, crushed beneath several pieces of metal. Bang! Bang! However, Huang Wen was not as easily subdued as Jason Stryker. With a gentle flick of his fist, he sent the incoming metal projectiles hurtling away. The moment these metallic objects collided with Huang Wen's form, they deformed, proving utterly inferior to adamantium. As Magneto prepared to launch another assault with metal, Huang Wen struck again, utilizing his technique to target Magneto's pressure points from a distance. With a clang, a thick barrier of metal plates shielded Magneto, nearly being pierced but ultimately thwarting the strike. I had anticipated this maneuver. A smirk crept across Magneto's lips. Having previously fallen victim to Huang Wen's attack, he was well aware of the stakes and had taken precautions. Is that so? A mocking grin appeared on Huang Wen's face as his hand transformed into a blur, executing successive strikes aimed at Magneto's vital points. Oomph. How could I possibly fall for the same trick again? Although Magneto spoke with derision, he cautiously enveloped himself within a spherical shield to avoid being caught off guard by Huang Wen's alternative tactics. As the force of Huang Wen's strikes approached the sphere, it suddenly vanished, revealing Magneto within. In the next moment, Magneto collapsed to the ground, unconscious and convulsing uncontrollably. Object exchange, an advanced version of the card swap technique. It allowed for sudden, unforeseen assaults by replacing the sphere surrounding Magneto. Eric. Charles's gaze sharpened, and a powerful mental force surged forth, directly targeting Huang Wen's mind. He sought to control Huang Wen and uncover the circumstances surrounding Magneto. Humph. Huang Wen scoffed, channeling all his strength into divine power to counter Charles's mental intrusion. Charles, boss, what are you doing? At that moment, Logan rushed over. He saw Huang Wen, who had activated his indestructible technique, standing firm and hurried towards him. The members of the X-Men also arrived, instinctively casting hostile glances at Huang Wen. Chapter 78. Breaking Preconceived Notions. Charles, what are you doing? Stop this at once, Logan exclaimed, his tone laced with irritation, even extending his claws. He had not forgotten that without Huang Wen, they would never have reached Alkali Lake. Charles's actions were nothing short of a betrayal. This sentiment was echoed not only by Logan but also by John, the Human Torch, Huang Wen's newly appointed disciple. He stepped forward, glaring at the X-Men who seemed ready to attack, and positioned himself protectively in front of Huang Wen. Have you forgotten who brought you here to rescue our kin? John coldly addressed Jean Grey and the others. My mentor could have remained uninvolved. Yet now he has aided you, and you wish to turn against him? Upon hearing John's words, the mischievous Anna exhibited a look of shame, while Bobby, the Iceman, felt disgruntled, perceiving John's actions as treachery, betraying both the Academy and mutants. Cyclops' expression also shifted as he realized that John was indeed betraying Xavier's school for gifted youngsters. Raising a hand to adjust his visor. I'm fine, Logan. John. At that moment, Huang Wen slowly shook his head, casting a dismissive glance at Cyclops. Charles's mental prowess was undeniably formidable, yet he had not managed to breach the indestructible technique. The unified essence of Huang Wen remained untouched by Charles's control. Youth, relinquish your tactics and release Eric. Charles's mental force did not recede. Instead, it continued to seek a way into Huang Wen's consciousness. However, the indestructible technique, being holistic and impenetrable, left Charles at a loss for a solution. You want me to release him without mentioning your sneak attack on me? Huang Wen raised an eyebrow, a hint of mockery gracing his lips. To be candid, Huang Wen had harbored some fondness for the camaraderie between Charles and Magneto. After all, the two engaged in a love-hate relationship, each leading the pro-peace and pro-war factions, striving for the advancement of mutant rights in their own ways. They were, in essence, warriors fighting for their respective races. However, Huang Wen overlooked a crucial aspect. Just as many humans rejected mutants, those mutants, having faced exclusion from humanity throughout their lives, often harbored deep-seated animosity towards humans. Even Charles, who was nearly a paragon of compassion among the pro-peace faction, was not exempt from this sentiment. And Huang Wen was fundamentally human. Magneto's aggression towards Huang Wen stems from the latter's disruption of his meticulously crafted plans. Magneto, unable to locate the elusive Ancient One, finds himself thwarted by Huang Wen, who has a history of animosity with him. Consequently, after Huang Wen interferes with Magneto's agenda, he inevitably becomes Magneto's adversary. As for Charles, even though he is aware of Magneto's intent to annihilate both himself and humanity, he harbors no resentment towards Magneto. Should it truly lead to the ultimate liberation of mutants, Charles would willingly sacrifice himself to achieve such an end. In essence, both Charles and Magneto are akin to two sides of the same coin, willing to make any sacrifice necessary to elevate their kind. However, unlike Magneto, Charles possesses the ability to sense far greater and unfathomable powers. leading him to understand that certain actions are simply unattainable and would be vehemently opposed by others. This understanding solidifies Charles's allegiance to the peacekeeping faction. Despite the grim reality that countless mutant brethren are subjected to horrific experiments, and his own desire to eliminate those responsible, Charles realizes that without a genuine rise of the mutants, both the militant and diplomatic factions are indispensable. Thus, when Huang Wen confronts Magneto, Charles decisively intervenes. Although Magneto initiated the conflict, from the perspective of the mutant community, Huang Wen has become an enemy, one that threatens to upset the delicate balance between the two factions. Youth, I shall reiterate, release your grip and free Eric, Charles asserted, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on Huang Wen, devoid of any intention to negotiate. Charles, Logan, standing nearby, had grasped the unfolding situation, letting out a low, beast-like growl. Yet, Charles remained undeterred, even raising his hand as if to command the X-Men to act against Huang Wen. Before Charles could issue a combat order, the dam and the walls of the base, weakened by the earlier clash between Jean Grey and Cyclops, began to crumble under the strain. Huh, is this the fabled X-Men? Truly, the reality pales in comparison to the legend. Huang Wen scoffed, sensing the impending collapse of the dam. I shan't linger for this. Oh, do feel free to provoke me, but be warned, I shall not be responsible for the consequences. With that, Huang Wen, Logan, and the fiery John transformed into motes of light, vanishing from sight. Though it was evident that Huang Wen had made a subtle gesture with his fingers before departing, a mental force intercepted one attack aimed at Charles. Yet Jean Grey was unable to react in time to shield Magneto, for in her eyes, Charles was far more significant than Magneto. Originally, had you continued with one playing the role of the good cop and the other the bad cop, and if Charles had chosen to portray the virtuous character, I was merely poised to teach Magneto a lesson. However, the situation now transcends mere admonishment. Huang Wen's mocking voice echoed in the vicinity as he materialized beside the death girl Lily, subsequently transforming her into a glimmer of light, vanishing at Alkali Lake. And returning to the Wing Chun Dojo, Logan and Fireman John had long since become accustomed to Huang Wen's teleportation abilities, yet Death Girl Lily exhibited no astonishment, her gaze occasionally drifting towards Logan, as if she had something to convey. My apologies, boss. I hadn't anticipated this outcome. Had I known, I wouldn't have involved you, Logan expressed with a hint of remorse. This is not your concern. It pertains to them and holds little relevance to you as a lone wolf, Huang Wen replied with a smile, shaking his head. I had previously analyzed those two individuals, but I failed to grasp the truth myself. Nevertheless, this incident has illuminated my understanding. Some individuals may not be as I once perceived them. I must not act solely based on preconceived notions, much like Wolverine, who is not as easily provoked as I had imagined. This academy, indeed, lacks the merit to continue my association. How could they repay kindness with malice? I genuinely believed he was a benevolent soul, Fireman John exclaimed in indignation. Teacher, will you let them off so easily? What if they come seeking trouble again? For some, losing something may be more agonizing than death, Huang Wen remarked pointedly. But for now, let them escape. Chapter 79, The Identity and Origins of Lily. Enough of that. However, should they indeed come knocking, I shall not show them mercy, Huang Wen asserted, turning to Logan with earnestness. If they dare to come, I will fight alongside you. Logan pledged. The War Avengers had already committed a grievous error. And through this experience, Logan had gained clarity on certain matters. By the way, I did not glean the truth I sought from William Stryker. Can you enlighten me on what I have endured? I can directly awaken your memories, Huang Wen replied, shaking his head, his expression serious as he regarded Logan. However, I still maintain my previous viewpoint. Sometimes, forgetting is not a misfortune, as your past experiences were hardly benevolent and might even be described as tragic. I still wish to understand, Logan asserted, his gaze unwavering. Moreover, I believe I can withstand these memories. Very well, as you wish, Huang Wen said after a moment of contemplation, ultimately nodding and placing his hand upon Logan's head, his extraordinary abilities surging forth, beginning to stir the forgotten memories within Logan's mind. Logan was unaware of how much time had passed. It felt as though he had endured an entire century. However, he had indeed forgotten nearly a century's worth of memories. After a long exhale, Logan released a sigh, a flicker of bewilderment crossing his eyes. The experiences he had forgotten struck him profoundly, and even his self-healing abilities began to activate automatically, working to restore his stimulated mind. In that moment, Logan began to grasp why William Stryker referred to himself as a beast, and he understood why Huang Wen advised against recalling his past memories. That was merely the person you once were, not the individual you are today. Huang Wen retracted his hand and patted Logan on the shoulder, stating, "You are nearly 200 years old. By all accounts, you have lived several lifetimes. From this day forth, consider it the dawn of a new life." Logan lifted his gaze to meet Huang Wen's, remaining silent. Perhaps Logan's predicament could not be resolved with a simple statement from Huang Wen. "By the way, Wolverine, there is someone I have yet to introduce to you properly." Huang Wen's eyes darted toward the side, where the Death Lily, also known as the Small Mountain Lily, stood. From today onward, she shall simply be called Lily. Her father was a subordinate of William Stryker, but that was merely a theoretical connection. Her true lineage was more complex. Huang Wen paused, uncertain of how to articulate his thoughts. He had initially believed such matters were confined to the neighboring universe, such as the clones of Lex Luthor and Superman or the Superboy, Connor Kent. Indeed, Lily was, in essence, Logan's clone, somewhat akin to the young wolf girl, 23. However, unlike her, Lily was the product of a genetic fusion between Logan and Sabretooth, Victor. This led Huang Wen to draw parallels with Superboy. Logan, who had been feeling somewhat lost, felt a sudden jolt of apprehension wash over him. He glanced at Lily's fingers, his lips twitching in unease. "She can't possibly be that guy's daughter, can she? To be precise, she is the daughter of both you and Sabretooth." Huang Wen could not suppress a smile. Originally, Lily was meant to be solely your daughter, but William Stryker proposed that Sabretooth surpassed you in strength and speed before you were infused with adamantium. Therefore, they fused your genes with Sabretooth's to create Lily, aiming to harness the strengths of both of you to cultivate the ultimate weapon. It is evident that Lily has inherited claws akin to Sabretooth's, along with the self-healing ability you both possess. Stop. Do not continue." Logan hurriedly halted Huang Wen. Suddenly realizing something, he looked at Baizi with a hint of remorse. "I didn't mean to look down on you. It's fine. I'm used to it. Ever since I became aware of my existence, I've been treated as a weapon. You are the first person to care about my feelings." "Thank you." Baizi shook her head, her expression unchanged, yet a flicker of sorrow crossed her eyes. Huang Wen had merely hypnotized Baizi into recognizing him as her boss. He had not suppressed any further emotions, for he too did not wish to see a cold, indifferent person standing beside him all day. "I am sorry. Your tragedy is of my making." Logan sighed heavily, recalling his past experiences. "But it is precisely because of you that I have been granted life and have come into this world." Baizi shook her head once more. Possessing her own emotions and a hard-won semblance of freedom had transformed her from a mere killing machine into someone who learned to appreciate the world. Logan felt a stirring within him. He suddenly turned to Huang Wen and inquired, "What is her current situation? What are your plans for her?" "I have restored her memories, and it is through those memories that I learned of her origins." Huang Wen glanced at Baizi, revealing no intent to conceal anything. "In due time, the dojo will undergo renovations. I plan to step out for a while and intend to leave her in Chinatown to safeguard Uncle Zhong and the others." "Have you controlled her like William Stryker?" Logan hesitated but ultimately voiced his concern. "Aside from giving her an identity and establishing myself as her boss, I have imposed no other restrictions on her," Huang Wen replied, shaking his head. "Of course, if you feel uncomfortable, I can revoke that identity." At that moment, Baizi held little significance for Huang Wen. Protecting Uncle Zhong and the others was merely a self-justification for saving Baizi. After all, should Uncle Zhong and his companions encounter any trouble, they could simply send him a message, and he could instantly arrive at their side using the Dream Butterfly escape. "No," Baizi suddenly exclaimed. "My entire life has been spent under control. Too much freedom would only leave me lost. This is quite all right. My boss gives me tasks, and I need not wander aimlessly through life." "Boss, I wish to take her out for a while," Logan declared, prompted by Baizi's words. "I too want to show her this world." Chapter 80. The Wounds of Magneto O. Huang Wen raised an eyebrow at Logan's statement, surprised by his sudden decision. He recalled that Logan had not been so quick to accept X-23's identity when he learned of it. Was it due to the saber-toothed tiger? Or was it the difference in their experiences? "Of course, there's no problem," Huang Wen remarked, glancing at Baizi, who seemed hesitant yet hopeful. "You can take her whenever you wish. It would also be a good opportunity for her to experience the life of a normal person." I will take her away now and return in a few days. Logan recalled Huang Wen's earlier words, calculating the time, and concluded that they would return once the martial arts school commenced renovations. It would only be a matter of days. Perhaps it would be better to wait until the school was completed before departing. Huang Wen shrugged nonchalantly, remarking that as long as Uncle Zhong contacted him, he could return at any time, and he would inform them when the moment arose. Logan hesitated slightly, instinctively glancing at Bai Hezi, who stood silently in place. Teacher, when will you teach me martial arts? John, the fireman, finally could not contain his curiosity after observing the scene for a while. Do not rush. You and Banner should first practice some basic movements with the apprentice-level students. As for martial arts, I will tailor my instruction to suit each of your unique attributes. Huang Wen replied with a smile, shaking his head. Now, let us head downstairs and inform them of our return. Brother, when you're back. Zhong Chang's eyes lit up upon seeing Huang Wen at the stairway, and he hastily rose, asking, So, has everything been resolved? Well, it has been somewhat resolved, but it might not be entirely safe for the time being. Additionally, after the renovations at the martial arts school, I will need to leave for a while. I will provide you with an emergency contact number shortly. In case of any issues, call, and I will return immediately, Huang Wen advised, patting Zhong Chang's shoulder. Teacher, you've returned. By the way, that fellow suddenly vanished. Lazy Fisk approached and whispered to Huang Wen. Ah, the Nightwalker? I see, Huang Wen nodded, turning his gaze to Bruce Banner. And you, Banner? How are you adjusting to these martial techniques? It's manageable, though somewhat challenging. It seems not so easy to master. Bruce Banner replied with a wry smile, shaking his head, as even the simplest techniques posed difficulties for him. Thank you for this morning, teacher. Jack, who had been practicing his punches, noticed the gathering around Huang Wen. After a moment's deliberation, he ceased his training and approached. Rest assured, when the martial arts school undergoes renovations, I will assign someone to oversee matters here. Should any issues arise, I will contact you immediately. Very well. I shall provide you with my contact information, Huang Wen responded, casting a glance at Jack, who, being a police officer with familial connections, had significant promotion potential after apprehending members of the Star Gang. His assistance would be beneficial for the entire Chinatown, establishing connections in both the underworld and the legitimate realm. Teacher, you can rely on me to ensure the stability of Chinatown, Jack declared earnestly, his eyes sparkling with determination. Lazy Fisk, overhearing this, merely scoffed. Yet he refrained from voicing any objections, recognizing that Jack's actions encroached upon his own investments in Huang Wen's endeavors. All right, John, familiarize yourself with the movements alongside everyone else. Let Zhong Chang and the others guide you. Huang Wen instructed Fireman John as he pondered what martial arts techniques he should impart to the group before his departure. Wolverine's indomitable skills allow him to familiarize himself with the pathways of inner energy and meridians. However, the cultivation of his internal power must be a gradual endeavor undertaken by him alone. The same applies to John, as the initiation and accumulation of energy present considerable challenges for them both. Little Strong has also made tentative strides in lightness skills, and he can be taught the sunflower stabbing technique along with some free-form strikes, which would at least afford him a modicum of self-defense capability. Should a crisis arise, he would be able to contact me promptly. As for Banner, I can impart extraordinary abilities to him, enhancing his mental fortitude and instructing him in martial techniques. Provided he retains the movements, Hulk would also gain some understanding, though I fear that Banner may lack the aptitude for such endeavors. Within the confines of the Wing Chun Dojo, Huang Wen ponders the best approach to impart martial skills to his companions. Meanwhile, following Huang Wen's departure, the matter concerning the Sentinels remains unresolved. Upon witnessing Huang Wen's sudden disappearance and hearing his voice, the expressions of the onlookers shifted dramatically. Having already grasped Huang Wen's capabilities, Jean Grey and Aurora displayed a mixture of helplessness and remorse, though they had maintained vigilance towards him. Their experiences revealed that Huang Wen had neither harmed them nor failed to assist them. Now, however, Huang Wen has become an adversary of both the Sentinels and the Brotherhood. Yet throughout, he harbored no animosity towards mutants. If one were to claim Huang Wen erred, it would only pertain to his involvement with the mutant community. As the group awaited Charles's command to retreat, Magneto unexpectedly regained consciousness, as if Huang Wen had unsealed his acupoints upon departing. Who would have thought I would fall victim to a mere youth? Magneto instinctively attempted to rise from the ground, only to realize that his legs had lost all sensation. What is this? A pang of alarm coursed through Magneto as he subconsciously channeled his mutant abilities, seeking to manipulate the nearby metal to elevate himself. However, just as the metal quivered, Magneto's head was struck as if by a heavy blow, prompting an involuntary cry of pain. The metal, which had barely begun to levitate, plummeted to the ground. Charles's expression shifted, and he quickly inquired, "Eric, what is wrong? How could this be? I am wearing a helmet. Why am I suffering such a blow akin to mental trauma?" Magneto slumped to the ground, confusion flickering in his eyes, along with the realization that his legs remained unresponsive. "Professor, we must leave this place." As the Sentinels felt a surge of apprehension, grasping that this was a tactic left behind by Huang Wen, Jean Grey urged them, glancing at the collapsing base and the encroaching water. "Carry Eric away. And Raven, take her with us as well." Charles quickly made a decision, and the Sentinels hurriedly bore Magneto, Mystique, and a wheelchair-less Charles towards the exit. However, without the guidance of Logan from the original series and the Nightcrawler's teleportation, the X-Men swiftly found themselves in dire straits. A torrent surged towards them, and despite Iceman Bobby's utmost efforts to erect an ice wall, it was insufficient to stem the deluge. Chapter 81. Heavily Damaged Mutants. Professor, what shall we do now? At this critical juncture, Jean Grey strained against the advancing water with her telekinetic powers, and all eyes turned to Charles, yearning for the brilliance of the Xavier School's stalwart leader to devise a solution. "Scott, blast through the adjacent room to divert the water. Buy us some time," Charles commanded immediately. Without a moment's hesitation, Cyclops unleashed a crimson shockwave from his eyes, demolishing the nearby passage and redirecting a portion of the flow. Yet, the X-Men remained ensnared in the main artery of the torrent, and despite the diversion, Jean's burden only intensified as the shattered debris mingled with the rushing waters, wearing her down. "Professor, Jean can't hold on much longer," Cyclops exclaimed anxiously, glancing at Jean's struggling form. "Eric, I'm sorry." A flicker of resolve crossed Charles's eyes as he looked at Eric, who was collapsed atop a fellow mutant, whispering urgently, "Let us just survive this for now. It's better than dying." Magneto, ever the loyal ally of Charles, instantly grasped his intent. Recalling the recent agony, he removed his helmet and gritted his teeth in determination. With Magneto's words, a powerful surge of psychic energy erupted from Charles, flooding into Magneto's mind. Both Charles and Magneto cried out in shared agony. And in that moment, a metallic barrier manifested between the X-Men and the torrent, granting Jean a brief respite, nearly collapsing to the ground, only to be steadied by Cyclops' quick reflexes. "Move quickly, this barrier won't hold for long," both Magneto and Charles urged in unison, their voices trembling, before they were once again overcome by pain. With a final anguished cry, a passage was forcibly opened before them, and a metallic ladder descended, an exit leading to the outside world. At that moment, Magneto suddenly rolled his eyes back and lost consciousness, while Charles's body trembled uncontrollably from the torment. Charles managed to glance at Jean, saying, "I sense Eric's pain. I entrust the next steps to you. I believe in your strength." With that, Charles succumbed to fatigue and pain, falling into unconsciousness, leaving the bewildered X-Men and a cadre of fledgling mutants behind. "Let us go." Laser Eye took a deep breath, hastily supporting Jean Grey as they made their way towards the ventilation shaft, with the others quickly following suit. Within the confines of the duct, there were not many unpredictable variables. However, upon their escape from the base, a new dilemma arose. The Warlock's aircraft had long been destroyed, and they were oblivious to the whereabouts of the base's helicopter. More critically, the Alkali Lake dam above them had begun to fracture, and torrents of water threatened to engulf the entire Warlock battalion. With a thunderous roar, a massive crack formed in the dam, unleashing a deluge that seemed poised to drown them all. Perhaps the professor had indeed erred. Perhaps it was unwise to oppose Huang Wen. In this dire situation, their escape could have been effortless. Jean Grey pushed Laser Eye aside and stepped forward, her body surging with psychic energy. Extending her hand, the rushing waters split apart. Yet it was evident that Jean was struggling, her form trembling under the strain. What to do? What to do? Although Jean had managed to part the flood, everyone understood that their chances of escape were slim, for even with the waters divided, they found themselves surrounded by rising tides. The recently rescued mutants stood bewildered, and a more pressing concern loomed in their minds. It was clear that Jean could not sustain this effort indefinitely. Laser Eye emitted a shockwave from his eyes, attempting to alleviate some of the pressure on Jean, but his efforts proved futile. The professor entrusted you to me. I must save you. Jean inhaled deeply, determination flashing in her eyes. Extending her other hand towards everyone around her, she lifted them all into the air in that moment. Jean, what are you doing? Laser, I exclaimed in panic, as a realization dawned upon him. I am saving you. A faint glow of phoenix power shimmered around Jean as she guided their bodies upwards, directing them away from the inundated areas. No, Jean, put me down. I refused to leave. Laser, I struggled against her hold. But faced with Jean's invocation of the phoenix power, he was no match. He could only watch helplessly as he was carried farther away, until Jean's figure vanished from sight, and it became apparent that she had likely succumbed to the flood. No. Stricken, Laser, I landed clumsily, his instinct compelling him to run towards the torrent, only to be forcibly restrained by Aurora. If you go now, it will be a dead end. Aurora, tears streaming down her face as she regarded their injured companions. Admonished Laser Eye, do not forget, you are the leader of the warlocks. The suffering is not yet over. Aurora's words rang true. The suffering of the X-Men had not dissipated. They had plummeted from the sky, sustaining varying degrees of injury. Most critically, they lacked any means of transportation, and the distance to Xavier's school for gifted youngsters was unknown and likely vast. This group of X-Men could be considered the frail and the wounded. Cyclops longed to seek out Jean Grey, yet the responsibility of leadership weighed heavily upon him, reminding him that he must first ensure the safety of his comrades. Perhaps the professor had indeed erred. Aurora gazed upon the unconscious forms of Charles and Magneto, letting out a sigh. From the final outcome, it was evident that Charles's actions were unwise, irrevocably tarnishing his image of kindness and wisdom in the eyes of others. Had Huang Wen not turned against them, they might have safely departed, losing only Eric, an adversary to begin with. However, now Jean had made the ultimate sacrifice. Cyclops could not fathom Aurora's thoughts. He resolved to secure his comrades before embarking on a search for Jean Grey. If she remained lost, Cyclops prepared himself to stay, to guard this place for eternity. Those capable of movement assisted their injured companions, leaning on each other for support as they progressed. Taking a deep breath, Cyclops began to shoulder his responsibilities, issuing commands. Chapter 82. Enemies of unknown origin. As Cyclops' words faded, several physically mutated mutants stepped forward, using their abilities to clear branches. These mutants, having been confined by William Stryker for an indeterminate time, understood the essence of unity. Although they were not entirely in agreement with Charles' earlier decisions, they recognized that their foremost priority was to find a way out of this desolate wilderness. Soon, the mutants who could walk supported one another, while those unable to do so were carried on backs, evoking a sense of fleeing from disaster. Jean, I will return for you. Cyclops cast a final glance at the calming waters in the distance, silently vowing, before leading the group of mutants away. After a considerable time, as they departed the wilderness, Charles awoke slowly, while Magneto and Mystique showed no signs of consciousness. Magneto had been gravely injured from the exertion of his powers against Huang Wen's hidden strike. Mystique, having been incapacitated by Huang Wen's technique, remained in a state of suspension, her mutation lacking any extraordinary powers to counteract the force that bound her. Where's Jean? Upon awakening, Charles surveyed his surroundings, his expression shifting in concern as he quickly turned to Cyclops. Cyclops met Charles's gaze but remained silent. Unlike the original narrative where Jean Grey's sacrifice was unavoidable, this time, had it not been for Charles's decision to ally with Magneto against Huang Wen, Jean's sacrifice could have been averted. Consequently, an unsettling discomfort lingered in the hearts of Cyclops and his companions. In her valiant attempt to rescue us, Jean was consumed by the raging torrent. Aurora sighed heavily, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, and lamented, "All of us owe our lives to Jean. She saved us." Charles slowly closed his eyes, yearning to feel the presence of Jean Grey, yet despite scouring the entirety of Arcali Lake, he found no trace of her, which cast a shadow of despair upon his heart. Ancient One had previously urged them to leave swiftly. Could it be due to Jean's circumstances? Had the power within her awakened? "Professor, now that you have regained consciousness, what shall we do next?" Aurora inquired, observing the weary faces of their companions. "Are we to trek back to Xavier's school for gifted youngsters on foot? We have no idea how far it is." "We shall take a vehicle," Charles declared, glancing at the still unconscious Magneto, having reached a decision. First, we must address the aftermath of Nightcrawler's assassination attempt on the president, minimizing the repercussions of this incident. As for what follows, we shall discuss that later. A vehicle? Where will we find one? Arolo asked, momentarily taken aback. She noticed the expectant gazes of those around her and quietly reminded, Professor, there are no vehicles here. Fear not, for a vehicle shall arrive shortly. After making his determinations, Charles appeared to regain his confidence, smiling serenely, oblivious to the slight furrow of concern that crossed Cyclope's face upon witnessing his expression. Before long, the group indeed heard the sound of an approaching car, which drew nearer to their muddy location. It was a bus, spacious enough to accommodate everyone, even allowing for reclining seats. However, the driver's eyes were devoid of life, clearly under Charles' control. Soon, everyone boarded the bus, and a collective sigh of relief escaped their lips as they sank into their seats. Weariness etched across their faces. Eric, rest assured, you will be fine, Charles murmured, casting a worried glance at the unconscious Magneto, a resolute thought surging within him. I will ensure your recovery. Meanwhile, unaware of the troubles faced by the X-Men, Huang Wen was on the second floor of the Wing Chun Dojo, instructing Huang Liang in the art of Wing Chun. Huang Liang had mastered the entire set of techniques, reaching a level of proficiency akin to mastery. Although he did not yet rival the newly transcended Master Huang Wen, he was more than capable of facing the boxing champion, Tyler. Thus, Huang Wen began teaching him the techniques of the Sunflower School, incorporating finger strength training to prepare for the future application of the Sunflower Finger. It was now past 8 in the evening. Some of the apprentice-level students had already departed. However, diligent individuals like Jack and Max, either striving to improve themselves or harboring ulterior motives, remained. Ding. Surveillance in Chinatown detected a multitude of unfamiliar individuals. An analysis revealed they were heavily armed. As Huang Wen was instructing Huang Liang, a sudden alert emanated from his wristwatch, causing his gaze to sharpen and instinctively unleashing his perceptive powers. Gang members? Is it the Xing gang seeking revenge? That seems unlikely. These individuals do not resemble the Xing gang's typical style at all. As Huang Wen sensed the presence of ruffians, a flicker of confusion crossed his eyes. Nevertheless, given the substantial gunfire, he could not afford to remain indifferent. Any harm to the neighbors or students in Chinatown would be unacceptable. Sniff, sniff. In the living room, while accompanying by Heezy and watching SpongeBob SquarePants, Logan's nose twitched suddenly, followed by the movement of his ears. He promptly stood up, and by Heezy, perplexed, also rose to her feet. Can't you sense it? Logan asked, momentarily taken aback as he looked at Heezy. Haven't you inherited my perceptive ability from that scoundrel? Heezy remained silent, merely shaking her head, indicating that she had not inherited their beastly sense. In fact, since her birth, she had lost her ability for self-assessment, which likely led to the degradation of her perceptive skills. Master, what is it? Huang Liang paused, observing Huang Wen standing up with curiosity. Let us go downstairs. Trouble is brewing, Huang Wen replied, shaking his head. You should come along, but exercise caution. Do not act recklessly until I give the word. Yes, master. Upon hearing that trouble was approaching, Huang Liang felt no fear. Rather, he was subtly excited. After all, he was a vigorous young man who had trained in martial arts for a long time without a genuine opportunity for practical combat. Now that such a chance had finally arisen, it was only natural for him to feel exhilarated. Did you sense it too? At the staircase, Logan looked at Huang Wen, frowning as he inquired, Who are they? A group of gang members, rather aggressive. I cannot ascertain which gang is causing trouble, Huang Wen replied, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. First, let us evacuate the neighbors to avoid any innocent casualties. Chapter 83. A Contest of Stubbornness. Teacher, what is happening? Before he could speak, Zhong Chang was unceremoniously pushed aside by Fisk and Jack, who were eager to showcase their capabilities. Zhong Chang could not help but curl his lip at their eagerness. It seems someone is stirring up trouble. You two gather the students and evacuate the neighbors in Chinatown. The opposing party is armed. Be cautious not to get hurt, Huang Wen instructed, nodding at the two. I'll contact them immediately, Fisk said, his expression shifting. How long will it take you to make contact? Our precinct is nearby. I'll call them right away. Jack's eyes lit up as he swiftly picked up the phone to summon his fellow officers for assistance. Once everyone helps evacuate the neighbors, you should disperse. The situation ahead may become perilous, and it would be unfortunate if anyone gets injured. Huang Wen gestured to the students, conveying his instructions. Some students' expressions subtly shifted. having already resolved to leave. Yet others exchanged glances with Huang Liang, their eyes gleaming with eager anticipation. They too wished to ascertain the extent of their prowess after diligently practicing Wing Chun for so long. Soon, following Huang Wen's directive, the surrounding neighbors were persuaded to return to their homes, and a significant number of apprentice-level students departed. Among the remaining few, with the exception of Max, excitement flickered in everyone's eyes, while Max's gaze was laden with tension. Had they already anticipated our arrival? Have they even prepared the venue for us? A mocking voice echoed. And shortly thereafter, a group materialized in front of the Wing Chun dojo, distinctly dividing into two factions, each led by a prominent figure. Ding ding ding. At that moment, Jack's phone rang. He frowned and answered. Hello? Boss, they won't let us through. The entire precinct is sealed off. A voice on the line declared, revealing that orders had been issued from above. Tonight, all happenings in Chinatown were to be disregarded. The chief? Nonsense. Jack exclaimed, his anger palpable. Who issued such orders? Is he not concerned that my uncle will investigate and suspend him? The individual who commanded me is of equal rank to your uncle. A derisive voice retorted before the call was abruptly terminated. My apologies, teacher, but it seems these individuals are no ordinary foes. Jack's expression shifted slightly as he shook his head apologetically at Huang Wen. The contacts they have reached are also high-ranking officials in the NYPD. If I were to utilize connections from my father's side, it might take even longer. Oh, such formidable influence? A flicker of astonishment crossed Huang Wen's eyes. He never anticipated becoming entangled with such a powerful gang. It appeared that their reach rivaled that of Jinbing. As he contemplated this, Huang Wen instinctively glanced at Li's Fisk, only to find him looking back with a face full of remorse. At that moment, Huang Wen understood. It was likely that the gang members were here seeking Li's Fisk, just as the Punishers were. Quite a number of them, I see. What is this? Are you all here to protect that brat? The leader of the opposing faction gestured, and in an instant, his followers brandished their firearms, casting derisive glances at Huang Wen and the others. Yet, do you truly believe that you lock can safeguard him? Jinbing is audacious indeed. His son's whereabouts have already been uncovered by the Punishers, yet he still dares to keep him here. We nearly thought ourselves deceived. Perhaps it is precisely Jinbing's overconfidence that led to such a decision. The leader of the prior faction chuckled. Fortunately, that fellow from the bottom tier didn't think to join us. Otherwise, we would have had to share the spoils. Teacher, they are among the largest gangs in New York, one named Tombstone and the other Hammerhead. They are both postnatal ability users. Li's Fisk stepped forward, a hint of apology in his gaze as he looked at Huang Wen. I'm sorry, teacher, for causing you trouble again. It seems the death of Puzzle triggered their ire. Postnatal ability users? Firearms. Huang Wen smiled lightly, shaking his head as he waved his hand to directly employ his ability to manipulate objects. He effortlessly drew the firearms and blades from both sides of the tombstone and hammer, causing them to levitate in midair, akin to a master of magnetism. Now, this is fair. Those who wish to practice may proceed, he declared, assigning the two leaders to Wolverine and Hibiscus. With another flick of his wrist, a folding stool landed beneath Huang Wen, who sat down with a serene demeanor, akin to a spectator at a play. Though he was also keenly overseeing the situation to prevent any student from being genuinely harmed during their practice. Mutants? Magneto? No, Magneto could not be so youthful. The pupils of Tombstone and Hammer contracted sharply as they began to grasp why Gold had entrusted his son to this place. How much favor has Gold bestowed upon you? We are willing to offer double the price. Tombstone and Hammer exchanged glances and shouted at Huang Wen. You may not comprehend the extent of our power. Our influence rivals that of Gold himself. We shall handle these two. Logan and the taciturn Hibiscus charged towards Tombstone and Hammer, seemingly intent on swiftly dispatching them so they could resume their viewing of SpongeBob. Be cautious. That Hammer's head has been injured before. It has been replaced with an iron skull, rendering him impervious to blades and bullets. Fisk warned loudly to Logan and Hibiscus as they advanced on the unarmed gang members. Impervious to blades and bullets? Logan blinked and turned to Hammer, only to see Hammer's head jerk back before he lunged forward, attempting to smash his head against Logan's as if to crush it. With a resounding clang, Hammer's head collided with Logan's, but this time, Hammer's formidable attack met its match. No matter how robust the iron skull, it could not compare to the indomitable nature of Logan's adamantium-infused head. In terms of sheer resilience, Hammer was no match for Logan. As their heads collided, Logan staggered back slightly, but it was apparent that Hammer's skull shattered upon impact, leaving a significant dent, and he crumpled to the ground, his life force rapidly dissipating. What? Tombstone's pupils dilated in shock. He had not anticipated that his longtime rival would fall so easily. In that moment, he recognized Logan's identity, Wolverine, the immortal wolf. Be careful. This tombstone possesses imperviousness to weapons, electrical insulation, and a surface temperature that is exceedingly high. He is even more formidable than Hammer. Fisk shouted once more, raising the alarm. In a swift motion, Hibiscus's adamantium claws pierced through Tombstone's heart, eliminating the invulnerable foe in an instant. Chapter 8. Conclusion of Battle and Achievements. How is this possible? You are not Wolverine. How could you wield adamantium? Tombstone gasped weakly as he fell to the ground, leaving behind a final utterance before succumbing to the void of death. Even though Tombstone was an adept, he could not survive after his heart was pierced, leading to the swift demise of the formidable duo, Hammerhead and Tombstone. Goodness. Reese, when did you acquire such abilities? Perhaps you should shout a bit louder? Zhong Chang exclaimed, astonished, as he watched the duo fall one after the other, directing his incredulous gaze towards Reese Fisk. Damn it. Reese Fisk shot him a glare then, with a hint of trepidation, turned his attention to Logan and Yoko. Previously, Logan's performance at the Wing Chun Dojo had led Reese to mistakenly believe that Logan was not as formidable as rumored. However, witnessing the ease with which Hammerhead and Tombstone, renowned alongside his father Jean Bing, fell to the hands of Logan and the previously unheard of Yoko, unsettled him. Boss, shall we eliminate them all? Yoko, who had spoken little, approached Huang Wen after dispatching Tombstone. Her tone was devoid of emotion, reminiscent of her previous demeanor beside William Strick. Awaken. Huang Wen furrowed his brow, invoking his spiritual power to rattle Yoko's mental fortitude. My apologies, Yoko said, her body trembling as she seemed to regain composure, bowing apologetically to Huang Wen. All right, just maintain the formation. Let these students have a chance to practice, lest they become restless, Huang Wen said with a smile, shaking his head. As he spoke, his brow suddenly arched in surprise. Logan, concerned for Yoko, instinctively turned his head in a particular direction, his brow furrowing. With a resounding bang, a seemingly ordinary standard-issue pistol appeared in Huang Wen's hand. As the gun fired, the bullet whizzed through the air, curving slightly as it aimed towards a sign atop a building. With a sharp clap, a specially crafted metallic throwing knife collided with the bullet. However, the knife, hastily launched, merely altered the bullet's trajectory slightly, and the bullet still grazed the arm of the concealed figure lurking in the shadows. Wait, Mr. Huang Wen, it's me. The target, startled, leaped from behind the sign, clutching his wound. He had not anticipated Huang Wen's increasingly mysterious abilities, which had allowed him to witness the bullet curving towards him. Had he not reacted swiftly, he might have succumbed to that shot. Target? Huang Wen raised an eyebrow. He had not even used his spiritual power, but had merely sensed some movement, leading him to test his shooting skills, only to discover an old acquaintance. Mr. Jean Bing received word that Hammerhead and Tombstone were plotting against the young master. Concerned for his safety, Mr. Jean sent me to check on things. I harbor no ill intentions, the target said, glancing at the lifeless forms of Tombstone and Hammerhead, then casting a wary look at the gun suspended in midair. A flicker of fear evident in his eyes. Originally, despite the warnings from Reese Fisk and the reminders from James Wesley, Target I held some skepticism towards Huang Wen. However, with Huang Wen's recent display of newfound abilities, along with the deceased Hammerhead and Tombstone, fear began to take root in Target I's heart. Since you are here, why do you remain hidden in the shadows? Reese Fisk demanded coldly, having just felled a gang member with a single punch. I have only just arrived, intending to assess the situation and locate the young master. Target I stammered, feeling a sense of panic. In all honesty, he had just arrived and was preparing to find Reese Fisk's position to determine if assistance was needed, only to be compelled into the open by Huang Wen's gun. Without anyone to vouch for him, he felt as though he could not clear his name even if he jumped into the Yellow River. This matter will be reported to my father, Reese Fisk remarked, casting a fleeting glance at Target I before apologetically bowing to Huang Wen. I am sorry, master, for the trouble I have caused you. It is of no consequence, Huang Wen replied, shaking his head. His gaze shifted to the gang members, who lay defeated and leaderless after the onslaught from the Wing Chun Academy students, ultimately resting on Huang Liang. At that moment, Huang Liang had already dispatched countless gang members, his youthful vigor and recent surge in strength driving him to strike at the enemy's vital points. In a mere short time, he had exceeded his goal of defeating 10 opponents. To Huang Liang, these gang members were merely troublemakers seeking conflict with the Wing Chun Academy. Thus they were his adversaries, and he held no intention of showing mercy. Besides, these gang members were not virtuous individuals, so there was no necessity for restraint. Huang Liang had yet to truly kill anyone. His instinct still shied away from taking a life. Otherwise, those gang members would not simply be lying on the ground, gravely injured. All right, it is time to conclude this, Huang Wen declared, having nearly achieved the training objective. Rising to his feet, he waved his hand, rendering the gang members motionless in place. And those who had been struggling on the ground ceased their movement. "Jack, come here." "Teacher, I'm coming," Jack exclaimed, his eyes gleaming. He swiftly knocked down the incapacitated enemy in front of him and rushed to Huang Wen, grinning as he inquired, "Teacher, do you have any instructions for me?" "You should be aware of Riss' identity. He is the son of Kingpin." Huang Wen pointed towards Riss Fisk. "Thus, these gang members will be your responsibility to deal with, akin to the individuals from the Star Gang. This will count as your achievement. However, do not involve Riss." Such a significant accomplishment, with Hammerhead and Tombstone? Jack's eyes widened in astonishment. Although he had not initially recognized Hammerhead and Tombstone, upon hearing Riss Fisk's words, he came to realize that these two were among the 5 most powerful leaders of New York's underground gangs. The remaining 3 were Kingpin, Mr. Negative, and Puzzle, with Puzzle already deceased. Such a grand achievement involving 2 of the underground gang leaders was indeed a monumental task that few could handle. "Thank you, teacher. I will promptly inform my uncle's associates to handle the matter. Rest assured, not only will Reese remain uninvolved, but this incident will have no repercussions for the entirety of Chinatown." Jack quickly regained his composure and took out his phone, ready to call his uncle. Soon, the news will report that these 2 gangs were secretly plotting illegal activities, only to be apprehended by my team. Furthermore, there is the matter of the 21st Precinct Chief colluding with gang members. Chapter 85. Max's emotion. The 21st Precinct is where Jack is stationed, and he is particularly focused on the precinct chief who had just called him, forbidding officers from assisting, with the credit for capturing Hammer and Tombstone, along with the operations orchestrated by Jack's uncle and others. Should he manage to expose this precinct chief, Jack might indeed have the opportunity to be recognized as an exemplary police representative and perhaps ascend to the position of the new chief of the 21st Precinct. As for the individual behind the chief, due to their elevated status, unseating them would be considerably more challenging. However, in the interest of self-preservation, that hidden figure may choose to abandon the chief or even extend a gesture of goodwill towards Jack. Soon, Jack completed his communication with his uncle, employing a language unfamiliar to all present, one that almost resembled a code rather than a coherent dialect. It appeared as though Yahiko had triggered some form of recollection, whispering to Huang about the coded language. Coded language? Huang raised an eyebrow, realizing that Jack was far more intricate than he had anticipated. Typically, familial conversations do not involve such cryptic exchanges. "All right, everyone has worked hard today. I'll treat you all to a delightful meal at the Hot Pot restaurant." Huang soon set aside thoughts of coded language, addressing the panting, excited group of trainees with a smile. "Wonderful." The trainees erupted in cheers. Though this skirmish was not a life-or-death battle, it had instilled a robust sense of confidence in those who had yet to engage in actual combat, affirming that their diligent practice was indeed fruitful. Just as the celebration ensued, a phone rang, interrupting the joyous atmosphere. Max's expression shifted as he hurriedly answered the call, anxiety creeping into his demeanor. "There's a malfunction in the circuitry at the company. You need to check it out," a haughty voice echoed, further darkening Max's countenance. "Give it to me." Jack patted Max on the shoulder, signaling him to hand over the phone. Without a moment to think, Max instinctively passed the phone to Jack. "Hello? Are you Max's supervisor?" Jack inquired with a calm smile upon taking the call. "I am his supervisor." "Who might you be?" came the disgruntled voice from the other end. "Oh, I am Jack from the 21st Precinct in New York. Max has uncovered a significant public safety crime incident and is cooperating with our investigation. You may want to seek assistance from another company." Jack gave Max a reassuring glance. "By the way, in a few days, we will visit your company to present the Bravery Medal. Please make the necessary arrangements for the reception and publicity." "Really? That's wonderful. Our company will make immediate arrangements." "Officer, I must tell you, Max is an exemplary employee at our firm. the voice on the other end exclaimed, momentarily taken aback before realizing the opportunity for free publicity. All right, I have other matters to attend to. Soon, you should see a report in the news. Jack said casually before hanging up and returning the phone to Max. Jack. Max hesitated, looking at him. What if this gets exposed? Who would expose you? Isn't this the truth? Jack replied, glancing around at the other trainees, chuckling. You witnessed the illegal activities of the Hammer and Tombstone gangs, followed them, and reported to us, enabling this crime-fighting operation. Did you not confront the criminals just now? Exactly. Max, you took action just as we did. The trainees chimed in, laughing kindly. Indeed, your current demeanor is hardly indicative of someone who just engaged in a brawl. Max looked at the smiling faces around him, feeling a warm surge in his heart, his eyes suddenly moistening. He quickly wiped them and turned to Huang Wen, wanting to say something more. All right, Max, from now on, you are not just classmates, but comrades. Within our Chinese culture, you are brothers in arms, fighting side by side. Since they have all said it, then it is indeed the truth. Huang Wen said with a smile, shaking his head as he gazed at the target. Let us go for hot pot. I'll leave it to you, target, to watch over them and maintain order. Of course. Target's face stiffened momentarily as he glanced at Lee's Fisk, then quickly smiled. I'll come out once my uncle arrives. Jack put his arm around Max's shoulders as they headed towards the hot pot restaurant, with the surrounding trainees gathering closely. After this evening, the bonds among those remaining trainees grew stronger. Max felt an unprecedented warmth coursing through him, his body trembling lightly. Even more so than during the earlier confrontation. Hey, boss, Mr. Huang Wen has resolved the situation. Both the Hammer and Tombstone have been eliminated, and the remaining gang members are under Mr. Huang Wen's control. Target quickly reported to Jean Bing after Huang Wen and the others had left. That truly surprises me. With this, all that remains is to expel the underlings, and the entire underground of New York will be under my command. A gentle laughter resonated from the other end of the phone. In due time, this will mark the completion of the first step of my plan. Boss, there is still a matter I wish to address, said the cautious voice, glancing apprehensively towards the hot pot restaurant. Mr. Huang Wen's capabilities may far exceed our previous estimations. He could potentially slip beyond your control, especially since he is no longer reliant solely on our network. Is it that officer named Jack? I have temporarily discovered that his uncle is the first deputy commissioner of the New York Police Department. The remaining information is yet to be uncovered. After a brief silence, Jean chuckled lightly. But what of it? From the outset, I never intended to dominate Mr. Huang Wen. The relationship between Lise and Mr. Huang is fundamentally that of a student and a teacher. His repeated, unintended assistance has already surpassed my expectations. The stronger he becomes, the more advantageous it is for me. At least I need not divert my attention to Lise. Moreover, there exists no conflict of interest between us. Although Mr. Huang is not particularly fond of direct dealings with me, he must comprehend that in New York, a unified underworld is preferable to a chaotic and tumultuous one. Understood, boss, replied the voice, inhaling deeply before disconnecting the call. Chapter 86. Promotion on the horizon. Within the hot pot restaurant, a group of students merrily indulged in their meal, singing joyfully. With the two leading gangs in New York thoroughly dealt with, the threat of robbery had dissipated. At that moment, Huang Wen found himself in the kitchen with Uncle Zhong, who looked at him with concern. Little one, do you think something might go awry? Although I have not heard of those two gang names, their arsenal must be far more formidable than the Golin or Xing gangs. Rest assured, Uncle Zhong. Here, we have officers of the law alongside young masters of the underworld. There shall be no issues. Besides, even if trouble were to arise, I am here, Huang Wen reassured him with a smile, as long as I am present. Chinatown will remain safe. Little one, what exactly is the source of your remarkable abilities? Uncle Zhong hesitated before meeting Huang Wen's gaze. Even if your family possesses ancestral martial arts, it shouldn't be to such an extent. If your father had such prowess, he would not have met his fate. You know, Uncle Zhong, I have actually died once, right after my father's passing. Huang Wen paused, reflecting on the moment. At that instant, I felt as though I underwent a transformation. I understand now, Uncle Zhong replied, a look of understanding spreading across his face. That was your father watching over you after his demise, which is why you must live well. By the way, little one, you are not so young anymore. It's time you found a partner. Coughing slightly, Huang Wen's expression shifted, caught off guard by Uncle Zhong's remark. Uncle Zhong, I am rather hungry. I shall go grab something to eat now. Don't leave yet. Would you like me to help you find someone? Uncle Zhong began, but he soon realized that Huang Wen had vanished like a wisp of light, leaving him shaking his head in resignation. Teacher, how did you suddenly appear from the doorway? Did I not just see you enter the kitchen? Max, slightly bewildered after consuming some beer, scratched his head. I can't drink anymore. I'm beginning to hallucinate. Dingling. It was Jack's phone ringing. He stood up, having abstained from alcohol, as he had responsibilities to attend to. Teacher, my uncle has arrived, Jack remarked to Huang Wen with a nod, speaking in hushed tones. All right, you handle it. I won't intervene, Huang Wen replied, gesturing dismissively as he settled beside Max and took his cup away. It's best to minimize your drinking. We do not encourage excessive indulgence here. Yes, teacher, I understand, Max responded, a bit more lucid now, flashing Huang Wen a smile as he heartily enjoyed the hot pot. However, Jack's expression betrayed a hint of disappointment. He had hoped for his uncle to meet Huang Wen. Yet, he quickly recalled that Jin Bing had also intended for his son, Riss Fisk, to connect with Huang Wen, which alleviated his concerns somewhat. Before long, Jack stepped outside, casting a glance at the target eye, who did not impede his exit. The target eye had already overheard Huang Wen's words and was well aware of Jack's influential background. Just as Jack reached the street, a fleet of police cars arrived in Chinatown, encircling the immobile gang members. A middle-aged man emerged from one of the vehicles, beaming with satisfaction. Jack, you made the right choice in becoming a police officer. You've done exceptionally well. This time, you've accomplished something significant. Thank you for the praise. Director Andy, Jack replied, excitement bubbling within him. Despite his formidable background, climbing the ranks required corresponding skills and achievements, and now his capabilities were on display, along with ample merit. Where's your teacher? Director Andy inquired, gesturing for his subordinates to escort the gang members into the vehicles. His gaze landed on the target eye, and they exchanged covert signals. When will these individuals be able to move? And why is Jin Bing's enforcer present here? Hammer and Tombstone were targeting Jin Bing's son, Riss, who was also a student of the teacher. However, the teacher had instructed that Chinatown and Riss must not be entangled in this matter. I have prepared a statement for my uncle to handle. Jack communicated in a similar secretive manner, not forgetting Max's situation. Indeed, it is a fortunate opportunity for you to befriend such a powerful individual and learn from him. Director Andy nodded. The credit for this incident, combined with the evidence provided by Chief Duke, is more than sufficient to elevate you to the position of the precinct chief. Securing such a prestigious role at such a young age would undoubtedly embellish your resume, making any future path considerably easier. So, Duke is colluding with Hammer and the others? Jack realized, understanding that Chief Duke was indeed the one pulling the strings behind the precinct chief, yet such a position was not easily maneuvered. Since Chief Inspector Duke has taken the initiative to extend an olive branch, there is no longer a necessity to remain adversaries. After all, having the support of an additional chief inspector is sufficient to solidify his position as the precinct chief, with the price being the discreet resolution of this matter. Well, as long as you understand. A press conference will be held tomorrow, so ensure that your report and all necessary preparations are in order. Do not delay, Director Andy advised, giving Jack's shoulder a reassuring pat. Furthermore, you must personally escort these individuals back, so bid farewell to your mentor. Understood. Jack nodded and promptly made his way toward the hot pot restaurant. Inform Jin Bing that his ambitions have become common knowledge among those with a vested interest. The primary reason for the tacit approval from everyone is their desire for a stable environment, devoid of excessive turmoil. Should he truly disrupt the order of New York and overstep the boundaries, then he must not blame us for being unyielding. Director Andy cast a glance at the target, speaking in a cold tone. The first deputy chief? What a grand breeze. Let us see if you can discard that deputy title first. The target scoffed, quickly vanishing into the shadows, realizing there was no longer any business for him here, and thus no need to linger in the dark. Teacher, I must take my leave now, and Max must accompany me to record his testimony. Upon returning to the hot pot restaurant, Jack addressed Huang Wen and Max. Take good care of Max, and I wish you swift success in becoming the precinct chief, Huang Wen replied, standing and giving Jack's shoulder a pat, smiling warmly. Thank you. Teacher, I will certainly look after Max. Jack replied with enthusiasm, nodding as he took Max's hand and exited the hot pot restaurant, boarding a police vehicle en route to the New York Police Headquarters. Given the magnitude of the incident and the accolades involved, even Andy, the first deputy chief, had been called to action, which naturally warranted addressing the matter at headquarters rather than the precinct. Meanwhile, after indulging in their meals at the hot pot restaurant, the trainees returned home, yet even in their dreams, they recalled the victories they had previously achieved. Chapter 87. The transmission of techniques the following day. The news broadcasted a report that delighted the majority of New Yorkers. All members of the two largest gangs in the city had been apprehended by the police, with their leaders shot dead on the spot. This undoubtedly marked a significant enhancement to the safety of New Yorkers. Indeed, the news pertained to the two most formidable gangs. However, most New Yorkers remained oblivious to the existence of these factions in the city's underbelly. One of these gangs even harbored ambitions and capabilities to unify the criminal underworld. Jack, busy with his tasks, instructed Max on the points he needed to address before promoting his subordinates within the precinct. As for the former precinct chief, he had been personally taken in for investigation by Chief Inspector Duke the previous night. At that moment, the atmosphere within the Wing Chun martial arts hall was rather tense. The reason for this unease stemmed from the rapid advancement of the students who had engaged in battle the previous day. They had developed a profound disdain for those who had departed, deeming them as cowards unworthy of remaining at the Wing Chun hall to practice their art. The departing students also sensed the shift in atmosphere, feeling somewhat uncomfortable, yet there was little to be done about it. Huang Wen had never intended to nurture all the students at the Wing Chun martial arts school indefinitely. His relationship with most students resembled that between a gym and its members. Only those who were particularly diligent or exceptionally gifted would garner his attention. Naturally, the students who had stayed behind the previous night would receive even greater focus from him. At this moment, Huang Wen was on the second floor instructing Huang Liang. The previous night, Huang Liang's performance was commendable, yet his shortcomings were also glaringly apparent. Come, attack me. Use the techniques you employed to subdue those gang members last night. Huang Wen said earnestly, observing Huang Liang. Yes. Huang Liang, showing no hesitation, launched a punch aimed at Huang Wen's throat. The very move that had downed at least 5 gang members the night before. Smack! Bang! Just as Huang Liang's fist approached its target, Huang Wen caught it effortlessly and, using his momentum, threw him to the floor. Now do you understand? Huang Wen asked, watching Huang Liang rise while rubbing his back. Master, what do you mean? I'm a bit confused, Huang Liang replied, scratching his head. Is it that my reaction speed and strength are inferior to yours? Do you want me to practice my reaction speed? Not quite. Your intent to attack was too evident. Striking the vital points is indeed the most effective method of assault, Huang Wen said, shaking his head seriously. This approach might suffice against average opponents, as they cannot effectively respond to their vulnerabilities, much like those gang members. However, when facing experienced adversaries, such overt intentions will expose your weaknesses. You must seek their vulnerabilities and strike with your utmost strength. Of course, if, as was the case yesterday, there is a significant disparity in strength, such techniques can indeed be the most efficient and swift means of subduing the enemy. I understand, Master, Huang Liang nodded thoughtfully, committing Huang Wen's words to memory. A truly experienced fighter would never present their vital points for attack. If you can easily strike at an opponent's weaknesses, it is likely a trap they have set. All right, in a few days, renovations will commence, and I shall leave Chinatown to explore. For now, let me teach you some self-defense techniques. How has your finger technique been progressing? Huang Wen's expression turned serious once more. It's going all right, Huang Liang replied cautiously, uncertain of his own progress. Show me, Huang Wen instructed with a nod. Fingers like the swift wind, power like lightning. Huang Liang executed the finger techniques as taught by Huang Wen. Your finger strength is quite decent, and your speed is acceptable. Have you memorized the human meridian and acupoint chart? A glimmer of satisfaction flickered in Huang Wen's eyes. Huang Liang's talent exceeded his expectations. He had memorized everything. Now, Huang Liang's tone became more resolute than before. As a prodigious genius, he excelled at memorization. Now, I shall instruct you in the art of internal energy. A skill distinct from Wing Chun, it is the path of ancient martial arts. I hope you will practice diligently. Huang Wen gestured to the floor, indicating for Huang Liang to sit, then placed his hand gently upon him. Remember the flow of this energy as it enters your body. Huang Wen's serious voice resonated in Huang Liang's ears, followed by a faint surge of internal energy entering Huang Liang's body, derived from the nameless techniques of the Sunflower sect. This amount of energy was hardly extraordinary, and Huang Liang was capable of withstanding it. However, enduring it did not mean it was painless. Huang Liang's complexion paled slightly. Have you remembered? After a pause, Huang Wen inquired solemnly. Not quite yet. Huang Liang gritted his teeth. Please, master, once more. I can do it. Very well. Huang Wen nodded, redirecting the faint internal energy back into Huang Liang's dantian, circulating it within him while simultaneously aiding in expanding Huang Liang's meridians, laying a solid foundation for him. Eventually, the internal energy returned to Huang Liang's dantian, but there was little left. However, this amount was just enough to serve as a seed for Huang Liang to cultivate his own internal energy, completing the initial foundational task. If there were any more, Huang Liang's body would not only be unable to bear it, but it would also struggle to convert this external energy into his own. Here, drink this. Huang Wen emerged with a bowl of dark soup and handed it to Huang Liang. Recognizing the ingredients, ginseng, goji berries, and white atractalotes, Huang Liang realized that Huang Wen prepared this concoction to replenish his vitality. Drink up. There is more than just what you mentioned. This is a unique formula I've crafted in a special ratio. Huang Wen urged Huang Liang to consume it while still warm, understanding he had no choice. Huang Liang accepted the bowl, took a deep breath, and drank it all in one go. As the warm liquid filled his body, Huang Liang felt a comforting warmth spread within him. At that moment, Huang Wen's voice echoed in his ears. Sit cross-legged, silently recite the technique, and adjust the internal energy in your dantian. Strive to cultivate it this time. Yes, Huang Liang responded eagerly, quickly sitting cross-legged and following Huang Wen's instructions, mentally reciting the nameless technique while redirecting the trace of internal energy left by Huang Wen within his dantian. Time seemed to blur, but eventually, Huang Liang sensed a tremor in his dantian. That trace of energy began to circulate through his meridians, ultimately returning to his dantian, albeit weaker. Yet, this trace of internal energy now belonged to Huang Liang. Chapter 88. The cuckoo occupies the magpie's nest master. I possess internal energy now. I have my own internal energy. I succeeded. Once Huang Liang fully grasped that trace of internal energy, he leaped up in excitement. After all, he was merely a 15-year-old youth. How could he contain his exhilaration upon acquiring such an extraordinary ability? Well, with your current level of inner strength, you may not even be able to perform a single acupoint strike, Huang Wen remarked with a smile, gently tempering the enthusiasm of Huang Liang. Unlike Huang Wen, who could directly access the optimized inner strength of Baijiantong, Huang Liang had to rely on his own efforts for the accumulation of power. Huang Wen could only assist in laying the groundwork, unless he acquired special abilities or items in the future to help Huang Liang enhance his inner strength. Rest assured, master, I will surely bolster my inner strength as swiftly as possible, Huang Liang declared, taking a deep breath and looking resolutely at Huang Wen. I believe in you, Huang Wen replied, nodding with a smile at the ambitious Huang Liang. Yet, deep down, Huang Wen harbored doubts about Huang Liang's ability to rapidly amplify his inner strength. For Baijiantong had spent countless years to attain near-legendary prowess. Thus, Huang Wen felt it would be prudent to seek an opportunity in the future to provide Huang Liang with a new martial arts technique. By the way, when practicing, it is best to find a quiet place, free from disturbances, Huang Wen advised seriously as he regarded Huang Liang. I understand. By the way, master, is there a risk of leaking this technique? Huang Liang suddenly pondered, his expression turning hesitant. What if someone sees me practicing? Would they try to steal my skills? That won't be a concern. Not to mention the complexity of the meridian pathways of the technique. The most crucial point is that the method I have imparted to you can only be initiated with the guidance of inner strength cultivated through the same technique. This is why I haven't given you the manual. Possessing merely the manual would be futile, Huang Wen said, chuckling as he patted Huang Liang's shoulder. Now, go familiarize yourself in my room while I teach Uncle Wolf. Yes, master. Huang Liang nodded with confidence and made his way into Huang Wen's room, sitting cross-legged to continue cultivating his inner strength. One fortunate aspect was that the air in this world still contained spiritual energy. Otherwise, even if he imparted the techniques to them, they would be unable to practice. Huang Wen gazed in the direction of his room, a thought flashing through his mind. Wolf uncle, stop staring. Do you still wish to learn the technique? Huang Wen called out towards the television in the living room. He found it amusing that in an attempt to bridge the gap with Baihizi, Logan and she were cuddled up watching SpongeBob SquarePants. Surprisingly, Baihizi seemed to enjoy it. Coming. Logan's eyes brightened as he turned to Baihizi. I'll go first, don't wander off. Heezy simply replied, her gaze firmly fixed on the television. Teacher, when will Bruce Banner and Johnny Storm emerge from their room? They asked, looking expectantly at Huang Wen. For the past few days, they had remained on the second floor of the Wing Chun Dojo, not daring to venture down, considering their rather unique identities, particularly Bruce Banner, whose name was linked to the military. If discovered, it would spell trouble. Let me finish teaching Wolfunkel first, Huang Wen replied. Huang Wen pondered for a moment, then suddenly had a change of heart. Very well, let us depart together and seek a tranquil place to instruct you. Xiaoqiang, step forward, Lise. Please keep an eye on the martial arts school. Understood, Brother Wen. Got it, teacher. Zhongchang promptly approached, and before he could utter another word, he transformed into a motley of light and vanished within the confines of the Wing Chun school. When Zhongchang regained his senses, he found himself amidst a desolate wilderness, with a vast lake nearby. What brings you here? Logan immediately recognized this to be Alkali Lake and looked at Huang Wen with a puzzled expression. He could not fathom how Alkali Lake had morphed into such a ghastly state, nor was he aware that Jean Grey had been engulfed by the waters. At that moment, Logan's attention had been solely focused on the conflict between Huang Wen and the mutants. He even presumed that Huang Wen had chosen to withdraw rather than continue his clash with the Sentinels out of consideration for him. Did something happen? It's impossible. Under such circumstances, without an aircraft, they could not have made such an easy escape. But where has Jean Grey gone? Huang Wen's perceptive abilities were fully activated, and he mused to himself, though he could find no trace of Jean Grey nearby, leaving him to shake his head in resignation. Is there a place safer than here? Although the base below has been flooded, the drainage system is gradually expelling the water. With a bit of repair, it could serve as an ideal retreat, as well as a suitable venue for instructing you in your techniques. Huang Wen quickly regained his composure and explained with a smile. Moreover, this was originally a research facility for William Stryker, so it should provide ample space for you to showcase your abilities. Then why not simply enter? Logan inquired, somewhat perplexed. Is it not due to the concern that the water has not been fully drained? Huang Wen thought to himself, for he was not omniscient. How could he have known if the underground base would still resemble a water prison before his arrival? With a thought from Huang Wen, the group once again transformed into motes of light and entered the base. At that moment, the interior of the base was uneven, filled with puddles of varying sizes. And overhead, numerous gaps were leaking water, rendering the environment rather uninviting. Since I possess the ability of instantaneous movement, there is truly no need to leave doors and secret passages. I shall seal them all and leave only ventilation openings. A notion flashed through Huang Wen's mind, and he activated the indestructible Vajra technique, using his mental force to manipulate the surrounding metal. Logan observed Huang Wen activating the indestructible Vajra technique, his eyes lighting up with realization. He understood that this was the very ability Huang Wen intended to impart to him. With this capability, he would no longer have to fear Charles and Magneto. Little did Logan know that due to the contingency measures left by Huang Wen, even Magneto would find it exceedingly difficult to utilize his powers, let alone control Logan. Upon the activation of the indestructible diamond-like skill, Huang Wen found himself confronted with considerable challenges. The damage inflicted upon the underground base was grievously severe, and compounded by the fact that it was his inaugural attempt at such intricate object manipulation. It took him a full half hour to complete the entire endeavor. It is noteworthy that the indestructible diamond-like skill can only be sustained for a maximum of 1 hour, which implies that Huang Wen had already expended half of his internal energy. Chapter 89. Logan's Whale. Could I possibly possess such power? Logan inquired, his gaze fixed intently on Huang Wen. Anticipation etched across his face. Does this mean I would have several abilities at my disposal? Such feats are not easily attained. Huang Wen replied with a smile, shaking his head. Even if I were to impart this martial art to you, years of dedicated practice would be required. As I have previously mentioned, only through relentless training can one reach this level. And how long would it take for me to attain your strength? Logan furrowed his brow, observing Huang Wen, who had reverted to his normal state. Surely it wouldn't take many years? What are you worried about? You have lived for nearly 2 centuries. Does a little more time truly matter? A hint of amusement danced on Huang Wen's lips. However, you may indeed require a considerable amount of time. Given your martial arts aptitude, which is quite lacking, while I could potentially reach my current level in a year or 2, you, I fear, may need a decade or more. That is impossible. Logan confidently thumped his chest. I have always been quick to learn anything over the years. Oh, Yet you haven't even attended a reputable university all this time, let alone pursued a master's or doctoral degree. Huang Wen's smile grew more pronounced. Let me ask you again. Have you committed to memory the meridian map I instructed you on? Not at all. The meridian map you provided is so intricate. How could I possibly comprehend it? A flicker of embarrassment crossed Logan's eyes. Acquiring knowledge was certainly not his forte. Otherwise, he would not have lived so long without accumulating any meaningful education. This was not solely due to his previous amnesia, but largely attributed to his beast-like mutant abilities and his irritable disposition, rendering him ill-suited for scholarly pursuits. Thus, Logan had spent years engaged in physically demanding labor, epitomizing the archetype of a brawny yet simple-minded mutant. Do not laugh. Have all of you memorized the meridian map I assigned? Huang Wen turned to address the chuckling Bruce Banner and the others, his gaze settling on Zhong Chang and the fiery John. It is not overly difficult. Aside from a few perplexing aspects, I had no significant trouble memorizing it. Bruce Banner remarked, shrugging confidently. Well, I was rather bored. It seems you never asked me to remember these things. You truly do not need to. I will teach you how to harness your innate abilities. After all, your natural talents alone will suffice for a lifetime. Huang Wen nodded, directing his attention to Zhong Chang and John. What about you two? Brother Wen, that material is exceedingly difficult to remember. I have not devoted myself to learning with such seriousness for a long time, yet I still cannot recall everything. Zhong Chang said with a smile as he gazed at Huang Wen, speaking cautiously. I only managed to memorize a small portion, Fireman John admitted, feeling somewhat embarrassed. In that case, it depends on how much you can absorb later. If not, then take your time to build a solid foundation. Just don't envy Huang Liang when the time comes. Huang Wen shook his head in resignation, fully aware of the difficulty in memorizing such material. Had it not been for his attributes akin to Bai Zhantang and Yuan, he would not have been able to retain so much information. Let us start with you. Wolverine, Huang Wen began. Originally, the indestructible diamond technique is an advanced skill not suitable for direct learning, as one cannot endure it without robust physical strength or internal energy. However, you are somewhat special, as long as you can withstand the pain. Huang Wen turned to Logan, speaking earnestly. Come on, I have endured far worse. You should know that. Logan took a deep breath, his gaze resolute. Very well, sit cross-legged. Huang Wen nodded, placing his hand on Logan's body, pressing him down to the ground. A surge of powerful internal energy flowed into Logan's meridians. Remember these painful spots. This is the pathway of internal energy. With a sharp intake of breath, Logan felt the overwhelming force of the internal energy burst through his meridians, causing them to rupture. Yet, his remarkable healing ability allowed for swift recovery, even widening the meridians due to the internal energy's support. It appears to be feasible. Huang Wen's perceptive abilities detected the changes occurring within Logan's body, causing his eyes to brighten. Although the risk was significantly higher than with Huang Liang, for Wolverine, it merely involved enduring pain. Logan cried out in anguish. While this pain was not as severe as that experienced during the infusion of adamantium, it far surpassed the agony of gunshot wounds, especially since it stemmed from within his own body, a sensation he had rarely encountered. Nearby, Bruce Banner and the others reacted to Logan's cries, their expressions shifting uneasily, instinctively recoiling, and even the Hulk nearly sprang into action. After a considerable time, the last remnants of the potent internal energy entered Logan's dantian. Remarkably, he did not need to consciously memorize the flow of the technique, as the widened meridians indicated the path of the internal energy. He merely had to channel it along the meridians that tapered from wide to narrow due to the energy's consumption. Moreover, even if he misdirected the energy, for someone like Logan, it would only result in a brief moment of pain without any significant repercussions, let alone life-threatening consequences. Sit still. Now is the time to swiftly convert that last trace of internal energy into your own, Huang Wen urged, restraining Logan, who was eager to rise. I want to prepare any supplements for you. Your physique doesn't require such things. With that, Huang Wen shifted his gaze towards Zhong Chang and Fireman John, who instinctively took a step back, clearly startled by Logan's recent outcry. Let us have Xiao Chang go first. Banner will be last, as you are not the same as the others. Huang Wen observed the actions of the two individuals with a hint of amusement and remarked, Brother Wen. Zhong Chang instinctively swallowed hard. I believe I should first memorize the meridian chart before you teach me. Do you understand now? Huang Wen shot an irritated glance at Zhong Chang. Go memorize it right away. If you can't, you won't be allowed to leave. I'll just confine you here and provide only one meal a day. Please, Brother Wen. Zhong Chang let out a familiar cry of despair. Are you not going yet? Huang Wen rolled his eyes and turned to the fire user, John. Come, sit cross-legged. Let me first assess your body's adaptability. Yes, teacher, John replied, swallowing nervously, refraining from echoing Zhong Chang's sentiments, and obediently seated himself on the ground. Huang Wen placed his hand on John's body, beginning to sense and explore John's physical capabilities. Mutants indeed possess certain peculiarities. Is it because he is an ability-type mutant that his body inherently contains energy? Huang Wen suddenly made a realization, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. Chapter 90. The Fireman's Mutation. It bore some resemblance to the fiery powers of the ice and flame palm, yet was distinctly different. At least, this force could not produce flames. As Huang Wen felt the energy within John, he contemplated the manifestation of John's abilities. However, to assert that it could not generate flames seemed slightly inaccurate. Rather, it could not produce the initial spark, yet it could control the flame from a lighter, perpetually generating and intensifying it. Teacher? John had not sensed Huang Wen's movement for quite some time, a stark contrast to Logan's earlier experience, leading him to open his eyes in confusion. John, can you control the energy within you? Huang Wen quickly regained his focus and inquired. Control the energy within me? But there are no flames around. I cannot control it, John hesitantly replied, glancing around. No, even if there are no flames externally, the energy within you is always present. It resides within you. You must learn to control it even in the absence of fire. Huang Wen shook his head, encouraging John to persevere. I'll give it a try, John nodded uncertainly, then began to sense the energy within himself. After a while, he looked up at Huang Wen, disheartened. I'm sorry. I've disappointed you, teacher. I still cannot produce flames on my own. Not at all, John. I am not asking you to generate flames. Your ability is to control and enhance flames. It requires a spark to activate, but that does not mean it will lie dormant when there is no external fire. Huang Wen shook his head once more, looking intently into John's eyes. I need you to control this energy and allow it to circulate within your body. This doesn't seem too difficult. John paused in surprise, not expecting Huang Wen to assign him such a simple task. However, merely controlling this energy felt futile, at best providing a mild warmth within himself. Then control it for me to see. Huang Wen's eyes sparkled as he looked at Fireman John and smiled. If you can truly master this power, you might surpass even Wolverine and the others in your progress. Really? Fireman John's eyes brightened, and he felt a surge of joy as he hurriedly focused on controlling the energy within him. Soon, he sensed a warm sensation enveloping his body, causing his complexion to flush. Indeed, it is possible. Perhaps this is the innate power of you extraordinary beings. Huang Wen's perceptive abilities detected the adept command Fireman John had over his internal energy, and he encouraged, control your power, do not resist. Remember the path of my energy flow. Huang Wen summoned the force of the ice-fire palm, transforming it into a blend of frigid and fiery energy that entered Fireman John's body. Fireman John jolted, swiftly calming the mutation energy within him to prevent any adverse effects. Had the two forces clashed within him, even with his slightly superior physique as a mutant, the outcome could have been disastrous. After a moment, Huang Wen guided the energy into Fireman John's dantian, where the last remnants of the force were assimilated by his mutant energy. However, following the assimilation of the ice-fire palm, the mutant energy, instinctively channeling along the recently learned pathways, underwent significant transformation. Had Huang Wen imparted the Kunlun fire palm, Fireman John might have only experienced an enhancement of abilities without substantial change. Yet, since Huang Wen had taught him the ice-fire palm, a remarkable technique that fused the contrasting elements of ice and fire, while not exceptionally ranked, it held immense potential. Consequently, Fireman John found himself in turmoil, as his mutant ability felt akin to a second awakening, albeit a forced one. He cried out, feeling both icy and fiery sensations coursing through him. His left side trembled from the cold, while the right side was drenched in sweat from the heat. Hold on. Huang Wen's encouraging voice resonated in Fireman John's ears. If you can endure this, you will gain the freedom to create and control flames. And you will also possess ice-manipulating abilities akin to Bobby's. Moreover, your physical prowess will further enhance. Bobby. Fireman John barely registered Huang Wen's last remark. But the notion of possessing ice-manipulating capabilities akin to Bobby etched itself deeply in his mind. His relationship with Bobby had evolved from rivalry to friendship and then to discord. Throughout that journey, Fireman John had never triumphed over Bobby in any aspect. This time, however, as long as he could endure, he might finally have the opportunity to surpass Bobby. With this thought in mind, Fireman John clenched his teeth resolutely, stifling any sound, fearful that even a whisper might jeopardize this chance for empowerment. What tenacity! After a considerable time, the figure of Fireman John was adorned with frost on his left side and drenched in sweat on his right. Yet, he excitedly opened his eyes, which had transformed into heterochromatic orbs, his left eye, a chilling azure, and his right, a blazing crimson. Perhaps, the moniker of fireman no longer befits him. How do you feel? Huang inquired, observing John's unusual appearance slowly dissipate, leaving only his unchangeable heterochromatic eyes. Teacher, I feel an unprecedented vitality. My strength has at least doubled. John exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he gazed at Huang. I believe I am now on par with Bobby. Look, John extended his hands. A gust of icy air emanated from his left hand, while a flame ignited in his right. The mastery he exhibited over both the frost and fire indicated a seamless integration of the ice and fire palm with his inherent abilities. Indeed, you have made the most significant progress, Huang nodded with satisfaction. Through John's experience, he gained deeper insights into inner strength and mutant energy. Although various superpowers and inner strength arise from different origins, some due to genetics, others from external forces, and some through rigorous training, ultimately, the manifestation of power among these abilities shares remarkable similarities. Otherwise, Magneto could not have unraveled Huang's sunflower-pointing hand with his mutant prowess, compelling Huang to decisively obliterate 2 of Magneto's pressure points as a lesson. Chapter 91. The Deceptive Supernatural Lottery. However, do not become complacent. Although you currently possess the powers of ice and fire, it must be noted that Bobby, the Iceman, is an Omega-level mutant with immense potential. If you aspire to truly surpass him, further dedication is essential, Huang cautioned, observing John's exhilaration. Now, your mutant ability has undergone another mutation, and you can continuously practice the techniques I have imparted to enhance your strength. Only in doing so can you fully eclipse Iceman Bobby. Teacher, is my current strength still insufficient? John furrowed his brow, struggling to believe Huang's assertion while feeling his newfound prowess. John, it seems you are a bit inflated with pride. Huang replied with a gentle smile, shaking his head. Although John had indeed fortified his abilities and acquired both ice and fire powers, Huang sensed that John had yet to reach the legendary tier. He remained within the extraordinary realm. After all, John's innate abilities were already extraordinary, and the ice and fire palm was merely an extraordinary skill. Even with augmentation, attaining the legendary level was no simple feat. Whereas Iceman Bobby was already capable of triggering legendary tier tasks, Huang contemplated releasing a new task to inform John of his current strength. The prior encounter involving mutants against Magneto had been too rushed, leaving no opportunity to issue a task. Now, it was time to reap the rewards. Task generation. Dissuade John from his inflated ego. Reward with a chance for an extraordinary item lottery. Do you accept? Indeed, it is an extraordinary level task, and surprisingly, it involves a lottery for items. Is the task too simple? Huang Wen, somewhat disappointed, shook his head and murmured, I accept. Come, John. Do you not believe that your strength is formidable? Now, I shall engage you using the same abilities you possess to help you comprehend the extent of your current prowess. Huang Wen did not regard John as a genuine opponent, even though John had acquired the ice-fire palm. After all, although Huang Wen's ice-fire palm was also of extraordinary level, his inner strength had already reached a legendary standard. Such martial skills naturally escalated with the enhancement of one's realm and inner strength, thus equating to Huang Wen battling John with the abilities of a legendary level against John's extraordinary level. I shall not disappoint my teacher. John's eyes sparkled with determination. He recognized this as a splendid opportunity to prove his capabilities. If he were fortunate enough to defeat Huang Wen, who was solely employing the ice-fire palm, he would undoubtedly gain greater recognition, making it possible for him to receive instruction in other abilities from Huang Wen. Indeed, John was an individual fervently yearning for strength. His initial decision to take Huang Wen as a mentor was markedly different from Bruce Banner's. He aspired to learn everything. With a fervent exhale, John initiated the attack using his profoundly familiar fire abilities. A blazing fireball erupted from his right hand, transforming into a roaring inferno, while his right eye glowed with a fiery crimson hue. With a resounding crash, Huang Wen flicked his right hand, unleashing a concentrated fireball that obliterated John's flames. The overwhelming explosive force surging relentlessly towards John. John reacted swiftly. A flash of icy blue light sparked in his left eye as he conjured an ice wall with his left hand before him, a technique learned from the Iceman Bobby. However, the ice wall could not withstand the explosive might of the flames, shattering under the impact, sending John hurtling away. Fortunately, he was no longer the version of himself who could control fire but possessed little resistance to it. At this moment, John exhibited a reasonable resilience to both ice and fire, thus sustaining no significant injuries, albeit in a rather disheveled state. How does it feel? Do you sense the disparity in power? Huang Wen observed John, who was rising with a hint of despondence, and remarked with a smile. I have also sparred with that Iceman Bobby and am aware of his strength. At this juncture, you are on par with my singular use of the ice palm. There remains some distance between you and him. However, your abilities are more diverse than his, and you will no longer be countered by him. Should you engage in a true battle without the limitations of fire creation, you would possess a fair chance of victory. Of course, if you diligently hone your skills, your chances will only increase. Teacher, I understand now. I should not succumb to arrogance nor pride. I shall continue to strive and will not disappoint you. A glimmer of enlightenment flashed in John's eyes as he earnestly regarded Huang Wen. At this moment, John gradually realized that perhaps he should not aspire to excessive powers. Merely the abilities of ice and fire would suffice for him. As long as he could continuously strengthen these two powers, he would undoubtedly become a renowned, formidable figure. Ding! The task to dispel John's inflated ambitions was completed, and the reward was a chance to draw an extraordinary item. The system's notification also informed Huang Wen that John had indeed quelled his overreaching desires, which made Huang Wen nod in satisfaction. System, claim the task reward, an extraordinary item. I wonder if it can shine as brilliantly as the Regeneration Dragon Bond did. However, I certainly hope it isn't another Regeneration Dragon Bond. Huang Wen exited the task page and proceeded to draw the extraordinary item. With a whoosh, a white light flashed, representing the lottery for both mortal and extraordinary tiers. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained the extraordinary item, Sincere Red Bean Bond, originating from the film Prankster Expert, not the lie Red Bean Bond, after system optimization. Anyone who consumes it will speak truthfully within 5 minutes and answer any questions. At this moment, Huang Wen was truly perplexed, his mind filled with question marks. What on earth is this? A sincere red bean bun? What use is this? How could such a thing be deemed an extraordinary item by the system? Just because it compels anyone to speak the truth? But what use is that? I have no one to interrogate. What is the point of having this? Should I perhaps find a way to make Loki eat it someday, just to see if he reluctantly admits to liking Thor as a brother? Huang Wen's imagination ran wild. Yet he still could not conceive a suitable purpose for this item. This item is even more useless than a hammer, a stool, or an umbrella. At least those are permanent items. This is not only a one-time use item, but also occupies a spot in the extraordinary draw. Never mind. Perhaps today is just an off day for me. Teacher, you previously mentioned that the skills you teach me are somewhat different from theirs. I won't have to endure the same suffering, will I? After witnessing the experiences of Logan and John, Bruce Banner felt a bit anxious. It is not that I fear pain. Rather, I am concerned about Hulk emerging uncontrollably. Rest assured, you are not like them. I will teach you and Hulk separately. Huang Wen returned to his senses and smiled, shaking his head. Chapter 92. Banner's peculiar abilities, so that's why you didn't ask me to memorize the meridian chart, right? Bruce Banner nodded in understanding. But suddenly he chuckled awkwardly, scratching his head. Teacher, look, I have already memorized the meridian chart. Can I perhaps learn some abilities like theirs? I just worry that Hulk won't accept it. Huang Wen found it amusing and shook his head. Unlike the abilities within mutants, Hulk possesses an independent consciousness. If Bruce Banner were to suddenly gain a surge of inner power, Hulk would surely rebel. Does Hulk even need to oversee this? Bruce Banner suddenly felt uncertain. Although he had been able to communicate simply with Hulk, he still struggled with such specific issues. At present, Bruce Banner is only capable of summoning the Hulk for a fight, or knowing that the Hulk has a penchant for fruit. Beyond that, he remains perplexed about many other matters. This is precisely why Bruce yearns to strengthen his mental prowess. for such an enhancement would enable him to converse with the Hulk while fully conscious, and perhaps even exert control over him, rather than resorting to calling upon the Hulk in times of crisis or engaging in tenuous dialogues during meditation. It seems he does not wish to harbor within him something he cannot command, much like your previous experience. Huang Wen gently placed his hand on Bruce Banner's shoulder and said, "Come, sit down, and enter a meditative state. What I am about to impart to you is a variant of psychic ability, known as special abilities. Indeed, Huang Wen is preparing to bestow upon Bruce Banner these special abilities. However, the term bestow is somewhat inaccurate. This approach combines the essence of impartation and enlightenment derived from special abilities, a method developed by Huang Wen himself. With his regenerative prowess, he can continually recover. Otherwise, reckless experimentation would have long led to mental deterioration. Remember, the special abilities I impart to you are not formidable. They belong to a nascent level. In the future, you must employ the techniques I teach you during meditation to enhance your mental strength." Huang Wen sat cross-legged before Bruce Banner, one hand resting on his forehead and the other on his chest, as a surge of special ability flowed into Bruce's being. This novel method diverges from traditional impartation. Once Huang Wen aids Bruce in awakening, this special ability becomes independent of Huang Wen, who will not be affected by its influence. However, this method also differs from the conventional enlightenment practices of the Academy, as it does not necessitate years of study and accumulation before unlocking special abilities, making it considerably more efficient. Of course, such shortcuts come with their own drawbacks. Through the Academy's methods of enlightenment, one could acquire a diverse range of special abilities, including the manipulation of fire and wind, akin to the awakening of mutants. In contrast, Huang Wen's approach is limited to 4 specific abilities: object displacement, control over objects, perception, and illusion. He deliberately omitted the rather dubious ability of X-ray vision to preserve his image. Yet, Bruce Banner does not particularly require these capabilities. His primary aim is to enhance his mental strength, and this method suffices for him. Suddenly, with a loud bang, Bruce felt as though his mind had erupted, yet he did not experience any pain. Rather, a profound sense of comfort enveloped him. Indeed, had Bruce truly felt the agony of a mental explosion, the Hulk would have already emerged, roaring at Huang Wen in fury. "Rise." Bruce Banner opened his eyes and suddenly pointed at a small screw that had fallen to the ground. To his astonishment, the screw wobbled and began to levitate, igniting a spark of excitement in Bruce's gaze. However, this moment of exhilaration caused the screw to drop back down. Panting heavily, yet feeling a sense of exhilaration, Bruce realized that, unlike the Hulk, his extraordinary abilities, although currently diminished, were still within his control. "You possess abilities akin to an ordinary person at this moment," Huang Wen remarked as he stood up and patted Bruce on the shoulder. "If you were to cast an illusion, even the students at the martial arts school would not be deceived. Thus, you must practice diligently. The reason I emphasize the need to teach you and the Hulk separately is that, in a certain sense, you complement each other. When the Hulk is in control of the body, although you cannot direct it, the environment remains conducive for you to practice your abilities. During this time, I can also instruct the Hulk in martial arts." "Teacher, are you truly going to teach the Hulk?" Bruce asked, a hint of concern in his voice. Professor Charles expended considerable effort to communicate with the Hulk, often resorting to fruit as a bribe. Bruce had recently learned about the events at Alkali Lake from John. In John's account, Charles came across as hypocritical, and he even suggested that Charles had initially brought Bruce to Xavier's school for gifted youngsters solely to exploit the Hulk's power, intending for him to serve as a muscle for the institution. After a moment of contemplation, Bruce suddenly recognized that his previous dialogue with Charles was laden with implications, suggestions that they shared similar experiences and should unite. Analyzing this, it indeed seemed plausible. Consequently, under John's influence, Bruce's fondness for Charles waned significantly, and with Huang Wen now serving as his mentor, he understood where his loyalties lay. "You may not yet realize that your perceptions of others profoundly influence the Hulk," Huang Wen said with a smile. "Just as your desire to avoid harming Betty Ross prevents the Hulk from doing so, he will fiercely protect her." "How do you know this, teacher?" "I haven't even mentioned Betty," Bruce responded, momentarily taken aback and gazing at Huang Wen with uncertainty. "Just as I am aware of Wolverine's origins, I see you and glean insights into your past. This is part of my ability, not an invasion of your privacy," Huang Wen replied, shaking his head with a smile. "Rest assured, I will find a way for you to walk in the sunlight." And the first step is to teach the Hulk to maintain control and not instill fear in others. Walking in the sunlight, does that mean I could see Betty? A surge of excitement coursed through Bruce as he exclaimed, "All right, I will summon the Hulk now." Chapter 93. Persuading Hulk to train with a thunderous roar. Bruce Banner's clothing once again tore apart. The foremost dilemma confronting him remained the issue of his garments disintegrating upon transforming into the Hulk. Surely, he could not revert to his original form while clad in tattered trousers, could he? Huang Wen had no viable solution to this predicament, as he was uncertain whether the illustrious Fantastic Four existed within this complex Marvel universe. If they did, perhaps a way could be devised to craft a matching outfit for Bruce Banner, thus preventing further wardrobe malfunctions. But wait, as Huang Wen gazed at the Hulk, whose attire had succumbed to the strain, an epiphany struck him. Banner, possessing 7 doctoral degrees, was indeed a super genius within the Marvel realm. Designing a fabric impervious to tearing should pose no significant challenge for him. Even if Reed Richards surpassed Banner in intellect, it was unreasonable to believe that Banner could not replicate a garment that Richards had successfully engineered. At worst, it would merely require a bit more time. After all, Banner was undoubtedly well-versed in the demands of clothing. Could it be that Banner harbored some peculiar predilection? Roar. Just as Huang Wen's thoughts meandered, the Hulk bellowed in frustration, seemingly displeased with Huang Wen's lack of attention. Hulk want fruit. With this proclamation, both Hulk and Huang Wen transformed into luminous specks, vanishing from their location and reappearing in the collapsed control room of the brainwave enhancer. This space had devolved into a sealed ruin, the ground strewn with jagged stones. The abrupt change in surroundings left Hulk somewhat disoriented. He bared his teeth at Huang Wen and roared, "Hulk want fruit. Get out of here." Well, it appears that Banner still holds me in considerable esteem. Otherwise, Hulk would have likely lunged at me with a punch by now. Huang Wen nodded in satisfaction. Fruit is attainable, but first, you must practice your punches with me. Once you've mastered that, I shall reward you with fruit. You, Banner, teacher, not Hulk. You weak. Small Hulk not learn. Hulk scrutinized Huang Wen before articulating a series of disjointed phrases. Despite the lack of coherence, Huang Wen understood his meaning. Had you not just emerged into existence, I would truly hesitate to engage. However, since you are newly formed and your strength is still nascent, it is indeed an opportune moment for instruction. A thought flitted through Huang Wen's mind, and he chuckled. Refusal is permissible. If you can push me back a step, you may forego training henceforth. Huang Wen gazed at Hulk, a smile gracing his lips. But if you fail to achieve this, you must comply with my guidance. Surely the mighty Hulk would not shy away from such a challenge? Hulk fear nothing, Hulk proclaimed, unleashing a powerful punch aimed at Huang Wen's chest. However, owing to Bruce Banner's influence, Hulk instinctively moderated his strength. With a resounding thud, Huang Wen activated his indomitable defense, absorbing Hulk's blow without yielding an inch. Instead, he advanced a step, retaliating with a punch to Hulk's chest, sending him staggering back. With tremendous force, comparable to my indestructible state, Hulk's current strength should not be considered his full potential. A thought flickered through Huang Wen's mind. After all, Hulk had only recently emerged and could still be classified as in his infancy. Furthermore, lacking the augmentation of rage, he undoubtedly could not exhibit the terrifying power characteristic of his later stages. Roaring in defiance, Hulk, having been struck back by Huang Wen's punch, felt a tinge of humiliation. After all, just moments ago, Huang Wen had commended his prowess, only for him to be repelled. At that moment, Hulk even felt a burning sensation on his face. With a thunderous crash, Hulk leapt up, swinging both fists toward Huang Wen. However, Huang Wen met him with his own fists, engaging in a direct confrontation. Hulk was sent flying, but the ground beneath Huang Wen, already in a state of disrepair, erupted violently. My word, what immense strength! Although Hulk was sent soaring, Huang Wen's expression shifted. The indestructible technique he practiced, a harmonious unity of essence, energy, and spirit, should not be susceptible to external forces. Yet, the fact that the ground beneath him shattered indicated that he had no choice but to mitigate Hulk's power. Currently, with the indestructible technique activated, my essence, energy, and spirit total over 3,000 points. At this moment, Hulk must possess at least 4,000 to achieve such a feat if this continues. The indestructible technique might be forcibly overcome by Hulk, especially as his fury escalates. It is no wonder that Hulk, having just emerged, already wields such formidable strength. His potential is indeed fearsome. I will have to resort to some clever tactics. Just then, Hulk unleashed another furious roar and charged at Huang Wen. Huang Wen swiftly crouched, delivering a kick to Hulk's ankle, causing him to lose his balance and crash to the ground. However, Hulk quickly rose again, turning once more to attack Huang Wen. As Hulk drew nearer, Huang Wen pivoted, grasping Hulk's arms while executing a backward kick. With a powerful pull, he executed a shoulder throw, slamming Hulk onto the ground. You have been downed by me thrice, while I have yet to be repelled by you. Do you not perceive the disparity in our strengths? Huang Wen teased as Hulk attempted to rise. Or is our Hulk simply a sore loser? Hulk has not lost. Hulk retorted defiantly as he stood up, this time refraining from further assault, but still glaring at Huang Wen. Oh, have you not been down thrice? Huang Wen inquired with a smile, shaking his head. Hulk found himself momentarily speechless. Have I not remained unrepelled even a step? Huang Wen pressed once more. Hulk fell silent again, and as his form gradually diminished, he astonishingly transformed back into Bruce Banner. Teacher, you are rather blunt. If I hadn't been able to subtly influence Hulk, he might have lost control just now. Bruce Banner remarked with a wry smile, looking at Huang Wen with a sense of helplessness. You tell him that he has lost, and if he dares not to admit it and neglects his training, he shall have no fruits to eat in the future. Huang Wen waved his hand, feigning seriousness as he spoke. Moreover, from this day forth, Hulk shall no longer be called Hulk, but rather the coward who cannot admit his defeat. With a roar, the recently revived Bruce Banner transformed once more into the Hulk, gritting his teeth as he glared at Huang Wen. It seemed as though he could hear Bruce Banner communicating with him, and in a fit of anger, he turned away, thinking of Hulk, training, becoming stronger, and fruits. All right, as long as you diligently train with me, you will surely grow stronger and have delicious fruits to eat. Huang Wen chuckled again, finding it quite effortless to persuade the Hulk, who possessed the intellect of a child. Chapter 94. The 3-second transformation of Wolverine unbeknownst to Hulk. Huang Wen's words held deeper meanings. He naively believed that he would soon enjoy delectable fruits, which ignited his excitement. Hulk, train. Come, learn from me, and stand in a horse stance. Huang Wen ceased his demonstration of the indestructible God technique and showcased the most common standing posture. However, it would have been too challenging for Hulk to practice the Wing Chun's 2 characters pinching goat stance. Huang Wen simply taught Hulk the basic horse stance. Regarding techniques, it was evident that Wing Chun was unsuitable for Hulk. After all, expecting Hulk to possess both offensive and defensive capabilities, combined with agility, was clearly asking too much. Huang Wen believed that the 8 Extremes fist would be the most fitting for Hulk, allowing him to fully unleash his strength. Unfortunately, Huang Wen himself was not well versed in it, but he did possess some knowledge of Hung Gar from the character Yip Man. Thus, he could initially teach Hulk Hung Gar, and perhaps later have the opportunity to extract the 8 Extremes fist. Bored, Hulk imitated Huang Wen's stance, yet after a few minutes, he found it increasingly difficult to maintain the position. It wasn't fatigue that troubled him. Rather, he found it uninteresting. You shall only have fruits to eat once you complete your daily training tasks. Otherwise, you will return home with an empty stomach. Huang Wen smiled gently, shaking his head. And this is merely the foundation. The monotony you must endure has only just begun. However, think about it. When you return home, won't it be equally dull? Consider this. Exchanging your tedious time for a bit of fruit is a guaranteed profit. Fruits, boredom, fruits. Hulk's expression twisted momentarily before he ultimately chose fruits. After Huang Wen's persuasion, Hulk had successfully begun to refer to fruits as guazi. Boss, where are you? Logan's voice echoed throughout the underground base. You focus on your training here and do not be lazy. If you are lazy, there will be no fruits for you. Huang Wen paused, giving Hulk a final admonition before his figure transformed into a burst of light and vanished. Hulk does not slack off. Hulk huffed, glaring in the direction where Huang Wen had departed. He remained steadfast in his horse stance. While it was somewhat dull, it was not overly exhausting. However, with long-term training, at least Hulk would not be so easily tripped up by Huang Wen as he had been moments ago. What's wrong? Huang Wen's figure appeared beside Logan and the others, scrutinizing Logan before inquiring. I have succeeded. I now possess my own internal energy. What do you think? Faster than you anticipated, isn't it? Logan, filled with excitement, gazed at Huang Wen with a smile. Is that so? Then why not demonstrate your internal energy by activating the indestructible Vajra technique? A faint smile graced Huang Wen's lips, though he struggled to suppress it, as if it were a challenge to contain. All right, Logan chuckled and began to channel the meager internal energy from his dantian, instantly activating the indestructible Vajra technique. His entire being radiated a golden glow, appearing quite formidable. Yet, within 3 seconds, the technique dissipated and Logan's smile faded, leaving him with a slightly dazed expression. I have told you before, it requires years of dedicated practice to reach my current level. Huang Wen finally burst into laughter. However, as he spoke, his smile abruptly froze. For Logan activated the indestructible Vajra technique once more, only for it to vanish again in under 3 seconds. What is this? Huang Wen blinked, contemplating a possibility. Is it your self-healing ability that allows you to rapidly restore your internal energy? I'm not entirely sure. Logan scratched his head, uncertainty flickering in his eyes. When this internal energy is depleted, new energy swiftly emerges from my dantian. It must be due to my mutant abilities. Such a transformation exists? Huang Wen felt a twinge of surprise, yet he quickly smiled and remarked, "This is indeed advantageous for you, enhancing your endurance. However, you should focus on your training and strive to surpass the 3-second mark first." Ha ha ha. Concurrently, Zhong Chong, who was memorizing the meridian diagram, and John, who was practicing, burst into laughter, causing Logan's face to flush with embarrassment. Humph. A bunch of immature brats dare to mock me? Logan huffed in dissatisfaction, angrily seeking refuge in a corner, vowing not to leave until he conquered the 3-second threshold. What are you laughing at? Have you finished memorizing the meridian diagram? Huang Wen shot an annoyed glare at Zhong Chong. No, I'm still at it, Zhong Chong replied, shrinking his neck and muttering, mutants have it easier. They can shortcut their training, unlike me, who can only toil away at memorizing this diagram. While Huang Wen was guiding those around him to begin engaging with extraordinary levels of power, the battle police finally returned to Xavier's school for gifted youngsters. During the past 2 days, the acupoints that Huang Wen had previously targeted on Mystique had automatically released, and Magneto, who had been carried on her back, only awakened after entering the academy, appearing exceedingly fatigued. Charles, Eric, what has happened to him? Mystique looked at Charles with concern. I previously shared abilities with Eric, and I sensed something was amiss. It must be the work of that young man named Huang Wen. Charles let out a soft sigh. Eric's lower body seemed to be severely injured, rendering him devoid of sensation. As for Eric's mutant abilities, they remained intact. However, whenever he attempted to harness them, a mysterious area in his brain would be triggered, inflicting tremendous pain upon him. I cannot fathom how he manages this. I shall seek him out. I will find a way to restore Eric. Raven inhaled deeply, preparing to confront Huang. Do not go, Raven. You are no match for him. Charles shook his head. You cannot conceal your intentions from them, especially since Logan is still present. This is betrayal. He conspires with a human. Raven gritted her teeth. Has he not discerned the true nature of humanity after all this time? It is precisely because he associates with Logan and harbors Bruce Banner that I may compel him to restore Eric. A glimmer of light flickered in Charles's eyes as he glanced at Magneto. However, before that, we must address the issue of Nightcrawler's attack on the president. If this matter remains unresolved, our plight as mutants will worsen, and Eric's current condition must remain undisclosed. Raven, integrate yourself among the students, guiding them to remain united within the academy. Chapter 95. Charles's maneuver very well. I shall entrust Eric's situation to you. Raven took a deep breath, turning to leave the room, granting space to Charles and Magneto, 2 old friends with a shared vision yet diverging paths. Charles, do I truly have a chance at restoration? Magneto appeared somewhat weary as he regarded Charles. In truth, you should not have allied with me back then. Then you might have perished. You are aware that you cannot die? Charles replied resolutely, shaking his head. Since this is his ability, he must possess a means to unravel it. After all, based on Bobby and Anna's descriptions, both acupoint sealing and unsealing are among his powers. Let us first address the assassination of the president. If the president continues to harbor animosity towards mutants, our kin will find themselves in dire straits. Magneto sighed. Proceed, Charles. Your standards are set too high, which often leads us into deadlock. You understand my reasoning for this, Charles said, shaking his head helplessly. That enigmatic sorcerer, the Ancient One, is merely one among several I sensed, mysterious and powerful forces, some of which do not even belong to this world, yet still oversee it. What do you intend to do? Magneto's gaze flickered as he contemplated the Ancient One's unfathomable power. I will first reveal the truth to him. Then inform him that you have escaped from the plastic prison and begun organizing the Brotherhood to incite rebellion, while I will do everything in my power to thwart you." Charles gently patted Magneto's shoulder and said, "Now, you must learn to adapt to life in a wheelchair. I took quite some time to adjust myself. Having observed you in that chair for so long, I have grown accustomed to it as well. It is merely a matter of sitting still. As long as you can still wield your powers, being in a wheelchair is not such a significant issue." Magneto shook his head, his expression remaining relatively composed, betraying little sign of distress. "Rest assured, I shall expedite your recovery," Charles declared with a serious demeanor, then slowly closed his eyes. An immense surge of psychic energy emanated from him, traversing the spatial distance until it arrived within the White House. This was precisely why many well-informed individuals held apprehensions about Charles. His psychic abilities were exceedingly difficult to guard against. Even with a helmet like Magneto's, no one would wear it constantly. Inside the White House, the president was preoccupied with governmental affairs, feeling somewhat irked that no news had yet arrived from William Stryker. He had not anticipated that Stryker would take so long to deal with the mutants. "Mr. President, I wish to speak with you," the female secretary uttered suddenly, her gaze vacant as she addressed him. "Who are you? You're not her." The president regarded the secretary with suspicion, acutely aware that the White House's secret passages were still under construction. At such close proximity, without security personnel rushing in, escape would be exceedingly difficult. This was an inescapable reality. Secret passageways could not be constructed ostentatiously, and no one could have imagined that the president would endure two threats within the White House itself. Damn it, Nick Fury is utterly unreliable. The personnel he dispatched are no different from the previous security team. If anything were to happen, there would be no warning. The president silently cursed, although his wristwatch provided him with a modicum of reassurance. "Mr. President, I mean no harm. I merely wish to inform you about certain matters regarding the mutants and William Stryker," the secretary continued, seemingly oblivious to the president's watch. "More mutants?" The president scoffed inwardly, yet he composed himself, realizing that this uninvited individual appeared to be here to negotiate. "Forgive me for neglecting to introduce myself. My name is Charles," the secretary stated, her tone imbued with warmth, prompting the president to gradually relax. Subsequently, she began recounting Stryker's transgressions, including the news of Magneto's escape from prison and his intentions to incite rebellion. "Indeed, it is Charles. Damn that William Stryker. No wonder there has been no word. He must be dead. What an incompetent fool. After all this time dealing with mutants, is this the best he can manage?" As the president absorbed the secretary's account, a thought surged in his mind. However, the Brotherhood led by Magneto could not be overlooked. It seemed imperative to leverage the talents of Xavier's school for gifted youngsters and Charles's capabilities. "Do you truly have a means to confront Magneto and his Brotherhood?" the president inquired, as if coming to a realization. "For many years, we have fought tirelessly whenever matters concerning mutants arise. Our Xavier Institute for Gifted Youngsters is more than capable of handling them. It is precisely for this reason that we are known as the X-Men." A faint smile graced the lips of the female secretary as she addressed the president. "Thus, the situation with Magneto will be entrusted to you." The president nodded, making a decisive statement. "I will ensure that the Xavier Institute is awarded official accreditation, acknowledging its existence." "Thank you, Mr. President. I assure you that Eric's affairs will remain discreet and will not escalate to your attention," the secretary replied, her smile brightening. "I shall take my leave now. I sincerely hope it remains under wraps," the president remarked earnestly, recognizing that any further disturbances caused by mutants would be challenging to manage in the court of public opinion. If nothing occurs, how could there be any uproar? A thought flickered through Charles's mind as he retracted his mental prowess. The secretary appeared to awaken from a trance, as if she had momentarily dozed off. "Please inform the relevant parties to grant the Xavier Institute its official certification and recognize the academic qualifications of mutants," Charles instructed. After his departure, the president felt a slight fog in his mind, yet remained alert enough to issue commands. "Mr. President?" The secretary snapped back to attention, looking at him with surprise. "Proceed. I have already conferred with Charles," the president replied, waving her off wearily. Soon after, news of Charles's private discussion with the president spread, and some high-ranking officials learned of William Stryker's failure regarding mutant affairs. Within the headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick Fury scoffed at the news. Yet his heart brimmed with apprehension. It seemed necessary to devise a strategy, as Charles appeared to be somewhat reckless, leaving one to ponder whether the president was under his influence. Chapter 96. The confident Charles. How did it go? In the Xavier Institute. Magneto inquired as Charles opened his eyes, quickly asking about the president's response. I utilized a few subtle tactics, but I have yet to breach any fundamental limits. Charles replied with a calm smile, surveying his office. As of today, I am finally a true principal. Congratulations. Magneto nodded with sincerity, delighted. Now, the mutant children will be able to enroll without any reservations. However, it remains uncertain how long it will take for the general populace to recognize this qualification. That will require our continued efforts. Discussing it now feels somewhat ambitious, Charles remarked, shaking his head resolutely. The most pressing matter is to assist you in your recovery. I have devised a plan. Be cautious. That boy's abilities are exceedingly peculiar, and our powers are ineffective against him. You must not encounter the same fate as I did. Magneto warned, regarding Charles with concern. Rest assured, this time, I need not reveal my identity. A mere whisper of information to a select few will suffice to compel them to assist me in achieving my desires. A faint smile graced Charles's lips, and when he finds himself in a predicament, I shall emerge once more, and he will surely comprehend what must be done. With that thought, Charles closed his eyes again, channeling his mental prowess once more, this time manifesting within a military base. General Ross had been scouring the earth for Bruce Banner, yet had found nothing. However, David Banner had unwittingly delivered himself to the doorstep. Upon realizing the absence of news regarding Bruce Banner and the Hulk, David Banner instinctively presumed that General Ross had apprehended Bruce. Little did he know, Bruce was not present. He had effectively walked into a trap. Nevertheless, David displayed no inclination to resist. Instead, he willingly cooperated, even providing a significant quantity of Bruce's blood that he had surreptitiously extracted in the past to General Ross. The general, intrigued, instructed his subordinates to commence research on Bruce Banner's blood. At that moment, the general's aide-de-camp's eyes grew vacant, and he turned to face General Ross directly. The general, sensing a shift, cautiously drew his weapon and, with a furrowed brow, demanded, aide-de-camp, what are you intending to do? General Ross, there is no need for alarm. I harbor no ill intentions. Even in the face of the gun's ominous muzzle, the aide remained unperturbed, for he was under Charles's control. Even if he were to be shot, Charles would remain unharmed. In a flurry, soldiers rushed to the scene, their weapons trained on the aide. Their expressions a mixture of confusion and concern. They were bewildered by the unfolding events, yet their foremost duty was to safeguard General Ross. Who are you? General Ross narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the aide's vacant gaze while scanning the surroundings for any sign of the puppeteer. What is your purpose in audaciously controlling my subordinate? Who I am is of little consequence. However, I possess knowledge of the whereabouts of Mr. Bruce Banner, also known as the Hulk. The aide's tone remained calm, yet his words caused a shift in General Ross's demeanor. It is worth noting that aside from the news reports speculating about mutants, only a select few at the highest echelons were privy to the affairs of the Hulk. Clearly, within those ranks, there was no one with such abilities, or if there were, they would not dare to reveal themselves. Thus, it was evident that the situation regarding the Hulk had been compromised. How do you know about the Hulk? General Ross inhaled deeply, fixating on the aide's unchanging expression, lamenting that the controlled aide exhibited no signs of emotional fluctuation. How I came to know this is not convenient to disclose. However, Mr. Bruce Banner is currently in Chinatown, New York. It would be prudent for General Ross to bring along additional personnel when he seeks him out, for those who harbor Mr. Banner are no less formidable than the Hulk, and may possess even greater means. The aide eventually articulated Charles's words, and with a tremor, gradually regained clarity of mind. General? The aide, just awakening, was met with the ominous sight of a dark gun barrel aimed directly at him, surrounded by an indeterminate number of other firearms similarly directed at his person. Startled, the aide shuddered, bewildered by the unfolding events and perplexed as to why General Ross and his soldiers would train their weapons upon him. Go, consult the classified archives. I demand to know who possesses the ability to manipulate my personnel without being present at the base. General Ross cast a cold glance at the aide, commanding, you, reflect upon your actions. Yes, the aide responded promptly, retreating to a secure chamber, closing himself in. How could there be individuals with extraordinary abilities entwined with Bruce Banner? Wait, could they be mutants? A thought flickered through General Ross's mind as he observed his subordinate approaching for the classified document keys. Investigate any significant recent events concerning mutants. Yes. The subordinate, momentarily taken aback, quickly nodded and set off to gather information. Soon, news of William Stryker's failure reached them, alongside reports of the president's clandestine discussions with Charles, which formally acknowledged the existence of Xavier's school for gifted youngsters. The president's experiences bore a striking resemblance to those of General Ross. It could only be concluded that Charles placed too much faith in his own abilities while underestimating figures like the president and General Ross, who, though perceived as ordinary, were far from slow in receiving intelligence. Mutants have dared to provoke me. Fury flickered in General Ross's eyes. He longed to mobilize his forces to raze Xavier's school to the ground, for he was known as the Thunderbolt General. General, what should we do now? A subordinate tentatively inquired regarding Bruce Banner, reminding Ross that regardless of the circumstances, the president had just reached an accord with Charles. If we act rashly, it could have dire consequences. If he seeks to create trouble in Chinatown, it indicates a vendetta against those sheltering Bruce Banner, and likely, he is not their equal. Otherwise, why would he employ subterfuge? You make a valid point. General Ross inhaled deeply, gradually regaining his composure. He noted this matter but recognized that now was not the time for revenge, especially not shortly after the president's agreement with the mutants. Perhaps it would be wise to send David Banner to probe the situation. After all, he was perpetually shrouded in mystery, behaving like a madman, and he was intent on locating Bruce Banner. So let him proceed. Chapter 97. The Emergence of Hydra Within Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters. Charles remained blissfully unaware that his identity had been swiftly unveiled. He kept his eyes closed, continuing to project his mental prowess, reaching the headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D. The speed of information transmission is astonishing. Charles infiltrated the mind of an agent who was reporting to Nick Fury. Instantly realizing that the matter concerning himself and the president had already leaked, even his identity had been compromised. However, Charles did not dwell on this revelation. For even if exposed, it merely intensified the wariness others felt towards him. Those who were already cautious would remain so, and an increase in their vigilance mattered little. Among those who regarded him with trepidation, the most evident was the one-eyed black man, Nick Fury. Charles understood that Fury's mind harbored numerous secrets. Yet he had no intention of crossing that line to probe into Fury's memories, as doing so would irreparably fracture their tenuous relationship. The current situation was just right. His adversary would exercise caution but would not initiate direct conflict, a strategy Charles had adhered to over the years. Why have you ceased your report? Nick Fury inquired, noticing the sudden silence from the agent. Raising his gaze, he scrutinized the agent, and his expression shifted slightly. Charles. Although Charles was aware that Fury had been informed of his agreement with the president, he was still somewhat taken aback by Fury's swift recognition of him. Unbeknownst to Charles, Fury meticulously recorded every individual who posed a potential threat to him, and Charles ranked high on that list. Moreover, the timing was particularly uncanny, as Fury had just been contemplating how to deal with Charles when he appeared. Greetings, Director Fury. It is an honor to finally meet you. I am well aware of your endeavors, Charles asserted, asserting control over the agent to acknowledge his identity. Oh, which endeavors do you refer to? Fury narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the agent before him. Naturally, I speak of matters concerning our fellow mutants. However, I am not here to settle scores. I come to inform you that the research on mutants can be set aside. This power is beyond your grasp. The agent's vacant gaze fixed upon Fury, behind which Fury seemingly perceived Charles's intent. Fury averted his gaze, apprehensive that Charles might influence him through the agent's eyes. With a cold snort, he inquired, So, Professor Charles, this visit is solely to convey this message? I come bearing news that I believe will pique your interest. A smile crept onto the agent's lips. But I also have an unexpected revelation to share once I take my leave. I know of your long-standing fascination with individuals possessing extraordinary abilities. Otherwise, you would not have taken action against mutants. Now, concerning the hulking figure the military has been pursuing, the Hulk. You must have received news that he is currently in New York's Chinatown. However, do remember to bring along sufficient personnel, for the one harboring him will certainly intrigue you. Oh, and by the way, General Ross is already aware of this matter. Should you delay, you may find yourself empty-handed. Your words have indeed piqued my interest. Nick Fury did not direct his gaze towards the agent's form. Instead, A faint smirk appeared at the corners of his mouth. What manner of individual could stymie even our Professor Charles? It requires a coalition, and I shall promptly inform the military. You shall soon find out. The agent's expression remained jovial. Ah, by the way, this agent is, in fact, an undercover operative, and his organization is one you should be quite familiar with, Hydra. Upon hearing this, Nick Fury's countenance shifted dramatically. Even when he had recently discovered that the agent was under Charles's control, his expression had not morphed as profoundly. However, as Fury turned to face the agent, Charles had already departed, leaving the agent standing in a state of bewilderment. Director, where was I just now? The agent regained his composure and, somewhat awkwardly, inquired of Nick Fury in a hushed tone. Hail Hydra. Nick Fury rose and approached the agent, whispering, Hail Hydra. The agent's eyes lit up with fervor, a spark of zeal flashing within. He had not anticipated that his own director was also a member of the organization. Yet, he soon felt a twinge of confusion. Having infiltrated the upper echelons, was there truly a need for further subterfuge? Little did this agent know that individuals within their organization had already ascended to positions within the World Security Council. Yet they still entrusted Nick Fury with the helm of SHIELD, allowing him to foster its growth so that Hydra could remain nestled within. Drawing sustenance. With a sharp crack, after hearing the agent's response, Nick Fury felt a heavy weight in his chest. He swiftly incapacitated the agent. At that moment, he was not even inclined to concern himself with the affairs of Chinatown or the Hulk. He was solely focused on discerning whether this Hydra infiltrator was an anomaly or a standard occurrence. In that moment, Nick Fury did not dare summon other agents. Instead, he escorted the operative to a secure chamber, binding him to a chair while injecting a mysterious fluid into the agent's system. Speak. Nick Fury's voice echoed in the agent's ear. How many of your organization are concealed within SHIELD? The agent showed no inclination to open his eyes, but regained a semblance of awareness. I do not know, the agent replied, somewhat dazed. Do not know? Then with whom do you usually communicate? Fury's gaze sharpened. He realized the gravity of the situation was far more severe than he had anticipated. This was a level 5 agent, possessing classified access, capable of retrieving vast amounts of ordinary intelligence and certain privileged secrets, requiring months to even a year for a comprehensive background investigation before advancement. Now, with a level 5 agent in jeopardy, one could only speculate how many others might be entangled in this web. More critically, from the agent's words, it was evident that he was merely a nameless pawn within Hydra. I await contact from higher-ups. When there is a mission, my phone receives a coded message. I have only received instructions on 2 occasions. Otherwise, my activities are no different from those of ordinary agents. The operative responded once more. Hand over your phone and provide me with the decoding method. Nick Fury took a deep breath. It appeared that this was the only breakthrough available. The agent obediently surrendered his phone and explained the method of code transfer. Why did you join Hydra? After exhausting other avenues for information, Nick Fury suddenly posed a question and drew a handgun. Because the benefits were good. Since the year I joined, I've been receiving a salary. Bang. Well, you no longer need to worry about benefits. Nick Fury's expression turned cold as he gazed at the phone in his hand. From now on, you are assigned to a critical mission. Chapter 98. Actions from all sides. Nick Fury's plan was straightforward. Release the news of this agent's significant task, and the agent's superior would undoubtedly contact the phone to gather further intelligence. At that point, he could follow the leads to uncover more about Hydra. As for the matters concerning Chinatown and the Hulk, Nick Fury had little energy to engage, for he was uncertain whom to trust. A slight surveillance would suffice. A thought flickered through Nick Fury's mind. For now, he would have to let someone outside SHIELD handle it. Fortunately, he had previously brought Frank on board. Hey, Frank, could you take a trip to Chinatown? No need to do anything. Just keep a distant watch. Don't let anyone else know, not even my people, understand? Nick Fury took out his private phone and called Frank. Chinatown, Nick. Did I mention to you that as soon as I arrived, I was knocked out by a mysterious figure? When I came to, I found myself with Jean Bing. Frank suddenly recalled and asked in a low voice. You never mentioned it. You still haven't told me how that fat bastard captured you. Nick Fury shook his head, a glimmer of contemplation crossing his eyes. Are you saying Jean Bing's greatest support is in Chinatown? Otherwise, how could he dare place his son there? Frank scoffed. I received news that both the Hammer and Gravestone gangs were annihilated, and it was done by Deputy Director Andy's nephew, Jack. However, a junior of mine from that precinct informed me that Jack has been training at the Wing Chun Dojo in Chinatown. Most importantly, the former master of the dojo had given Jack a substantial credit. Wait. As Nick Fury heard the mention of the Wing Chun Dojo, a light flashed in his mind. At that moment, he connected some dots and erupted in expletives. Damn it, I should have sent Coulson to the Arctic to feed penguins. How could he have overlooked such a crucial lead? Nick, as the director, you ought to possess a bit of culture. There are no penguins in the Arctic. Frank's mocking voice rang out. I say there are, so there are. Care to place a bet? Nick Fury snorted, a hint of irritation in his tone. Fine, let us say there are. Have you uncovered any leads? Frank sighed with a hint of resignation. If he were to assert that there were no penguins in the Arctic, Nick Fury would undoubtedly arrange a private flight from Antarctica to deliver penguins to the Arctic, simply to prove him wrong. Jean Bing had previously collaborated with the master of the Wing Chun Dojo. What was his name again? Never mind. The important part is that this partnership generated a wave of public interest, resulting in a substantial influx of students to the dojo. Although I fail to comprehend the significance of these students to individuals like the Master and Jean Bing, Nick Fury began to organize the intelligence he possessed and spoke up. However, it is evident that Jean Bing's son in Chinatown is under the protection of that master, and you, too, must have been gifted to Jean Bing by that very master. Furthermore, that master has recently found himself at odds with a major figure among the mutants and has even taken in the uncontrollable Hulk. If circumstances permitted, I would genuinely wish to meet this master. However, General Ross's intention to confront him adds an intriguing layer to the situation. That Jack holds not only a prestigious familial position, but also wields considerable influence through his father's lineage. Is he the one who rendered me unconscious? Frank paused before inquiring. What do you want me to do? Do nothing but gather intelligence as discreetly as possible. Avoid any conflict. This is an order, Frank. Nick Fury's tone grew grave. While I am uncertain of this master's true power, I can assure you that he is not someone you can handle. Rest assured, I am not one to court death easily. Frank replied with a calm smile, internally resolving to ascertain the master's capabilities and formulate an appropriate strategy. Ensure you uncover the reasons behind his alliance with Jean Bing and his protection of Jean Bing's son, Nick Fury reiterated, and endeavor to gather as much intelligence as you can. Do not act recklessly. I have other matters to attend to and cannot provide you with support. I understand, Frank said, disconnecting the call and taking a deep breath. He was determined to uncover the truth of what transpired that fateful night. Thus, all factions began to mobilize. Nick Fury sought to uncover the number of Hydra infiltrators within S.H.I.E.L.D., while Frank ventured into Chinatown. Charles awaited the unfolding drama in silence, and General Ross conveyed the news of Bruce Banner to David Banner, subsequently releasing him. Meanwhile, Huang Wen continued to instruct the Hulk in combat techniques at the underground base. On another front, Jack's promotion was nothing short of swift. Within merely 2 days, even George Stacy, the chief of the New York Police Department, couldn't help but marvel at the unprecedented support Jack received both inside and outside the precinct. Consequently, Jack was honored as an exemplary officer and ascended to the position of captain of the 21st Precinct. Meanwhile, Max experienced a significant improvement in his treatment at the company. He was no longer the unnoticed minor character. At least during this recent interview highlighting his act of heroism, he was recognized as a helpful and amiable employee, well liked by all his colleagues. However, Max found himself somewhat out of place. Everything around him felt rather artificial. He preferred the atmosphere of the Wing Chun Dojo, where everyone practiced diligently, drenched in sweat, and then gathered to enjoy hot pot together. This sentiment led the supervisor, who had initially intended to promote Max, to merely offer a token gesture of recognition, with no further action taken. When his colleagues saw that Max's position remained unchanged after the interview concluded, they returned to their usual demeanor. The stark contrast that Max perceived only deepened his sense of disillusionment, creating a vicious cycle that underscored why he had never been particularly favored by his peers or superiors at the company. At this juncture, Max and Jack made their way to the Wing Chun Dojo. Jack appeared somewhat anxious, not due to a pressing desire to share the news of his promotion to branch chief, but because he had received information regarding an agreement between the president and the mutants. Although Jack was unaware of the situation with Charles, he recalled the previous incident involving Magneto. In Jack's view, Huang Wen was undoubtedly linked to the mutants, which fueled his concern that a lack of information might lead to complications for Huang Wen. Where's the teacher? Upon entering the dojo, Jack immediately sought out Fisk, inquiring about his whereabouts. Is he not here? I need to speak with him urgently. Chapter 99. Absorbing David Banner led them to practice martial arts. Aside from the teacher returning twice for snacks, he had not made an appearance. A flicker of envy crossed Fisk's eyes. Yet he understood that his current responsibility was to oversee the dojo while awaiting its renovations. Fisk believed that if he performed admirably, Huang Wen would undoubtedly impart further martial skills to him. He was also aware that the individuals currently receiving instruction from Huang Wen, aside from the well-connected Zhong Chong, were either exceptionally gifted or possessed extraordinary abilities. I'll contact the teacher. Jack furrowed his brow, a glimmer of envy in his gaze, coupled with a hint of anticipation. If the information he relayed to Huang Wen could indeed prove beneficial, perhaps he too could acquire martial skills, at least ensuring he did not fall too far behind Fisk. Is it that urgent? What is the matter? Fisk inquired, a look of confusion crossing his features. It's related to the mutants. Although Jack regarded Fisk as a competitor, he saw no need to conceal such matters. He provided a brief explanation and reached out to Huang when using the emergency contact number he had left. Hello, teacher. It's Jack. I need to speak with you urgently. Jack stated directly. What is it? Huang Wen's figure suddenly appeared on the stairs, gesturing for Jack to come up and talk. Teacher, I've received news that the president has reached an agreement with the mutants, acknowledging the existence of the mutant school. Jack hurriedly ascended the stairs, speaking with urgency. Oh, has it been resolved so quickly? A flicker of surprise crossed Huang Wen's eyes. He had anticipated that without the aircraft and Nightcrawler, the X-Men would be unable to act for some time. He had not expected them to secure an agreement with the president so swiftly. In light of these considerations, might they find themselves free to confront me? Huang Wen suddenly pondered, his thoughts swirling. Currently, the mutants have yet to secure the rights they seek, and both the militant and peace factions are indispensable, especially the militant Magneto. Charles's immediate aggression towards me, following the injury I inflicted upon Magneto, indicates that he would not easily relent. This suggests he will undoubtedly devise a means to restore Magneto's powers. Otherwise, the mutants will forfeit a significant tool of intimidation. What methods might he employ? Would he target those around me, or seek alternative avenues to address me? Until he fully comprehends my abilities, he would likely refrain from confronting me directly. Teacher? Jack observed Huang Wen's sudden silence and hesitantly called out to him. It's nothing. You have performed admirably in this matter, Huang Wen replied, regaining his focus and offering a reassuring smile. Please keep an eye on this situation. By the way, congratulations on your promotion to the district chief. Rest assured, teacher, I will be vigilant. Jack nodded emphatically, a smile brightening his face. Excuse me, does anyone know Bruce Banner? At that moment, a voice, slightly weary and aged, resonated from downstairs, causing Huang Wen's gaze to sharpen. Few were aware that Bruce Banner was in his presence, and Charles, along with the Sentinels, was among the informed. It seems I have discerned Charles's intentions, Huang Wen thought, a glimmer of coldness flashing in his eyes. However, as he released his perception, confusion crept in. The visitor was merely an elderly man, devoid of any military entourage. General Ross, whom he had anticipated, was conspicuously absent. Indeed, the visitor was none other than David Banner, Bruce Banner's father. Following the message from Charles, General Ross had prepared to send David Banner to investigate, but Charles had only mentioned Chinatown, omitting the location of the Wing Chun Dojo. Consequently, upon his arrival, David inquired from house to house, unable to sense Bruce's current aura. Bruce Banner? I've never heard of him, one student replied, observing David's disheveled appearance and shaking his head. Bruce Banner? Fisk, having overheard David's inquiry, subtly scrutinized him, yet showed no intention of approaching. Still no leads? General Ross has no reason to deceive me, right? There is a lingering essence of Bruce upstairs. Suddenly, David's gaze sharpened as he directed it toward the second floor of the dojo. Stop. The upstairs is not a public area, nor is Bruce Banner present. Fisk interjected, his voice icy. Child, you cannot impede me, David Banner retorted, a sly smile creeping across his lips as he regarded Fisk. With a sudden thud, David's words were cut short as Fisk struck him down with a single punch, leaving him momentarily dazed. Is this all? Fisk hesitated momentarily, blinking in disbelief. He had initially assumed that David Banner was seeking trouble, Yet he was taken aback by his apparent frailty. Could it be that he had misjudged the situation? Suddenly, Max lunged at Rizfizik, and in the very spot where Rizfizik had stood, a menacing spike of stone erupted from the marble floor of the martial arts dojo, as if the ground had come to life, nearly impaling him. Humph! Huang Wen let out a cold snort, instantly appearing before David Banner. With a powerful kick, infused with inner strength and his own physical force, he sent the marble-bodied David Banner flying. This was a situation that could no longer be ignored. Huang Wen, somewhat displeased by the protruding spike and the severely deformed floor nearby, swiftly vanished into the street. It was unwise to fight here. Nor could they retreat to the underground base. This individual had been dispatched to test him, and at the very least, he needed to be exposed to the scrutiny of certain onlookers. Such formidable power. I can sense that you harbor immense strength within. Though it may not be as boundless as the Hulk's, it nonetheless stirs my interest. The marble manifestation of David Banner gazed excitedly at Huang Wen and exclaimed, "Oh, feel free to give it a try," Huang Wen replied nonchalantly, and in unison with David Banner, both transformed into glimmers of light, reappearing in the outskirts of New York, precisely at the location where Baozi Lei had once tested his explosive skills. Where have they gone? Meanwhile, in Chinatown, Frank's expression shifted as he surveyed his surroundings. Aside from the disarray within the Wing Chun dojo, where the signs of battle were evident, both David Banner and Huang Wen had vanished without a trace. Moreover, lurking in the shadows were not just Frank, but also General Ross's men, who had come to monitor David Banner and swiftly assess Huang Wen's capabilities. Deploy the satellites and ascertain their whereabouts. General Ross promptly issued the order. Data analysis reveals that kick alone exerted a force of at least 50 tons. The analyst's words sent a thrill through General Ross. Chapter 100. The elusive Huang Wen within the Wing Chun dojo. The students exchanged glances, staring at the disheveled floor, momentarily at a loss for what to do, especially since their steadfast leader, Huang Wen, had departed. "Thank you, Max, you saved my life. If it weren't for your quick reflexes, I would have certainly perished beneath that sudden spike." Rizfizik expressed his gratitude, gazing apprehensively at the stone protrusion. "No, I merely found that old man peculiar, so I kept a close watch on his movements." Max quickly shook his head. "Besides, I did nothing extraordinary. I simply acted as I ought to. Nevertheless, I must thank you, Max. I shall remember this debt of gratitude." Rizfizik patted Max on the shoulder, sincerely expressing his thanks, before turning to address the other students. In the present day, within the confines of the Wing Chun martial arts school, Huang Wen, Zhong Chang, and others are absent. After 2 days of rigorous training, Huang Liang has returned to school, leaving only him and Jack as the closest individuals to the core of the Wing Chun establishment. However, it is evident that Jack currently pales in comparison to him. The school finds itself entangled in some difficulties that may prove to be quite daunting for ordinary individuals. Therefore, those who wish to avoid being implicated should swiftly take their leave, remarked Rizfisk as he observed the group of students. "Do not jest, Riz. We have fought side by side," exclaimed a student who remained that night, addressing Rizfisk with a grin. "Though this situation exceeds my understanding, our instructor is a person beyond comprehension. We have faith that he will find a solution." Meanwhile, the students who had not fought alongside them hesitated, their trepidation sparked by the suddenly upheaved ground. After all, had Max reacted a moment slower, Rizfisk might have met his untimely demise. Unbeknownst to them, Huang Wen possessed the regenerative dragon seal. Even if Rizfisk were gravely injured, placing the seal upon him would suffice. Although the seal cannot simultaneously benefit 2 individuals, temporarily removing it to save a life is certainly feasible. Riz is not jesting. Military involvement may be imminent, Jack declared with a grave demeanor as he approached. Just as Huang Wen transformed into a light spot, he had caught a whisper of General Ross's name, prompting him to urgently contact his father for assistance. Military? Some students' expressions shifted at the mention of the military. Those who had not fought alongside them retreated once more, and even the seasoned fighters felt a flicker of doubt. Yet, the prospect of learning Huang Wen's extraordinary martial arts, coupled with the bonds formed among them, compelled them to grit their teeth and remain. "Since you have chosen to stay, assist in tidying up this place," Rizfisk instructed, casting a glance at Jack and addressing the gathering of students. Though the school would undergo renovations, the equipment could still be stored. "Understood." The students concurred without objection, promptly springing into action. Having trained in martial arts for several months, They possessed strength far surpassing that of the average person, making the task of moving equipment trivial. Meanwhile, Huang Wen and David Banner found themselves in the outskirts of New York, where David gazed around in confusion, bewildered by the sudden change of scenery. Most importantly, he had just absorbed marble and now stood in the wilderness, devoid of any marble to manipulate. "What is this ability of yours?" David inquired, his expression tinged with suspicion as he regarded Huang Wen. However, Huang Wen paid no heed to David's question, contemplating whether to bring Bruce Banner into the fray. After all, David Banner, regardless of his current state, was Bruce Banner's father. Should Huang Wen eliminate David, it would certainly pose a challenge in explaining the situation to Bruce. Indeed, Huang Wen possesses a remarkable confidence in his ability to vanquish David Banner. The most formidable power of David Banner lies in his capacity to absorb the substances and energies with which he comes into contact. This distinguishes him from the absorbers among the agents of S-H-I-E-L-D, who alter their molecular structure to transform their bodies into any material they encounter. In essence, the S-H-I-E-L-D absorber merely converts into the materials they have touched. However, David Banner is different. He not only transforms into any material he has encountered, but more importantly, he can absorb and control such powers. When immersed in water, he becomes a giant of the water element, and upon absorbing electricity, he can even manifest as a being of pure lightning. Moreover, he has the ability to absorb formidable powers to enhance his own strength, which is precisely why he seeks to acquire the powers of the Hulk. Should David Banner succeed, he would attain absolute and boundless power while simultaneously liberating Bruce Banner. Conversely, should he fail, he would enable Bruce Banner to recognize and embrace the power within himself. Nevertheless, David Banner's abilities prove ineffective against Huang Wen, who possesses formidable internal energy and mental strength. As long as Huang Wen activates his indestructible Vajra technique, achieving a state of unity and invulnerability, David Banner will be utterly incapable of siphoning Huang Wen's power, much like how the absorption technique cannot penetrate the indestructible Vajra practice. Eureka! In no time, General Ross's satellite control identified Huang Wen and the marble-bodied David Banner in the suburbs of New York. Yet, it was at this moment that Huang Wen vanished once again. Where has he gone? General Ross surveyed the satellite monitoring footage, only to find David Banner wide-eyed in search of Huang Wen, who had seemingly disappeared without a trace. Apologies. General, we cannot locate his whereabouts. It was only during the satellite scan of New York City that we discovered them in the suburbs, the analyst admitted, their tone tinged with helplessness. Continue the search. He cannot have gone far. Is there any sighting of him in Chinatown? General Ross furrowed his brows, his voice low and resolute. No, the Wing Chun martial arts school in Chinatown has only a few remaining students and no sign of him. The spies from Chinatown quickly reported. Meanwhile, Huang Wen had returned to the underground base, where Zhongchang was still engrossed in the study of the meridian chart, a task that was undeniably challenging for someone of ordinary intellect. Logan was laboring to surpass the 3-second limit, having barely reached a precarious 30 seconds. John had fully acclimated to the fusion of the Frostfire Palm with his own abilities. However, he remained grounded, heeding Huang Wen's earlier counsel, and continued to hone his formidable powers. Lastly, there was the solitary Hulk, practicing his stances and punches. Although he did not experience a notable increase in strength, he indeed felt that his punches flowed more smoothly. Chapter 101. Hulk's Initial Battle Fruits. Delicious fruits. Hulk eats delicious fruits. Hulk's eyes brightened upon suddenly encountering Huang Wen, and he promptly halted, shouting towards him. Over the past few days, each time Huang Wen departed and reappeared, he would bring a bounty of fruit for Hulk to enjoy, thereby strengthening the bond between them. There are no good fruits, Huang Wen replied sternly, shaking his head as he turned to Banner. Your father has surfaced and is currently in the outskirts of New York. He appears rather hostile and has even attacked Ross. This matter, will you resolve it yourself? Or, I'm sorry for causing trouble for you, teacher. I will handle it myself. Hulk gradually transformed back into Bruce Banner. Though he could not claim to have complete control over his transformations, he was quite close. As long as Hulk did not throw a tantrum, there were no issues. Bruce picked up the clothes that Huang Wen had previously brought him. Before transforming into Hulk, he would always remove his clothing to avoid being left without attire upon reverting to Bruce Banner. Regarding Huang Wen's mention of high-tech elastic suits that could prevent tearing, Bruce indicated he would seek an opportunity to study them. Shall we depart? Huang Wen nodded at Bruce, now dressed. If the situation could be resolved peacefully. Considering Bruce's reputation and the fact that Ross was unharmed, this matter could be put behind them. However, if his father insisted on hostility, rest assured, teacher, I will manage it well. Bruce Banner declared with a deep breath, his gaze resolute. As Bruce's words faded, he and Huang Wen transformed into luminous specks, vanishing from their location and reappearing in the outskirts of New York. David Banner's eyes widened in astonishment upon seeing Bruce, momentarily ignoring Huang Wen's arrival, fixating entirely on Bruce. He has appeared. How did he accomplish this? What is that shimmering phenomenon? General Ross fixated on the screen, contemplating the military applications of such an ability to teleport at will. If the Philadelphia experiment had succeeded, it might have produced a similar effect. Bruce, my child, you have finally appeared. David Banner gazed at Bruce with a covetous expression, his face bearing a somewhat ghastly demeanor, prompting Huang Wen to furrow his brow. Nevertheless, he decided to observe how Bruce Banner would choose to respond, while also preparing for any eventuality. Huang Wen momentarily vanished, only to return at a nearby hillside, casually cracking open a bag of sunflower seeds with a pile of fruit beside him. What is he doing? Is he so relaxed? General Ross looked at Huang Wen in confusion, unable to comprehend why he remained so composed amid impending conflict. What has happened to you? Bruce Banner inquired, his brow furrowing as he beheld David's marble-like form. What have you done? You have successfully absorbed the power of gamma rays. Naturally, I can achieve it as well. David Banner grinned maniacally, his laughter echoing. My child, have you not always desired liberation? Have you not wished to escape this power? Allow me to fulfill that for you. Bestow upon me your strength, and you shall be liberated from all of this. What? Before he even had the chance to engage in a warm conversation with his amiable father, Bruce Banner witnessed the marble-like figure of his father rushing towards him, as if to embrace him. Yet, Bruce understood that should he truly be enveloped in the arms of this stone-like paternal figure, his corporeal form would likely be reduced to mere mush. Roar! Hulk, in a fit of anger, tore through his garments, rendering the attire he had donned for merely half a day utterly futile. However, Hulk's recent training in martial arts had not been in vain. Had it been in the past, upon seeing someone charge at him, he would have defiantly retaliated with a punch. Now, however, he executed a decisive shoulder throw, slamming David Banner heavily into the ground. Not bad, at last. There was some effect. It hadn't been a futile endeavor, Huang Wen remarked, cracking sunflower seeds and tossing the shells around the battlefield with satisfaction. Lying on the ground, David Banner's eyes flickered with uncertainty. He could foresee Hulk overpowering him with sheer strength, yet he had never anticipated that Hulk would bring him down with skill. Hulk! Realizing that the techniques he had learned were indeed effective, Hulk exclaimed with excitement. Yet, at that moment, the ground beneath began to soften and then caved in. It turned out that David Banner had begun to absorb the Earth's power, ensnaring Hulk within the soil, as a humanoid mud creature crawled onto Hulk's body. Come, surrender your strength to me. Once you do, you shall no longer endure this suffering. David Banner commenced the absorption of Hulk's inner power, his voice incessantly enticing Hulk. Huang Wen had not expected that Hulk, having just gained a slight advantage, would be so elated and oblivious to the enemy's assault. At this moment, it could be said that Hulk possessed no sense of battle awareness whatsoever. What should one do when bound by another? In desperation, Huang Wen could only throw out a shell of the seeds he had cracked, attempting to offer a reminder. Hulk! Hulk's eyes lit up as he extended 2 fingers, fiercely aiming to jab at David Banner's eyes. Although David Banner had transformed into a muddy figure, the instinct to evade kicked in as he saw the fingers approaching his eyes. This very evasion provided Hulk with the opportunity to rip apart the mud that ensnared him, and he furiously pounded the ground in an attempt to break free. However, the ground beneath Hulk continued to grow softer, his form gradually sinking until he was completely buried. Though Hulk's size increased in anger, he was at a loss as to how to exert his strength, particularly when David Banner ensnared him once more. Surrender your power to me. Give it all to me. David Banner's frenzied voice echoed in Hulk's ears, while Hulk felt his strength gradually waning, the power within him dissipating. Most importantly, as the voice of David Banner resonated, the consciousness belonging to Bruce Banner seemed tinged with melancholy, as if it had lost the will to resist. Do you not wish to see Betty Ross? Huang inquired, sensing that the Hulk within the earth had begun to relinquish its defiance. With a sigh, he shook his head and left a half-eaten pile of fruit behind, transmitting a question. Betty. Bruce Banner's heart raced, and a surge of new strength coursed through him once more. However, as David Banner absorbed more of the Hulk's power, his own strength grew increasingly formidable, making it difficult for the Hulk to break free. Bruce Banner took a deep breath, establishing a connection with the Hulk, and unleashed all his might. If you desire this power, then I shall bestow it upon you. Chapter 102. Unveiling strength. As the power within the Hulk erupted forth in a comprehensive and unceasing manner, David Banner felt his own strength intensifying until it reached a critical limit. Indeed, while theoretically, the Hulk's power had no ceiling, David Banner, as the absorber, was not equipped to manage such overwhelming energy. No, stop. Please, halt. Panic surged through David Banner as he sensed his body was on the brink of explosion. Yet he was unwilling to meet his demise. Upon glimpsing a more potent force, he refused to depart from this world so easily. It seems my intervention is unnecessary. Huang observed the remnants of seeds and fruit around him, chuckling as he shook his head. Rising to his feet, he extricated the Hulk's form from the earth. With a soft poof, the ground emitted a gentle sound, and the entire surface trembled as if an earthquake had occurred. The Hulk reverted to Bruce Banner. His internal power severely depleted, and the newly emerged Bruce felt fatigued, yearning for rest. Prepare to mobilize. Retrieve both Bruce Banner and that individual, General Ross commanded, noting the apparent return to calm. That was close. Had I not released the energy and transformed my body into groundwater, I might not have survived. A stream of water gradually seeped from the ground, taking the form of a water elemental giant, none other than David Banner himself. However, at that moment, although David Banner was alive, he had released most of the power absorbed from the Hulk, compounded by injuries sustained from such immense force. Consequently, the water elemental giant's essence was somewhat unstable. Wait, do not act rashly. Let us observe further. General Ross, recognizing the unexpected turn of events, promptly revised his orders. His gaze fixed intently on the screen. He sought to understand how Huang would address David Banner in the absence of the Hulk, and whether Huang still possessed numerous strategies at his disposal. With a swift motion, the remaining seeds and uneaten fruit around them soared into the air, entering the body of the water elemental giant. Is this it? Can such refuse truly affect me? The mouth of the water elemental giant curled into a mocking smile, disdainfully regarding Huang Wen as he spoke. It appears that you have exhausted your means. Although I am currently unable to withstand the might of the Hulk, absorbing you is still within my grasp. You wish to absorb me? Very well, then. Huang Wen replied with a calm smile. With a gentle flick of his left hand, he unleashed the Frostfire Palm, sending a surge of icy energy into the water elemental giant's body, causing it to begin crystallizing into ice. You possess such abilities? Yet, they are futile. Even if you can encase me in ice, I can still absorb that power, potentially fortifying my form even further. What's happening? I can't move. David Banner's tone shifted from arrogance to suspicion, ultimately laced with fear. My control over my own power is absolute, Huang Wen retorted with a hint of mockery. This absolute dominion is inherent to the Frostfire Palm. Since you have chosen to absorb the icy energy, you have only yourself to blame. At this point, Huang Wen paused, turning to Bruce Banner and continuing, Bruce, how do you wish to handle him? If possible, let him find release. Bruce Banner hesitated, compassionately responding. He wished for my liberation, and I cannot bear to witness him in such a monstrous form. In comparison, the Hulk is far more endearing. Very well, let us depart. The impending explosion may be quite formidable. Huang Wen was not particularly surprised by this outcome, merely nodding. Let us bid farewell. Goodbye, Father. Bruce Banner inhaled deeply, casting a final glance at the ice elemental giant. As his words faded, both Huang Wen and Bruce Banner gradually vanished. The ice elemental giant managed to emit a faint sound, but at that moment, Huang Wen activated the icebound seeds and fruits within him. Mission issued, eliminate David Banner. Just before the explosion, Huang Wen announced a new task, almost forgetting to seize this opportunity. Generating mission, eliminate the absorber David Banner. Reward, 1 legendary item lottery. Will you accept? Accepted. Huang Wen immediately agreed to the mission. With a resounding boom, the ice elemental giant vanished, leaving behind a crater approximately 50 meters in radius, leaving all observers in stunned silence. Task, eliminate the absorber David Banner completed. Reward, 1 legendary item lottery. The system chimed as the ice elemental giant disappeared. How did he accomplish that? The explosion was even more awe-inspiring than the Hulk's, as the Hulk is merely a mutated creature, while the explosion emanated from technological prowess. Its destructive capacity far more intimidating. According to the data, the recent explosion equated to the power of a conventional warhead from a Tomahawk missile, with the blast radius corroborated by the sweat-laden data analysts, who reported no detection of radioactive materials. Are you implying that this is truly his ability, rather than a premeditated scheme? General Ross inquired, taking a deep breath and gazing intently at the data personnel. Previously, a similar explosion had occurred in the suburbs of New York, but the force of that incident was merely half of what transpired now. The data personnel swiftly retrieved the prior records, leaving General Ross momentarily silent. Deploy the troops. Such methods and capabilities must be under military control. General Ross ultimately made his decision. Simultaneously, a phone call reached Jaxel at the Wing Chun Martial Arts Academy, utilizing coded language. What is your teacher's capability? What? Jack paused, then hesitantly asked, Father, which one are you referring to? The explosion, comparable to a conventional missile. Jack's father spoke in a somber tone. I ask you, if the military were to exert their full effort, what is the likelihood of capturing him? Absolutely not. Jack's expression changed, and he hastily replied, My teacher's strength is unfathomable. Most importantly, he can traverse anywhere at will. Capturing him is utterly impossible. Moreover, should we provoke him, the destruction he could unleash. Jack's father momentarily envisioned the aftermath of the explosion, falling into silence. Chapter 103, Reactions from All Sides. Father, I understand your desire to place my teacher's power under military control, but my bond with him has deepened significantly. As long as we consistently extend goodwill towards him, I might even learn these abilities. Jack asserted passionately. Should we place power in the hands of the military, or should it reside within our own family? Surely, you can discern which is more advantageous for us. Jack, you have matured. Proceed with your endeavors. Jack's father made a decisive resolution, assuring him that the family would provide support from behind, and now, there existed a prime opportunity to extend goodwill. Within the military base where General Ross was stationed, he instructed professionals to deploy satellites to ascertain Huang Wen's current location. If that proved futile, they would head directly to Chinatown to seal off the entire Wing Chun Martial Arts Academy. He could not believe that Huang Wen would remain concealed indefinitely. Just then, the base's landline rang. The communications officer answered, their expression stiffening as they hurriedly reported to General Ross. It's the Chief of Staff, General Ross. He requests to speak with you. The Chief of Staff? He is aware of the situation? General Ross's gaze sharpened as he approached the phone. Commander, how may I assist you? General Ross, regarding that green creature, you are authorized to continue your research, as this matter falls under your jurisdiction. However, concerning Mr. Huang Wen, do not interfere with him, nor disturb his peace. The Chief of Staff's serious directive resonated. Mark. General Ross's expression darkened instinctively, wanting to refuse. Ross, be mindful of your tone when addressing a 4-star general and the Air Force Chief of Staff. Mark's voice turned icy. Do not forget who supported you during the previous incident when Hulk caused significant damage. Which family came to your aid? I am already granting you considerable leeway by allowing you to continue this line of research. Yes, Chief of Staff. General Ross inhaled deeply, ultimately choosing to comply with the orders. I shall persist with the super soldier research. Although the Hulk is rather uncontrollable, he may still offer us some valuable insights. I hope you can produce commendable results swiftly, for over the years, you have squandered significant funds, and many have voiced their discontent with you. I have been bearing the brunt of this for you, Chief of Staff Mark reminded. By the way, Chief, the reason I took note of Mr. Huang Wen is that the leader of the mutants, Charles, has influenced my subordinates and informed me of this matter, suggesting there is some history between him and Mr. Huang. Since General Ross can no longer be involved in Huang Wen's affairs, he is indifferent to doing a personal favor to recover some of the losses incurred from his earlier harsh words. Charles, upon hearing General Ross's words, Chief Mark felt increasingly reassured that his son had made the right choice. To have one of the mutant leaders, Charles, rendered helpless and forced to seek assistance against someone, coupled with the mysterious methods Huang Wen had previously demonstrated, makes this bet worthwhile. Especially as Chief Mark had learned that some individuals were beginning to learn these enigmatic techniques from Huang Wen, he envisioned a long-lasting legacy emerging for his family, as his son could acquire these mysterious methods, thereby securing more trump cards for their lineage. Very well, I understand. However, even if you intend to study the Hulk, it must be done with gentler methods. I will shield you from external pressures. Chief Mark's mood lightened considerably, and his tone became far more soothing. Thank you, Chief. I will be vigilant. General Ross grasped the situation and nodded, waiting for Chief Mark to hang up before he finally set down the phone. The plan is cancelled. We will concentrate solely on researching the blood samples left by David Banner, as well as the historical super soldier serum data. General Ross issued a new command to his subordinates. Jack, I have secured General Ross for you. This matter was orchestrated by the mutant Charles. You must advise Mr. Huang Wen to exercise caution, as Charles's abilities are exceedingly enigmatic and difficult to counter. Chief Mark swiftly contacted Jack to relay the latest news. Very well, Father. I shall inform the teacher at once. Jack nodded with some delight, confident that after today's events, his standing within the Wing Chun Academy should now rival that of Fisk. Within a clandestine base of S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick Fury's already dark expression deepened further. He had painstakingly set a grand scheme in motion, anticipating that the agent's superior would fall into a trap, allowing him to capture them and gain further intelligence. However, to his astonishment, as the arriving agent stepped into the base, they sensed something amiss. Without any resistance, they merely shouted "Hail Hydra," before promptly biting down on a pre-prepared poison. Succumbing to its effects, it is evident that this agent is exceptionally skilled. Otherwise, he could not have so swiftly detected the anomaly in his surroundings. He even disregards life and death for the sake of his beliefs, solely to protect the identities of others. It remains unclear whether it is Hydra that has trained him so proficiently, or if S.H.I.E.L.D. has cultivated such excellence within him, a question that Nick Fury is eager to unravel. Suddenly, Nick Fury's private phone rang. Upon recognizing Frank's name on the caller ID, he answered the call. Nick, that curator is even more formidable than we imagined. Frank's voice carried a weight of gravity. What do you mean? Nick Fury's gaze sharpened as he quietly inquired. The satellite you had me control has captured part of the incident. Take a look for yourself. Frank struggled to articulate his thoughts, ultimately deciding to send Nick the footage. Nick Fury observed the capabilities of David Banner, witnessing the power and vulnerabilities of the Hulk, culminating in the astonishing explosion. How did he achieve that? No, such a person must not be left unattended. Is there no response from the military? I haven't received any updates. After the incident, there hasn't been much activity in Chinatown. The curator has yet to return, and the military hasn't dispatched anyone. However, there are some police patrolling the vicinity. Frank quickly reported the latest developments. Police? Jack Sherman? General Ross? Mark Sherman? At this moment, Nick Fury connected various threads. They acted swiftly, but given Mark's stern disposition, for him to make such a decision indicates he has considered this deeply. It appears I must also adopt a more conciliatory approach. Chapter 104. Motivating the students within the Xavier School for Gifted Youngsters. Charles opened his eyes with a hint of regret, gazing at Magneto and Mystique. With a sigh, he remarked, I apologize, the plan has failed. His strength surpasses our expectations. And more importantly, he has considerable power backing him. Then he is not alone. Charles, you could easily leverage those around him to threaten him. A glint of cold determination flickered in Mystique's eyes. He could reveal the truth about Eric's incapacitation. He might even come to the Xavier School to wreak havoc. With his mysterious abilities, none among us could stop him. Charles shook his head, stating, This is a tacit understanding between us. Neither party would dare to overstep such boundaries. As Charles's words hung in the air, silence enveloped the office. Magneto slowly closed his eyes, seemingly lost in recollection, while Mystique clenched her teeth, as if resolutely making a decision. Eric, my brethren cannot be without you. The fact of your lost abilities must remain concealed from outsiders. I will continue to seek a solution. Charles reassured the closed-eyed Magneto. I shall go. Mystique stepped forward, gazing at Charles and Magneto, a flicker of determination flashing in her eyes. I will ensure Eric's recovery, she asserted, but you cannot conceal this from him, especially with Logan still present. His abilities could easily overpower you. Charles furrowed his brow and replied, I am seeking Logan. Given his close relationship with Eric, he is our key to success. Taking a deep breath, Mystique turned and departed. Trust her, Charles said. Raven has never undertaken a venture without certainty. At least, I believe in her. Magneto opened his eyes, casting an apologetic glance at Charles. I find myself regretting my actions against him. He initially harbored goodwill towards us, and now, even if I could restore him, he would no longer stand with us mutants. Our predicament is not one that can be altered by just a few individuals, even with formidable forces backing him. Charles patted Magneto on the shoulder. Come, let us continue familiarizing ourselves with the use of the wheelchair. Meanwhile, Mystique prepared to seek out Logan, while Huang Wen brought Bruce Banner back to the underground base. After providing him with a new set of clothing, he led everyone back to the Wing Chun dojo. After all, aside from Zhong Chong, the necessary introductions had been made, and the remainder would depend on their gradual accumulation of knowledge. Moreover, the dojo's doors and walls were damaged, and the floor was severely warped, making practice difficult. It was high time for renovations. Teacher, you have returned. Jack and Riss Fisk exclaimed as they saw Huang when descending from the upper floor, their eyes lighting up as they hurried forward to greet him, followed closely by Max and other students. Riss, were you frightened just now? Huang Wen asked the group with a nod and a smile. Your reaction speed certainly requires practice. However, even if you were to sustain an injury, I would be able to aid your recovery. With a teacher present, I feel completely at ease. Riss Fisk replied, momentarily taken aback, but quickly regaining his composure with a bright smile. Teacher, that individual was sent by General Ross, who has been swayed by the mutant leader, Charles. Since General Ross is somewhat associated with the Sherman family, Jack must be cautious with his choice of words. Following this, General Ross had initially intended to deploy troops. But after my father contacted him, he regained clarity and promised not to use force to apprehend Mr. Bruce Banner in the future. Oh, Huang Wen remarked, surprised as he glanced at Jack. He had assumed that it was his display of formidable destructive power that had instilled caution in the military, preventing any further actions. This was also why Huang Wen opted to utilize the skills of Baozi Lei rather than resorting to the indestructible technique to deal with David Banner. While the indestructible technique was indeed more powerful, its demonstrated destructive capacity would not inspire fear in those with ulterior motives. In contrast, the explosion produced by Baozi Lei was akin to that of a nuclear weapon, serving as a deterrent. After all, no one could ascertain whether this explosion was indeed Huang Wen's limit. However, what Huang Wen did not anticipate was that the military silence was attributed to Jack's father. It seems that Jack's background is even more formidable than Huang Wen had imagined. Is that true? Then can I contact Betty? Bruce Banner, who had been upstairs, rushed down, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he addressed Jack. Jack, somewhat perplexed, hesitated and glanced at Huang Wen, uncertain about who Betty was. I truly owe you a debt of gratitude for this. Please extend my thanks to your father as well, Huang Wen said, patting Jack on the shoulder with a smile. From today onward, the martial arts school will officially be on break, so all training will cease. I plan to take this time to explore a bit. When I return, you will become the core students of the Wing Chun Martial Arts School. I will tailor the teachings to suit each of your talents and performances. Thank you, teacher. Jack's heart swelled with joy. He understood that Huang Wen's words were primarily directed at him, although there might also be a mention of Riss Fisk. The phrase performance clearly indicated that the two who had contributed most to Huang Wen were he and Riss Fisk. Thank you, teacher. The other students rejoiced as well, knowing that their persistence in remaining was largely due to the desire to learn Huang Wen's extraordinary abilities, especially after encountering a creature like David Banner. A sense of urgency stirred within them. Although such beings were rare, it was prudent to possess self-defense skills. Riss, have you contacted the renovation crew? Huang Wen turned his gaze towards Riss Fisk. They will arrive tomorrow to begin the renovations and will also open up the adjacent house. Teacher, do you have anything upstairs that needs to be moved? Riss Fisk nodded, offering a reminder. Oh, I almost forgot. Huang Wen chuckled, shaking his head. I'll move everything shortly. Now, I entrust the matters of the martial arts school to Riss, while the safety of Chinatown will fall to Jack. And remember, during this period, do not slack off in your training, understand? Yes. The martial arts students replied with spirited enthusiasm. Huang Wen nodded in satisfaction and ascended the stairs. He instructed Riss Fisk not to make significant changes to the layout of the second-floor rooms. However, it was clear that the Wing Chun school would extend beyond just 2 floors. Chapter 105. The allure of the lottery. What do you think? Should we stay at Zhong Chang's place, or what? Huang Wen glanced at John and Bruce Banner, then turned his attention to Logan and Hibiscus. And what about Wolverine? When do you plan to venture out? We'll stay for a couple of days, Hibiscus replied. I haven't finished watching SpongeBob yet. A hint of embarrassment crossed Logan's face as he turned to Zhong Chang. You have a television at your place, right? Yes, indeed. Zhong Chang's lips twitched slightly, though soon his gaze was drawn to the unfolding storyline of SpongeBob on the screen. After all, who among them was not still a child at heart? Is there enough space in Zhong Chang's home? It seems I have nowhere else to go. John scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed, and said, I can help out at the hot pot restaurant. I must seek out Betty. Bruce Banner looked at Huang Wen and ultimately made a decision. Since General Ross was not planning to forcibly apprehend me any longer, and Hulk was now under control, there was no need for me to hide. I wish to see Betty. It has been far too long since our last encounter. Since you have made your decision, then go ahead, Huang Wen replied with a smile. With Hulk around, I need not worry about you. However, you must not neglect your daily training. After all, your heart is racing too quickly, and you might still transform. Huang Wen nodded in acknowledgement, taking the reminder to heart. At this juncture, the members of the Wing Chun martial arts school had each found their respective paths during this period. Huang Wen did not hasten to relocate all of his belongings. Considering that the renovation crew would not arrive until tomorrow, and Logan and the others still needed to stay here tonight. Legendary items. The previous 2 legendary draws had yielded skills. I wonder what this time will bring. By the way, Xiao Chang has finally completed the task of gaining weight to 150 pounds, which is quite fortuitous. Huang Wen returned to his room and accessed the task page. System. Claim the ordinary tier item draw and the legendary item draw. Initiate the ordinary tier item draw. With a sound, a blinding white light flickered before Huang Wen, stirring no emotions within him. Ding. Congratulations. You have obtained an ordinary tier item, a solar-powered flashlight. Inspired by the inventions of Da Vinci from the domestic film Leng Chi, it lights up in the presence of light and remains dark in its absence. Shine another flashlight on it at night, and it will illuminate. Indeed, the ordinary tier item draw remains consistently unreliable. Huang Wen shook his head helplessly and tossed the solar-powered flashlight into the system space, alongside other absurd items like a hammer, folding stool, and umbrella. The outcome of this ordinary tier draw was utterly devoid of utility. It might as well be considered a successful cushion, I suppose. I wonder what extraordinary item I might draw this time. System, initiate the legendary draw. With a sound, a blue light symbolizing the legendary tier draw surged forth, filling Huang Wen with exhilaration. This was the 3rd time he had witnessed the blue light. Such an occurrence was indeed rare. Ding. Congratulations. You have obtained a legendary item. The magical phone, Chinese brand 2060 model, inspired by the television series Magical Phone, but due to it being a prop draw, the silly girl humanoid state cannot be acquired. After system optimization, it has transformed into a super artificial intelligence, with the host granted the highest permissions that cannot be altered. The Magical Phone possesses all the functionalities of a phone, computer, and super artificial intelligence, including abilities such as power transmission, healing, flight, invisibility, time-space traversal, historical scene presentation, memory reading and erasure, illusion creation, immobilization, magic restriction, X-ray vision, mimicry, duplication, and transformation. Special Note 1. Power transmission enables the acquisition of legendary tier vitality, along with the capabilities of the magical phone. However, using the function to copy will continuously fragment the strength of the magical phone. Special reminder 2. In this world, time travel to the past is possible, yet it does not alter the current reality. Huang Wen gazed at the lottery results displayed on the magical phone, a frown creasing his brow. Why does this feel less like an optimization and more akin to a diminishment? Lacking a real person mode. Isn't it akin to the prince's replication devices? No, it is even inferior to those, as it effectively possesses only a singular power when replicated. It only serves to weaken the capabilities of the magical phone, potentially reducing it to a mere legend. As for the so-called default setting of my highest authority being unchangeable, this magical phone is in my possession. Can it truly be taken from me? Regrettably, no matter how much dissatisfaction Huang Wen harbored, he could not extract answers from the system. In his eyes, this magical phone had been entirely transformed into a super artificial intelligence, at most retaining a modicum of legendary prowess. The appearance has changed entirely. This is certainly not the original. Huang Wen shook his head as he examined the magical phone's design, taking it out. Bound to the highest authority host, Huang Wen. The Huan brand 2060 model phone is at your service. May I suggest a name? Let us call it Silly Girl. It sounds more familiar, Huang Wen shrugged, acknowledging that the system had modified some settings of his lottery, but deciding to adhere to the original plot. Silly girl at your service. I have detected significant discrepancies between the current world and the silly girl database. Would you like to enable permissions to read the current world data? A virtual image of silly girl appeared within the magical phone, addressing Huang Wen obediently. Read the current world data? From where? Huang Wen paused, looking at silly girl with confusion. Master, if you grant permission, I will infiltrate various information channels to obtain the relevant data, silly girl replied sweetly. Read it. Huang Wen nodded, subconsciously agreeing as one would when granting task permissions on a phone in his past life. Following his words, silly girl fell silent for a moment. And after a surge of data flowed within the magical phone, she continued, I have detected a quasi-artificial intelligence device on your person. Should I incorporate it under silly girl's control? Quasi-artificial intelligence device. Tailcoat? Huang Wen raised an eyebrow and inquired, can you replicate this tailcoat? Silly girl can replicate all its functionalities and provide a one-button dressing feature. It can even transform its form into a wristwatch, silly girl asserted, seemingly to defend her status, belittling the tailcoat's capabilities. Is that so? Could you integrate this tailcoat into the wristwatch, allowing the wearer to don the tailcoat with a single button? Huang Wen asked as he retrieved the tailcoat. Yes, it will require half an hour to process after reading the world data, silly girl affirmed. What about these slow-motion glasses? Can you transform them into contact lenses or something similar? Huang Wen asked again, now eager to upgrade his original gear. Yes, but it will take an hour to complete the processing, silly girl responded after scanning the slow-motion glasses. Indeed, this is quite convenient. Huang seemed to have forgotten his previous dissatisfaction with the lottery, exclaiming with delight. In Chapter 106, the nearly discovered fool, Tony Stark, late at night in one of his villas, was engrossed in time management when suddenly, Jarvis's voice broke through the silence. Yes, sir. What? Tony paused, turning his head in confusion. Jarvis, have you lost your mind? Why are you interrupting me at this hour? Sir, Jarvis was about to explain when an alarm blared, signaling a breach of the database. Intruder detected. Evicting. Eviction successful. Tracing source. Trace failed. At this, Tony sprang from his bed, leaving the room in silence, while the woman left behind dared not inquire. What happened, Jarvis? How were you breached? Who did this? Tony furrowed his brow, examining the database. Someone has impersonated your credentials to access the database. After you spoke, I sensed something amiss and swiftly expelled the intruder. However, their methods were quite sophisticated, and I could not trace their origin. Jarvis elucidated the situation. What information did they access? Tony asked after a brief silence. Some common informational data. And they left no category untouched, as if they had no specific target. However, they did not delve into the core's sensitive data, seemingly bypassing it. Perhaps due to the time it would require, Jarvis responded after an investigation. Tony blinked, pondering aloud. It's improbable that they expended such effort to breach Jarvis just to acquire commonplace information. What could their ulterior motive be? According to data analysis, the likelihood of such a scenario is virtually zero, Jarvis countered. Then it is not zero. Continue the analysis and uncover that singular possibility. Tony's eyes gleamed with determination as he issued the command. Jarvis paused, seemingly resigned, before replying, Yes, sir. Initiating data analysis. Very well, I shall wait. Tony, having lost his earlier enthusiasm, chose to remain seated, pouring himself a glass of wine as he awaited the results. After a considerable time, Jarvis finally presented the analysis. The singular possibility indicates a 50 chance that a gifted hacker has honed their skills and opted to breach my database to demonstrate their prowess. There is a 49 chance that a super genius or a team has developed a new super artificial intelligence, aware of my existence and eager to test their AI capabilities. Lastly, there is a 1 chance that someone seeks to acquire a significant amount of global data from my database for expediency, albeit with greater risk. How intriguing. So, it seems that a super hacker has emerged in the world? Tony Stark raised an eyebrow, wholly skeptical of the probabilities concerning the second and third instances. The challenge of creating an artificial intelligence on par with Jarvis is exponentially more daunting than that of a super hacker. As for the third instance, it is even more far-fetched. Given the peril of being discovered, one might as well invest additional time to gather data from commonly accessible databases. However, unbeknownst to Tony Stark, the amalgamation of the second and third instances was perilously close to unveiling the truth. That was a close call. He nearly got caught. Especially with a super artificial intelligence lurking within a magical phone. The mischievous girl playfully stuck out her tongue. Her intrusion into Jarvis's database was primarily to save substantial time, thereby assisting Huang Wen in modifying his equipment. Master, I have already accessed most of the information from this world. The remaining confidential data will require gradual acquisition, the girl stated while observing Huang Wen in his tailcoat. Oh, right. From now on, please refrain from calling me master. Just call me boss, Huang Wen promptly corrected her, recalling how Logan and Lilith addressed him. Understood, boss. We can now commence modifications on the tailcoat and slow-motion glasses and replicate the tailcoat's functionality. However, the modified tailcoat will lack this feature. The girl promptly adjusted her address. By the way, can you replicate a few more of these tailcoats? Huang Wen inquired, gesturing towards the garment. I noticed that the tailcoat can generate fabric of the same material. That is a nanograde material, endowed with bulletproof and stealth capabilities. However, the supply is limited. The recently accessed database did not yield the requisite materials for production. To manufacture more, research investment is necessary. Nevertheless, there is enough material in the existing tailcoats to produce 2 additional garments, the girl replied after examining the tailcoat. 3 sets in total? Huang Wen raised an eyebrow, smiling as he spoke. That should suffice. 1 for Zhong Chong, 1 for Li Si, and 1 for Jack. It will ensure their basic safety. Boss, initially, the ability to replicate the tailcoat necessitated a portion of the nanograde materials to maintain its bulletproof feature. However, after producing 2 tailcoats, this capability will be lost. The girl cautioned, furrowing her brow. Bulletproof? I seem to have no need for that. Huang Wen chuckled, shaking his head. His psychokinesis can control bullets. The slow-motion glasses allow him to perceive their trajectories. The indestructible skill can withstand bullets, and the regenerative abilities can disregard damage. Indeed, the bulletproof capability holds little value for him, much like how he would never bestow a tailcoat upon Logan. Let us proceed with the manufacturing. By the way, do you require a base? I happen to have an underground facility that you could help modify. Huang Wen suddenly had a thought, feeling that the girl would be even more useful. I will need the appropriate materials to modify the base, and at the very least, some mechanical assistance as well. The girl stated earnestly, gazing intently at Huang Wen. Metal is indeed abundant, and numerous remnants of machinery remain. When the time comes, you can take a look and see what might be useful. Huang Wen pondered for a moment and pointed beneath the bed, stating that there was a pool of Admin alloy hidden below, an invaluable treasure. Admin alloy. Boss, take me to see it. The silly girl's eyes sparkled at the mention, her expression more animated than Jarvis's. All right, I will take you to see it. Huang Wen replied with a smile, gathering the silly girl, the tailcoat, and the slow-motion glasses before vanishing from the room, leaving behind the pool of Admin alloy. Chapter 107. Distribution of equipment. The following morning, Huang Wen appeared in his room, looking somewhat fatigued. Through the practice of his techniques and meditation, he alleviated his weariness. A brand new wristwatch adorned his arm, featuring a holographic projection capable of displaying the silly girl's image. As for Huang Wen's fatigue, it should not be misconstrued. The silly girl lacked a physical form. The true reason lay in the arduous labor he had undertaken throughout the night. The robotic arms and small machines, which the silly girl could not independently operate, required Huang Wen's extraordinary abilities for their construction. Moreover, his work was far from complete. The pool of Admin alloy awaited his return to craft a secure defensive shelter for the silly girl. Fortunately, the slow-motion glasses and tailcoat had been successfully modified. The slow-motion lenses now existed in the form of contact lenses, allowing Huang Wen to equip them at any moment. The tailcoat had also been completed, transforming into 3 wristwatches that could facilitate a swift change of attire reminiscent of nanotechnology. Within the watches resided the silly girl's subroutine, not significantly different from the previous quasi-artificial intelligence. One might even say there were 3 complete tailcoats. Additionally, the silly girl had produced a batch of wristwatches devoid of the tailcoat's functionalities, yet capable of one-click communication with Huang Wen. Should any problems arise, he would be promptly informed. This illustrates the stark contrast between extraordinary and legendary items. When possessing legendary-grade equipment, extraordinary items lose their mystique. With sufficient materials, the silly girl could easily render the tailcoat a standard accessory. Jack, come see me. Just you alone. Huang Wen, revitalized, reached out to Jack. Today marked the beginning of renovations, and the other trainees would not return. Only Zhong Chong and Risfisk remained as supervisors. Teacher, I've already contacted Betty. We've set a meeting place. As Huang Wen stepped outside, He was greeted by Bruce Banner, who appeared well-prepared, yet visibly excited and anxious. Relax, Bruce. Your phone might be under surveillance, so be ready to meet your father-in-law, but don't be overly tense. He should engage with you amicably. Huang Wen gently patted Bruce Banner on the shoulder, presenting him with a watch. Go ahead. If anything happens, just press the emergency button on the watch, and I will come to find you. Thank you, teacher. Bruce Banner expressed his gratitude as he fastened the watch, then hurriedly dashed outside, displaying an eagerness that was almost comical. Indeed, quite impatient. Huang Wen chuckled, shaking his head. He then tossed 3 more watches to Logan, John, and Yuriko. These watches could be linked to their identities, alleviating concerns of confusion or theft. If such basic functionality were absent, even a foolish girl could hardly be deemed a super artificial intelligence. Thank you, boss. Logan and Yuriko chimed in unison. Thank you, teacher. John bowed deeply to Huang Wen, feeling increasingly certain that his previous decision had been astute. Not only had his abilities surged forward, but he also felt himself subtly integrating into the core of the Wing Chun martial arts school. Teacher, the construction team has arrived and is waiting outside. I'll make sure they don't come in, Fisk remarked as he dashed upstairs to alert Huang Wen. Oh, I'll take care of that first, Huang Wen replied, nodding. Employing his unique abilities alongside the dream butterfly escape, all the furniture around them, including the equipment neatly organized by the students below and the plaque of the Wing Chun martial arts school hanging on the ground floor, transformed into motes of light and vanished from the premises. Let us leave this here for now. Once I finish dealing with the Wing Chun martial arts school's affairs, I will assist you in completing the final defensive house. Huang Wen observed the underground base, where robots were industriously renovating the entire facility, nodding in satisfaction. At last, the underground base had begun to take shape, no longer resembling its previously dilapidated state. All right, boss, I have also repaired the remaining computer workstations, yielding a wealth of additional data. The projection of the foolish girl appeared before Huang Wen, her presence cheerful. Not only had she revitalized the base, but she had also transformed it into a completely different entity. Additional data, you say? Well, for now, it's not particularly necessary. Just inform me when relevant issues arise in the future. Huang Wen contemplated briefly before issuing his command. Understood, boss. The foolish girl responded obediently with a nod. By the way, isn't Brother Wen's ability extraordinarily powerful? It feels as though he could easily earn a fortune even if he were to abandon the martial arts school for a moving company. Zhong Chang observed the suddenly empty Wing Chun martial arts school, unable to suppress his admiration. With a soft thud, Huang Wen materialized nearby, catching wind of Zhong Chang's words. He playfully tapped Zhong Chang's head, prompting the latter to withdraw his neck sheepishly. All right, I'll leave the matters here primarily to you, Riss. Make sure to keep a close eye on Zhong Chang as he recites the meridian chart. Huang Wen observed Fisk and nodded. Uncle Wolf and Baihizi would reside here for 2 days, while John would remain at the hot pot restaurant to lend a hand, serving as a form of assurance. I distributed a watch to each of them for emergency contact. You also possess one, albeit yours differ slightly, as they are individuals with unique abilities. Though you all have practiced martial arts, your reactions in the face of danger remain rather sluggish, lacking in self-defense capabilities. Brother Wen, do you have something good to share with us? Both Zhong Chang and Fisk comprehended Huang Wen's implication. Zhong Chang, a bit excited, rubbed his hands together, eagerly gazing at Huang Wen, imploring him to reveal whatever he had. Let us wait for Jack to arrive. Let the renovation team in first. We shall not linger here any longer. Huang Wen waved his hand, leading everyone outside, where the renovation crew stood patiently at the entrance, displaying no signs of impatience. Huang Wen smiled and nodded, indicating that the forthcoming work would require their diligence. It's no trouble, it is our duty. The head of the renovation team quickly shook his head, glancing at Huang Wen with a somewhat awkward smile. We will certainly adhere strictly to your requirements, transforming this place into what you envision, sir. Huang Wen glanced back at Fisk, gradually realizing that these individuals were likely from the Jinbing group. He anticipated that. In just a few days, the Jinbing group had ventured into the renovation business, which indicated their gradual transformation. Teacher, I have arrived. A police car pulled up, and Jack jumped out after parking. He looked at Huang Wen and smiled. Teacher, is there something you need? Chapter 108. Departure. This place is entrusted to you. Come, let us head to the hot pot restaurant. Huang Wen nodded at the renovation team. Setting aside the fact that they were Fisk's associates, The Wing Chun dojo was currently empty, with only the prominent marble floor remaining, devoid of anything of concern. Rest assured, they are professionals, seasoned veterans, not newcomers to this field, Lee's Fisk quickly clarified. Sensing Huang Wen's possible misinterpretation. You brought them, so I am at ease. Let us go. First, we must settle Uncle Wolf and John. Then I will introduce you to some new technology. Huang Wen chuckled, giving Lee's Fisk a pat on the shoulder as he led everyone towards the hot pot restaurant. Zhongchang's home mirrored Huang Wen's Wing Chun dojo, both featuring 4 bedrooms, one for Zhongbo, one each for Zhongchang and Lee's Fisk. However, once Logan and the others checked in, Baihizi would occupy one room, while Zhongchang and Lee's Fisk would share another, and Logan and John would squeeze into yet another. Fortunately, as Logan and Baihizi departed after watching SpongeBob, the accommodations became manageable. Once they left, everyone could have their own room. Well then, Uncle Wolf, continue watching. John, please assist Zhongbo in familiarizing himself with the hot pot restaurant's operations. I will take them out for a bit, after which I shall depart directly. Huang Wen instructed as he observed everyone settling in. Are you leaving already? Where will you be flying to? How long will it take? When will you return? Zhongbo gazed at Huang Wen with the concern of an elderly parent watching over a wayward child, posing a series of questions. Can't I return at any moment? If anything were to happen, just call me or have them reach out. Huang Wen chuckled and shook his head. I mainly wish to explore and wander, Dad. If Brother Wen wants to come back, it's not a matter of minutes, is it? Zhongchang, standing nearby, joined in to reassure, primarily curious about what Huang Wen had prepared to ensure their self-defense capabilities. Xiaowen, about the matchmaking I mentioned last time. Zhongbo shot an irritated glance at Zhongchang and turned his attention back to Huang Wen, intending to articulate his thoughts. However, he noticed a shift in Huang Wen's expression, and in an instant, the 3 transformed into motes of light and vanished from sight. Haha. It seems that only you can catch the boss off guard now. Logan chuckled at Huang Wen, who appeared to be fleeing in a somewhat flustered manner. What a pity. Xiaowen refuses my introductions, he lamented. Logan, do you have any tricks up your sleeve? Addressing you as little brother seems somewhat inappropriate, doesn't it? Zhongbo remarked habitually. Suddenly aware of Logan's age, feeling a twinge of awkwardness. It's fine. Just call me Logan, Brother Zhong. I've grown accustomed to it. Logan had long since become indifferent to such titles, not wishing to be burdened with an elderly moniker. Meanwhile, Huang Wen, accompanied by Zhongchang, Fisk, and Jack, arrived at the underground base, where several training arenas had been hastily constructed overnight. The expansive space could accommodate even the formidable Hulk without issue, though post-battle restoration would be necessary. Brother Wen, how come it's different from before? Zhongchang, the only one among them who had previously visited, immediately noticed the underground base was now far more organized and spacious. I made some modifications last night, Huang Wen replied, producing 3 wristwatches for them. Wearing these will initiate a beginner's guide, and only you can use them as your identities are now bound to them. Should outsiders take them, they would serve no purpose. Huang Wen's words left Zhongchang and the others perplexed. Wasn't it just a wristwatch? Did it warrant such gravity? Moreover, how could a wristwatch ensure their safety? Was there high-tech weaponry contained within? Various thoughts raced through their minds as the watches initiated a tutorial program for the dumpling, a feature not present in the original tailcoats, specifically designed by Huang Wen. With a flick, they followed the tutorial, pressing a button on the wristwatch, and instantly, 3 stylish tailcoats enveloped their attire. They quickly learned about the functions of the tailcoats, which now boasted an additional emergency feature. In the event of an urgent crisis preventing them from activating the wristwatch in time, the tailcoat would automatically deploy to safeguard them. Fisk's eyes sparkled with excitement as he discovered he could scale walls, placing his hand against the surface to test his newfound abilities. Bulletproof Jack drew his pistol and fired a shot at his cuff, only to discover that the tailcoat was not only bulletproof, but also remarkably diminished the force of the bullet, far superior to an ordinary bulletproof vest. Hidden. Zhongchang swallowed hard, a somewhat lecherous smile spreading across his face as he activated his cloaking function and stealthily approached Huang Wen. With a resounding slap, Huang Wen, annoyed, knocked Zhongchang to the ground. He realized once again a flaw in the tailcoat's invisibility. His perceptive abilities clearly sensed the presence of another person nearby. Brother Wen, how did you detect me? Zhongchang asked, puzzled, scratching his head as he deactivated the cloaking mode. Considering you've practiced lightness skills for so long, your movements still make quite a commotion. This is merely optical invisibility. it doesn't render you completely undetectable. Moreover, to counter your earlier lewd grin, I've integrated a monitoring program into my watch to prevent any illicit peeping, Huang Wen stated sternly. Please, brother one, I'm not that kind of person. You must believe me. Zhong Chang's expression changed, and he quickly lamented. Enough. This tailcoat is for your protection, to shield you from unforeseen dangers. You must not engage in reckless behavior, understood? Huang Wen shot Zhong Chang a stern glance, and spoke seriously to the three of them. Rest assured, we will not act irresponsibly. Jack and Rispisk nodded earnestly, while Zhong Chang could only acquiesce reluctantly. All right, I'll escort you back now. It's time for me to leave. Do not contact me over trivial matters, understand? Huang Wen waved his hand, leading the three back to the hot pot restaurant. Fearing Zhong Bo would once again bring up the subject of introductions, he disappeared without looking back. Returning to the underground base, you all went out and came back with different clothes? Zhong Bo observed the three in tailcoats, puzzled. Dad, this is a remarkable item. Zhong Chang proudly tapped his watch, causing the tailcoat to retract and reveal his original attire once more. Chapter 109. Explosive news high-tech, huh? A flicker of surprise crossed Zhong Bo's eyes as he watched Jack and Rispisk store their tailcoats, furrowing his brow and muttering, Do these clothes not require washing? This inquiry momentarily silenced the hot pot restaurant. Jack, with a wry smile, descended the stairs and left, while Zhong Chang and Rispisk found themselves at a loss for words in response to Zhong Bo's comment. Meanwhile, Logan, engrossed in watching SpongeBob, raised an eyebrow, recalling the sight of Huang Wen in a tailcoat and never imagining that such garments could be mass-produced. However, the most unexpected events were yet to unfold, as Mystique was already en route to Chinatown. Within the subterranean base, Huang Wen sat wearily on the ground, having finally crafted a defensive shelter from a pool of adamantium. However, utilizing adamantium for such a purpose seemed somewhat extravagant, if only he had access to vibranium. Speaking of which, what was the name of that smuggler dealing in vibranium? I certainly cannot simply storm into Wakanda, for that place is rather elusive. Furrowing his brows, Huang Wen struggled to recall the name of the smuggler from Black Panther, ultimately resorting to issuing a command to the silly girl. Hey, silly girl, discreetly monitor the key terms related to vibranium in the call recordings, and be sure to notify me of any developments. Understood, boss. Upon hearing the mention of vibranium, the silly girl's eyes sparkled with renewed vigor. She could already begin to prepare defensive weaponry. Fortunately, Huang Wen need not concern himself with the defense, as the multitude of robots within the base were more than mere decorations. With the addition of vibranium, her little base would be poised for an upgrade. After a considerable time, Huang Wen opened his eyes, having restored both his internal energy and mental fortitude. The tasks within the underground base had reached completion, allowing him the freedom to explore and rectify the final flaws of Dream Butterfly's evasion technique. I leave the base in your capable hands. The offensive weapons need not be excessive, but the defenses must be sufficiently robust. This may very well become my underground fortress. Huang Wen chuckled as he issued his instructions, his form dissolving into a speck of light, vanishing from the subterranean stronghold. When he reappeared, it was merely on the surface of Alkali Lake. Huang Wen planned to head south first, then navigate along the Drake Passage towards the Antarctic Peninsula, entering the Antarctic Circle, traversing Antarctica, and ultimately making his way north to Kangaroo Land, then proceeding into Indonesia and stepping into Asia. As for the surrounding seas, Huang Wen felt no trepidation. After all, he had acquired the ability to fly, not through the cumbersome wings of fighting spirit. He vowed never to retrieve them from the system's space, for now. With the silly girl by his side, he could still soar. While Huang Wen embarked on his global journey, turmoil arose in Chinatown. At that moment, Logan and Yuriko had yet to depart, and the Wing Chun Dojo was undergoing renovations. It was during this time that Mystique paid a visit. What is going on? Mystique arrived at the Wing Chun Dojo, as described by Iceman Bobby and the mischievous Anna, only to be taken aback. Where was the Wing Chun Dojo? Where was Logan? And what of Huang Wen? Miss, please do not obstruct our work. The renovation foreman frowned at Mystique, despite being somewhat captivated by her beauty. The foremost priority was to ensure the renovation of the Wing Chun Dojo proceeded without issue. Whose establishment is under renovation? The Wing Chun Dojo? Mystique inquired, brow furrowed. Casting a glance at the foreman. What of the people inside the dojo? Who are you? From a distance, Fisk observed the Wing Chun Dojo, and upon spotting Mystique, he approached. John, assisting at the hot pot restaurant, noticed the scene and his expression changed dramatically, hastening to the second floor. Wolverine, trouble is brewing. Mystique has arrived. And I'm not certain if it's an attack from the Academy. John recognized the identity of Mystique. After all, he had seen the form she had assumed this time, and there was no indication that she wished to conceal her presence. Logan, who was practicing, opened his eyes and glanced at Lilith, who was still engrossed in watching SpongeBob. You need not follow me. I shall go and inquire about Huang Wen or seek out Logan. At the entrance of the Wing Chun dojo, Mystique nodded at Risfus. I wonder, could you escort me to meet them? I'm afraid they are unavailable, Risfus replied, furrowing his brow at Mystique with a glint of caution in his eyes. Moreover, you have yet to introduce yourself. Who exactly are you? Logan. Mystique's eyes lit up as she spotted Logan rushing out from the hot pot restaurant, and she approached him without a care for Risfus. Young master. The foreman of the renovation crew glared menacingly, leaning towards Risfus. This is none of your concern. Mind your business. Risfus merely waved his hand dismissively, his gaze shifting between Logan and Mystique. Are you alone? What brings you here? Logan regarded Mystique with hesitation, surveying the surroundings. He truly sensed no familiar presence nearby. Do you wish for me to announce it in the street? Mystique scanned the area and asked coolly. Humph. Logan scoffed, not out of disdain for Mystique, but rather due to the strange figures that had begun to lurk in Chinatown since Huang Wen's explosive incident. They were clearly there to gather intelligence, yet their affiliations remained elusive. However, perhaps sensing the military's inactivity, these operatives had remained relatively subdued, merely observing from the shadows. Yet, how could such individuals evade the keen perception of Logan, a seasoned wolf with extraordinary senses, or that of the exceptional spy Mystique? Let us proceed upstairs. You would do well not to act recklessly. These individuals are not ones you can easily contend with. Logan warned, as if struck by a thought. Where's Huang Wen? Upon reaching the second floor of the hot pot restaurant, Mystique found no sign of Huang Wen and frowned in inquiry. The boss has left. He is traveling the world and will not return anytime soon. Lilith shot a cold glance at Mystique, sensing a familiar aura akin to her own emanating from her. What? Mystique's expression shifted. She had not anticipated that the Wing Chun dojo was under renovation, and furthermore, that Huang Wen had embarked on a global journey. What of Eric's injuries? Eric's injuries? A glimmer of understanding crossed Logan's eyes, followed by a chuckle. Eric brought this upon himself. Why should the boss feel compelled to assist him? Because you will plead on my behalf. Mystique inhaled deeply, fixing her gaze on Logan. What? Logan was taken aback, his confusion evident as he looked at Mystique. Have you forgotten that night? I bore your child. Chapter 110. The spies take turns. The words of Mystique were nothing short of astonishing, capturing the attention of everyone in the hot pot restaurant, their eyes wide and expressions frozen as they gazed at Logan and Mystique. Even Yukiko's demeanor shifted slightly, for theoretically, this child was also her brother. I once remarked that you possessed the most alluring genes, and I never anticipated that my desires would be fulfilled. Mystique gazed at Logan with an enchanting smile, stating, If you wish to discover the whereabouts of your son, you must assist me. Otherwise, you shall never see him again. You are merely a man who sows seeds everywhere. One day, you will taste the bitter fruits of your actions. For reasons unknown, Cyclops' previous words echoed in Logan's mind, causing his thoughts to scatter. Yukiko was merely a creation of Logan and Sabretooth's genes, but this child was different. Didn't this perfectly validate Cyclops' statements? Their son. Could it be that Cyclops possessed the ability to foresee the future? Logan found himself muttering. With a swift motion, Yukiko extended her claws, glaring fiercely at Mystique as she demanded, Where's the child? Mystique paused momentarily upon seeing Yukiko's steel claws, then burst into laughter. Oh, it seems your genes have already been utilized by someone else, resulting in a child who inherits your abilities. Though, not entirely. Your claws are distinctly different. Silence. Where's the child? Yukiko's anger flared as she glared at Mystique. Calm down, Yukiko, Logan interjected quickly, turning to Mystique. How am I to know you aren't lying? After all, I have never laid eyes on him. I anticipated your skepticism. However, I come bearing evidence. Mystique replied with a nonchalant smile, producing a phone and tossing it to Logan. He opened it to find a video playing. The footage showed Mystique alongside another child with blue skin. The hue of the child's skin was lighter than Mystique's, yet soon they both demonstrated their abilities. They began to transform, taking on each other's appearances. Then, the child extended 3 bone claws, which, unlike Logan's adamantium-infused claws, resembled his current steel claws but were made of bone. Raz has perfectly inherited our abilities. He is not only as combative as you, but surpasses you in prowess. More importantly, he has absorbed the strengths of both of us, even possessing the ability to alter his form. Mystique's voice brimmed with pride, asserting that such capabilities were beyond what many could compare to. Her insinuations were clearly directed at Yukiko, yet regrettably, Yukiko's expression remained unchanged. She was oblivious to Mystique's implications and focused solely on how to locate her brother. What must I do to see him? Logan inhaled deeply, fixing his gaze upon Mystique. As I previously stated, if Huang Wen restores Eric, I will bring Raz to meet you. A smirk of satisfaction emerged at the corners of Mystique's lips. With his abilities, returning should be a mere trifle, wouldn't it? Alas, you are mistaken. The boss has decreed that we should not disturb him until he returns. Logan shrugged, a smile playing on his lips. Thus, you must wait until the boss is back before you can speak to him. Are you not eager to see him? Mystique's smile faltered, her eyes narrowing as she scrutinized Logan, attempting to discern his true intent. However, Logan, a seasoned survivor of countless years, had even deceived Charles, who possessed the power to read memories. How could Mystique hope to uncover his secrets? Is he truly unable to come back? Mystique's gaze bore into Logan's as she inquired in a low voice. He truly cannot return? Logan shrugged once more. So, you might as well return and wait patiently. After all, he is your child, and I trust you will care for him well. You. Mystique's pupils constricted slightly, and she took a deep breath. Fine. I shall see how long he can traverse the world. Logan, do not force my hand. Eric absolutely must not come to harm. In all my years, I have never heard of a world that ceases to turn for the absence of one. Logan scoffed, waving his hand dismissively. Well, you had best not linger in Chinatown. I fear it may lead to misunderstandings, and a confrontation would be undesirable. Do not even think of hiding. Finding you would be effortless. Humph. Mystique scoffed coldly before turning on her heel and departing the hot pot restaurant. Logan watched her leave before retracting his gaze. Xiao Chong, activate all surveillance cameras to monitor her whereabouts and see if we can locate Raz. Logan instructed the still-dazed Zhong Chong beside him. Oh right. Zhong Chong nodded eagerly, adjusting his watch to issue commands. Soon, the surrounding cameras began analyzing Mystique's behavioral patterns to determine her direction. Unfortunately, Mystique had no intention of seeking Raz. She returned directly to Xavier's school for gifted youngsters. After all, Huang Wen had not returned, and she could not remain there indefinitely. Eric required her care. And as for Chinatown, she could simply have Charles monitor a random passerby. Just after Mystique's departure, another stunning beauty, fair-skinned and curvaceous, arrived at the Wing Chun Dojo in Chinatown. Upon seeing the dojo under renovation, she paused momentarily in surprise. What is going on today? Why is another gorgeous woman here? The foreman blinked, and under normal circumstances, he would have rushed over to inquire further. However, the current situation did not permit such actions. It was none other than Natasha Romanoff, famously known as Black Widow. Having received Nick Fury's conciliatory plan, she hastily set aside her previous mission and rushed over, only to find that the Wing Chun dojo was deserted. There is no need for haste. It was only after you accepted the task that I learned of Huang Wen's departure, Nick Fury explained with a faint smile. However, Huang Wen's absence presents a fortuitous opportunity. Does it not? You could disguise yourself to approach others at the Wing Chun dojo and see if you can extract any valuable intelligence. Even if you cannot, merely mingling with the practitioners of the Wing Chun school would be beneficial. If you have the chance to learn the extraordinary martial arts from Huang Wen and bring it back to the Bureau, that would indeed be a significant achievement. Understood. Black Widow replied, taking a deep breath as she gazed at the hot pot restaurant. Chapter 111, The Forbidden Ground. Wolverine's son? When did Wolverine acquire a son? Is he related to Mystique? If Nightcrawler is truly Mystique's son, then they would be half-brothers, sharing the same mother but different fathers. Having arrived in South America, Huang Wen received a tip from Zhong Chong, causing the corners of his mouth to twitch. I have only been gone for 2 days, and such melodramatic events have already unfolded. Yet, with Wolverine's temperament, having only a few children after all these years is quite the low probability. What Huang Wen did not foresee was that, amidst the bustling streets of Chinatown, an even more outrageous affair was transpiring. Zhong Chong had fallen in love, and his object of affection was none other than the Black Widow, who was using the alias Xiaona. On that day, when Black Widow visited the hot pot restaurant, She entered just as another stunningly beautiful woman with long legs walked in. Zhong Chang and John S.'s initial reaction was not one of infatuation, but rather wariness. They even suspected that Mystique had returned in a different guise. However, once Logan descended, the misunderstanding was dispelled, and Zhong Chang hurriedly apologized to Black Widow. Upon realizing that Zhong Chang had spent the most time with Huang Wen, Black Widow began to pursue him. How could Zhong Chang, who had scarcely experienced romance, withstand her advances? Within days, he succumbed, yet fortunately, he was not so bewitched as to divulge everything to Black Widow. He refrained from discussing matters concerning Huang Wen, but shared much about himself. Thus, Black Widow obtained two pieces of information. One was a complex and difficult to memorize meridian diagram, and the other was that Zhong Chang's wristwatch was suspected to be a piece of high-tech equipment. There is no need to hastily reveal this high-tech equipment. I can maintain this relationship with Zhong Chang and wait for Huang Wen's return, using the opportunity to infiltrate the Wing Chun Dojo and uncover Huang Wen's secrets. After much deliberation, Black Widow ultimately chose not to take action. Zhong Chang has a girlfriend? Huang Wen blinked upon leaving Antarctica, momentarily at a loss for words, perplexed by how so much could transpire in such a short time. Boss, here is the image of that Lady Xiaona. The silly AI displayed Black Widow's likeness in holographic projection, nearly causing Huang Wen to choke. While he might not be familiar with some of the lesser-known figures in this world, how could he possibly be unaware of the renowned Black Widow? Silly AI. Monitor Zhong Chang and ensure his safety. If any danger arises, contact me immediately. Huang Wen pondered for a moment before issuing a directive to the foolish girl. From the current demeanor of the Black Widow, it was evident that she wished to assimilate into the Wing Chun martial arts community, seeking to glean more intelligence about him, without any intention of confronting Zhong Chang. Moreover, the crux of the matter lay in the fact that Zhong Chang possessed a profound understanding of the original Huang Wen, yet was rather oblivious to many aspects of the present Huang Wen. The Black Widow's aspiration to extract genuine information regarding Huang Wen from Zhong Chang was akin to chasing a fleeting dream. Of course, the Black Widow's swift integration into the Wing Chun community was significantly facilitated by the departure of Logan and Yahiko from Chinatown. Initially, Logan and Yahiko intended to wander about just as Huang Wen did, but upon learning of Raz's whereabouts, they opted to pursue leads to locate him. Guided by the information provided in the Shapeshifter's video, along with assistance from Jack and the Foolish Girls program, they commenced a thorough investigation of potential locations where Raz might appear or reside. Unfortunately, the clues from the video were scant, and considering that both the Shapeshifter and Raz possessed the ability to change forms, the search proved exceedingly arduous. During this period, Huang Wen had already arrived in Asia. But unexpectedly, he felt an undeniable barrier preventing him from entering a familiar territory, leaving only Hong Kong, Macau, and Taiwan accessible. Strangely enough, he observed that ordinary individuals could freely traverse in and out, whether by air or sea, yet he found himself barred entry. Even with the dream butterfly's ability to traverse realms, it too could not breach that land. What could be the reason for this? Why could ordinary people come and go, yet he could not? Furthermore, the vital question remained. Why was there an impenetrable barrier from these three locations? Could it truly be that a mythical beast existed? Huang Wen was engulfed in confusion as he endeavored to approach from Hong Kong and other locales, yet he remained unable to step foot on that land. His attempts led him in a complete circle, still unable to discover a route that would permit his entry. It's futile. Individuals like you cannot enter. A voice suddenly resonated behind Huang Wen, causing him to fixate his gaze. He had been oblivious to the presence of another behind him. Why can't I enter? Huang Wen inquired, furrowing his brow as he turned to face an old acquaintance, or rather, someone he had met once, Gu Yi. Unbeknownst to him, he had inadvertently wandered into Nepal. I noticed you had arrived near Kamartaj. As your host, it is only natural for me to come and greet you. Gu Yi remarked with a gentle smile and a nod. This barrier poses no hindrance to ordinary individuals. However, for those endowed with extraordinary abilities, it serves as an insurmountable chasm, isolating all supernatural forces from entry. Of course, if you were to emerge from within, you could return, but alas, you are not. Indeed. What a pity, Huang Wen sighed in resignation. He had initially hoped to explore the differences between this world and his previous life, but he had never anticipated that the disparities would be so profound. You must restore Eric's abilities. Without him, chaos may ensue among the mutants, Ancient One remarked earnestly. gazing intently at Huang Wen. The world will continue to turn without any one individual, including you, Master, will it not? Huang Wen, coming back to his senses, calmly shook his head, recognizing that with the Master's prowess, he should understand the reason behind such repercussions. You are correct. Every distinct choice creates a wholly different world. Some matters cannot be compelled. However, when the phoenix rises from the ashes, there must be someone to halt her. Ancient One's gaze shifted, as if she perceived something. And she whispered softly, rising from the ashes. Was she not drowned instead? Can this truly be deemed a resurrection? Huang Wen pondered inwardly, unable to suppress his musings. Your journey may yield unexpected rewards. Ancient One quickly regained her composure, smiling at Huang Wen. We may not have the opportunity to meet again, so allow me to congratulate you in advance. What? Huang Wen was momentarily taken aback, uncertain of Ancient One's meaning. However, upon witnessing her form vanish within the fiery circle, he finally comprehended the perplexing sense of irritation he had felt after Logan's earlier cryptic remarks. Chapter 112. The magical barrier half-finished conversations are the most irksome. Huang Wen muttered in displeasure, scanning his surroundings with his thoughts. After confirming that Ancient One had indeed departed, he remained uneasy and used the dream butterfly's escape to travel far west before finally halting. How about it, silly girl? Have you gauged her strength? After ensuring the area was devoid of anyone, Huang Wen turned to silly girl and inquired. Based on the values you provided, a rough skin indicates her physical attributes are not superior to yours, boss. However, the power within her exceeds yours by at least tenfold, not counting any qualitative changes. Silly girl quickly provided an approximate answer, revealing to Huang Wen the stark disparity between him and Ancient One. Over tenfold. Even with silly girl's power added and employing the indestructible Vajra technique, I may not stand a chance against her. Huang Wen mused, contemplating the situation. Moreover, Charles and the others should also be at the legendary level, yet Ancient One might surpass that threshold. If she transcends the boundaries of legend, the indestructible Vajra technique could encounter a bottleneck. The critical aspect is that this is merely a rough scan. If she were to unleash her full strength, she would likely be even more formidable. Although she is not omniscient, she is undoubtedly invincible on this planet. Even in this diverse universe of American comics, fraught with uncertainties, Ancient Ones might surely rank among the pinnacle. What troubles Huang Wen most is that Ancient One likely possesses powers beyond those depicted in the films. Forget it. There's no point in dwelling on her. She is not my adversary, nor has she detected my anomalies. Rather than pondering her, I should consider how to acquire more opportunities for rewards or enhance my own strength. Huang Wen swiftly regained his focus and continued westward, traversing the somewhat chaotic regions of the Middle East until he reached the Mediterranean area. Calculating the time. Is it possible that the great figure is about to be kidnapped? Huang Wen suddenly had a thought, glancing back at the Middle Eastern region he had just passed. After all, Hulk had already made his entrance for quite some time, and Iron Man was also nearing his debut. It seemed unnecessary to rescue the great figure. He had his own path of growth. Moreover, saving an Iron Man who was unlikely to encounter trouble might not yield any rewards, would it? However, considering the timeline, there were merely 4 years left until the New York battle, which was the matter I should focus on. After all, the people in Chinatown must not face any peril. In 4 years, Wolverine and the others should be able to hone their skills, even if I do not obtain a more powerful reward. Such a duration should allow my own strength to progress further. Nonetheless, both my unique abilities and Bai Zhantang's Sunflower School techniques seem somewhat inadequate at this legendary level. As Huang Wen was pondering, he suddenly sensed a strange fluctuation in the distance, fleeting and elusive. Instinctively, he turned to look, yet found nothing. Silly girl, did you sense that? What place is that? Huang Wen inquired, pointing towards the distance. The silly girl did not detect any anomalies. The direction appeared to be France. She utilized passing satellites to scan the area Huang Wen indicated. Interesting. Let us head over there and see if we can uncover any tasks. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Huang Wen's eyes as he smiled and moved towards the direction he had sensed earlier. After a while, as night fell, he found himself wandering into a forest. Strange. The fluctuation I sensed was clearly around here. Why can't I feel it now? A hint of confusion crossed Huang Wen's face as he released his sensing power. A carriage? An oil lamp? How primitive is this place? Within his perception, an elderly man wearing a hat was guiding a horse-drawn carriage while holding an oil lamp. Suddenly, The sky above the forest erupted with thunder and lightning, and a bolt struck a large tree before the old man, felling it and blocking his intended path. Why does this scenario seem oddly familiar? Huang Wen scratched his head in confusion, instinctively moving towards the old man. All right, we need to take a different route. Philip, let us go? The old man gently pulled on the reins and turned in another direction. As the old man and his carriage entered that path, something incredible occurred. Snow began to fall from the sky, despite it being June. This is the place. Huang Wen's eyes sparkled. He felt the strange fluctuation once more, reminiscent of the previous one. A barrier? Magic? How intriguing. Just then, a wolf's howl interrupted Huang Wen's thoughts. The old man was gradually surrounded by a pack of wolves, frantically urging his horse-drawn carriage to flee. However, the carriage collided with a branch, collapsing instantly, causing the horse to break free from its reins and bolt in terror. The old man fell onto the stones, surrounded by the encroaching wolves, seemingly on the brink of disaster. Let us save him. Huang Wen nodded, issuing a mission to save the life of the old man. The task was being generated. Rescue Morris. Reward. 1 chance to draw a common grade item. Do you accept? Accepted. Once again, he had a cushion. A faint smile appeared at the corners of Huang Wen's mouth. He no longer looked down upon the common grade item lottery. Was there a better cushion than this lottery? With a swift motion, Huang Wen flashed to Morris's side and said with a smile, Elder, are you all right? Be careful. There are wolves all around. The sudden appearance of Huang Wen startled Morris, but faced with the imminent threat of death, he hastily warned Huang Wen. Just then, he saw a wolf pounce towards them. With a thud, Huang Wen threw a punch, sending the wolf flying, where it landed heavily on the ground, emitting a whimper. Morris instinctively swallowed hard, unable to believe the scene before him. This was a bare-handed feat of sending a wolf flying. Of course, Morris was unaware that Huang Wen had not used his full strength. Had he done so, the wolf would not have merely been sent flying. Still not leaving? Huang Wen raised an eyebrow, gazing at the pack of wolves that were hesitant yet did not retreat, and shouted. With a howl, the pack did not disperse. Instead, they roared and charged at Huang Wen once more. Huang Wen seemed to sense something and glanced back in surprise at the direction he had come from. He continued to strike, sending the entire pack flying. After the wolves retreated, Huang Wen nodded at Morris and urged, Let us leave quickly. This place is not safe. Chapter 113 Bell. Thank you. Thank you for saving my life, Morris said, still shaken, as he looked at Huang Wen. He slowly stood up, brushing the snow and mud off himself, gradually calming down. Ding. Task. Save Morris's life. Reward. 1 chance to draw a common grade item. The system's prompt indicated to Huang Wen that Morris was no longer in danger. Hiss. Hiss. Just then, a horse named Philip returned, stopping beside Morris. You returned. Yet you didn't come to my aid. Morris scolded Philip, then turned to Huang Wen with gratitude. I am immensely grateful to you, my savior. My name is Morris. If you don't mind, may I invite you to my home as a guest? By the way, I still do not know your name. Huang Wen raised an eyebrow, understanding that Morris was concerned about encountering further dangers and wanted him to ensure his safety. That is no problem, but the surroundings here are a bit strange. Let us take another route. Huang Wen nodded with a smile. My name is Huang Wen. Huang Wen? Morris pronounced this somewhat awkward name for him, then crouched down to search for his dropped item, a delicate metal windmill that held his memories of his wife. Mr. Huang Wen, please mount the horse. I can walk. Once he had organized his most cherished belongings, Morris rose to his feet and, gazing at Huang Wen with a smile, said, You needn't worry about that. You can ride. My legs are quite nimble. Huang Wen, with a chuckle, declined Morris's offer. Let us be off. It is time to depart. As Huang Wen and Morris retraced their steps, Huang Wen cast a lingering glance at a certain spot before turning away. In the direction he had looked, a vast shadow seemed to harbor a hidden gaze. Mr. Huang Wen, where do you hail from? Along the way, Morris engaged Huang Wen in light conversation. Just call me Huang Wen. I am of Chinese descent. Presently residing in the United States, Huang Wen replied with a smile. The United States? From your attire, it must be quite a bustling place, Morris observed, scrutinizing Huang Wen. Do the people there ride in grand carriages? One could say that. Huang Wen nodded with a grin. Morris, does your home lack contact with the outside world? Contact? How could it not? I frequently venture to the local markets in nearby villages to procure goods. Morris replied, casting Huang Wen a curious glance. He then added, somewhat regretfully, Alas, the items I purchased this time were damaged. Otherwise, I would have brought you a token of gratitude. No, wait. The roses. The roses that Belle wanted. Morris lifted his gaze to the brightening sky, seemingly dismissing the events of the previous night. The image of the roses he had seen flashed before him. Mr. Huang Wen, the first house in the village ahead is my home. I must step away briefly. My daughter awaits me. Morris gestured toward his abode and handed Huang Wen a delicate windmill. Simply mention that you are visiting my home, and with this windmill, Belle will surely grant you entry. Huang Wen blinked, instinctively accepting the windmill. Before he could articulate a thought, he saw Morris directing his horse back the way they had come. Beauty and the Beast? A notion flickered through Huang Wen's mind as he recalled the roses, Belle, and the imposing figure lurking in the shadows. First, I shall check on Belle. That will reveal the truth. Huang Wen set his sights on the distant village and, with a swift motion, vanished from sight, materializing outside the village. Almost immediately, he spotted a woman resembling Hermione, who was being accosted by a man. Indeed, it is Beauty and the Beast, Huang Wen mused, making his way toward Belle. I merely wished to teach that child to read, Belle asserted, her brow furrowed as Gaston obstructed her path at her doorstep. You ought to prioritize your own child, our child, Gaston insisted, pointing to himself and Belle. I have no such intentions, Belle retorted, casting a disdainful glance at Gaston before retreating into the courtyard. You simply have yet to encounter your true soulmate, Gaston declared, stepping forward with an air of bravado, implying that he was the one. Gaston, this village is quite small. I am familiar with all the men here. Belle resolutely rejected Gaston, fully aware of the essence of his character. No one undergoes a transformation. I know precisely who you are. Gaston, narrowing his eyes menacingly, threatened, even attempting to grasp Belle's skirts. Sir, if your hand advances even an inch further, I cannot guarantee it will remain attached to your wrist, Huang Wen interjected coolly as he approached. What? Both Belle and Gaston turned to Huang Wen. Upon noticing the exquisite windmill in Huang Wen's hand, Belle's expression shifted dramatically, and she hurried to his side, anxiously inquiring, Where is my father? Is he unharmed? He should be fine. He merely forgot to bring you roses and returned to fetch them, Huang Wen reassured her, recalling that in the original tale, Maurice had encountered no danger, merely confinement. He nodded with a smile. Hey, outsider, who do you think you are? Gaston shouted angrily at Huang Wen. Stay away from my Belle. Indeed, as you stated, I am an outsider, Huang Wen replied, handing the delicate windmill to Belle with a grin. It seems your intellect is lacking. Otherwise, you would not pose such a question. You. Gaston found himself momentarily speechless, taken aback by Huang Wen's retort. Belle couldn't help but chuckle at Gaston's predicament, feeling a wave of relief wash over her. This laughter only served to further humiliate Gaston, who stormed toward Huang Wen. His voice low and threatening. Outsider, you may not comprehend my prowess. In this village, no one is my match, and none dare speak to me in such a manner. You shall pay for your words. Gaston, he is a friend of my father. Keep your distance. Belle boldly stepped forward, unwavering in her stance against Gaston. Fear not, Belle. He is merely unmatched in this village, but I am no villager, Huang Wen said with a smile, positioning himself protectively in front of Belle. Would you care to test that? Chapter 114, Temporal Magic Scoundrel. Gaston roared, lunging at Huang Wen in an attempt to lift him and throw him to the ground, seeking to assert his dominance. In a swift turn of fate, it was Gaston who found himself hoisted and unceremoniously cast to the ground by Huang Wen. How is this possible? Gaston lay on the ground, grappling with the reality of his defeat. He had always prided himself on being the strongest man in the village, capable of lifting a 200-pound man with ease. Yet here he was, bested by an outsider before the very woman he admired. Oh my goodness, how did you accomplish that? Belle gasped, astonished as she looked at Huang Wen, equally incredulous that he had managed to vanquish the mightiest man in the village. Gaston. Outsider, you will pay for your actions. Gaston swiftly rose from the ground, casting a fierce glare at Huang Wen before opting not to confront him directly. Instead, he turned and fled, akin to a child wronged. What? No invitation to sit. Huang Wen turned to the somewhat dazed Belle and inquired with a smile. Oh, please come in. Belle, regaining her composure, glanced at the windmill in her hand, nodded eagerly, and ushered Huang Wen into the house. Please wait a moment. I shall fetch you some water. All right, thank you. Huang Wen replied with a smile, observing as Belle turned to pour the water. He activated his watch, pondering, silly girl, what part of France is this? How can it be so backward? Silly girl? An anomaly in time and space had emerged, and the foolish girl was calculating the cause. After a brief silence, she provided an astonishing answer. Boss, the fluctuations you initially detected are quite similar to those in the forest, yet they possess an element of time. Since you lack temporal abilities, you failed to perceive the differences. In other words, this realm encompasses not merely spatial magic, but also temporal magic, a domain ensnared by sorcery, with coordinates overlapping with your world, thus allowing you to traverse here when the fluctuations occurred. Was I deceived by Ancient One? A fleeting thought crossed Huang Wen's mind. Yet he quickly dismissed it, for he had recently met Ancient One, who seemed rather amicable. Moreover, if Ancient One intended to intervene, there would be no need for such convoluted tactics. After all, she had no reason to fear him and could have acted directly. Hello, I haven't yet asked your name. Belle soon arrived before Huang Wen, holding a glass of water. Where are you from? How do you know my father? And why are you so impressive? I am Huang Wen, traveling the world. I happened to be nearby and met Maurice, with whom I found a delightful rapport, so he invited me to his home. Huang Wen replied, smiling as he omitted the details of saving Maurice. Traveling the world? Belle's interest was piqued, her bright eyes fixed on Huang Wen. You are traveling the world? How enviable. I have never ventured outside in my life. I have always yearned to broaden my horizons. This is the life I dream of. Could you tell me where you have been? Of course. While I have yet to explore much of Europe, I have visited South America, Antarctica, Australia, and Asia. Huang Wen replied, nodding as he enumerated his travels. Antarctica? Is it truly as described in books, home to adorable penguins? Belle's eyes sparkled as she gazed into Huang Wen's. Adorable? Perhaps adorably clumsy would be a more fitting description. They trip over their own feet while waddling, and even when they finally catch a fish, it often slips from their beaks. Huang Wen recounted some of the penguins' endearing antics. Adorably clumsy? How apt. Belle laughed, finding the term perfectly encapsulated Huang Wen's delightful descriptions. In this moment, Huang Wen engaged in a delightful conversation with Belle, while the atmosphere was markedly less cheerful for others. Firstly, in the depths of the forest, Maurice ventured forth, intent on plucking roses for Belle. Upon entering that land, he was suddenly aware that night had once again fallen. Nevertheless, driven by his determination to bring back the beloved roses for Belle, Maurice resolutely approached the edge of the rose garden and picked a single bloom. At that very moment, a colossal creature emerged from the shadows, filled with fury, capturing the returning thief and imprisoning him. Meanwhile, Maurice's horse, named Philippe, seized the opportunity to escape, galloping towards Belle's home. On the other side, Gaston, who had been humiliated by Huang Wen, stormed back to the tavern, his anger palpable. His loyal sidekick, Le Faux, hurried over. Gaston, what has you so enraged? Did Belle reject you once more? Le Faux inquired, clapping Gaston on the shoulder with a grin. It is not just Belle. There is a despicable outsider. Gaston seethed, gritting his teeth. He used underhanded tactics to best me before Belle, leaving me utterly humiliated. What? Gaston, you were defeated? How could that be? Le Faux exclaimed, incredulous. You are so powerful. How could you possibly lose to an outsider? As Gaston's foremost loyalist, Le Faux could scarcely believe the implications of Gaston's words. Indeed, I was bested, and I scarcely comprehend how I fell to the ground. In an instant, it felt as if my body was no longer under my control. Gaston muttered through clenched teeth, lowering his voice. This matter must remain a secret from the villagers. A glint of malice flickered in Le Faux's eyes. Gaston, your standing in the village must not waver. What do you suggest? Gaston's pupils contracted as he whispered intently. Firearms. We shall find an opportunity to discreetly eliminate him. Le Faux suggested, leaning closer to Gaston. Yes, no matter how strong he is, he does not possess a firearm. Once night falls, we shall be able to finish him off. Gaston inhaled deeply, a flicker of resolve igniting in his gaze. Then, Belle will have no choice but to choose me, and that old fool Maurice. His incessant madness has undoubtedly influenced Belle, leading her to this state. If he were to perish, Belle would be left vulnerable and unable to refuse me any longer. Chapter 115. The Beast. Unbeknownst to Huang Wen, Gaston's sinister plot unfolded. And even if he were aware, he would dismiss it with a chuckle. After all, a mere firearm could hardly threaten Huang Wen. One could only imagine Charles and Magneto simultaneously rising from their wheelchairs in disbelief. I truly envy you, being able to traverse so many places. With countless more yet to explore, Belle remarked, gazing at Huang Wen with a hint of longing as she absorbed his tales. Why do you not venture out on your own? Huang Wen's gaze shifted slightly as he posed the question to Belle. Is it not your fervent desire to broaden your horizons? Have you ever considered departing from this place? I cannot help but worry about my father. He has never lived alone. Belle sighed softly, acknowledging that he is growing older, which sometimes leaves me feeling quite lost. Just then, the sound of hooves echoed from outside, accompanied by Philip's weary breaths. Father, is it you returning? Belle hurriedly stood up, concealing her feelings of regret, and rushed outside to greet her father. However, to her disappointment, only Philip was there, tiredly grazing, while Maurice was nowhere to be seen. Philip, where is father? Belle, feeling anxious, approached Philip and inquired. It seems something has happened again in that forest. I shall accompany you. Huang Wen stepped out from the house. Now, Maurice's efforts appear to have been in vain, and everything has reverted to the starting point. No, Belle instinctively wished to decline Huang Wen's offer. Do not forget, I have just defeated the strongest person in your village. Huang Wen stepped forward with a smile, adding, moreover, I am capable of traveling the world alone, which implies I possess certain means of self-defense. Should danger arise, I can be of assistance. Very well, let us set off. After a moment's hesitation, Belle mounted her horse and extended her hand toward Huang Wen, saying, Come, let us journey together. A fleeting moment of awkwardness crossed Huang Wen's face as he glanced at Belle's curvaceous figure, feeling a sudden quickening of his heart. He hastily shook his head, stating, You can ride alone. I run quite swiftly. You are actually shy? Belle looked at Huang Wen in surprise, then laughed gracefully, saying, I do not mind. What are you afraid of? Besides, a person cannot possibly outrun a horse. Before Belle could finish her sentence, she saw Huang Wen transform into a fleeting shadow, darting ahead to the village entrance. Belle blinked in astonishment, only to hear Huang Wen proclaim, Well, does this not prove I run swiftly? Shall we set off? Oh. Belle snapped back to reality, realizing that now was not the time to ponder such matters. She quickly flicked the reins and pursued Huang Wen. Observing him maintain the same pace as Philip, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. How do you achieve this? This is called Qin Gong, a form of martial arts. Huang Wen maintained his remarkable speed without even appearing to be out of breath. His complexion remained unflushed. How extraordinary. No wonder you have traversed so many places. Belle remarked with a hint of admiration. Soon, Huang Wen and Belle entered the forest, with Philip leading them until they reached a rose garden, where he finally came to a halt. It seems Maurice must have been here gathering roses for you, and these roses likely belong to someone. Huang Wen gazed at the Baroque-style castle. Let us go inside and investigate the situation. All right. Belle inhaled deeply, contemplating finding a stick for courage as she looked at the castle. With me here, you will not need to take action. Huang Wen chuckled and shook his head. Having sensed Maurice's position, at that moment, Maurice appeared somewhat disheveled, while everything else seemed normal. Thank you, Belle, for following Huang Wen into the fortress, which was now eerily empty, devoid of any human presence. Goodness, look, it's a beautiful woman, exclaimed Lumina, the candelabrum, as her eyes sparkled upon seeing Belle. I see her. My clock's hand may be broken, but my vision is intact, chimed in Clock Gary's, his pointer moving slightly. Do you think she could be the one capable of breaking the curse? Lumina's eyes gleamed with yearning. Are you blind? Do you not see she has a male companion? Clock Gary's retorted impatiently. We could scare off her companion, Lumina suggested. What was that noise? Belle turned to see the source of the sound, but the two conversing figures had already concealed themselves. Roar! Lumina bellowed as she lunged at Huang Wen in an attempt to frighten him away, only to be sent flying by a punch from him. Clang! What is that? Belle turned, fearfully approaching Huang Wen, noticing Lumina lying motionless on the ground. It's nothing. Just a restless soul. Let us find your father, Huang Wen said with a smile, shaking his head as he ascended the dark staircase. Belle glanced back at the fallen candelabrum, but chose not to retrieve it, instead hastily catching hold of Huang Wen's sleeve. Huang Wen's body trembled slightly. The sudden contact caught him off guard, but he quickly regained his composure and continued up the stairs with Belle. Father. Upon reaching the upper floor, Belle immediately spotted the disheveled Maurice in the cell and rushed to grasp his icy hands. Father, your hands are so cold. Belle, what are you doing here? Huang Wen. Is it you who brought Belle? Quickly, take her away from here. This castle is alive. Maurice exclaimed in a panicked voice upon noticing Huang Wen nearby. If you do not come out soon, I shall take him with me, Huang Wen replied with a calm smile, glancing toward the shadows where, thanks to his keen eyesight, he could discern the beast lurking. You cannot take him. He stole my rose. He must pay the price." The beast growled from the shadows, glaring fiercely at Huang Wen. "Enough of your charade. He stole the rose, yet it was your intention all along, wasn't it?" Huang Wen scoffed, holding back Belle, who was about to speak. "I have heard your tale, Beast Prince. I know you have been lurking in the shadows, waiting for him to pluck the rose so you could capture him. Otherwise, you could have easily stopped him. You speak nonsense. I only captured him after discovering that this thief had taken my rose." The beast's expression darkened as he spoke in a low voice. "He stole my rose, and he shall pay for it." Chapter 116. Deceiving the crippled. As the beast uttered these words, his colossal form emerged from the shadows, causing a jolt of fear to surge through Belle's heart. To her, this creature was nothing short of a terrifying monster, prompting her instinctively to draw closer to Huang Wen, who provided her with a sense of safety. This beast was once a prince, residing in a magnificent castle. Despite possessing everything, he was selfish and ruthless, imposing taxes on the villagers and adorning his castle with the most opulent treasures, while compelling all elegantly dressed individuals to attend his lavish parties. One stormy night, an unexpected guest intruded upon the castle, seeking refuge from the tempest. She offered the prince a rose as a token of gratitude. However, upon seeing her tattered and unkempt appearance, the prince was filled with revulsion. He laughed mockingly with his courtiers, preparing to expel her, and disdainfully discarded the rose onto the ground. Unbeknownst to him, the guest's appearance was merely a fade. In truth, she was a beautiful and enchanting sorceress who saw through the prince's empty and indifferent heart. As a consequence, she transformed him into an ugly beast and cast a powerful curse upon the castle, leaving no one unscathed. Thus, before Huang Wen stood this hideous beast prince, alongside the castle's bizarre furnishings, all of which were once human forms. Only when the prince, in his beastly guise, found true love could the curse be lifted. Huang Wen gazed at the beast prince, reminiscent of the creature from Beauty and the Beast, yet this beast bore no resemblance to that character. The beast from the story was akin to a humanoid lion with blue fur, while the creature before him was a lion-like figure, albeit with an additional pair of goat horns. "What is the cost?" Huang Wen raised an eyebrow, smiling as he inquired. "He shall be imprisoned here for eternity, or someone else will take his place." The beast cast a glance at Belle and Maurice, his voice deep and ominous. "No." Belle's heart raced, and she attempted to step forward, only to be restrained by Huang Wen. "Why not? I am merely confining him for a lifetime. I have not subjected him to the same punishment I endure." The beast glared fiercely at Belle. No, you are not the same. Maurice merely plucked a discarded rose from the castle, while you coldly mocked someone and cast her gift aside. How can you be equated?" Huang Wen shook his head with a smile, softly speaking. "Truthfully, you desire Belle's assistance to break the curse, do you not? What nonsense are you spouting?" The beast's gaze sharpened, instinctively taking a step back. "Oh, my apologies. Perhaps I misspoke." Huang Wen suddenly raised his hands in a gesture of contrition towards the beast. "In reality, it does not matter if it is Belle or another young and beautiful woman who loves you. That would suffice to lift the curse, would it not?" "You lie." The beast roared at Huang Wen. Uffed. With a swift motion, Huang Wen tossed an object into the gaping maw of the roaring beast, which, caught unawares, swallowed it whole. The creature, now somewhat bewildered, clutched its throat. "Huang Wen, what did you give him?" Belle inquired hesitantly, observing the beast's evident discomfort. "He merely choked a little." Huang Wen chuckled, shaking his head gently. "What I bestowed upon him is known as the honest red bean bun. Anyone who consumes it will speak the truth for 5 minutes and answer any question posed to them." "Is it truly so marvelous?" Belle exclaimed, her eyes widening as she turned to the beast. "I ask you, did you capture my father as Huang Wen stated?" "Indeed. But I only wish to rid myself of this curse and revert to my original form. I was once a handsome prince, yet now I am reduced to this hideous beast," the creature confessed, revealing its innermost thoughts. "Tell me, have you ever harmed another? Or have you brought others to this castle?" Huang Wen pondered, then posed the question. "Since I have taken on this guise, I have not dared to inflict harm. I have indeed lured others to the castle under various pretexts, though I ultimately failed. I neither harmed them nor did I keep them for long. I merely confined them for a time before releasing them," the beast recounted honestly. "Given that you have not taken any lives, I shall refrain from forcibly taking Maurice away," Huang Wen remarked, glancing at Belle before addressing the beast. "I will take them as part of a bargain. I shall reveal to you the true method to break your curse. What do you say?" Is that truly the case? The beast's eyes widened in anticipation. Do you really possess the means to lift the curse? Are you willing to engage in this transaction? Huang Wen met the beast's gaze, aware that the effects of the honest red bean bun had not yet waned. If you agree, then the matter concerning Morris and Bell regarding the rose will be resolved. I am willing. The beast nodded eagerly. As long as you reveal the method, I shall comply with anything. In truth, you have been misguided from the outset. Seeking a woman as beautiful as Belle was not the answer, Huang Wen replied, shaking his head with earnest analysis. Even if you were to win Belle's affection, it would only demonstrate her ability to see beyond your grotesque exterior, not judging by appearances. But how does that reflect upon you? Should you not seek a girl of ordinary appearance, discovering her inner beauty and falling in love with her? Only then could it be proven that you have transcended the superficiality of judging by looks and have reached a level of appreciating true virtue and beauty within. That would indeed signify your growth, would it not? His reasoning resonated deeply. Those hidden in the shadows, including the furnishings, nodded in agreement, recognizing that the witch's punishment of the prince stemmed precisely from his superficial judgments and disdain for the witch and her gifts. If the beast prince were to continue seeking a beautiful maiden, it would not signify his growth. It appears that not only has the beast prince failed to perceive this truth, but the enchanted household items have also not grasped the notion. They instinctively believe that only a fair maiden is worthy of the beast prince. Upon overhearing the discussions among the enchanted objects, Huang Wen's lips curled into a slight smile. At last, he has managed to deceive them. It seems I have indeed misjudged. Over the years, I have not truly matured. I am grateful for your instruction, and in return, I shall release them. The beast, upon serious contemplation, was similarly swayed by Huang Wen, and he suddenly felt that a woman of ordinary appearance would likely be less concerned with his looks, thus making his endeavors more successful. However, regrettably, the beast was mistaken. Chapter 117, Self-Inflicted Woes. Soon, Huang Wen, Belle, and Maurice departed from the castle. Originally, the beast wished to invite the trio for dinner. Yet Belle and Maurice were unwilling to linger, particularly the disheveled Maurice. As for the future of the beast prince and whether he could break the curse, that was no longer their concern. Maurice mounted his horse and proceeded slowly, while Huang Wen and Belle walked behind him. Turning his head, Maurice looked at Huang Wen and smiled, saying, "Thank you, Huang Wen, you saved me once again." Once again, Belle furrowed her brow, casting Huang Wen a suspicious glance, for he had not previously mentioned this matter. Indeed, in this very forest, I was surrounded by a pack of wolves. Fortunately, Huang Wen timely drove them away, otherwise, I would have perished at their jaws. Maurice explained with a smile. Why didn't you mention this before? Belle seemed to suddenly recall something, her expression turning somewhat displeased as she gazed at Huang Wen. And your earlier conversation with that beast implied that I possess only external beauty, lacking inner virtue and goodness. Did it not? Huang Wen's expression momentarily froze, unable to comprehend how Belle had connected these two unrelated matters, for he had merely been complimenting her appearance. Why are you silent? Belle's brow furrowed deeper, her demeanor indicating dissatisfaction. No, not at all. From the moment I laid eyes on you, I recognized your inner bravery, your fearlessness, and your yearning for freedom. Huang Wen instinctively scratched his head, hastily organizing his thoughts to praise Belle's inner qualities. Regarding the matter of saving Maurice, I believe it is hardly worth mentioning. After all, Maurice is unscathed now, and bringing it up would only serve to worry you unnecessarily. Humph, that is more like it. A hint of satisfaction graced Belle's lips as she bounced ahead to join Maurice and Philip, while Huang Wen, standing behind, let out a long sigh of relief. He remained oblivious to the fact that Maurice had turned back to cast him a lingering glance before swiftly redirecting his attention. The journey back was considerably slower than their arrival, yet Belle appeared much happier. At times, she would run to Philip's side, walking shoulder to shoulder with Maurice, and at other moments, she would dart over to Huang Wen, inquiring why their pace had slowed. As Belle has grown, this is her first venture so far from home. Previously, she had only ventured to the earthen slopes outside the village to unwind. This time, however, it was due to Morris's predicament that she found herself so far afield. It is indeed a lamentable irony that a girl who yearns to see the world has yet to step beyond the confines of her small village. Before long, the three returned to Morris's abode, and the twilight had begun to envelop the sky. Morris, observing Belle, who was still inquiring about lightness of foot from Huang Wen, gently remarked, "Belle, it is getting late. You ought to rest." Understood, Father, Belle replied with a hint of reluctance, nodding before retreating to her chamber for the night. Morris, with a tinge of regret, glanced at Huang Wen and gestured towards the bedding by the hearth, saying, I apologize for the inconvenience of you sleeping here. Not at all. Huang Wen responded with a smile, shaking his head. This is already a commendable accommodation considering my journey. I hardly require sleep. I often spend the night honing my skills even when fatigue begins to settle in. As night deepened, Huang Wen, engrossed in his practice of extraordinary abilities, suddenly raised an eyebrow. His keen senses detected two individuals approaching Morris's residence. Upon channeling his perceptive powers, he discerned Gaston and the stout lad, Leaf, brandishing firearms, their eyes glinting with malice. Unbeknownst to Huang Wen, a pair of eyes in the shadows observed him, keenly scrutinizing his actions. As if eager to ascertain how he would navigate the unfolding situation, Huang Wen quietly rose, leaving the confines of the house to await Gaston and Leaf on the street. What? Gaston exclaimed, startled, as he caught sight of Huang Wen standing in the moonlight. With a mixture of suspicion and astonishment, he inquired, Did you know we were coming? Then, what is your intention? Huang Wen replied, shaking his head before unleashing his hypnotic illusionary powers. To kill you, to kill Morris, and to make the helpless Belle my wife. Gaston, devoid of any resistance, swiftly divulged his sinister intentions, a glint of cold determination flashing in Huang Wen's eyes. Very well then, fire away. Did you not come to kill me? Huang Wen said with a sardonic smile. Agreed. Both Gaston and Leaf responded in unison, then pulled the triggers. Bang, bang. The two gunshots reverberated through the village's night air, yet the aim of their firearms was not directed at Huang Wen, but rather at each other, resulting in their simultaneous collapse. One reaps what one sows, Huang Wen remarked impassively, shaking his head. Had I not intervened, and without the Beast Prince, it is likely that the fates of Belle and Morris would have met a tragic end because of you. With that, Huang Wen waved his hand, not intending to obliterate the evidence of their demise. Rather, he orchestrated their mutual destruction to create the illusion of a fatal conflict between them. As Huang Wen's extraordinary abilities were unleashed, the bodies of Gaston and Leaf were propelled away from the vicinity of the Morris residence, thus averting any further complications for the family. Task accomplished. Huang Wen clapped his hands and turned to re-enter the house. Strangely enough, in this seemingly unassuming village, after the sound of gunfire, no one emerged to investigate the commotion, a stark contrast to the bustling activity of Chinatown. What transpired? Belle, having heard the disturbance, stepped out of her room, yet instead of rushing to the Morris household, she instinctively approached Huang Wen, inquiring about the situation. Oh, it was Gaston and one of his accomplices. Huang Wen pondered for a moment, recalling Belle's previous words, and decided to reveal the truth. They came armed with firearms, intending to kill both me and Morris. Ah, Belle gasped, quickly scanning Huang Wen from head to toe. Upon realizing he was unharmed, she exhaled in relief. And then? Where are they now? I employed a small trick to incite them to shoot each other. They are both deceased now. Huang Wen hesitated briefly, but ultimately divulged the reality. Deceased? Belle's eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at Huang Wen, before abruptly rushing back to her room. You shouldn't have told her. She lacks the fortitude to handle such matters. Morris sighed and shook his head. Perhaps, but I no longer wish to conceal the truth from her, Huang Wen murmured softly. After a moment of silence. Chapter 118. The ups and downs of life. As Huang Wen's words hung in the air, silence enveloped the room. After a considerable pause, Huang Wen once again settled into a meditative posture, channeling his extraordinary powers to cultivate his mental strength. After all, Huang Wen's divine power currently relied heavily on the rebirth dragon seal. Without it, his divine strength would merely amount to 12 points, far from the legendary level of internal energy. Thus, while his internal energy progressed slowly, Huang Wen opted to focus on honing his divine power. However, the starting point of these extraordinary abilities was still exceedingly low. The illustrious gambling sage possessed only a paltry 2 points of divine power, and the entire Academy of Extraordinary Abilities scarcely reached this threshold. Consequently, the methods of cultivation available to Huang Wen at this juncture felt somewhat inadequate. How is it? I believe this child surpasses that prince by far. While Huang Wen was engrossed in his training, Morris engaged in some mysterious communication, noting that Belle seemed to have developed an affection for him. Of course, he is far superior to that beastly prince. Otherwise, I would not have allowed him to escort you away from that castle, remarked the enigmatic figure conversing with Morris, observing Huang Wen with intrigue. He appears to be a curious lad, shrouded in secrets that even I cannot decipher. Yet, despite his formidable mental prowess, he resorts to such futile training methods. It's akin to lifting weights with a toothpick. If he could manage to take Belle away from this place, I would bestow upon him a set of meditation techniques. If not, then let him spend his life here accompanying Belle. You expect him to leave on his own? How could that be possible? Morris's eyes widened in surprise. Here was the temporal magic you had left behind. How could he possibly escape? Yet, it mattered little. Staying here to accompany Belle was, in a sense, a boon for him. The mysterious figure chuckled softly before dissipating into thin air. Indeed, a rather intriguing fellow, superintelligent AI? Has technology advanced to such a stage? Morris cast a deep glance at Huang Wen's watch, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Unbeknownst to Huang Wen, events were unfolding in the shadows, or rather, his level of awareness had yet to reach the depths necessary to perceive this scene. Thus, the night passed, and by morning, villagers finally discovered the lifeless bodies of Gaston and Leaf. Panic ensued throughout the village. However, after a brief examination, they uncovered the truth behind the confrontation. Two individuals had turned their weapons upon one another. Eager to put an end to this ominous affair, the villagers, despite being perplexed as to why these inseparable companions would resort to violence, hastily buried Gaston and Leaf. Within Morris's home, Belle remained behind closed doors, while Huang Wen refrained from using his perceptive abilities to ascertain her actions. After partaking in the breakfast prepared by Morris, Huang Wen sighed helplessly. Initially, upon arriving and meeting Belle, his fondness for her, coupled with a previous remark from Gu Yi, had instinctively severed the emotional thread between Belle and the Beast Prince. As the adage goes, a gentlewoman deserves a noble suitor. Even this brief encounter stirred something within Huang Wen. Yet, matters of the heart proved far more intricate than he had anticipated, certainly beyond the grasp of someone as inexperienced as himself. Thank you for your hospitality. Since it is still early, I shall take my leave, Huang Wen murmured after a prolonged silence, rising to his feet and inhaling deeply, nodding at Morris. Is this truly it? Are you not staying a few more days? Morris inquired, taken aback by Huang Wen's abrupt departure. No, Huang Wen replied, a bittersweet expression crossing his face. When Belle comes out for breakfast, please convey my farewell to her. I hope she can forget the unpleasantness of last night. Farewell, Mr. Morris. Is he really leaving? Morris scratched his head, watching Huang Wen exit. He then called towards Belle's room. If you do not come out now, he will indeed be gone. With a loud clang, Belle's door swung open, revealing her somewhat despondent demeanor as she stepped outside, her gaze vacant and directed towards the door. Were you not always eager to broaden your horizons? Is this not a perfect opportunity to venture forth with someone you cherish? Morris asked, smiling at Belle. Are you troubled by last night's events? The deaths of Gaston and Leaf were, after all, a consequence of their own actions. No, I reflected a great deal last night. Belle shook her head, concern etched on her face as she gazed at Morris. But I cannot help but worry about you, father. That is certainly not the fearless daughter I know. Morris erupted into laughter. In my recollection, Belle, you have always been brave and fearless. Did Huang Wen not praise you just yesterday? The two most dangerous individuals in the village have perished. How could anything happen to father? Besides, has he not lived this long without you? You cannot possibly remain by his side for eternity, can you? Yet, there lingered a hint of hesitation in Belle's eyes. Go forth, pursue the life you yearn for. If you delay any longer, he might truly vanish without a trace. Morris chuckled and shook his head, urging her to ride with Philip and reminding her to bring him back. Goodbye, father, I shall return to see you. Belle inhaled deeply, embraced Morris, and dashed out of the house. Fear not, we shall meet again, though not in this place. Morris observed Belle's departing figure, shaking his head with a smile, thinking of that young one who still needed his assistance in speaking well of her. Just you wait. A sudden sneeze interrupted Huang Wen, who was meandering along. His mood slightly soured. He then heard the sound of galloping hooves, and his heart skipped a beat as he instinctively turned to look, only to break into a foolish grin. What are you grinning about? You could at least be a bit more proactive. Why not formally invite me to travel the world? Belle exclaimed, jumping down from her horse and glaring at Huang Wen in mock annoyance. Beautiful Miss Belle, would you graciously accept my sincere invitation to leave this place and embark on a journey around the world with me? Huang Wen knelt on one knee, as if suddenly enlightened, earnestly extending his invitation to Belle. Now that's more like it. However, if Philip is heading back, shall we rely solely on our legs? Belle's lips curled into a slight smile, a touch of pride evident as she shot Huang Wen a teasing glance, resting her hand in his palm while observing Philip's retreating figure. Not so fast. Let me perform a magic trick for you. Huang Wen's heart raced, his palms growing clammy. Yet he feigned composure, invoking the dream butterfly technique. Hold on tight. As Huang Wen and Belle began to shimmer and fade into a blur of light, they abruptly halted. Chapter 119. Egypt. What just transpired? A thought flickered in Huang Wen's mind. This marked the first failure of the dream butterfly technique. Well, technically the second. But the previous instance involved the boundaries of the cosmos. What's wrong? Belle inquired, tilting her head in confusion as she looked at Huang Wen. What about the magic trick you were going to show me? Boss, as previously mentioned, this is a realm ensnared by magic. You possess only spatial power, lacking the ability to manipulate time. Hence, you cannot escape from here. The holographic projection of the silly girl emerged from his watch. Ah, Huang Wen, is this your magic? Is it a little person? Belle's eyes lit up upon seeing the silly girl, her gaze fixated, unwilling to look away. Indeed, Belle, have you ever considered that the world outside may be even more advanced than you can imagine? Huang Wen carefully gathered his thoughts and posed the question. I am aware. I have read in books that the world beyond must surely be more developed than my quaint little village. Beer nodded in understanding. Perhaps. It is even more advanced than you might imagine, Huang Wen remarked, gesturing towards the silly girl. The silly girl, in essence, is a product of technology. Do you comprehend what technology is? Technology? A flicker of confusion crossed Beer's eyes. This term felt rather foreign to her. Yet, she soon smiled, stating, although this concept is unfamiliar to me, it is only through the unknown that one seeks to understand, is it not? Indeed, I shall teach you gradually. Huang Wen replied with a smile, then addressed the silly girl. Initiate power transmission. Yes, boss. The silly girl responded, and a stream of data surged into Huang Wen's body. In that instant, he instantly possessed the strength and capabilities of the silly girl. Time and space traversal. Leave this temporal space. Huang Wen grasped Beer's hand, and with her startled exclamation, they soared away. Surrounding them was the formidable force of temporal magic attempting to hinder their escape. Yet in the next moment, Huang Wen and Beer vanished from that place. Did I truly misjudge? Morris appeared where Huang Wen and Beer had just been, a glimmer of astonishment in his eyes. This super-artificial intelligence could bestow upon him such formidable power? Is this also a product of technology and magic? Fascinating. It seems my suspicions were correct. Here, take this set of meditative techniques. It serves no purpose other than to cultivate mental strength. Give it to this lad. A gentle, amused female voice chimed in. However, there is no need to obliterate this temporal space. Let it remain here. You should depart now. Indeed, I have been here for nearly 20 years. My bones are nearly rusting. Morris nodded thoughtfully. Nevertheless, before leaving, he felt compelled to caution the lad, lest he provoke Beer's ire. In a secluded forest, Huang Wen and Beer materialized. It was here that Huang Wen had previously entered the temporal realm where Beer resided. What is this place? How did we end up in a forest? Beer inquired, her eyes filled with curiosity. We just flew. How did you manage that? This is the outside world. Huang Wen gathered his thoughts and briefly explained the differences between the two realms. As for my ability to fly, it was merely to depart from your previous world. Does that mean I can never return? Beer stood frozen in disbelief. I will not be able to see my father? How could that be? Do not be upset. If you wish to return, Huang Wen was speaking when he suddenly felt a sharp blow to the back of his head, causing him to gasp in surprise. Young man, if you dare to make my daughter angry again, you shall face the consequences. This is a meditative technique for cultivating mental strength. Do not think of returning there. I have already departed, but I will visit you when the time permits. Before Huang Wen could fully comprehend, Morris's voice echoed in his ears, followed by a message that reached him. Beer, do not be sad. Your father appears to be quite extraordinary. Huang Wen quickly regained his composure and endeavored to console Beer. What? Beer's eyes glistened with unshed tears, gazing at Huang Wen with a puzzled expression. Just moments ago, your father reached out to me through extraordinary means, urging me not to provoke your anger. He also relayed to me a meditation technique, recounting the recent events in detail. How is this possible? As Beer listened to Huang Wen's narrative, her face was etched with disbelief. If my father possessed such abilities, how could he have been captured by beasts? How could he have been surrounded by a pack of wolves? Perhaps this is a test? Huang Wen contemplated this possibility, affirming that there was no need for deception regarding such matters. Could it truly be? Bayer's heart was still hesitant to accept this notion. Yet she recognized that Huang Wen had no motive to mislead her in this instance. Very well, when you are ready to return, I shall accompany you back. Huang Wen chuckled as he shook his head. For now, let us discuss the state of the world. Shall we first explore more developed nations or transition through slightly less advanced regions? Let us transition first, Bayer replied after reflecting on Huang Wen's assurance. This way, I can adapt more swiftly from the undeveloped to the developed, gradually learning more along the way. Then it is settled. We shall head south from Spain to Africa, where conditions are comparatively less advanced than Europe. It will be an opportune moment to visit Egypt. Huang Wen nodded with a smile and waved his hand, causing a nearby tree to topple. He then skillfully cut it into smooth planks that fell to the ground. My goodness, how did you accomplish that? Bayer exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with curiosity as she gazed at Huang Wen in astonishment. Now, I shall begin to instruct you in these matters, for this world is not entirely safe. It is essential that you acquire some self-defense capabilities. Huang Wen sat cross-legged, gesturing for Bayer to do the same, and initiated her extraordinary abilities, instantly imparting the meditation techniques that Morris had taught him. Heavens, is this magic? After a moment, Bayer managed to levitate a leaf, her eyes alight with excitement. Welcome to the outside world. It is time for us to embark on our journey. Huang Wen smiled as he rose to his feet, taking Bayer's hand, feeling a newfound sense of calm and exhilaration. Before long, the two set off southward, traversing from Spain into northwestern Africa, ultimately arriving in Egypt. This place is far more underdeveloped than the areas we have previously encountered, hardly surpassing the conditions of small villages, even aside from electrical conveniences. During this time, Bayer has gradually come to understand the world around her and murmured softly as she observed the impoverished inhabitants nearby. Chapter 120. The search for the pyramids. This region has developed quite rapidly. Huang Wen shook his head as he surveyed the surroundings. It is significantly better than the environment he recalls from the awakening of the apocalypse. Indeed, Huang Wen's purpose for coming this time was to ascertain whether the apocalypse exists in this world, hoping to reap some benefits. Though the apocalypse has not demonstrated remarkable prowess in the war police, it has even been relegated to a mere stylist for Tony, in comparison to the Phoenix. Without the power of Phoenix, relying solely on Jean Grey's inherent abilities, there exists no member among the X-Men and the Brotherhood who could rival Apocalypse. After all, within the narrative of the film, this Apocalypse is recognized as the first mutant, possessing an overwhelming array of mutant powers. Notably, he possesses the ability to both absorb and bestow mutant powers upon others, as well as assist mutants in honing their own abilities. His ambition is indeed colossal. Otherwise, akin to Magneto, he could establish a formidable alliance or brotherhood, attracting countless mutants to his cause. For those powerful mutants, Apocalypse could amplify their abilities, while for the weaker ones, those who appear different and yearn to return to a semblance of normalcy, he could either seize their powers or enable them to wield their abilities with greater ease. Is this not akin to playing a strong hand poorly? However, had he not possessed such a disposition, perhaps he would not have been betrayed by his own subordinates. Huang Wen furrowed his brow, pondering the whereabouts of this individual. By the way, this barbecue and fried fish appear quite delightful. I wish to sample them, Belle remarked, noticing a nearby Egyptian delicacy consisting of skewered minced beef and fried fish. Very well, Huang Wen replied with a smile, taking Belle's hand and approaching the vendor to inquire about the nearest pyramids. I'm not entirely sure about the pyramids, but there's a consultation office down that alley. They might know more, the vendor said, shaking his head and gesturing towards a nearby passageway. Shortly thereafter, Huang Wen led Belle, who was enjoying her skewers, into the alley. To his surprise, he discovered that this area was dedicated to tourism consultation and guiding, with several competing agencies present. After subtly maintaining distance from the gathering crowd using his telekinetic abilities, Huang Wen casually selected one agency, prompting the others to disperse as if bound by an unspoken agreement. Do you know of any undiscovered locations where pyramids might exist? Huang Wen inquired directly. I know a few. One of the guides exchanged glances with his companions, his eyes gleaming with intrigue. One guide stepped forward, smiling at Huang Wen. However, the fee is rather substantial. The cost is of no concern, as long as you can genuinely lead me to an undiscovered pyramid site, Huang Wen chuckled. Moreover, Do not attempt to deceive me. I am quite knowledgeable. Once we arrive at the location, I will ascertain whether a pyramid exists. If there is nothing to be found, not even remnants, I shall not pay. Rest assured, there will at least be remnants. The guide laughed, a glimmer of greed flashing in his eyes. Let us set off now. We have a vehicle to take you. Excellent. Huang Wen nodded slightly, turning his gaze towards Belle. Thank you for enduring the monotony of the desert with me. We must prepare a bit more food and water. Belle smiled and shook her head, earnestly calculating. It's fine. We have everything we need in the vehicle. We are, after all, professional guides, a guide interjected with a grin, seemingly eager to earn a profit. Very well, let us depart, Huang Wen said, pulling Belle, who was still poised to speak, along with him as they followed the guide outside. You'll have to bear with the open-air seating in the back, but of course, if this lovely lady wishes to sit in the front, we would be more than willing, the guide remarked, pointing to the four-seater pickup with a smile. I'll sit with him. But do we truly require so many people? Belle's delicate brows furrowed as she cast a skeptical glance at the guide and the three men accompanying him. Absolutely. The desert is seldom tranquil. A smaller group is more susceptible to the attention of dangerous individuals. The guide replied jovially, shaking his head as he entered the passenger seat. The remaining three climbed into the cabin, leaving only the open-air seating in the back. Thank you for your efforts, but it shouldn't take too long, Huang Wen said apologetically as he gently ruffled Belle's hair. It's nothing. We have cushions to rest on, and it's a perfect opportunity for a break. Belle responded with a smile, subtly waving her hand. The cushions in the back were smoothed out, a scene unnoticed by the guides in the front. Before long, the pickup truck ventured into the desert. Belle rested her head on Huang Wen's shoulder, seemingly relishing the ambience. While Huang Wen had grown considerably more at ease since their initial acquaintance, no longer feeling the prickling discomfort of her lean against him. Can they truly lead us to the pyramid you seek? Belle's voice whispered in Huang Wen's ear, audible only to him. I can't shake the feeling that they aren't good people. Then let us consider it a public service. A faint smile graced Huang Wen's lips. Furthermore, judging by the guide's reaction, he likely possessed knowledge of potential pyramid locations. At worst, he could be compelled to reveal the truth later on. Indeed, after nearly a month of companionship, Belle had encountered numerous villains in this world and had come to understand Huang Wen's actions. No longer shaken as she had been upon learning of Gaston's demise. After a considerable time, as dusk began to envelop the sky, the pickup came to a halt. The four men disembarked, their faces twisted with malevolence, gazing greedily at Huang Wen and Belle. Didn't you wish to witness the remains? Countless remnants lie in this vicinity. Can you see them? The guide mocked with a smirk directed at Huang Wen. Soon, you shall join their company, and this lovely lady. I see a total of 131 remains. Are they all you're doing? Huang Wen assessed his surroundings, his expression growing icy as he scrutinized the guide. You. The guide's countenance shifted dramatically, instinctively attempting to flee, while his companions raised their firearms, aiming at Huang Wen and Belle. Who exactly are you? Chapter 121. Preventing the awakening of apocalypse. You inquire about me? I am Anubis, the harbinger of death, summoned to pass judgment upon you for the numerous sins you have committed. A mischievous smile graced Huang Wen's lips as he waved his hand, causing the firearms held by the three individuals and those within the vehicle to levitate into the air. Impossible. Anubis relinquished the throne of the underworld to Osiris. Henceforth, he no longer presided over matters of judgment. The guide, eyes fixated on the floating handguns, swallowed hard, yet uttered words that took Huang Wen by surprise. Oh, it seems you possess some understanding. Huang Wen shot a bewildered glance at the guide, then waved his hand again, causing the sand beneath the three to disperse under his telekinetic prowess, swiftly burying them as they struggled in vain. Such is the might of telekinesis. As long as one's mental power is sufficient, it is akin to wielding numerous superhuman abilities of diverse attributes simultaneously. Now tell me, do you truly know of the undiscovered pyramids? Huang Wen fixed his gaze upon the guide's eyes, employing his hypnotic abilities. I have indeed heard of several undiscovered pyramids. Yet they are merely urban legends, and I cannot ascertain their veracity, the guide replied, his eyes devoid of life. The cost of excavating a pyramid is exorbitant, often yielding more losses than gains. Consequently, over the years, the number of excavators has dwindled, leaving only a few tourists desiring to witness the pyramids. Reflecting on the locations of those pyramids you are aware of, Huang Wen and Bayer came to understand that those tourists had been exploited. Meeting tragic fates at the hands of these individuals, not only had they lost their money, but their lives as well. Therefore, Huang Wen harbored no qualms about eliminating such people. Upon gleaning several locations from the guide's mind that potentially harbored pyramid ruins, Huang Wen similarly buried the guide in the sand, interring him alongside his companions as a final tribute to the innocent travelers who had perished by their hands. Let us depart. Fortuitously, we shall drive this pickup truck. Huang Wen unleashed his ice and fire palm, intertwining ice and flame in the air, which coalesced into a stream of water. Under his telekinetic control, the water cascaded over the pickup, cleansing it of the foul odors left behind by the guide and his associates. It is worth noting that while Huang Wen's strength had not significantly progressed during this period, with only an increase of 0.3 points in divine power, his mastery over his various abilities had become increasingly proficient. Before long, after thoroughly washing the pickup, Huang Wen and Bayer climbed aboard and set off toward the location in the guide's mind that purportedly held a pyramid. This marked Bayer's inaugural experience riding in a vehicle driven by Huang Wen, and she initially appeared somewhat exhilarated. However, as the scenery outside became monotonous, she soon grew bored and began to meditate. Huang Wen drove the pickup, searching 3 suspected pyramid sites, all of which yielded no results. Yet, upon arriving at the guide's final known location, Huang Wen's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Huang Wen's perceptive abilities distinctly sensed a formidable presence deep within the earth. Following a thorough scan of the subterranean depths, the foolish girl concluded that this entity's power vastly surpassed that of Huang Wen, and she also revealed a crucial piece of information. The life form below exhibited signs of awakening. The apocalypse is about to stir, rumbling. As Huang Wen contemplated how to impede the awakening and potentially complete his task, his perception was abruptly disrupted, causing his expression to shift dramatically. He realized that the apocalypse was indeed showing signs of awakening. Its mental energy had begun to revive. Belle's complexion paled slightly, as she too felt the influence of the apocalypse's mental force. Wait for me here. Huang Wen's gaze sharpened, and he swiftly utilized the dream butterfly escape, transporting Belle to the underground base. He feared that the apocalypse's revival might endanger her. Be careful. Belle looked at Huang Wen with concern, wishing for his safe return. Don't worry, I'm just going to test the waters. If it goes awry, I will escape. Huang Wen flashed a reassuring smile, conveying a sense of calm to Belle before his form transformed into a wisp of light, vanishing from sight. Will Huang Wen be all right? Belle pondered, recalling her previous visits to the underground base. Indeed, during their nightly meditative practices, Huang Wen often brought her to this hidden sanctuary. Rest assured, with the boss's capabilities, even if he encounters an adversary, he will not be ensnared, the foolish girl reassured her, having upgraded the underground base multiple times, which eased Belle's worries somewhat. Upon returning to the pyramid where the apocalypse resided, Huang Wen keenly sensed that the apocalypse's consciousness was becoming increasingly lucid, reminiscent of a person gradually awakening from slumber. System. Issue a task. Prevent the apocalypse from awakening. After a moment of contemplation, Huang Wen commanded the system. Task generation in progress. Prevent the apocalypse from awakening. Reward. 1 chance at a legendary item lottery. Do you accept? Legendary item. Huang Wen's eyes sparkled with excitement. He recalled that during the last legendary item lottery, he had drawn the magical phone, the foolish girl. He wondered what treasures awaited him this time, but quickly refocused. The priority was to complete the task at hand. Foolish girl, continue the power transmission. Huang Wen took a deep breath and seated himself in a meditative posture. Yes, boss. The foolish girl's voice resonated as a stream of data surged into Huang Wen's being, empowering him with her strength. In the next moment, Huang Wen activated the indestructible diamond technique, transforming all his energy into mental force, which he directed deep into the earth. However, Huang Wen had no intention of confronting the apocalypse head-on. Such an approach would not impede its awakening, but would instead hasten it. The ensuing task would become far more complicated. At this moment, Huang Wen was crafting an illusion with his mental energy, one in which, upon awakening, the apocalypse would find a world overrun by mutants, all welcoming its dominion and surrendering to the illusion, precisely what the apocalypse yearned for. Thus, ensnared in a haze of confusion, Apocalypse once again drifted into a blissful reverie, akin to a comforting return to slumber, indulging in a particularly sweet sleep. The system's notification chimed, announcing, "Task: Prevent Apocalypse from Awakening completed." Reward: 1 legendary item lottery draw. This alert signaled to Huang Wen that Apocalypse had indeed succumbed to sleep once more. With a sigh of relief, Huang Wen exhaled a deep breath, his complexion pale and weary. Had it not been for the indomitable strength of the diamond unbreakable divine skill, coupled with the continuous infusion of formidable mental energy from the foolish girl and the regenerative dragon, Huang Wen might have faced failure. Crafting an illusion to ensnare a target more powerful than oneself proved far more challenging than Huang Wen had anticipated, revealing the tenacity of Charles, who could confine the Phoenix Force. Chapter 122. The dimensional boundary. Nevertheless, he had managed to deal with Apocalypse, though he pondered how long it would take for him to awaken from this illusion. Huang Wen, sensing the depths below, couldn't he help but murmur to himself, contemplating the possibility of a delay. Yet, completely trapping him remained a formidable challenge. After all, his understanding of mutants and Apocalypse was rather superficial. The illusion he constructed was riddled with flaws, and should Apocalypse detect them, he would gradually awaken. Still, Huang Wen held on to the hope that Apocalypse would take his time in returning to consciousness. Taking a deep breath, Huang Wen refrained from hastily rising. As his own condition was less than ideal, he desired a moment to recuperate before returning to the underground base, aware that his pallor concerned Belle. Before long, a glimmer of determination shone in Huang Wen's eyes. In crafting this illusion for Apocalypse, he had exerted every effort. This endeavor not only fulfilled a task, but also, more importantly, honed his mental prowess, resulting in a 0.1 increase in his divine power. With a swift motion, Huang Wen's form transformed into a flickering light, vanishing from the spot only to reappear in the underground base. Upon seeing Huang Wen return, Belle's eyes brightened, and she hurried to his side, assessing whether he had sustained any injuries. Rest assured, I am fine, Huang Wen reassured her with a smile and a gentle shake of his head. Suddenly recalling something, he retrieved the regenerative dragon, which had been affixed to his chest, and placed the necklace he had stored in the system space back onto the regenerative dragon. At this juncture, the regenerative dragon, aside from its immortal abilities, no longer served Huang Wen significantly. The diamond unbreakable divine skill could withstand various forms of power until his golden body was compromised, and the enhancement from the regenerative dragon paled in comparison to that of the foolish girl. Moreover, Huang Wen realized that although the constant presence of the regenerative dragon provided a sense of security, an over-reliance on external power hindered his personal growth, especially as he noted that, under the influence of a new meditative technique, his mental strength had seen some improvement, yet his physical prowess remained stagnant. The root of this stagnation lay in the fact that, since acquiring the regenerative dragon, his various physical training methods had ceased to yield results. Moreover, a crucial point to consider is that when the Apocalypse was just revived, Huang Wen astutely discerned that Belle's spiritual power had also suffered damage. To prevent any unfortunate incidents from occurring to Belle, it is more appropriate for her to utilize the Rebirth Dragon Seal. What is this? Belle inquired, gazing curiously at the Rebirth Dragon Seal in Huang Wen's hand. This is known as the Rebirth Dragon Seal. It enhances both physical and spiritual strength, and most importantly, it grants immunity to death for the wearer. Huang Wen explained with a smile. Thus, you must take good care of it, ideally controlling it with your spiritual power. Come, let me put it on you. No. Belle hastily recoiled, her expression tinged with concern as she looked at Huang Wen. Given the potency of this artifact, I feel much more secure with it on you. After all, the dangers you face are far greater than mine, but I have many means at my disposal. Huang Wen chuckled, shaking his head. Moreover, I possess the indestructible diamond technique and the foolish girl. They are far more formidable than the Rebirth Dragon Seal. With them, I need not rely on the seal. Additionally, if the Rebirth Dragon Seal is on you, I can rest assured, ensuring we do not encounter another situation like the recent Apocalypse, where I might inadvertently harm you. Now, allow me to place it around your neck. Huang Wen assertively approached Belle and fastened the Rebirth Dragon Seal around her neck. In that instant, Belle felt a surge of powerful energy coursing through her, acutely aware of her body and spirit growing stronger. Turning his attention to the task panel, Huang Wen accessed his character interface, eager to ascertain his current strength without external enhancements. Host, Huang Wen. Vitality, 116 points. Qi, 101 points. Spirit, 16 points. Vitality, Qi, and Spirit combined, 1286 points. With the foolish girl transmitting a power of 4,500 points. Now this is my true strength. Huang Wen reflected, looking at his character panel with a sense of nostalgia. Previously, he had been enchanted by the power imbued by the rebirth dragon seal, nearly forgetting that aside from his internal strength breaking into the legendary realm, his physical and spiritual powers could only be considered average among the extraordinary. Enhancing his chi was proving to be somewhat challenging, but with meditation techniques for spiritual power, he could gradually improve. As for vitality, that was the most troublesome aspect. The indestructible diamond technique is not a traditional martial art and does not significantly enhance conventional physical capabilities. Thus, it appears that I must resort to some unconventional remedies from Bai Zhantang's memories to stimulate my body. While Huang Wen contemplated methods for enhancement, Belle closed her eyes to familiarize herself with her newfound power. Meanwhile, at the boundary of a mysterious dimension, the spirit of Ancient One hovered, accompanied by another spirit. Morris. Isaac, are you preparing to return? Ancient One inquired, her face still adorned with a gentle smile. My energy has been dispersed for nearly 2 decades. It is indeed time for me to go back. Morris, or rather Isaac, smiled and nodded as he gazed toward the underground base. Initially, she aspired to create a utopia for Belle, providing her with a safe haven. However, she did not foresee the emergence of alternative choices. It is worth mentioning that the insignia harbors powers from other dimensions. I remain uncertain of its origin or the dimension from which it hails, nor can I deduce when or how it came to be in Huang Wen's possession. Ancient One furrowed her brow. Nevertheless, the insignia bore no consciousness, only the enhancement of mental and physical strength, alongside the assurance of immortality for both body and spirit. Thus, one might say this lad possesses a modicum of conscience. Recognizing the need to safeguard Belle, Isaac's gaze shifted slightly, observing Huang Wen and Belle, pondering whether such mysteries of origin were common. Moreover, there were peculiar instances of 2 entities possessing identical abilities, names, and even nicknames, despite their powers varying in strength. They were meant to be one. Yet I find myself perplexed as to why they have diverged into 2 beings. Ancient One sighed, acknowledging the multitude of secrets here that elude my understanding. Therefore, I must entrust you with this final barrier. It is your responsibility to protect it. Isaac nodded at Ancient One, smiling as he spoke. Your battle is no less arduous than ours, for you confront dimensions that are entirely distinct. Ancient One shook her head, yet I shall also join when my successor emerges. Chapter 123, Artifact Lottery and System Upgrade. Oh, have you indeed discovered the true heir of your lineage? Isaac raised an eyebrow, casting a skeptical glance at Ancient One. Are there any of your Kamartaj students who meet your approval? It is crucial to remember that the title of Supreme Sorcerer is not bestowed upon just anyone. He is not yet my student. He remains an ordinary individual at present. However, the course of his destiny is already etched in the fabric of time. He is an unparalleled genius in this regard, and will undoubtedly prove to be the most exceptional among us. Ancient One's expression was resolute, as if she had glimpsed a vision of the future. Indeed, while outsiders may struggle to perceive the timelines entwined with them, you, of your lineage, are most acutely aware. Isaac nodded in understanding. Yet I have also encountered your distinguished disciples, and they do not appear to embody the same fervor you possess in safeguarding this dimension as a matter of faith and mission. However, some matters are preordained, rendering them incapable of becoming the Supreme Sorcerer. Ancient One exhibited no surprise regarding this. She had long been cognizant of such truths. Well then, I must take my leave. Isaac smiled at Ancient One, casting one last glance toward Huang Wen and Belle. If you find yourself with leisure, please keep an eye on that lad and my daughter. No problem. I still have a few years ahead of me. Remember to send my regards to her. Ancient One nodded with a smile, and after witnessing Isaac's spirit vanish, her own essence dissipated from this place as well. The events occurring at the dimensional boundaries remained shrouded in mystery. Huang Wen observed Belle, who was becoming acquainted with the powers of the Rebirth Dragon chapter, before initiating his own lottery draws. He had not forgotten that he possessed one opportunity for a mundane grade item draw and another for a legendary grade item draw. An exquisite combination indeed. System. I wish to claim the mundane grade item draw and the legendary grade item draw. Huang Wen swiftly accessed both draws, commencing with the mundane grade item lottery. With a sudden flash, a lackluster white light swept across, signaling the initiation of the mundane grade item draw. Ding. Congratulations. You have obtained a mundane grade item, the dashing bicycle, inspired by the charming bicycle that captured the hearts of countless maidens in The King of Gamblers, though it is merely an ordinary bicycle. Well, it serves as a means of transportation, Huang Wen shrugged, having harbored no expectations for the mundane grade item draw. Among the options, only the character draw held any potential, as accumulating even a little could enhance Huang Wen's vitality to a slight degree. While it was marginally superior to that solar-powered flashlight, its value was still trivial. One could hardly expect it to fetch much in the outside world. Perhaps it counted as a modest success? System, I shall now proceed with the legendary grade item draw. With another flash, a brilliant blue light, symbolizing the legendary tier lottery, illuminated the surroundings. Huang Wen inhaled deeply, his gaze fixed upon the shimmering blue. Ding! Congratulations. You have acquired a legendary grade item, the storage ring, derived from the Battle Through the Heavens series. The system has integrated and optimized this ring, which contains a space akin to a real world capable of housing living beings. Special note. The volume of the storage ring is intimately linked to divine power. The greater the divine power, the larger the space, up to a cubic size of 100 times that of the divine power. A space equipment? Or rather, this is essentially a small world. Yet, what utility does it hold for me at this moment? Huang Wen mused, somewhat disheartened by the reward from this legendary item draw. After all, with an underground base at his disposal and the ability to utilize the Dream Butterfly escape, anything truly needing to be stored could be easily tucked away in the secret chamber of the underground base. What purpose does this storage space serve? Moreover, with a volume of 100 times my current divine power, which measures at merely 160 cubic meters, it equates to a small space of just over 5 meters in length, width, and height. What can one accomplish with such limited space? Ding! Just as Huang Wen silently lamented, the system unexpectedly chimed in. Congratulations, host. You have successfully completed 20 lottery draws. The system is upgrading its new features. 20 draws. Huang Wen momentarily felt disoriented, then meticulously reflected on the items. You won. The tailcoat, Gun Fu, by Zhan Tong, slow-motion glasses, Baozi Lei, the hammer, folding stool, umbrella, gambling saint, Duki transformation, rebirth dragon chapter, indestructible Vajra technique, dream butterfly escape, cold ice and fiery palm, honest red bean bun, flashlight, magical phone, dashing bicycle, and the storage ring. Altogether, it indeed amounted to 20 draws. Undeniably, a considerable portion of these lottery draws has been minimally utilized or employed by Huang Wen. However, the most frequently utilized abilities or items have indeed provided Huang Wen with substantial assistance, such as the Dream Butterfly escape, the unique abilities of the Gambling Saint, and the current magical phone fool. It remains uncertain what new functions the system will unveil this time. Could it be an expansion of services? Perhaps incorporating foreign films and dramas? Or directly intervening in novels? As Huang Wen gazed at the system undergoing its upgrade, he couldn't help but ponder. Ding! Due to the host's completion of a sufficient number of lottery draws, all future item lottery draws will undergo a transformation. Just as Huang Wen was deep in thought, the system's notification chimed again. The item lottery will now present options. 1. To conduct a standard item lottery as before. 2. To replicate previously drawn items, skills, or characters, but limited to the same tier of lottery. Damn! Huang Wen exclaimed before the system could finish, prompting a curious glance from Bayer, who was meticulously controlling a screw. The replication of items and skills comes without restrictions. However, characters cannot be reused on the same individual. Instead, the system will condense them into a character ability package, available for the host's discretion. This revelation shattered Huang Wen's recent daydream. Upon hearing the system's announcement, he had contemplated conducting a lottery for mundane tier items to select dozens of Yi Wens to enhance his own capabilities. If Huang Wen were to accumulate enough enhancements, surely his energy would effortlessly transcend into the legendary realm. Moreover, taking it a step further, he envisioned securing a few extraordinary tier items to summon a dozen by Zantangs. Wouldn't that allow him to soar? In essence, this could essentially serve as a means to cultivate his own influence. Huang Wen shook his head in mild disappointment, realizing that this could also be a form of repurposing mundane tier item lotteries. Not to mention, those students who had repeatedly assisted at the Wing Chun martial arts school, if each were to receive a Yi Wen character ability package, their prowess would likely surpass even that of operatives cultivated by mysterious organizations. Chapter 124. The Transformation of Tony Stark. What are you doing? Bayer approached with a hint of skepticism, scrutinizing Huang Wen. You seem to be experiencing quite a range of emotions. You can sense that? Huang Wen remarked, somewhat astonished. Before breaking into a smile, it seems you've quickly grasped the powers within the Rebirth Dragon chapter. At this moment, enhanced by the Rebirth Dragon chapter, Bayer exhibited superior vitality and mental fortitude compared to Huang Wen, who lacked the Fool's enhancement. However, Huang Wen was surprised by how swiftly Bayer had mastered this strength. Given her lower baseline, I haven't truly mastered this power. It feels as though a light touch can unleash tremendous force. It's exceedingly challenging to control, Bayer remarked. Her brows slightly furrowed, pouting in dissatisfaction. Nonetheless, I have managed to grasp the unique abilities more swiftly, which is far superior to the control over physical strength. Take your time. When the opportunity arises, I shall assist you with your physical training, Huang Wen said with a gentle smile, shaking his head lightly. How annoying. I shall ignore you, Belle exclaimed, her cheeks flushing crimson, before she abruptly turned and ran away. Huang Wen stood bewildered, his mind momentarily foggy, and his lips twitched involuntarily. Meanwhile, the infamous arms dealer embarked on his transformative journey to the Middle East, where he intended to sell his forgettable Jericho missiles. Predictably, he was ambushed and subsequently kidnapped. After enduring excruciating pain, Tony Stark awoke as if he had just escaped the precipice between life and death, instinctively removing the tube inserted into his nostrils. Where am I? What is this? Tony Stark realized that his chest was connected to a device by wires, and his expression shifted dramatically as he began to investigate. If I were you, I wouldn't move around too much, a voice interjected, startling Tony Stark. Yet, driven by an innate stubbornness, he tore off his bandages, desperate to uncover the truth of his circumstances. After a moment, he gazed at the metallic ring encircling his chest, panting heavily, struggling to comprehend the surreal events unfolding around him, as if caught in a dream. What have you done to me? He demanded, taking a deep breath and directing his gaze toward the speaker. Senator, what have I done? I saved your life. I managed to extract some shrapnel, but remnants remain. And they are moving toward your heart, Sun replied, glancing at Tony Stark as he retrieved a small vial and tossed it to him. Would you like to see? Here's a keepsake. Take a look. What is this? Tony Stark inquired, eyeing the vial and then the metallic ring on his chest. It is an electromagnet powered by a car battery. It prevents the shrapnel from entering your heart, Sun explained softly. Where's this place? Tony Stark asked, surveying the dim, enclosed surroundings. Before Sun could respond, the iron door swung open violently, and a group of terrorists stormed in, brandishing weapons manufactured by Stark Industries. Revealing the nature of his predicament, the leader demanded that Tony Stark recreate the previously sold Jericho missile. Enraged, Tony Stark vehemently refused, only to endure further torment, culminating in near drowning. Ultimately, with Sun's assistance and guidance, he resolved to prioritize his own escape. News of Tony Stark's abduction quickly spread, capturing the attention of the entire nation. As America's most renowned billionaire, playboy, and arms dealer, the public was riveted by the unfolding events. Boss, the Tony Stark you asked me to keep an eye on has been kidnapped and is currently undergoing physical enhancement through extreme conditions in an underground base. Huang Wen received a message from a comrade. Oh, the curtain has risen. Huang Wen opened his eyes and reflected on the inception of the Marvel Cinematic Universe. He sent a message to Reese and Jack, informing them that Tony Stark had been abducted by a nearby terrorist group. Upon his return, he would disband the weapons department, advising Jack's household to prepare in advance. However, he cautioned against a severe falling out with Tony Stark, as Stark would rise again with his company. It was up to Jack and Reese to navigate the situation. Huang Wen was aware of the strategy to short-sell Stark Industries as a means to amass initial wealth in the Marvel narrative. Yet he was not well versed in the intricate operations involved. Therefore, he preferred to communicate with his allies, allowing them to handle the matter, confident that the funds rightfully belonging to him would ultimately remain intact. Is he speaking the truth? Mark Shellman stood up abruptly upon receiving Jack's message. After all, Tony Stark was a significant supplier of military weaponry. With Stark now in peril, Colonel Rhodes, who had lost Stark, was one of their Air Force personnel. And even Mark Shellman felt a tinge of pressure. However, upon hearing Jack's information, Mark hesitated momentarily. If Tony Stark did indeed shut down his weapons department, his value to the military would diminish substantially. Jack, having already invested in this venture, demonstrated enough potential to warrant their investment, particularly with the tailcoat he had provided Jack. Although it could not be studied, It affirmed that their previous investment was not in vain. Mark Shellman squinted thoughtfully, soon arriving at a decision. Inform Rhodes to deploy 3 additional armed helicopters to locate Tony Stark. Regardless of Stark's subsequent decisions once rescued, our military, the Air Force, and the Shellman family will offer him our utmost support. Understood, Commander. The aide quickly received the order and set off to relay it. Just then, Mark Shellman's phone rang, prompting him to frown as he noticed an unfamiliar number. Hello? Mark answered, curious about who had managed to acquire his contact information. Mark, it's Nick Fury, came a deep voice from the other end. Oh, Mark raised an eyebrow, a smile creeping onto his face. I was wondering who it was. It turns out to be the illustrious Director Fury. No wonder you could obtain my number. I know that Huang Wen is connected to your Shellman family. His ability to teleport should enable him to rescue Tony Stark. Nick Fury stated solemnly. The loss of Stark is primarily the responsibility of your Air Force. Chapter 125. Escape. This matter does not warrant your accountability, Director Fury. Mark Sherman scoffed, declaring that these matters would be handled by the Air Force. And he advised Tony Stark not to trouble himself. The information regarding the Stark family was not solely in your possession. I am equally aware of it, and trust me, I value it more than you do. After decisively hanging up the phone, Sherman was unaware that on the other end, the cunning Nick Fury revealed a faint smile after disconnecting. This maneuver not only tested the collaborative relationship between the Sherman family and Huang Wen, but also compelled the military to intensify their search for Tony Stark. Achieving a dual purpose, Nick Fury contemplated this with satisfaction. After all, Natasha's cover could not yet be compromised. She had already integrated herself into the hot pot restaurant, which was tantamount to assimilating into the Wing Chun martial arts school. They merely needed to await Huang Wen's return to gradually extract more intelligence. Meanwhile, within a skyscraper in New York, Jean Bing had officially transformed, or rather, had successfully fabricated a new identity. With Huang Wen's assistance, his remaining competitor was merely the enigmatic Mr. Negative. However, with the demise of Mr. Negative's sworn enemy, Hammerhead, it seemed that Mr. Negative also began to undergo a gradual transformation, forsaking much of his illicit dealings to become a philanthropist dedicated to establishing shelters for the homeless. Consequently, Jean Bing had effectively seized control of New York's underworld. Of course, he did not hold dominion over every street and corner. He merely needed to position himself as the paramount leader, orchestrating the entire underground realm and leveraging this power to ascend to the upper echelons. This was an opportunity. Upon receiving news from Riss Fisk, Jean Bing hesitated not, for if this operation succeeded, they would amass substantial capital. Furthermore, with Stark Industries withdrawing from weapon manufacturing, they might venture into this domain. Arms dealer? That seemed promising. James Wesley, you are to manage the affairs concerning Stark Industries. Additionally, summon individuals to seek out smaller arms manufacturers, find a way to acquire their companies, and subsequently consolidate them. The scale cannot be insignificant. Otherwise, we might miss this opportunity. Understood, boss. James Wesley replied respectfully before departing to commence operations. Huang Wen, what troubles you? In the underground base, Bell, having mastered the spiritual power from the dragon rebirth technique, noticed that half of Huang Wen's body was engulfed in flames while the other half bore a chilling frost. Anxiously, she rushed to Huang Wen and called out, "Everything is fine. I am merely training." Huang Wen opened his eyes, dissipating the flames and frost, though it was evident that his body had sustained some minor injuries. Ordinarily, the ice and fire palm would not harm Huang Wen. Yet the technique possessed an additional characteristic. Huang Wen had absolute control over the elements of ice and fire within it. Thus, after the confluence of the two distinct traits, Huang Wen was able to wield the powers of ice and fire to hone his physique. Although this practice inflicted harm upon his body, as long as Huang Wen channeled his internal energy to invigorate his flesh, coupled with his extraordinary regenerative capabilities, such injuries would soon mend. What sort of technique is this? It seems perilously reckless, mused Belle, her brows knitting in concern as she prepared to remove the regenerative dragon pendant. Here, wear this and expedite your recovery. No need for that. If I put it on now, all my efforts would be in vain, Huang Wen replied with a smile, shaking his head as he rose to his feet. I must gradually recover on my own to reap the benefits of this training. Rest assured, I am fine. Have you truly mastered the psychic power within the regenerative dragon pendant? If so, once I rest a bit, we can resume our globe-trotting adventure and perhaps find an opportunity to enhance your physical and combative prowess. enabling you to swiftly harness the strength endowed by the regenerative dragon. Huang Wen's intention was to seek an opportunity to complete a mundane-level task, thereby redeeming a task package for Belle. "Are you genuinely all right?" Belle asked, her gaze lingering on the remnants of the ice and fire marks on Huang Wen's body. "There's no need to rush our world tour. We can wait until you've fully recovered." "All right," Huang Wen replied, feeling a mix of reluctance and inner satisfaction. A smile of conflict gracing his lips as he settled back down to gradually mend his injuries. A day later, Huang Wen opened his eyes to find Belle still seated nearby, gazing at him with concern. Upon noticing his awakening, Belle let out a sigh of relief. "Why have you been sitting here without eating?" Huang Wen inquired softly as he embraced her. Within the subterranean base, Huang Wen had procured some ingredients, and the intelligent kitchen robot crafted by the simple-minded girl had prepared quite a delectable meal, marking Huang Wen's early foray into the era of smart technology. "I haven't had much of an appetite," Belle replied with a smile, her vitality returning. "Shall we set off then, continuing southward?" "Absolutely. Let us depart." Huang Wen beamed with affection, and together they transformed into shimmering motes of light, vanishing from the underground base. 3 months hence, Huang Wen and Belle traversed the expanse of Africa without locating Wakanda. Subsequently, they journeyed through Europe and were now navigating the desolate regions of northern Asia. Meanwhile, on another front, Tony Stark, clad in the Mark I suit, burst forth from the terrorists' underground lair, fueled by an insatiable wrath. At that moment, Tony Stark's heart was heavy with grief, for Ensign had sacrificed himself to distract the terrorists and buy Tony enough time, dying before his eyes. This outcome was unforeseen in Tony Stark's plans, yet it was Ensign's desired fate to reunite with his departed family. After vanquishing most of the surrounding terrorists and incinerating the Stark Industries' firearms and ammunition, Tony Stark, amidst the ensuing explosions, piloted the Mark I into the air, or rather, it would be more fitting to say he leapt into the sky, as the suit soon lost power midair and crashed heavily to the ground. The Mark I was sufficiently large and sturdy. Otherwise, Tony Stark's fall would have been quite perilous. Just as Tony emerged from the damaged Mark I, the sound of helicopters filled the air, the explosion having caught Colonel Rhodes's attention. After all, with the addition of 3 helicopters, their patrols had become increasingly frequent. Thus, Tony Stark was rescued. Yet after enduring those 3 months, he had transformed into someone entirely different from his former self. Chapter 126, A Stirring Upheaval Before Long. News of Tony Stark's rescue spread throughout the United States, capturing the attention of New York and indeed much of the nation. Particularly the Air Force Base and the Sherman Group, both of whom awaited a conclusion, one they already knew but yearned to witness. As Colonel Rhodes assisted Tony Stark from the aircraft, a team of medical personnel, prepared in advance, approached with a gurney. Tony's gaze sharpened as he quietly declared, "I do not require this. Have them step aside." Colonel Rhodes subtly gestured to the medical staff, who, understanding the implication, withdrew. He lowered his voice, saying, "Tony, remember, whatever decision you make, I, the Air Force, and the Sherman family will support you. If you knew my forthcoming decision, you might not say that." Tony Stark shook his head, dismissing Rhodes's words. "No, this is the wish of the Sherman family. They seek your friendship and will support you in any endeavor." Colonel Rhodes reiterated Mark Sherman's instruction. "Oh." Tony raised an eyebrow but soon dismissed the statement, fully aware of his significance to the U.S. military. To him, these words were merely an attempt to curry favor and placate him. "Are those tears in your eyes for your long-lost boss?" he inquired seriously, now standing before Pepper, whose eyes were red, yet bore a joyful smile. "It is a tear of joy. I despise job hunting," Pepper asserted, refusing to acknowledge her emotions. "Well then, the holiday is over," Tony nodded, stepping into the vehicle. "Sir, where to?" asked Happy, his bodyguard and driver, with a smile. "Happy, please take him to the hospital," Pepper stated first. "No." Tony firmly rejected the idea. "Tony, you must go to the hospital for a checkup," Pepper urged. "Nothing is mandatory. I have been imprisoned for 3 months, and now I only wish to do 2 things. I want to eat a cheeseburger," Tony Stark said earnestly, looking at Pepper. "That is out of the question." Pepper thought Tony wished to unleash the pent-up frustration of 3 months, decisively rejecting his request. "What a joke. Just rescued from captivity. How could you even think of such a thing?" "Not what you're imagining. I intend to hold a press conference." Tony Stark raised an eyebrow. However, for now, he decided to drive off and indulge in a cheeseburger. At the press conference, Stark sat wearily on the ground, retrieving another burger from his pocket and devouring it heartily. He waved at the journalists before him. Despite his fatigue, his eyes sparkled with determination, a resolute conviction firmly established within him. "Good day, Miss Potts. I am Agent Phil Coulson from the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division." Coulson approached Pepper, extending a business card while speaking in a hushed tone. "Oh, your title is quite lengthy, but the Department of Defense has already reached out to us," Pepper remarked, raising an eyebrow as she glanced at the card. "I am aware. We are currently addressing the situation. We are an independent agency, and we require Mr. Stark to provide us with a briefing on his escape details." Coulson replied with a warm smile. "I will arrange that, if possible," Pepper responded in an official manner. "Thank you." Coulson smiled lightly before turning to observe Tony Stark's address. "Can everyone please take a seat? This way, I can forego the formalities," Tony Stark said, taking a bite of his burger while looking at the journalists with a grin. The journalists had never encountered such an interview, but recalling that this was the recently kidnapped Tony Stark, they ultimately settled down, especially since Obadiah, beaming with a smile, had already taken a seat beside Stark. However, Obadiah's smile quickly faded as Tony Stark uttered words that froze the atmosphere of the press conference. "I have come to realize that the weapons I created, those meant to protect us, are instead claiming the lives of our young compatriots. And I have been enjoying this all too comfortably, without bearing any responsibility," Stark said, surveying the audience with a slight shift in his gaze. "Mr. Stark, what exactly transpired?" A journalist was the first to raise a hand and inquire. "I have undergone much, and I recognize that I must contribute more to this world. Beyond merely manufacturing explosive weapons," Stark declared as he stood up. His words caused Obadiah's expression to change drastically. "This is why, effective immediately, I will be shutting down Stark International's weapons manufacturing division." A gasp resonated throughout the press conference. Obadiah hurriedly stood up, attempting to rectify the situation. But Tony Stark had no intention of granting him that opportunity. He rose and navigated through the sea of journalists eager to pose their questions. "Will they still support me?" Stark quietly asked as he passed Colonel Rhodes. "They will," Rhodes assured, surprising Stark, yet he remained skeptical and swiftly departed the scene. After Stark left, Obadiah sought to salvage the situation, but unfortunately for him, the journalists had already documented everything and sent their reports out into the world. The Jinbing Group, which had long anticipated these developments and prepared accordingly, along with the Sherman family, commenced their actions. For the Sherman family, although they intended to continue investing in Tony Stark after he closed his weapons manufacturing division, the prospect of earning easy money was simply too enticing to ignore. "Jack, you must devote more thought to your teacher's affairs, do you understand?" Mark Sherman even called Jack again to emphasize this point. The recent actions of Tony Stark, which had been foreseen by Huang Wen, further heightened Mark Sherman's regard for this enigmatic investment prospect. Meanwhile, Huang Wen and Bell found themselves in the desolate expanse of North Asia. This vast and sparsely populated area boasted a unique natural beauty that encouraged them to slow their pace. Suddenly, after utilizing the dream butterfly technique to arrive in a clearing, Bell furrowed her brows and instinctively glanced back at their previous location. "What is it?" Huang Wen inquired, puzzled, as there was nothing in the surroundings that seemed particularly noteworthy. Chapter 127. Fierce battle. "There was someone passed by where we just stopped, and it seems that person was flying." Bell's telepathic abilities, enhanced by the regeneration dragon technique, allowed her to perceive something that even Huang Wen had missed. Huang Wen's gaze sharpened. Given the remoteness of the area, it was already unusual to encounter anyone. But if Bell sensed someone flying, the situation became considerably more intriguing. "Foolish girl. Initiate transmission." Huang Wen cautiously integrated his spirit with that of the foolish girl, revitalizing his essence. Now, he too sensed an individual approaching from a distance, soaring through the air. "Let's wait and see who it is," he said, gripping Bell's hand to reassure her not to be alarmed. Over the course of the past 3 months, Huang Wen had meticulously devised strategies, and under Bell's slightly peculiar gaze, he completed several mundane tasks, gaining opportunities for ordinary grade item lotteries. Bell had already received the character package of Yi when that Huang Wen had imparted to her, gradually mastering the physical prowess bestowed by the regeneration dragon technique. Moreover, Huang Wen successfully completed an ordinary grade character lottery, acquiring the character package of a Master of Northern 8 Extremes Fist from the film The Grandmaster. This not only provided Huang Wen with a slight boost in vitality, but also enabled Hulk to attain mastery in the Eight Extremes fist. Just as Huang Wen grasped Bel's hand, a shadow flickered above them, and a long-haired man clad in a voluminous robe materialized before them. His gaze fixed on Huang Wen and Bel. Mutants? No, that cannot be. You lack the aura of those aberrations. The long-haired man furrowed his brow, seemingly questioning himself. I was in seclusion, yet those incompetent subordinates cannot even manage a simple task of making money, and they dared to disturb my peace. However, just as I was preparing to retreat once more, I suddenly sensed a surge of energy, compelling me to pursue it. To my astonishment, in this sparsely populated expanse, I was able to detect the presence of another human being. Huang Wen, listening to the long-haired man's soliloquy, was bewildered, filled with questions. He had yet to inquire anything. Yet the stranger had commenced his incessant rambling. Hold on, I don't believe I asked you anything, Huang Wen finally interjected, unable to contain himself. Well, you see, it is rather inevitable. If you were to isolate yourself for many years without encountering another soul or engaging in face-to-face conversation, you would likely behave similarly. Please try to understand, the long-haired man replied with a sinister grin, spreading his hands in a nonchalant manner. At that moment, as the long-haired man gestured, Huang Wen's gaze sharpened, for he beheld 10 rings adorning the man's fingers. This revelation evoked a recollection of a certain individual, or rather, it illuminated the identity of the long-haired man before him, the Mandarin, the leader of the 10 Rings gang. Previously, it was the 10 Rings who had allied with Obadiah to abduct Tony Stark, and this organization would subsequently continue to confront Stark, even going so far as to annihilate his seaside apartment. Naturally, Huang Wen's recollection of this character was influenced by a multitude of historical factors, evoking within him a subconscious aversion. Yet, he had never anticipated that the Mandarin truly existed in this world, and that he would make an appearance so soon. It appears you recognize me? The Mandarin keenly observed the shift in Huang Wen's demeanor, regarding him with mild astonishment. I have not made an appearance in quite some time. Yet you seem to know me, or perhaps you have had dealings with my subordinates. Could it be that their recent failure is attributable to you? Honestly, your imagination is rather grandiose, is it not? Might you be suffering from a delusional mindset? Huang Wen's lips twitched slightly before he shook his head and addressed the Mandarin. Or perhaps you have been secluded for too long, leading to a deterioration of your mental faculties? Throughout all these years, you are the first to dare speak to me in such a manner. The Mandarin chuckled coldly at this. Moreover, you do so while being aware of my identity. Nevertheless, it is fortuitous, for I have emerged to discover the source of this audacity, to soar above me. Boy, and that girl over there. I present you with 2 choices. First, submit to me and become a henchman of the 10 Rings. Second, perish. You are rather tyrannical, are you not? We clearly did not fly over you, yet you would seek to end our lives? Bayer glared at the Mandarin, her anger palpable. What difference does it make? You have interrupted me. Were it not for your extraordinary abilities, you would find yourself with only one option remaining. The Mandarin scoffed. System, initiate a mission. Let the Mandarin know that the times have changed. Huang Wen sneered, issuing a new command to the system. Task generation. Sir, the times have changed. Defeating Mandarin will reward you with a chance to draw a legendary skill, while killing him will grant you a chance to draw a legendary character. Do you accept? Accepted. A glimmer of determination shone in Huang Wen's eyes as he fixed his gaze on Mandarin, akin to a hunter spotting its prey. It seems you have chosen to resist. Mandarin paused momentarily upon encountering Huang Wen's penetrating gaze, only to break into laughter. It appears that while you may have heard of my name, you remain oblivious to my true strength. To youthful individuals like yourselves, I am akin to a god. With a sudden clap, Mandarin's words faltered as his body stiffened momentarily, struck by Huang Wen's distant pressure point technique. However, unlike Magneto, Mandarin swiftly regained his composure. I misjudged you. It turns out you are a martial artist. I never anticipated that other martial arts legacies still exist in this world. Mandarin regarded Huang Wen with newfound interest. A pressure point technique? Regrettably, my internal energy surpasses yours. Soon, your skills will become mine. With a subtle motion of his left thumb, Huang Wen felt a sudden weight pressing down on him. Yet, in the next instant, he unleashed the indestructible diamond technique, propelling himself skyward. Mandarin was taken aback. The powerful gravitational force generated by his left thumb had unexpectedly faltered. He quickly adjusted his attack, directing his index finger towards Huang Wen, unleashing a fiery ray aimed at him. With a resounding explosion, Huang Wen countered the fiery ray with his ice and fire palm, obliterating the projectile. If Huang Wen's internal energy had previously paled in comparison to Mandarin's, now, with the indestructible diamond technique activated, he was able to suppress Mandarin through the unification of his essence, energy, and spirit. Chapter 128. No comparison, no hurt. The flames from the ice and fire palm surged forward after annihilating the fiery ray, relentlessly targeting Mandarin. His pupils dilated in shock. He had underestimated Huang Wen, whose martial prowess proved formidable enough to shatter two of his ring's powers. In a moment of desperation, Mandarin resorted to the power of the third ring on his left hand, which contained the force of a lightning storm, capable of harnessing electrical energy. As he activated this third ring, a clash of lightning and fire ensued, finally staving off the flames. However, while Mandarin successfully deflected the fire, he could not halt the oncoming Huang Wen, who, in the state of the indestructible diamond technique, was truly unstoppable. He launched a powerful punch at Mandarin's head. With a loud thud, Mandarin raised his arm to block Huang Wen's strike. Yet, how could the immense force of the indestructible diamond technique be easily repelled? With a sharp crack, Mandarin felt a searing pain radiate through his arm, as if the bones within had fractured. Theoretically, this arm would be rendered unusable for a considerable time, yet Mandarin was no ordinary man. The inner strength of Mandarin surged, enveloping his arm in a protective shield as he retreated from the battlefield, realizing that he was likely no match for the young Huang Wen. However, Huang Wen was not one to easily let go of such a lucrative target, capable of yielding legendary rewards. In an instant, Huang Wen's form flickered, propelled forward by both telekinesis and the graceful footwork of Silent Snow, swiftly catching up to Mandarin and seizing his unscathed left hand, intent on rendering it useless as well. To Huang Wen's astonishment, Mandarin's seemingly incapacitated right hand still possessed functionality, the 5 rings adorning it unleashing formidable power. In an explosive moment, toxic air, powerful shockwaves, and a swirling vortex of rapidly rotating air converged into a cutting laser, all aimed squarely at Huang Wen. Yet, having activated his indomitable Vajra technique, Huang Wen was inherently immune to such forces, which paled in comparison to his own strength. However, the 5th ring's ability on Mandarin's right hand introduced a new challenge that left Huang Wen at a loss for defense. After enduring the toxic gas, shockwaves, hurricane force, and laser, Huang Wen suddenly found himself engulfed in a realm of darkness, where sight and sound eluded him, and even his perceptive abilities were obscured. Fortunately, having just grasped Mandarin's left hand, Huang Wen exerted force, causing Mandarin's fingers to crack ominously. Unexpectedly, Mandarin's arm shrank suddenly, or rather, contracted, and Huang Wen could only manage to grasp one of the rings before Mandarin broke free, the surrounding darkness remaining undisturbed. With a swift motion, Huang Wen vanished from that shadowy realm, appearing beside Belle without leaving a trace of light. Where did that guy go? Huang Wen surveyed his surroundings, failing to locate Mandarin, only noting a dark area in the air that continued to shrink. When you grabbed him, the two of you transformed into that dark mist. I was about to rush over when I saw him escape, only to vanish instantly. As if teleporting, Belle observed, her brows furrowed. But I sensed nothing around us. His location remains elusive. Can that guy teleport? That defies logic. If he could teleport, why didn't he use it to chase us from the start instead of flying over? A flicker of confusion crossed Huang Wen's eyes as he pondered aloud. His teleportation seems different from your dream butterfly evasion. It appeared as if a beam of light enveloped him before he vanished. Belle thoughtfully replied, a beam of light. Could it be a form of teleportation ability? Huang Wen couldn't help but scratch his head, a flicker of discontent flashing in his eyes. It was quite vexing to have let Mandarin slip away, especially since this was Huang Wen's first opportunity to draw a legendary figure. Regardless of the identity drawn, for Huang Wen, who had just transcended into the realm of legends, it would have represented a significant transformation. Buyer, let us search the surroundings once more. Perhaps we might locate him, Huang Wen suggested, glancing at the ring he had seized from Mandarin. All right. Buyer nodded in agreement without inquiring further. Together, they took to the skies, probing their surroundings with their minds, focusing primarily on the path they had taken. After all, Mandarin had mentioned that he sensed their movements, prompting his pursuit. Meanwhile, in a clandestine base located in the northern Asia wilderness, or rather, within a restored alien spacecraft, Mandarin's complexion appeared somewhat pale as he emerged from a beam of light. his eyes shimmering with fury. I underestimated him. That boy is certainly no ordinary martial artist. Mandolin gritted his teeth, speaking softly. His inner strength was formidable, and his mental prowess was equally impressive. More importantly, after activating his golden body technique, he was able to disregard everything. Moreover, he has pilfered one of my rings. How insufferable! I shall exact revenge for this grievance, but first, I must recuperate from my injuries. That brat has incapacitated both my arms. I will remember this. No, wait. When I pursued those two, they were merely waiting for me, and given that he can ignore my mental control, he must possess the ability to sense his surroundings and activate a shielding mode. With Mandolin's words resonating, a barrier, a blend of magic and technology, enveloped the spacecraft. As the barrier activated, Mandolin exhaled in relief, his eyes glinting with malice as he slowly closed them and began his healing process. Outside, Huang Wen and Bayer had searched for quite some time until Huang Wen finally received a notification from the system, prompting him to stop with a touch of resignation. Ding. Task. My lord, times have changed. Defeating Mandolin is complete. Reward. 1 draw for legendary skill. Sighing deeply, Huang Wen felt a pang of regret. He understood that this time, the opportunity to draw a legendary figure had slipped away. Although the legendary skill draw was the highest level of reward he could currently attain, the absence of comparison only intensified his disappointment. What could have been a draw for a legendary figure had now been reduced to a mere legendary skill draw, leaving Huang Wen with a lingering sense of loss. Chapter 129. The space gun 800 miles away, what is it? Bayer inquired, gazing at Huang Wen with curiosity. She found it difficult to comprehend why he appeared so regretful. We shouldn't return to this place, so we are unlikely to encounter that individual again, right? Yet, this also poses a hidden concern. The individual's prowess is formidable. Were it not for the presence of that foolish girl, I would not stand a chance against him. Huang Wen shook his head, his gaze flickering slightly. If he recuperates and seeks revenge, it could indeed pose a problem. Bayer, you may not be aware, but he is the leader of a powerful gang, with his subordinates scattered across numerous locations, necessitating caution. Shall we search for him again? Bayer inquired, her delicate brows furrowing as she began to grasp the complexities of Mandolin's situation. No need. He has already gone into hiding, Huang Wen replied with a shrug, a smile breaking across his face. It's not a significant issue. When soldiers come, we shall meet them. When water arrives, we shall build a dam. If he dares to trouble us, it will be his demise. Indeed, I trust you. Bayer's frown eased, and she nodded with a smile. Let us disregard this joyless fellow and continue our journey. Huang Wen chuckled, shaking his head as he took Bayer's hand, resuming their exploration of the world while simultaneously activating the task rewards. System, claim task rewards and initiate the legendary skill lottery. With a resounding clang, a blue light of legendary caliber flashed, invigorating Huang Wen instantly. Ding. Congratulations. You have acquired a legendary skill, Space Gun, derived from the ability to eliminate enemies from 800 miles away in a wartime drama. Optimized and forcibly interpreted by the system, transformed into a spatial combat skill. You can unleash an invisible perceptive eagle through telekinesis, which will locate your intended target for attack, allowing you to strike from a distance with this perceptive eagle. Special note, due to the limitations of the original ability, you can only engage enemies through ranged methods. Special note 2, you cannot directly teleport in front of an enemy located by the perceptive eagle. What an odd ability. Huang Wen was now filled with questions. A perceptive eagle? Is this akin to opening an eagle's eye? No, that's not quite right. It's more like locking onto an enemy. However, this method of locking onto an enemy seems rather ineffective. I can only attack from a distance, and I can't even teleport directly in front of him? What use is that? Wait. Huang Wen suddenly recalled Mandolin, who had hidden himself, evading Huang Wen's search. Wouldn't this space gun serve as an excellent means to deal with him? Perhaps this could enable me to eliminate him. A thought flickered through Huang Wen's mind, and he issued another command to the system. System, issue a task to defeat Mandolin. No, to prevent this old fellow from having any other tricks up his sleeve. Let us change it to defeating Mandolin. Generating task, defeat Mandolin again. Reward, 1 legendary item lottery. Kill Mandolin. Reward, 1 legendary character lottery. Do you accept? Why do I feel as though I could reap additional rewards? Huang Wen suddenly recognized a loophole. If he were to directly kill Mandolin, he would only receive 1 legendary character lottery. However, if he continuously issued tasks against Mandolin and completed the previous one. Wouldn't that allow him to acquire a steady stream of legendary-level lotteries? I accept. Huang Wen, overwhelmed with excitement, accepted the task and began employing a skill known as the spatial gun, summoning the Perception Eagle. Indeed, the Perception Eagle possessed unique qualities. Once released, Huang was unable to locate it through sight or perception, only able to communicate via the connection established between them. Inside the alien spacecraft, Mandolin was tending to his wounds, surrounded by a barrier that fused magic and technology, ensuring that he need not fear detection by Huang. Yet he could never have anticipated the arrival of a Perception Eagle within the ship. With a swift motion, the Perception Eagle unleashed a flame, hurtling toward Mandolin. To be candid, Huang's long-range attacks were rather limited. Aside from distant acupoint strikes and the ice-fire palm, he had only the ineffective gunplay at his disposal. Thus, he opted for the ice-fire palm, a technique with which he was more familiar, eager to ascertain its efficacy against Mandolin. With a thunderous crash, the unprepared Mandolin was struck directly by the flame, not only suffering a severe blow, but also igniting his garments. In the next instant, a gas erupted within the spacecraft, resembling a chill, yet distinctly different. As the gas enveloped Mandolin, the flames extinguished instantly. A fire extinguisher? Or perhaps a device imbued with magical and peculiar powers? Huang's mind flickered with this thought, prompting a transformation of the ice-fire palm, sending a barrage of ice spikes toward Mandolin. Regrettably, this time Huang's attack proved ineffective, as an energy barrier shielded Mandolin, deflecting the ice projectiles. Damn it, how did that brat find me? Scan the interior of the ship. Mandolin felt a prickling pain throughout his body. While he managed to endure the initial fiery impact, the sustained burn inflicted severe damage to his outer layer. Yet, without discerning Huang's whereabouts, Mandolin found himself unable to heal, despite the protective barrier surrounding him. Fortunately, I did not issue a direct kill order against that old fool. He truly has a backup plan. Huang pondered the seemingly impervious energy barrier, momentarily perplexed, realizing he had only managed to injure Mandolin, not defeat him. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Who claimed he possessed only 3 long-range methods. With a spark in his eyes, he retrieved an apple from his spatial ring, took a bite, and hurled it into the alien spacecraft through the Perception Eagle. Indeed, since acquiring the spatial ring, Huang had filled it with fruit, transforming it into his personal arsenal. Subsequently, Huang Wen took a bite of the fruit and discarded it, vanishing from sight. This peculiar behavior struck Bell as odd, while Mandolin, observing the spaceship littered with half-eaten fruits, was equally perplexed by Huang Wen's disappearance. What was the purpose of this? Did he think he couldn't harm me, and thus sought to disgust me? Mandolin briefly entertained this notion, but soon dismissed it. Chapter 130. The legendary blood Bodhi with extraordinary effects Ard is an explosion. After Huang Wen had launched all the fruits from his spatial ring with the perception of an eagle, a thought flickered in his mind, recalling the power of the previous explosion. Surely, it wouldn't kill him outright, would it? Oh well if it did. While it would be a pity to miss out on a legendary item draw, the anticipation of a legendary character draw had been building for far too long. Let it explode. With a thunderous roar, the entire alien spaceship trembled. One must admit that the advanced technology of the aliens was truly formidable. It was indeed a vessel that harmonized science and magic. Even in the face of such an explosion, the ship withstood the onslaught. However, the energy barrier protecting Mandolin was not as resilient. At the peak of the explosion, the barrier shattered, and the 9 rings on Mandolin's hands radiated a potent energy, as if summoning their final surge of power. Yet, not only the 9 rings erupted, Mandolin's entire inner strength surged forth. Even so, his arms were obliterated in the explosion, along with the rings, and his body was hurled away, suffering grave injuries. Activate escape function. Initiate rescue protocol. Mandolin commanded before losing consciousness. Upon issuing these commands, the alien spaceship, previously hidden underground, suddenly activated and vanished from its position, leaving the Perception Eagle behind, seemingly without intent to pursue. Ding. Task. Defeat Mandolin again completed. Reward. 1 legendary item draw. He truly managed to escape? Could it be that the Perception Eagle could only search once? After the enemy fled, it would have to begin the search anew? Huang Wen furrowed his brow and once again employed the Perception Eagle, hoping to ascertain Mandolin's whereabouts. Alas, this time, even the Perception Eagle could not locate Mandolin's position. Where could he have gone? Not even the perception eagle could detect his presence. Could it be that he had fled to outer space? It seems that it is not entirely impossible. After all, this old rascal possesses an alien spacecraft, a veritable marvel of advanced technology. Otherwise, he would not have withstood the explosive force of so many Bowsy bombs unscathed. Unfortunately, all the fruits within the spatial ring have been used up, and he was not directly annihilated. Alas, it appears that I am destined to miss out on this legendary figures lottery. Huang Wen, what were you just doing? Bayer inquired. Sensing her surroundings without detecting any anomalies or locating the fruits Huang Wen had thrown, her large eyes gazed at him with a hint of confusion. I just devised a strategy to deal with that fellow, but I did not anticipate that he had other means of escape, and thus he managed to flee. Huang Wen lamented, shaking his head in disappointment before breaking into a smile. But it matters not. His arms have already been destroyed by my explosions, and he has sustained severe injuries. He should no longer pose a significant threat. What Huang Wen did not expect was that the alien spacecraft had indeed ascended into outer space and landed on Venus. Inside the vessel, Mandolin had succumbed to unconsciousness, yet a green light enveloped him, seemingly restoring his vitality. Meanwhile, new muscle fibers and tissues were regenerating where his arms had been, though the resulting limbs took on a grotesque appearance, resembling anything but human appendages. Ah, by the way, silly girl, scan this ring I have in hand. Huang Wen suddenly recalled, extracting the ring he had seized from Mandolin, the only one remaining among the 10 rings. Understood, boss. The silly girl responded, initiating the scanning process. Boss, this ring contains a fusion of technology and magical energy. It absorbs various natural energies and magical substances from the subspace around it to recharge itself, condensing into a tempest of lightning. The energy contained within it is equivalent to what you described as a legendary standard. A legendary tier ring, you say? By that logic, this must also qualify as a legendary artifact. A flicker of regret passed through Huang Wen's eyes as he mused internally. What a pity that the remaining 9 rings have all been destroyed. Otherwise, I would possess 10 legendary artifacts at once. System. Claim the task rewards and initiate the legendary artifact lottery. With a resounding chime, a brilliant blue light, indicative of a legendary tier, flickered before him, followed by a small cluster of fruits appearing in front of Huang Wen. Ding! Congratulations, you have acquired the legendary artifact, Blood Bodhi, derived from the Feng series of films. Optimized by the system, infused with ample Kirin blood, transforming it into a divine healing relic that also comprehensively enhances vitality without any side effects. Special reminder, consuming the first Blood Bodhi will increase your arduous cultivation prowess by 20 years, granting 500 points of vitality, 50 points of strength, and 5 points of divine power. Eating a second one will provide only half the aforementioned benefits, yielding 250 points of vitality, 25 points of strength, and 5 points of divine power. The third consumption will again have the benefits, and an individual may only enhance their prowess a maximum of 3 times. In other words, by consuming 3 Blood Bodhi, I can enhance my vitality by 875 points, while simultaneously augmenting my spiritual power and physical strength by the same amount. Huang Wen's eyes gleamed with excitement. This legendary item lottery could genuinely provide him with substantial assistance. It is essential to note that Huang Wen's vitality, spirit, and energy had been uncoordinated for quite some time. He had always possessed formidable strength, yet his vitality and spiritual power remained feeble. Despite his unwavering determination during his 3-month journey around the world and his relentless efforts to hone his physique through various means, the results had been far from satisfactory. At this moment, Huang Wen's vitality stood at 208 points, and under the regimen of meditation, his spiritual power had merely reached 26 points. Now, an opportunity for a comprehensive enhancement lay before him. One could even argue that this Blood Bodhi lottery, lacking only in skills, surpassed by Zhantong's extraordinary character lottery, rivaling that of legendary figures. My vitality and spirit are poised for a breakthrough into the legendary realm. Huang Wen inhaled deeply, counting the number of Blood Bodhi. 7? Excellent. This would allow both Bayer and himself to undergo a complete enhancement, with even one to spare. Perfect timing to impart his inner strength to Bayer. Come, Bayer. I have a surprise for you. In high spirits, Huang Wen took Bayer's hand, and they vanished from sight, entering the underground base. In Chapter 131, Iron Tyrant vs. Tuxedo. Within the underground base, Huang Wen began instructing Bayer in the cultivation of inner strength, preparing to refine the blood bodhi together to bolster their powers. Meanwhile, in New York City, turbulent currents began to stir, particularly concerning the controversies surrounding Stark Industries. It turned out that after Tony Stark shut down the weapons division and developed a new arc reactor, he devoted himself to researching subsequent armor models, such as the Mark II. Upon completing the armor, memories of Ensign and his deceased family spurred Tony Stark to officially don the mantle of Iron Man, embarking on a mission to combat terrorism in the Middle East. However, Tony learned from a reporter with whom he had a brief encounter that Stark Industries continued to sell arms, and the quantities were substantial. Consequently, he enlisted Pepper's help to investigate the truth behind the arms sales. At this juncture, Obadiah received information from the Ten Rings about the remnants of the Mark I armor created by Tony Stark. Upon seeing the Mark I, a surge of ambition welled up within Obadiah. He commanded his team of scientists to study the armor and find a way to replicate the arc reactor. Unfortunately, while the scientists managed to repair the armor without significant issues, creating an arc reactor akin to Tony Stark's proved to be an insurmountable challenge. Just as Obadiah grew increasingly impatient without any progress, Pepper had infiltrated Stark Industries to investigate the arms sales, only to unexpectedly discover that Obadiah was the mastermind behind Tony Stark's kidnapping. Pepper hurriedly began to replicate the pertinent evidence, but to her surprise, Obadiah entered the room. Feeling a tinge of panic, Pepper feigned calmness, covering the plate with a newspaper while engaging in a casual conversation with Obadiah. With a smile, she held the newspaper and the plate in her hands, preparing to take her leave. "Is this today's newspaper?" Obadiah inquired, sensing something amiss. "May I have it? I enjoy playing word games." "Of course," Pepper replied, clutching the plate tightly and concealing it perfectly before handing the newspaper to Obadiah and swiftly exiting. "Humph." Obadiah tossed the newspaper onto the table, only to catch sight of the image on the computer screen. Realizing he had been exposed, he quickly pursued Pepper, intent on recapturing her. However, at that moment, Pepper had already been intercepted by Coulson, who had been waiting to glean details of Tony Stark's escape. "Don't blame me." A glint of cold determination flashed in Obadiah's eyes as he resolved to take action. Ring, ring. In the villa where Tony Stark resided, the telephone rang. Tony answered, and Pepper's voice echoed through, "Be careful, Obadiah." Unfortunately, her warning arrived too late. Obadiah had already incapacitated Tony Stark with a metallic paralyzer. "Relax, Tony. When I ordered them to kill you, I was concerned about losing a golden goose," Obadiah said, placing Tony onto the sofa. As Tony gazed at him in disbelief, sorrow, and confusion, Obadiah removed the arc reactor from his chest. "However, you are destined to lay this final golden egg. Quite exquisite, isn't it? From now on, every generation of weaponry shall utilize it, under my control. I truly hope you get to see my armor. It is far less conservative than yours. How unfortunate that you've dragged Pepper into this. I intended for her to survive," Obadiah remarked with a grin as he secured the arc reactor and departed the villa, leaving the incapacitated Tony Stark to await the inevitable passage of time. "Is Obadiah attempting to kill Tony? I am heading to his residence immediately," Colonel Rhodes exclaimed, his gaze sharpening as he hastily drove towards Tony Stark's home, simultaneously dialing Mark Shulman's number. "Chief, Obadiah is plotting Tony Stark's murder. There may be unforeseen developments. Hence my report." "I understand," Mark Shulman replied, his expression shifting as he nodded and passed the phone to Jack. "Son, Tony Stark is in danger. You should gather a team and head to Stark Industries to investigate and provide assistance." "Understood." Jack was not at the precinct at that moment. It was already evening, and after finishing work, he had gone to a hot pot restaurant to dine with Zhong Chong and the others. "What is happening?" Fisk looked at Jack, who had just risen from his seat. "A minor predicament has arisen, instigated by none other than the recently celebrated Tony Stark." Jack, gesturing with his wristwatch, inquired with a smile, "What do you think? Shall we go take a look together?" "Absolutely," chimed Zhong Chong and Fisk, chuckling heartily. Over the past 3 months, their camaraderie had flourished remarkably, primarily due to their shared possession of tailcoats and a rather buoyant disposition. Thus, the trio banded together to assume the role of vigilantes in the shadows. Should Huang Wen become aware of this, one could only imagine the bewilderment that would ensue. It would be one thing for Jack, the youngest precinct chief, to don the mantle of a vigilante. However, what could possibly possess Fisk, heir to New York's largest underground syndicate, to engage in such perilous pursuits? Did he not fear jeopardizing his family's enterprise? With Jack at the wheel, they journeyed towards Stark Industries, their laughter echoing throughout the drive, entirely dismissing the gravity of their impending mission. Meanwhile, Pepper, accompanied by Agent Coulson and 5 other operatives, arrived at Stark Industries, intent on apprehending Obadiah. Yet, awaiting them was the formidable Ironmonger, piloted by Obadiah himself. The firearms wielded by Coulson and his team posed little threat to the Ironmonger. Had Obadiah not been intent on eliminating Pepper, pursuing her with the Ironmonger, Coulson and his comrades would have likely met their demise beneath its colossal feet. "Goodness, this contraption seems far more perilous than we anticipated," exclaimed Zhong Chong, instinctively cursing as he beheld the giant Ironmonger barreling out of Stark Industries. "Be cautious. I've called for reinforcements. Prioritize your safety." Jack's gaze sharpened as he tapped his watch twice, producing his firearm and calling out to Pepper, "Madam, we are law enforcement. Hurry to our position." Obadiah shot a disgruntled glare at the trio, his wrist-mounted machine gun unleashing a barrage towards them. Rat-a-tat-tat. Fortunately, clad in their tailcoats, Jack and his companions were able to deflect the bullets and return fire. Chapter 132. Zhong Chong severely wounded. Boom. 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 The gunfire echoed as bullets struck the Ironmonger's armor, failing to inflict any damage, just as the Ironmonger's own gunfire harmlessly ricocheted off their elegant attire. Soon enough, the Ironmonger's ammunition was depleted. However, Obadiah showed no inclination to unleash any heavy weaponry, for his attention had been wholly captivated by the tailcoats adorning Jack and his friends. The sudden emergence of the tailcoats had not escaped Obadiah's notice. Their unmistakable high-tech design piqued his curiosity. A bulletproof tailcoat was an enticing prospect for many influential individuals. Police? Since when did the law enforcement possess such advanced equipment? A thought flickered through Obadiah's mind, but he quickly dismissed it. Whatever. Eliminate them first, strip away this tailcoat, and let my scientists examine it later. If they cannot devise an arc reactor, surely they can create a mere garment? The bullets are nearly exhausted. This fellow seems impervious to blades and firearms. As Zhong Chong observed the approaching Iron Tyrant, he shouted, "Jack, do you possess more potent weaponry? Do you take me for a special forces operative?" Glaring at Zhong Chong, "I have but a single magazine of bullets left. Exercise caution. My precinct is not too far from here. I should be able to reach you in time," Jack retorted, casting a disapproving glare at Zhong Chong. "Get back." At that moment, Rissfisk shouted and tossed a grenade, which landed at the feet of the Iron Tyrant. With a resounding explosion, the Iron Tyrant staggered back several steps, nearly toppling over, yet its exterior exhibited minimal damage, evidencing the extravagant materials from which it was constructed. "Goodness, Riss, when did you conceal a bomb on your person? That was quite impressive," Zhong Chong exclaimed, a smile gracing his face as he beheld the rising smoke from the explosion. Suddenly, his expression turned serious, and he instinctively unleashed the lightness skills he had practiced for so long. This was the fastest Zhong Chong had ever run. Although he had previously begun to learn lightness under Huang Wen's guidance, he had never truly mastered it until now. He felt as though he had finally grasped it. Zhong Chong transformed into a fleeting shadow, propelling Rissfisk out of harm's way, only to be struck directly by the Iron Tyrant's fist. With a thunderous impact, Zhong Chong's body soared into the air. Despite the tailcoat's cushioning effect, he still suffered grievously from the blow. Alarm! Zhong Chong. In midair, Zhong Chong experienced a sensation as though time had decelerated. He heard Rissfisk and Jack's astonished and furious shouts, accompanied by a tinge of regret. He lamented not having devoted himself more earnestly during Huang Wen's training. Had he mastered the lightness skills earlier, he would not have been struck by. With a heavy thud, Zhong Chong crashed to the ground, while the Iron Tyrant showed no intention of sparing him. To the Iron Tyrant, with 3 tailcoats available, it made sense to eliminate one to acquire a garment. Stan. At that moment, another mech appeared in the sky. It was Iron Man, Tony Stark. Upon witnessing the Iron Tyrant's assault on Zhong Chong, he instinctively shouted, and this utterance caused the Iron Tyrant to halt, turning to face Tony Stark. "You're still alive?" A flicker of surprise flashed in Obadiah's eyes, as he had momentarily forgotten about the fallen Zhong Chong, as if Tony Stark exuded an aura that instinctively drew Obadiah's ire. "Pepper, as long as you're safe, stay away from here." Tony Stark piloted the Mark III and charged at Obadiah's Iron Tyrant. The situation was dire, not only with injured parties, but also with Pepper present. Tony Stark was unwilling to engage in battle here. With a resounding crash, the Iron Tyrant was struck by Tony Stark's Mark III, who was bleeding profusely from the corner of his mouth, staining his tailcoat with crimson. For a moment, the two stood there, overwhelmed and helpless, their eyes reddening with concern. Teacher, quickly contact the teacher. However, they quickly realized that in such dire circumstances, only Huang Wen could potentially save Zhong Chang's life. Teacher, quickly contact the teacher. However, they quickly realized that in such dire circumstances, only Huang Wen could potentially save Zhong Chang's life. They hastily prepared to contact Huang Wen through their watches. Meanwhile, Huang Wen had already learned of Zhong Chang's predicament even before they reached out. At that moment, he had just completed the refinement of 3 Blood Bodhi and was waiting for Bayer to finish her own refinement while reviewing his character panel. Host, Huang Wen. Essence, 1,083 points. Qi, 189 points. Spirit, 114 points. Vitality and Spirit have all transcended into the legendary realm, and my strength is now nearly on par with the power bestowed by the silly girl. At last, I can truly be called a legendary powerhouse, Huang Wen mused as he surveyed his character panel, nodding in satisfaction at his prowess. Boss, the silly girl detected the severe injury Zhong Chang had sustained and promptly informed Huang Wen. Xiao Chang is in trouble. Huang Wen's gaze narrowed sharply, momentarily stunned. However, the silly girl detected the severe injury Zhong Chang had sustained and promptly informed Huang Wen. Xiao Chang is in trouble. Huang Wen's gaze narrowed sharply, momentarily stunned. However, he swiftly regained his composure with his formidable mental strength, not even taking the time to brief Bayer before vanishing in a flash of light. Unfortunately, despite traversing much of the world, Huang Wen had never been to Stark Industries. Thus, he first made his way to Chinatown, using his perceptive abilities to quickly locate Stark Industries. It was then that he used the Dream Butterfly's escape technique to arrive at Stark Industries, finally able to breathe a sigh of relief. The Regeneration Dragon Seal is with Bayer. Huang Wen instinctively thought of retrieving the Regeneration Dragon Seal, only to realize that it was no longer in his possession. However, an idea struck him, Blood Bodhi, the sacred healing substance. Hastily, only to realize that it was no longer in his possession. However, an idea struck him, Blood Bodhi, the sacred healing substance. Hastily, Huang Wen retrieved the last remaining Blood Bodhi and placed it in Zhong Chang's mouth, using his telekinetic power to guide the Blood Bodhi into Zhong. As the Blood Bodhi was consumed, Zhong Chang's complexion improved dramatically, not only because the Blood Bodhi was a miraculous healing remedy, but also because it enhanced Zhong Chang's physical strength, consequently boosting his innate recovery abilities. Chapter, as it turns out, has found fortune in misfortune, with a boost of 500 points to his vitality and spirit. He is no longer a weakling at the extraordinary level. Huang Wen, observing the gradually improving complexion of Zhong Chang, felt a sense of relief. However, Zhong Chang opened his eyes and felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through his body, an intensity he had never imagined before. Zhong Chang opened his eyes and felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through his body, an intensity he had never imagined before. This newfound strength ignited a fierce determination within him. He yearned for another bout with the Iron Overlord. Sit still, Huang Wen. Perceiving the glint of ambition in Zhong Chang's eyes, shot him a disapproving glare. With such limited power, how dare you entertain such grand notions? Huang Wen unleashed a dual assault, channeling both vitality and spiritual energy. Huang Wen unleashed a dual assault, channeling both vitality and spiritual energy. He guided Zhong Chang in awakening his unique abilities while simultaneously aiding him in establishing a solid foundation with inner strength. The contrasting sensations overwhelmed Zhong. After all, it was unfathomable how Zhong Chang could rebound from the brink of death to such vitality, even shouting with remarkable vigor. What is happening? Pepper. Observing Huang Wen's sudden appearance and the miraculous recovery of a seemingly lifeless individual, felt a wave of confusion wash over her. Observing Huang Wen's sudden appearance and the miraculous recovery of a seemingly lifeless individual, felt a wave of confusion wash over her. The spectacle was as shocking as encountering the colossal Iron Overlord. Miss Pepper, be cautious. At that moment, Coulson emerged from the remnants of Stark Industries. He had underestimated Huang Wen's significance, nearly facing reassignment to the Arctic to tend to penguins, had it not been for Tony Stark's unexpected kidnapping. He had underestimated Huang Wen's significance, nearly facing reassignment to the Arctic to tend to penguins, had it not been for Tony Stark's unexpected kidnapping. Consolidate your foundation and familiarize yourself with your newfound power. I shall seek vengeance for you. Shortly thereafter, Huang Wen stood up and addressed Jack and Fisk, instructing them to keep a vigilant watch over Zhong Chong, ensuring no one approached him. Teacher, our team has arrived and is maintaining order at the scene. Jack nodded and moved closer to Zhong Chong, acknowledging the large suit of armor. Indeed, the smaller armor had saved Zhong Chong's life. Our personnel have also arrived. I am eager to ascertain its true resilience. A glimmer of cold determination flashed in Huang Wen's eyes as he propelled himself into the air with psychic force. System. I am eager to ascertain its true resilience. A glimmer of cold determination flashed in Huang Wen's eyes as he propelled himself into the air. A task is being generated to confront the Iron Tyrant, with a reward of a chance to win extraordinary items. Do you accept? A task is being generated to confront the Iron Tyrant, with a reward of a chance to win extraordinary items. Do you accept? Huang Wen could not help but curl his lips in dissatisfaction. The prospect of a lottery for extraordinary items felt somewhat awkward. It would be preferable to replicate extraordinary individuals or skills instead, as the lottery seemed rather wasteful. After all, while the lottery could yield valuable items, a resounding explosion drew Huang Wen's attention, interrupting his internal conflict. It appeared that the Iron Tyrant had been engaged in a fierce battle with Iron Man for quite some time. And the energy reserves in Iron Man's suit were nearly depleted. In terms of strength, Iron Man's smaller armor was clearly no match for the Iron. One must note that the Iron Tyrant's armor was nearly the size of the Hulkbuster, and it could easily overpower the Mark III. Thus, it would be entirely accurate to describe Iron Man's struggle as one of relentless suppression. The multitude of surrounding vehicles and pedestrians added to Iron Man's predicament. Having been constructed from the same titanium alloy utilized in the Seraphim strategic satellite, which provided it with adequate defense, it would not have been able to withstand such relentless assaults from the Iron Tyrant. With a whoosh, Iron Man was propelled into the air, propelling himself towards Iron Man. Let us hope he hasn't upgraded his armor to resolve the freezing issue, Tony Stark mused, inhaling deeply as he made a decisive choice. J-A-R-V-I-S, ascend to the highest point. Sir, only 15 energy remains. The probability of reaching that altitude is J-A-R-V-I-S. Instinctively cautioned. I can calculate that myself. Do as I instructed. Tony Stark replied sternly. Sir, J-A-R-V-I-S, suddenly exclaimed. I said follow my orders. Instinctively cautioned. I can calculate that myself. Do as I instructed. Tony Stark replied sternly. Sir, J-A-R-V-I-S, suddenly exclaimed. I said follow my orders. Tony Stark furrowed his brow, reiterating his command. Bang! Just as Tony Stark's words trailed off, a thunderous crash erupted beneath him. Instinctively. What I was about to say is this. Do we still need to ascend to the highest point? J-A-R-V-I. What I was about to say is this. Do we still need to ascend to the highest point? J-A-R-V-I. SS voice broke through Tony Stark's momentary daze. Who is he? How did he accomplish that? Tony Stark regained his composure, his mouth slightly agape. By what means? Is he a mutant? Sir, the database reveals that this individual is Huang Wen, the master of the Wing Chun martial arts school. You had previously instructed me to take note of him. He is not a mutant, but rather a being of exceptional abilities, a paragon of humanity. The most critical detail is that the recent cataclysmic explosion in the suburbs of New York was orchestrated by him. Are you suggesting that this is humanity? The most critical detail is that the recent cataclysmic explosion in the suburbs of New York was orchestrated by him. Are you suggesting that this is humanity? Tony Stark finally uttered these words after a prolonged silence.